I'm spending the next 2 months in Paris and already deeply regretting sleeping through 4 years of French in high school. But c'est la vie! To avoid being an ignorant American tourist, I found myself a French tutor to really help me learn the language. And there she is now! Everyone, this is Kitty, aka La Petite Sean, and a little bit of Duolingo on the flight over. I'm excited to learn from you today. Where's your beret?
I don't have one.
Phone!
Look, I was told I'd be talking about Rainbow Six and Valorant teams today, but instead they put me with this Emily in Paris knockoff. I think I can make it work, but she called me her little dog? Okay, so we are at a flower shop. We call that in French des fleurs.
Des foires.
Okay, you know what? It's okay. We will try with another word, huh?
Okay, perfect.
Okay, perfect. Fougère.
Forgery. I can't wait to visit all of these cute restaurants all around Paris, or brasiers, as the French call them, right?
Yeah, that's the words.
Okay, so if I wanted to order a baguette, what would I say?
You would say, voulez-vous
Voulez-vous
coucher
coucher
avec moi?
avec moi? Voulez-vous coucher avec moi?
Perfect.
I'm gonna go try it out. Ooh, this is really cute. How would I ask to try this on?
Oh, actually, you can say, je mange des gens.
Je mange des gens. Okay. Je mange des gens.
Non, on mange pas les gens.
Des gens mange. Je mange des gens.
Non, on mange pas les gens, c'est une robe.
C'est. Where am I messing
Vous
up?
voulez essayer la robe?
No. Je mange des gens, s'il vous plaît.
Non, on mange pas les gens chez moi.
Kitty has been the best teacher so far. I feel like I'm picking up the language really quickly. I mean, whenever I speak with real French people, they seem so surprised by how good my accent is. I'm doing très bon.
Oh là là, et puis ça y est, je suis américaine. On a compris que t'es américaine. On a compris.
Kitty, I did it! He even gave it to me for free.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Come with me, yeah.
What did I get? Do we get jam? Okay, so as I get it, the French don't really like the American tourists, right?
Not really.
So what can I say to have them truly embrace me as a local?
Just tell them.
Mbappé et Plumer! Kitty, it worked! They've accepted me as one of their own! I'm off to see Paris, and it's all thanks to you!
Bon débat.
Hey, welcome. Go ahead, take a seat. We ran out of office space here, so we're making do. Listen, I don't know if anyone's kind of told you what we're doing today, but we're just gonna have a chat. And honestly, I would prefer to call you by your real name, if that's okay.
Oscar?
Yeah, Oscar Canelis Colocha. Actually, no, we're just gonna stick with Maxwell.
Okay.
Listen, I know that you auto-dub a lot of your content into English. Are you planning on doing that for this interview?
No, this is my normal voice, and I will use it in English. Also, you're a highly respected journalist, Amelie.
Thank you. Now, during your time with Counter-Strike, you played for more than 15 teams in 8 years. Was that because you couldn't make friends?
I actually have a lot of friends, but it's hard to make friends in gaming because people are like you, like rude.
It's kind of personal. Did you ever think that maybe in those 8 years that you were the problem? Was it hard for you to leave Counter-Strike for Valorant? Or does being from Catalonia make the idea of separation come easily?
No, it was really easy. It was really easy because I was tired of playing Counter-Strike already and I wanted something new.
Because you aged out of it?
No. How old are you?
That's a very weird question to ask a woman.
No.
Did your mother teach you your manners?
I think women and men are the same.
In what way?
I can ask you anything that you can ask me because we're the same.
When's your next monthly cycle?
But that doesn't have anything to do with your age.
Hold up. We just said that we can ask each other the same questions as man
okay,
and woman.
I'm gonna answer them.
All right, well, let's move on. You recently became sponsored by Red Bull. I can see it on your shirt.
Yes.
Is that because being over 30, drinking it is the only way that you could stay awake?
I'm not gonna get rage baited by that.
It's fine. Why do you think that's a rage bait?
Your attitude.
My attitude.
Yes.
This is just the way my face looks. Now, Red Bull says that you were, quote, considered by the vast majority of fans to be one of the most charismatic professional players in the esports scene. By majority of fans, did they just mean your mom?
It does mean what?
Sorry, I didn't auto-dub it. Red Bull says that you were, quote, considered by the vast majority of fans to be one of the most charismatic professional players in the scene. But by majority of fans, did they just mean your mom?
Oh. That's a lame one.
Your mom is lame?
No, my mom
That's
is not lame.
incredibly rude. She gave life to you.
Yes. But no. I mean, it's a lame question. It's a very lame question.
I'll be sure
You can do better.
I'll be sure to let our writers know.
Yeah. Do it because
Look straight into the camera and tell our writer that you just don't think he's doing a very good job.
you probably chat GPT the question or something. You need to, I don't know, do your research.
You're the owner of Club Otakar. I'm glad that you could come to EWC, but why didn't you bring your club with you?
Because we're starting, we're new. We have only a Valorant team and we need more to compete in the rankings and everything.
Is that just your way of saying that you're broke?
Yeah.
Did you turn to team ownership in the hopes of being less unsuccessful?
Less unsuccessful?
I mean, can your club beat any team that is not named LK?
That's a good one. That's actually a good one. You did your research there.
Thank you.
We can. We've done it.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit more about you.
Okay.
Right? When you retired from gaming to go into streaming, was it tough to transition from a job playing video games all day to a job playing video games all day poorly?
No, it wasn't.
A challenge frightens you?
No.
Now, we have had our fun, but I do have one final serious question for you, if that's okay. When you eat oatmeal, do you prefer it to be lumpy or do you mix well?
I don't eat oatmeal. I just eat tortilla.
Tortilla?
Yeah. It's like
I live in California. It's like we almost invented tortillas.
No, but not that kind. I lived in California as well, but you're talking about something else.
I'm talking about like Taco Bell, right?
No. You mix
Chalupa.
the eggs.
No, you get this from the supermarket. It's flat, it looks like a frisbee, you could chuck it.
No. That's the Mexican tortilla, it's not the Spanish one.
Who came first?
Yo, I'm done. Can I leave or no?
Yeah. Well, hold up, we still have a couple more. This isn't even your floor! Guess he doesn't mix well with others.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the secondary stream here for League of Legends at EWC 2026. I am Valdez. Today, I am joined by Huni and Jamada. How are you guys doing today?
Good. Yeah, so excited. It's the first day. It's huge. We're surrounded by like the whole stage. It's gonna be excited.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. You guys have effectively traded one Brit for another, as far as the royalty itself is concerned.
Where's Ox?
Yeah, where's he gone?
Yeah. Well, he is on the other stream, of course. We are going to have a lot of action here at EWC 2026. That's why we do have the dual stream set up, and it is going to be so much fun. A lot of best of ones today into best of threes, just to try to figure out our initial seeding here at the tournament. But yeah, going to be starting off with Team Secret Wales up against Sentinels. Definitely going to be a fun matchup. Should be pretty close, I would imagine. What are you guys thinking for that first one?
I mean, I feel like Team Secret Wales are going to be feeling pretty okay coming off of what was, I would call, a successful MSI for them, right? Taking down top esports in that lower bracket. So I think confidence is going to be high.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key is like, since the tournament is like actually really packed like today, like you have to win like the best of one to get better seed, obviously, for the later of the match. Like I think it's just like the best of one. It's especially like the how you prep. It's like it's so important because like we saw so many times like BO3, BO5 with the fearless, especially with the fearless draft. Like the preparation is also important, but it's especially just if you play one game and get off, you know, it's just decided by just 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think drafts is very important for that one game. I think that the form as well, you know, how they're adjusting, coming all the way over to Paris, which is where we are this time around. And you know, we saw a lot of fun stuff over at MSI, which was just, you know, last week, essentially. So definitely does feel like a lot of new information's coming in terms of, you know, where our teams are at, what kind of stuff is meta. And so it should be a lot of fun to kind of get an update on that as we go into more international competition here at EWC 2026. So what do you guys think for this tournament? Any big favorites that stand out to you from the teams that are here?
You know, there might be one or two that maybe went the distance a couple of days ago, all the way over in Daejeon. I mean, yeah, it's HLE and BLG, right? Like, I think those two teams are just the definitive best teams in the world right now. They showed it in both their best of fives, to be honest with you. BLG's ability to move around the map with the support jungle duo, then of course HLE's ability to just never give up, right? If they make it to game 5, they're a terrifying team.
Yeah. I mean, so personally, I thought like the MSI was really interesting because like any perspective, they prove they're better than you somehow. So like no one was kind of expected as well. So like these things can easily happen anywhere in this planet. So we're gonna see.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. And of course, for the formats here at EWC 2026, we're going to drop into a video to explain that right now.
League of Legends is back at the Esports World Cup, where the best teams in the world will face off in Paris for an intense week of esports competition. A chance of international glory, a piece of the $2 million prize pool, and to earn valuable club championship points. Here's how it's going to go down. This year, 16 teams from around the world will fight for the ultimate crown. First off, we have the winners of every major region, invited straight off the back of their home leagues. The teams who didn't have to ask twice. And then, there are the ones who did it the hard way. 9 teams clawed through the online qualifiers just to get a seat. No invite, no shortcut. Some massive names had to grind for their place the brutal way. Nobody here got an easy ride. Finally, there are the title defenders making a return to defend their trophy. But EWC, nothing is given, and the format only makes it more demanding. First up, the group stage. 4 groups of 4, double elimination, best of ones. Yes, 1 bad draft, 1 slow start, and you're fighting for your life. For the defeated teams dropping into the elimination bracket, it's best of 3s to survive. No second chances. Fail to show up here and you're booking a flight home. Out of the group stage, think you can finally breathe? The pressure's only just starting to close in. 4 quarterfinals, best of 3s, single elimination. This is where it gets brutal. The schedule's tight, prep windows are shrinking, and these teams are fighting their own limits. One mistake here, and you're done. The 2 fallen semifinalists get one last shot at the podium, 3rd place decider, best of 3, before it all ends with the grand final. 2 teams, best of 5, everything on the line, total war. And then, after all the triumph and tragedy, all the upsets and comebacks, one will lift the EWC trophy in front of the roaring French crowd. Survive the grind, dodge the choke, claim the throne. This is the Esports World Cup.
So always a lot of fun here at EWC, and for 2026, definitely do have a lot of big teams here, as we were just discussing, with a lot of the favorites around the world, but also going to be curious to see where Gen.g does end up, because they are the title defenders for League of Legends, but at the same time, not quite able to have the biggest impact, I would say, early on this year. So going to be pretty interesting to see where they end up. We do have 16 teams in the group stage, and then we do go into playoffs where we do have single elimination. But then also, as was said at the end there, we do have that extra game for the third place. So it's going to be pretty fun there. And pretty fun format as always.
Yeah, I mean, you have a good chance. I mean, you have a double elimination, especially today for the BO1. So, but doesn't mean that you have to lose one game. It means you want to win as much as you want.
Yeah, I think the best of one. It's weird because we've had best of threes basically everywhere now for what is starting to feel like a really long time. That best of one just adds that certain level of thrill factor again. Where you get in world at Swiss, but having it here as well. It's okay, form really is important. Show up. You have to. You can't have a bad draft. You can't start slow, like the video was saying, actually.
Yeah.
You have to come in hot.
It's not going to be easy, but there is a lot on the line, of course, because there is so much money. As always, here, the prize pool for League of Legends at EWC is $2 million. So even if you get in and you lose 2 best of ones, you still get 30 grand. It's not that bad, but obviously you do want to get...
Could be better.
It could be much better if you do get that top prize, or even some of those other prizes looking pretty good after all. And of course, you do want to get points for, the entirety of the Esports World Cup, for your squad, for your team, for your organization, just to make sure you can get those championship points. And definitely going to be fun at that. But guys, we do need to take a look at some of the groups we have here for EWC 2026. So here are the teams, as we do have 16 teams that did make it in. As an LCK representative myself, was pretty interested to see that D+ Kia made it in.
Yeah, guys.
Any other teams?
You want to talk about that for a second?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, somehow they manage it, and there's a lot of familiar team there, right?
Yeah.
We've been seeing, this is what kind of we used to, but there's some team not used to.
Yeah. It's weird seeing them there, given the year they've had, isn't it?
Yeah, and they are going to be part of Group A, which I would say is not an easy group. G2 look very good. ag.al here at EWC, I think that, while they haven't had the biggest banger performance in this entirety of this year, but they're still very strong. Even Furia looked all right over at MSI.
Yeah, I mean, Furia are just a very fun team in general. I've actually had the pleasure of being able to track CBLOL a little bit recently, and frankly, their hands, it's the mechanics that really get them across the line a lot of times, early skirmishes, and I think in a group like this where all of these teams are actually quite messy, and that's a lot of their style.
Yeah.
I think they'll fit in here, and again, best of one format, I think it suits them. If they can get off to an early start, especially through Tartu, weird things can happen.
Yeah, I mean, this group A, I'll say, if you messed up early game once, it becomes easily unbreedable, in the middle game. This is we've seen from MSI, how actually they can roll the game so fast, and it's there's no counterplay. So I think early game stuff has got to be really important.
Yeah, I do think that Group A is definitely one that we're going to have to look at, because, as you guys are saying, could be Furia, could be some of the favorites we have in the group. I think G2 might be the strongest group there, honestly.
Yeah.
Or the strongest team, rather, in the group. I would not be surprised if they do make it out in a pretty good situation. And we are going to see the other groups here in just a moment, just to give you an idea of what other squads we do have in what groups. Definitely going to be a fun time. I do wonder... Okay, here we go. Group B. Team Secret, Gen.g Esports, Harming Corp, and Sentinels. Any thoughts for these teams here?
I want to see how KC do, because I think they had a really, really weird MSI. Obviously, they died in play-ins, right?
Yeah.
But I think it was the nature in which they died in play-ins that was a little bit sad, because you could tell, as far as their team fighting is concerned, that they're there, but it was the macro that really let them down. Against a T1 as well, that wasn't really firing on all cylinders. That was a really beatable team. I think TL showed that. But yeah, KC, I think, hopefully have had a little bit of time to go away after MSI, come here and fix some of those issues that were, I think, very easy to the eye to spot.
Yeah, it's gonna be depends on like how they use the DOZ experience, like right, like playing against like the international team, it gives you so much experience as a player, as a team. Like it's just a whole org, like just managing actually playing in the international, playing against actual good team. Like it is really tough, but like depends on how you wanna accept the situation. Like sure, it was like rough series, rough game, rough whole tournament, but I think this is the way, this is the stage that I can actually reprove a game.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at Group C, we are going to have Bilibili Gaming, T1, GAM Esports, and Movie Star Koi. Definitely do have BLG as probably a very solid #1 here, but also T1's in their group. So T1 BLG is always an interesting matchup, although as you were just talking about, T1 is not necessarily at full form. Got to wait until Worlds for that probably. And then GAM Esports and Movie Star Koi, I'm not sure how they're going to do in this one. It should be pretty difficult.
Yeah, I'm weirded out by Koi a little bit. Like I think that they have the makings of a really great team for this meta, especially just because Alvaro and Elwioya like link up so well, but it just didn't seem to click for them fully domestically in playoffs, and that's an issue that hopefully they've had a lot of time to come in now and fix. There's the majors as well, so I want to see how the bot lane as a whole, because Super works, because Super is such a hyper carry centric AD.
Yeah, and for Group D, HLE, Lion, JDG, and MIBR. I do think that HLE are in a pretty good spot here. Although Lion, they looked good as well.
Yeah.
So
they almost won. Right?
I honestly, I walked away from that series feeling like Lion with a slightly better team throughout more of that series than HLE.
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't think that was like an unwinnable series for them at all.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you see like the game by game, like it was like there was so many times that they could have played this much better, they would have won just easily, like that series. Like the game, actually, it was like so winnable, but it looked like already so packed in Group D. Lion, HLE, JDG, like it's really packed.
It definitely is. I'm not sure what to expect from JDG rather, because in terms of the playoffs of LPL moving into MSI, it did look like it was very kind of up in the air. We didn't know exactly who was going to come through.
I think their prep and their drafts are going to be the most exciting part, because it's a Tabe-led project, and typically those teams tend to get very creative. And Gala, even though, yes, we like to see him on the Kaisers and the Jinxes and stuff, very, very flexible guy. Always has been. So I think they're going to be very happy in this meta regardless. And I think it also opens up for the bot lane, right? In general, the support to start linking up with the jungle.
Yeah, I would say that in terms of, LPL, LCK especially, we like to pick some fun at teams like D+Kia and even T1, who are sometimes really good, sometimes a little bit inconsistent, I would say. But it's a new tournament. It's a totally new country. It's a new situation here. And I would say that never count any of these teams out. Even if they didn't have a great performance at MSI, or even if they weren't even at MSI. They can definitely come in here and just shock a lot of people. That happens all the time. We have kind of the guys who are consistent at the top very often, who you would expect, but I would say pretty much every tournament there's at least 1 or 2 dark horses that come in and surprise us all. So let's take a look at the schedule for today as well, because we do have a lot of the games that are going to be determining which of these teams are going to be making it into some of those later rounds. So we're going to start off with Team Secret against Sentinels, Bilibili Gaming up against Koi, we got Furia up against G2 Esports, and JDG up against Lion. What do you guys think about these matchups today?
Yeah, I'm really, waiting for the JDG against Lion. It's gonna be pretty interesting, because I don't know what's gonna happen. Like, Lion did show up like really great performances in MSI especially, and you did mention JDG as well. Like, it's gonna be up in the air, and we'll see what's going on. Honestly,
I'm looking at Koi BLG. I think these two teams match up stylistically, like almost identically.
Yeah.
And Bin had like a awkward MSI. I'll call it an awkward MSI, where I feel like even though for Koi, Merwin's definitely been one of the weaker points of the team, he's always a player that does come out and surprise because of the very out there champion pool that he has. So I think that's something that hopefully we get to see them lean into, especially against BLG.
Yeah, definitely going to be pretty interesting to see which of these teams are going to be performing here at EWC 2026. We are going to have the opening ceremony in just a moment on the main stage, so looking forward to that as we are going to introduce all of our teams, and they're going to come out and be in front of that big audience that we do have, so should be a lot of fun. Just waiting on that one. And I'm sure there's so many fans here in Paris that are waiting to watch their favorite teams. They're going to get to see them in the opening ceremony. There's going to be a nice little performance. Got to see some of those rehearsals, so looking forward to that. Any team you guys are expecting to have some fun at this tournament? Any specific team that you think you want to see do better than we've seen so far?
I'm European, man. G2. Like, dude,
they
losing
did
to
pretty
NA.
well.
Well, yeah. Look, they beat T1, but it's like it was like a not
Just
super honorable
T1.
one because, like, okay, they finally did it after so many years, but it was like a T1 that didn't really feel like they were up to scratch. So it removed some of that like aura gain. And then they go on to get through by an NA team. Regardless of how regardless how good you feel like Lion is, getting through to NA is just
3-0, I think, is the biggest issue.
Yeah,
like, it didn't look close. It didn't look like G2 had a chance almost. So
I mean, what can I say? Just NA is better. 6-0.
Our NA representative here,
I mean, yeah, I mean, we're happy that, you know, won against EU, but the thing is, like, it's not done yet. Like, EU is, like, always, you know, we could win against EU all the time, but we gotta win this time against LPL or LCK team as well, because we've been not winning those.
Yeah. I think also coming into this EWC 2026 for League of Legends, I would say, you know, T1 didn't have the greatest performance at MSI. They still went pretty far, but it was one of their weaker MSIs we've seen as an organization. I would say, though, when it comes to EWC, they really step it up. I feel like it's, you know, they want to try to get that title back. They want to retain their throne over here at EWC. So I'm kind of looking forward to seeing them in a better spot, you know, after they definitely got shaken up by G2. So going to be a pretty fun tournament here at EWC 2026. Also curious about D+Kia, because it was actually funny. They did that kind of for fun tournament with some of the teams that were over in Korea boot camping, and they looked pretty good, but also they got kind of challenged a little bit in that one. So
they're
really
getting
know.
better.
I don't know.
They're on the progress, I think.
You think so?
I think so. I mean, we saw their, you know, performances in LCK round 1, round 2. Like, there was an awful game for them, but I think it could be easily better for them, like, especially in this tournament, I think, because, you know, it's a new environment. The atmosphere is different. There are so many, like, it's so crowded. I think if they get energy from the crowd, I think it's definitely possible.
Yeah. What do you think about D+Kia?
I mean,
any thoughts about this
outsider,
team?
I mean, look, I think this team is fun when Showmaker is the guy driving the team.
Yeah.
Right? Like, when Showmaker's driving the team, it feels good. And I feel like when he's not driving the team and then obviously, like, kind of providing space then for Smash and Korea to kind of just do their thing in team fights.
Yeah.
Yeah, the wheels come off quickly and very hard. So that's where it's at for me with DK. I think it just has to come through mid-jungle.
Yeah. I would just say, you know, Showmaker is like this grizzled veteran, and he's trying to, like, corral all of his rookies around him and get everybody on the same page. But they've been a team that for a while just doesn't really stick together as a unit, and it felt like they were trying to fix that, but actually they went too far in the other direction, where everybody was just like, okay, this guy went in, now I'm going to go in and die as well, like one after the other. So they really got to work on their teamwork, I would say, you know, as a squad, because individually we know they're very capable, but yeah, not 100% sure. Is there any other team outside of LPL and LCK that you guys think might have a chance at this tournament?
I mean, Lion, given the most recent MSI performance, right? Obviously, it's team inspired, as the memes have been growing, and I just feel like they've got very capable solo laners. We've seen that now, right? As it seems to go, everyone is better than Dokla until it's time to be better than Dokla up in the top side. Obviously, Saint has shown that he can go toe-to-toe with even the best mid laners in the world. And Berserker is a fantastic team fighter. And even, like, everyone on this team has stepped up. I think that's the important thing. Even though it's so driven and the narrative is around Inspired, everyone is doing their part.
Yeah.
And that's the important part about this team.
I mean, also for G2, I think it's like as long as they figure out some draft issues from the bot lane, I think it's really possible. Like they still had some time, like right, like it's just still like 1 week and 2 weeks. Like it's gonna be able to like fix the draft or get new champion, those kind of stuff. Like especially like no major stuff on bottoms. Like it's been really annoying on bottom, especially for the draft wise. So I think in the professional level, like you have to be able to like at least playable like those kind of champion right now in this meta. So I think that's gonna be the really big key for G2. I think for now.
I'm also excited for Team Secret. I think that they are very raw as a squad. They come from a region, talking with our guys that are going to be casting later that come from the LCP. A region that's very rookie heavy. It feels like they're not exactly consistent. They're trying to figure out exactly how to hands check, but also not go too far. Maybe like a bit of a more raw LPL, like what we used to see in the past, where teams would just kind of go crazy all the time and not really have a direction. So they have the ability, but I'm not sure if they're ready yet. But it's kind of an exciting team because I feel like, we were talking about Furia, who's kind of similar in that aspect. But I think Team Secret as well is one of those teams that actually prove themselves to a certain level at MSI and definitely could take games off of big teams.
I think it's Poon in the top lane and his crazy counter picks. Obviously the Volibear was like the big one. Which it's just one of those champions that you won't scrim against a lot.
Yeah.
And then then it's time to play versus him on stage and like, wow, this W healed him for 400 health.
What does this champ do again?
Do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you get surprised, especially in BO1, it's big. It's a huge. But they're playing against the veteran. Like the Sentinels, they're old. Like it means like they've been playing forever, these League of Legends. So for sure they're gonna know somehow like playing against the surprise pick, the broken picks.
Yeah, I just as an LCK guy myself, just thinking about Broken Blade's Kled and how T1 were like, wait, what? Like, wait, he can just solo both of us?
Hold on, he just got back up on the horse thing? Why did
What is
happen?
that? Why did it run away and then it came back? Like, is that on a timer? Like, how do we... Yeah, it just feels like, it can look a little bit silly when our pro players are like, what does this champ do? But I think... they obviously know what the champ does, but at the same time, it's like if you don't have multiple pro games against it, you're just not going to know exactly how it spikes, exactly how it feels in a late stage of the game in a side lane when there's 45 minutes and elders spawning and stuff like that. So definitely a lot of chances, I would say, especially when we have best of ones here, to kind of try to sneak games off of big opponents. And, BLG, they just came off of a very long MSI, almost won at the end, and then lost to Game 5. So where's their mental at? Are they ready to just come over to Paris and play a best of one against Koi?
Yeah, they should be. Like this look, think about how many times this team has finished second at internationals in the last 3 or 4 years. Like this is a team that's got a lot of resilience, that bounces back. And I think Danny really has these guys under his thumb, right? And I think he's really whipped them into shape. So even though, yes, it's a disappointing result to go 5 games, to lose to HLE, especially when you've already beaten them, and you beat them in a pretty convincing fashion as well in the first series, they'll be ready. They'll be ready, and I think, again, the main thing is just Bin steps up, and most of the rest of the squad was fine, right? Shun and On were great. Knight was mostly fantastic throughout a lot of that tournament. There's not really a lot to worry about for me.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. There's so many players that you can actually play through it, and it's like they've been, like as you said, I think it's just like they've been through Run and Roll for worse. So they've been probably worse, So the experience is gonna be there.
Also, definitely looking at that JDG Lion game as one where it's like, well, we didn't really get to see JDG. I think if you're not an LPL avid watcher, you probably don't know exactly what to expect from this team, but you just saw a lot of Lion gameplay. So, what do you think, Jamada?
I've got it.
Yeah.
It's Junjia. Junjia is a psychopath. Now, he's been reined in a little bit. But the main thing really is just the early career pathing and just how he makes games chaotic, if that's what JDG desire. And I think how that lines up against Inspired, who obviously is typically very calculated and very meticulous, is going to be the matchup to watch for me. Just because, again, Inspired did a lot of interesting pathing at MSI. He made games awkward if they had to be awkward. He made them very stalemate if they had to be stalemate. And I think against Junjia, who's typically very one gear, that's a matchup where I'm thinking, okay, well, Inspired, how are you going to deal with this guy? Because he will be up in your face. The second he's got lane power somewhere, he is going to come and attack you.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be pretty fun to watch that jungle matchup. We are going to take a look at the brackets that we have here for the specific groups. So, in terms of the opening matches, G2 up against Furia is going to be happening, and then, of course, D plus Kia versus ag.al. And then you go into an elimination match, decider match. You just want to make it to playoffs. You know, we saw the prize pool before. Even if you do get 16th place, you still get 30 grand. But at the same time, there's just so much on the line, not just in terms of money, but in terms of pride for your organization, trying to get as good of a placement for the championship points at EWC, but also just to try to prove if you're one of these teams that weren't at MSI or didn't place very highly in your region's playoffs and stuff like that, you want to prove that actually we are a good team that can stand with some of the best internationally. You guys were talking about, you know, trying to learn from, you know, some of the other teams when you are at an international tournament and just getting better in that fashion. So I do think that a lot of the teams here have a lot to gain by being at EWC outside of just the money and the pride. As here's Group B, Team Secret up against Sentinels. That's going to be our first match of today here on the secondary stream. And then Karmine Corp and Gen.g also going to be happening on the main stage. Going to be a pretty fun one at that. You guys think Gen.g's ready to play, or does Karmine Corp have a good angle? I think it's a pretty close matchup, actually.
I mean, 100%. I think it's 100% agree. Like, I think it's also the same questions for Gen.g, right? Like, they almost qualify for MSI, but being ends up disqualifying the MSI, and then are they ready? Are they mentals okay? And also, like, Karmine Corp, like, they shows like really good momentum. Like, even though like the result was not that great, like the progress was there.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing about both of them is that they have very similar issues, right? It's the support jungle, like, it's the support jungle synergy overall, and how they actually link up on the map. Because obviously, Dura and Canyon definitely been struggling, and I mean, we had it prime and center MSI between Lucio and Yak.
So here's Group C. We are going to have BLG versus Koi here on the secondary stage, and then also GAM versus T1 will be on main stage. I do think that T1 should be heavily favored there, even if, you know, they didn't look 100% at MSI. I would say, you know, GAM are good, but T1 is kind of on another level. That first match, I don't know. BLG should be favored as well, but it's a best of one. So I don't really know if BLG have it 100%, and I wouldn't count Koi out by any means.
Weird draft. I think Koi can make the game, like, different for BLG coming off the back of, like, I think what a meta that ended up kind of being solved in the end by MSI. So it's really about the prep, I think, for Koi.
And here's Group D. Life Esports up against MIBR, and then we have JDG against Lion, which is going to be the match that we are doing here on this stream. Does feel like HLE, you know, they're coming off of winning MSI against BLG in a best of 5.
Yeah.
And going through a lot of other very strong teams. So they should be the favorites for the group, I would say.
100%. I mean, they feel good, right? Like, they're really crisp. They play most recent, actually, the biggest tournament as an international. They also showed off like really good performances as well. But sure, they dropped a lot of the game, but doesn't mean that they lost the series. They won the series, so they're already the strongest team at the moment. So it's gonna be a tough one.
You know, it does feel like sometimes the teams play extra games almost on purpose. You know, they talk about the T1 circus all the time, where it's like, did they really have to go to Game 5? Did they have to go to Game 3? If we're talking about, you know, a league format, they get extra experience. They get a lot of stage experience.
Intentionally lose, or do they want lower bracket and then just play through all the way up? Do they want that?
It's a lot of practice. I think HLE, you know, they essentially win MSI, get on a plane to Paris, come over, just like us, actually, who were on the same flight. So MSI ends, get on a plane, come over here. You might expect that they're tired, but I think more often than not, the extra practice and the extra games actually helps our teams, which is why a lot of like lower bracket runs even happen, because they just get so much momentum.
Yeah, they'll be warm. They'll be warm. Like, and again, because we're on the same patch, I think probably important to mention, same patch as MSI. You know, I think between them and BLG, they were the two teams that were drafting the best, as well as just having really weird out there things, right? So they should be prepped, they should be ready, and by the time they start beating teams later in the bracket, which is the expectation, that can challenge them, that's where I want to see if they actually have anything else left in the bucket.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also really important to deal with the jet lag, right?
Yeah.
I think it's like the schedule, it is like kind of tough. So like it's same for us. So I know how, I don't know. I mean, they got to manage. Like that's where professional came from. So
yeah, there's a lot on the line, a lot for the teams to manage, and of course, a lot to do here at EWC. Let's talk about our championship, club championship points here in this video right now.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
So much to play for here, and we're only doing one small part of it at League of Legends, and we're also doing one part of the League of Legends as well, because there's 2 streams this year. Always very interesting. You know, I think it's a really good setup where you could watch your favorite team for one match early on the main stage, but then, you know, you got your other favorite team here on the secondary stage, and all these teams, as I mentioned before, just trying to fight for getting points for their club, essentially. That's really the biggest thing. It's kind of the overarching theme of the Esports World Cup. That's kind of the idea, and so always pretty fun to see. I do think that some of the teams here definitely gain a lot of points from League of Legends compared to other games.
Maybe.
I think T1 has other teams, but I would say that League of Legends is probably their main go-to. Is like Faker's definitely a big face for the org, and gen.g as well. I think that they actually do have a lot of other teams and stuff, but could be looking to try to get a lot of points at League of Legends. Any other squads that come to mind when you're thinking about the club championship?
I mean, G2.
Yeah.
G2 got a lot of fingers in different pies, and they have done for a really long time. And typically, they're high-end performers, actually.
Is
G2
it
teams.
a cottage pie or is it a shepherd's pie?
Oh, well, now that depends on
Depends.
I learned that today, yeah.
Yeah, depends.
Yeah.
What do you think, Cooney?
Yeah, I mean, I think the balance, I mean, this is really interesting, like the format, right? Like you have to kind of balance out for the org point. I think that's the one of, like, the other keys, like you're not going to be able to see like often, right? Like, because there's so many games playing for this whole, the international tournament, this whole event as well. I mean, this is like really important and it's really interesting.
Yeah, it's awesome here at EWC, and we do have an opening ceremony, I believe, that is coming in very quickly straight to you guys on the main stage. So let's jump to it right now.
Bonjour Paris, bienvenue à la maison. Welcome home. Guys, il existe beaucoup de ligues de champions, mais une seule ligue des légendes. Et nous y sommes. Things are about to get started. Ian, how are you doing?
I'm doing incredible. You know what? It is an unbelievable time to be a League of Legends fan. How are we doing, Paris? All good? Fantastic. Listen, the confetti had barely settled on the floor at MSI, and the best players in the world were already hopping on a flight from South Korea to Paris for the Esports World Cup. This is going to be epic.
Et vous le savez, pas de repos pour les braves, no rest for the wicked. But I feel like we've spoke enough, you know? Like, I think it's time to abrège, frère.
Abrège, frère.
Abrège, frère.
Ouais, enough talk. Let's bring out the 16 teams onto the stage.
First up, a LPL powerhouse, it's gen.g Gaming! Built for pressure, always dangerous when lights are on them.
Please welcome Lion! North America's top seed, determined to prove they don't just belong amongst the world's giants, they can beat them.
Le rêve d'un homme, 5 génies du jeu. What's the color? Green! Carmine, go! Could this be the year KC reaches the top of the world at home in Paris?
Let's keep moving. It's mibr. South America's representatives playing fast, fighting hard, and fearing no one.
We've got some boos here. Next up, welcome to G2 Esports! Europe's leading force with incredible talents. They carry hopes of an entire region on their shoulders. Au sommet de l'Europe, vous les connaissez, ce sont les G2 Esports.
Bienvenue, Furia! Fueled by the passion of Brazil and capable of turning an entire game on its head in a matter of seconds.
Next up is a big team. Hanwha Life Esports! HLE! Fresh from lifting the MSI trophy, arriving in Paris with the hottest momentum ever. Ils sont venus chercher un nouveau trésor à Paris.
Tough team to beat, indeed. Let's now welcome ag.al! China's fearless challengers, already proven against elite opposition, and capable of shaking up this entire tournament.
Welcome, DK! An organization with a huge international record. Ils vont représenter la LCK fièrement. Ils viennent pour retrouver une gloire d'antan, mesdames et messieurs. DK!
Please welcome Movistar Koi! Tough old crowd here in Paris, but they're not afraid of them. They bring that famous Spanish fire with a nation behind them and the best in the world in front of them. Come on, guys.
Billy Gaming! The MSI runner-ups who almost touched the trophy and surely have a revenge to take here in Paris. Parce qu'à l'EWC, on ne vient pas pour être deuxième.
Here we go. T1! The most decorated organization in League of is history, led by the man who has defined this game for more than a decade.
Next up, we have GAM Esports. They will probably be representing Vietnam on the international stage. The odds have never scared them. Est-ce que le Shonen GAM peut continuer à Paris à l'EWC?
Coming onto the stage, Sentinels! The North American side, whose return to League has brought them all the way here to Paris.
Et bienvenue à Team Secret Wales, the APAC contenders with experience, with confidence. Attention à ne pas sous-estimer Team Secret.
And finally, the team to beat, Gen.g! Last year's Esports World Cup winners, the title defenders, return to this stage to prove that victory was not the destination, it was only the beginning.
Devenu une référence mondiale, bien au-delà de la Corée du Sud, les gen.g sont là pour conserver leur titre.
A crowded stage, packed with the best in the world, looking to make history once again at the Esports World Cup. And we start off with a ruthless group stage.
Best of ones, anyone can fall. Bienvenue au group stage de l'Esports World Cup League of Legends.
Faites du bruit!
I am the arena. I am the slaughterhouse. I am the cathedral where empires are born. I am the grave where their thrones are torn. When the crowd pour in like the Seine under the Pont Marabout, heroes are minted in my light. Mythologies whispered into the long night. I choose no sides. I keep no score. I only hold the silence before the first roar. I've watched new faces being carved into gods in a single day. A single fight. A single flash of brilliance that rewrote every record in sight. I also saw them fall. Kings, egos, names, all crumbled by one bad call, one missed spell. One doubt that was never meant to dwell. I have watched brilliance take over, mastering the rift by the speed of thought, a moment of perfection that cannot be bought. I held the breath before the kill, and caught the long exhale when the final one fell. I am the beast who cradles legends in my glow, and the same one that swallows them whole. And yet, I am still here, waiting for the next souls brave enough to walk my stage, to take their places beneath my gaze, to rise or to fall, and to seal their fates.
An absolutely epic opening ceremony here for League of Legends. Obviously, gen.g walking out at the end with their big EWC trophy from last year. The team to beat is what it was said, and yes, they are the title defenders, but at the same time, there's just so much competition here. Feels like every year we don't know exactly which team is going to make it. Maybe gen.g actually do play much better here at this EWC and surprise us all. Would be pretty interesting to see that. Obviously, they have some pretty big names, but yeah, anything else that stood out to you guys from the opening ceremony?
Yeah, I mean, it's from Gen.g perspective. There's 15 teams and looking at them and trying to get the trophies out of the way. Like, I think it's a lot of pressure, right? I think that's the big key today. Like, just you have to deal with the pressure, and it's a really important, like, how you start the day for the day one, especially. Like, that's how it's gonna be being ends up for the BO3. It's gonna be related. BO5 is gonna be related.
I just feel like the fact that Gen.g weren't at MSI, but were very much likely scrimming all of the good MSI. Like, they had to have just been the scrim partner of the tournament because they weren't competing, right? So again, I think the learnings from those scrims is probably going to have done a lot more work than we're ready for. Because again, it's not like they lost out on not making it to MSI by like some long, large stretch.
Yeah.
It was one game, right? So they're still going to be scary. So I think still realistically one of the teams to beat, or the team to beat, really.
Yeah, I mean, who knows how strong they got through all those scrims, and just the fact that you get to, as you said, be the main scrim partner, because you don't want to scrim the other teams that you might face off in a best of 5 against, because you're going to be showing off a lot of your stuff in those scrims, whereas Gen.g could have shown anything and the other teams could have shown anything to them. So I feel like they get the best learning from that, at least. But they don't get a lot of stage experience, but I don't think really any of these guys, they don't need that.
Do they need more
maybe
experience?
a little bit.
Yeah, maybe
a little
Dura.
bit, yeah. But otherwise, I think, you know, guys like Ruler, Chovy should be pretty okay. I don't know what their form is going to be like, but definitely looking forward to seeing that. If you guys missed it from the top of the show, we do have Team Secret up against Sentinels for our first match, and I do think that it is going to be fun to see who's going to show up here from these two teams, because my money's kind of on Team Secret at the moment, but it's a best of 1.
So, same, but also Sentinels have this weird thing where they do play up to the level of their opponent, at least in NA. Their record in spring was really funny because the series score was like borderline terrible. They almost like missed out on playoffs, but their actual game score was something silly like, I don't know, I'm just going to arbitrary numbers here, but it's like 11-9.
Yeah.
Right? So all their series went the distance. This team, I think, again, it's predominantly made up of Korean players, right? So this like mechanical skill floor is a lot higher than you'd probably anticipate, especially considering when, you know, you look at the domestic record and it's like, oh, hey, they finished 4th. They're here at EWC though, because they qualified through and did beat, you know, pretty much all of the good teams. They ran through the upper bracket in the quals.
Yeah, I mean, NA team is also really known as like you lose against any team.
Yeah, yeah, you can. Yeah.
So I mean, for them, for the Sentinels perspective, like they don't want to, you know, drop the first game from EWC day 1.
Yeah, I do think there is some pressure there, especially because it is a very strong group. You got to start off strong. In terms of experience here, it does feel like it's a little bit all over the place because you got guys like Impact, like Hui, but then you also have like Hanbok and Rahel.
Yeah.
Like, they played a bunch actually in Korea, but it wasn't necessarily at a big or high level. Like Hanbok was on Bro, I think, for a while, but they
got
weren't.
summoned Egon back.
Yeah. Where's Seagon?
Where is he?
He's on the other stage.
Yeah.
But yeah, like he played in the LCK, but also he wasn't like, I think he played like half split, and then like Kroko came in, so you know he has some experience, but it wasn't like he was playing on playoff stages. And I think when you're on a gigantic stage like this, there's going to be a lot more pressure than I think some of these younger, lesser experienced players will be ready for.
And that's why I really want to track Darkwings, because obviously he is the de facto rookie of the team. And honestly, he's done really well this year. He did get a little bit of time last year as well, so like hard calling him a rookie is maybe a little bit of a lie now, but the champion pool is very, very specific. It's very tied into these majors, like Hui, who obviously started to like drip in towards like maybe your game 3s and 4s, but he's a specialist at those kind of majors, right? Your mid-range majors. And when you get to that point, as long as his pool hasn't been pushed out, if we're talking Fearless, obviously, he's a player that can actually contest. If he gets out of lane equal to almost any opponent, his team fighting is incredibly good.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of in-game, like, I think it's just really, right now, the meta is so easy to transit to, like, playing around Team Combat, just playing early game and make it hectic and chaotic, play for the tempo. Those things are so easy right now and so valuable, too. So I think it's a really great. It's a really great opportunity, like for just opens up like really great series.
And I think that's what Histo and Poon proved. MSI. They are chaos specialists. I would like to call them. Especially we learned, don't give Histo Lee Sin. Don't do it.
No.
It doesn't seem like a worthwhile risk.
Yeah. That's always the champion, I feel like, you know, but especially for Histo to kind of go into that level of like, you know, we've said that about Lee Sin for many other players. Like, don't give Canyon Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Don't give Shin Lee Sin. Don't give the ex-player Lee Sin. Don't give Levi Lee Sin. You know, how many players do we have to do this with? But like now he's joined that echelon of like, oh, I'm that kind of jungler that you don't want to, you know, you can't give this, especially because Lee Sin, he got those buffs to safeguard.
Yeah.
Like 2-3 patches ago, and then ever since then he's been kind of a mainstay here and there in the meta. So definitely very good. I think as well their solo laners are very interesting. You know, they're going to be bringing in weird picks, and also just very chaotic. You know, this is a team, a very young region, a very young team where is very raw. They're good at the game, but also can they close out games in a very solid fashion like we see from some of our other regions teams?
And
Not sure.
I think that's the exciting part about this roster, just kind of like the grander narrative of we just came off of a year where obviously CFO came in and were so exciting for all of 2025. And when that roster got picked apart, I feel like a lot of LCP fans were like, welp, like, we might be back in the trenches again. But, you know, Team Secret Royals come in, first MSI, and they look fantastic, man. Like, that was a very promising showing. And I think here they're going to continue to try and, you know, put pride on the line for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the player perspective. Like, I've been experiencing those, like, the first year attempt at international tournament. Like, the first time when I was in MSI, it was, like, really fun. Like, oh, I was actually having fun. Oh, I guess I'm kind of good. Like, oh, I guess I was at international level. I guess, like, that's what I did. And it's like, after that, I attempt to Worlds, and it's like, international tournament, it was really tough. I dropped the one game. GG. Basically, that's what happens. So, like, it's really, really important, like, how you want to take it as a player. Like, do you want to enjoy this moment, or do you want to, you know, you really don't want to just like lose your mentality and just go home, as what they said. Do not book your flight ticket. Early.
It's rough. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on all of these players, I would say, especially for this first match. Like our other matches have a lot of veterans, a lot of teams that have been kind of around the block, whereas these two teams, you know, they have some experience, but not necessarily as much as you would like. So, you know, who's going to show up for the best one? Who's going to be ready?
I think the fun thing, on top of everything else we've been talking about for Team Secret, is typically teams from the LCP especially, they're very underrepresented by forward-facing people in general, right? Like, it's a region that doesn't get a lot of watch all the time. And so I think that bleeds in a lot to then the gameplay where these teams are hungry. Like, I think a lot of the time you'll see historically, like, Western teams will come into LPL and LCK games and they're playing not to lose. And there's a big difference between playing not to lose and playing to win. And I feel like Team Secret will come in playing to win. Like, they don't care if they make the play that messes up the game. They're here to actually leave a mark on the tournament and win their way.
Yeah. And I would say that a lot of the teams that, you know, I don't know, Sentinels, you said they played a lot of games in their region, but I saw Hambach at LCK. I saw Rahel in Challengers. I think he also had some LCK games.
Yep.
I don't know if they're going to be ready. It's part of the reason why I think that Team Secret, in my mind, is the big favorite for this one. But I don't know. I'm ready to be surprised because they have the hands for it. You know, they have the hands, but yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
I mean, speaking of the hunger you mentioned about, like, I think the I'm like a really close friend. Like, I was a close friend with the Impact. Like, he's like still hungry. Like, I don't know how he maintained the hunger. Like, he always just talk about the League of Legends 24/7. Like, he always ask like what pick is good in this meta. Like, he was like always trying to talk. Like, even though we go out to dinner with Impact, like, he was always asking me like, what do you think is good? Like, I think this is good. Like, what do you think? Like, let's have a discussion. Like, he's the type of the guy. So I believe he still does it. Like, he's crazy for that. So I believed it, but at the same time, as you guys mentioned a lot, like, I think the Team Secret, so like they're strong. I think I have really good faith that they can actually easily make us surprise today.
I think a lot is going to come down to the leadership of Huhi and his ability to really steer the ship of this team, especially if Team Secret Worlds start to speed up the pace of the game, make things chaotic, maybe make it about jungle camps, right? Like just like chicken invades, off cooldown, whatever it is. Sentinels need to be able to slow down the game to their pace and how they want to play it. Because, again, typically, NA teams, very slow. Like, even Lion, right? Sure, they made it top 3 MSI. They did it predominantly being very slow until they were really pressed up against the wall versus teams like ag.al and G2, where it's like, okay, we have to play fast to actually survive here. And that's experience that Sentinels didn't get. So I'm curious about how quickly they're actually going to play the game, because this does feel like a meta where things change quickly, like minute to minute, just based on how quickly objectives are spawning up. Whether it's like lane priority, itemization, all of these things have really trended towards just like fight, skirmish, 24/7, and that's experience that Sentinels didn't get at MSI.
I didn't really get that experience. I do think that, especially, you know, we're here on the secondary stage, right? There is a massive main stage that eventually these teams are going to have to play on, hopefully. I would assume that probably every team gets, you know, one stage here, one stage there, but you know, it's good to start off on the secondary stage if you're not 100% ready to go, right? Or if you're not, if you're a little bit nervous,
it's like a feeler, an appetizer.
Yeah. You know, I'm every one of these players, even if they're not super experienced, they've played on stages like this before, right? So they should be at least pretty comfortable there. You know, they've got like a couple of rows where you have like even staff from your team who are cheering you on directly. It might even feel somewhat scrim-like. So I do think that, you know, when everybody's comfortable, maybe Sentinels can really show some cool stuff. And I'm getting word that we're getting very close to starting this first game, which I'm sure that you guys are chomping at the bit to get into this one. So you do see the players already setting up on the stage. And, yeah, it's going to be a fun one. One best of one to see who's going to start off in a good spot in the group. And, yeah, money can be on one team or the other. But, again, best of one. Very curious to see what's going to happen. Looks like Team Secret Wales already getting some cheers from the audience as we get the zoom in on the team.
Yeah, I mean, the energy is there. The crowd is there. I mean, there was not many people here, but like I think it's just like as soon as like the opening ceremony is over, they just came here to actually just watch the game. Pretty good.
Yeah, slight crowd favorite as far as the stage here is concerned. Don't think it's going to bother Sentinels too much though.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty interesting. Darkwings looks like he's ready to go. Very much in the zone, looked pretty relaxed, to be honest, which is, I think, exactly the mindset you want to have coming into this best of one. Just play your game. I'm sure that, you know, you can get some scrims going. You can try to figure out what the enemy team is going to do. But at the same time, it does feel like you just got to play your game. You just got to do what you prepared and make sure you're ready to go. Maybe do some meditation. You know, that's a faker favorite, obviously. And we did see that Hui was doing that. As we have the coaches, we have the teams ready on stage. We are going to be hopping into draft in just a moment. So very curious to see as well, you know, where the meta is going here after MSI. And it looks like we do have our casters ready to go. So guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Valdez. That was an absolute phenomenal sort of series. That opening ceremony was incredible. My name is Pike. I'm joined with Logan as we are here to take you through this first fantastic game. It is Team Secret Wales versus Sentinels. Logan, it's going to be a spicy one.
Oh, g'day. I'm so excited for this one as well. As you said, that opening ceremony, it was phenomenal. And these teams here today, Team Secret Wales of the LCP and Sentinels from the LCS. Oh my goodness, that zoom in on that key that is, you know, everything's riding on that. If they drop out, it gets crushed. But right now we're in those upper brackets, so we are chilling before we get into that draft, Pike.
Yeah, and you got to look at this stage as well. It's looking phenomenal. Well, these teams are looking prime and ready. A lot of them coming from MSI. Team Secret Wales having a pretty good run at MSI too. So they're starting to show up. They're starting to prove their name out here. But Sentinels, it's another story. Both these teams hungry, virile, ready to go and want to take these stage further. Because remember, it's a best of one. It's only one game, so draft's really important here.
Best of one means everything matters. You cannot leave anything on the Rift here, right? You've got to get those meta picks. You've got to get those comfort picks, things that you are comfortable on. And let's take a look at the draft here. As you can see, Sentinels coach Golden Glue, you know him, you love him. He is a household name over in the LCS. And then we've got Deos over here for Team Secret Wales. I thought it was actually Warhorse as well there, but we've got some coaching, and I love these graphics that we're seeing here. As these players, they're going to go through these drafts and they're going to take a minute to decide on what they want.
That's the big thing, right? Is like there's so many big picks here. We saw MSI was so massive. We saw a great diversity in what we saw, especially those majors in the bot lane. I think this is one thing we're going to be watching the whole time we're here at EWC. It's going to be very interesting. But again, it's just versatility. It's where do these champions go? We have tanks up in the top side, but you also got hella bruisers. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, we already have some of these bans coming through. I love the bans coming out of Sentinels. They've hit that Nautilus early, that phenomenal support who's able to engage on those long-range bot-side comps, right? That Ashe Seraphine, they hate that Nautilus. Poppy shuts down any of those sort of dashes, which we're already seeing coming out of Sentinels. They've got Lee Sin already, that hard early aggression, and they've robbed his toe of it.
Oh, I can't believe that. Robbing his toe is a bit of a nightmare, but it's going to be so good on Humbug here. They're going to be feeling really strong, pulling out big moves in the start of the game. It's going to be a bit difficult for this Ezreal and Karma, but at the same time, it's still an Ezreal. You're going to be able to dash out, you're going to have a little bit of safety, and you're all about playing a little bit sort of back. You can take laning phases yourself. Karma's going to be roaming around. It is going to be BA, moving around the map and trying to influence mid, top, even the jungle.
That's the thing I do love about this bot side comp, right? You can leave an Ezreal alone to farm all on their own while you actually have impact on that rift. Karma gets around faster than you expect, but I'm also loving these other bans we're seeing. We've seen Camille banned. She's such a high prio support. Immediately coming out of MSI, she's super aggressive, right? She's the Lee Sin of support. You need to go hard and fast early with this one. Bard, just an absolute menace, taken away. So you can tell they've done their research here. Rumble with all of that top lane priority, but his toe for me, I think he has to get that Xin Zhao. He is phenomenal on that champion, but then it depends on the draft.
That is so true, but you've picked up the Rise now, so we're past the first pick phase, and it's looking really good. The Rumble being locked in tells me they are looking for some big team fights. They're going to be looking mid to late game, but Lee Sin's going to be working the map. As long as it's going to be a relatively decent sort of matchup in the top side, we're thinking most likely a Cassante, usually sort of that answer into the Rumble, means we're going to see a little bit more, but there it is. Din Xin Zhao has been taken off the board. They are now looking at his toe as this playmaker that is going to move the map. There are other options too. J4 could still be up, but it hasn't been banned out yet. So Cassiopeia, Anivia now taken out too. They're looking at the mid game. They're looking at taking out Dark Wings a little bit further out, but we have seen the Anivia and the Cassiopeia in the spot side. But Jin being locked in. Now I'm looking at supports. What do you put with this Jin to really power through this team?
One thing before we get to that, they have clearly identified Histo as the threat. They just banned J4. These are his two most played to date champions in 2026. He comes in here as the youngest player. He was the youngest going into MSI. He's the youngest here at EWC, and those are his top two most played. So Sentinels have done their homework. They've done the research and gone, Histo, you do not get comfort. You do not get meta. You have to work even harder for this. But as you said, Anivia gone. So a lot of that playmaking ability, those walls, and we're seeing Wukong locked in here for Histo of Team Secret Wales. I kind of like this pick. The engage potential from this, really good, and Bruiser, as you called.
Yeah, like this is the big thing, right? There's not too much front to back right now for Secret Wales. They are very sort of that poke heavy. They want to lock them down a little bit, but right now, Wukong coming in, going to get that Cyclone off, is going to do a really good job. Now, the Orianna. I don't know how we missed this logo because this champion has been all over the Rift for months now. So being this sort of high priority mid laner too, it does well into the Rise, and paired up with the Lee Sin, that's a ball delivery system if ever I've seen it, and I'm very scared to see this mid jungle duo for Sentinels really pop off.
One thing that's interesting to note to me is both of these comps are looking very fragile right now. Rumble is in that top side for impact, but Rumble is not your traditional tank. He can dish out a lot of damage, but he can't take a lot of damage.
Oh! Blitzcrank being locked in. That is aggression if ever I've seen it, Logan. Pairing it with the Jin, you're going to have great lockdown. That is huge. He must be feeling good today.
Yeah, and after we saw Delight on Blitzcrank at MSI, he was an absolute menace. But what are these compositions right now? I mean, Impact is clearly on the Rumble in the top side, but what is... there we go, Tim. Yep. So they were messing with my emotions there. Oh my goodness. Cassante. That classic Cassante Rumble top lane matchup. So it's going to be a much slower lane, but it's going to be that front line that Team Secret Wales so desperately needs. But this is the 8th most played champion in Pun's history, right? I was expecting something a little spicy from him, but I just don't think the Sentinels composition allows for it.
Look, that's it. When there is a Blitzcrank in this game, it is all about having that wall. Cassante is that wall. You need to keep Eddie alive as long as possible. You need to keep D-Ray surviving these fights and be able to come in with a Realm Warp and do some damage. So that's what I'm really looking at here. Is you can see Warhorse, you can see Deos there having a chance saying, what is the team's next move? Where do they put that focus? And it has to be this bot side for Team Secret Wales. They need to give Eddie a slight lead, an edge, a movement in the game, and they should be able to run away with it. But you can't ignore Sentinel's team comp here is damage, damage, damage.
Aggression across the rift coming out of the Sentinels here. And this is their first international, right? Sentinels joined the LCS here in 2026, and they have made it through the online qualifiers to get to EWC. So they really want to put on a good show for this international event here. And, you know, sometimes they can be quite feast or famine, but right now you have to be feast. Yes, this is at the upper brackets, but it's a BO1. You lose here, you get knocked down to the lowers, and you are on your last chance, and that is not where you want to be for both of these teams, Pike. So really excited for both of these compositions. Team Secret Wales, they've gone with the more the traditional front to back. They've got the front line in Cassante, but a lot of poke. However, Sentinels, hyper aggression.
It's pick potential. That Blitzcrank is where I'm going to be looking at who he needs to be making plays early and aggression. And we're getting onto the rift here now, Logan, ready for game one, the League of Legends at EWC 2026. And it is going to be a big one. This is both these teams. Like you said, it's Sentinel's first time at an international event. Secret Wales, they've come off some good wins at MSI. It's two teams looking to make their mark here. And here we go, 30 seconds in, they're on the rift, and we're seeing what their play is going to be. But it looks pretty stock standard.
Yeah, both teams, though, they have a fair bit of international experience, right? Obviously, Sentinels, they've got Impact, a former world champion. So he brings a lot of experience to these games, and Team Secret Wales, though, they've been to so many international events. They have a lot of international experience. They're able to handle the pressure that comes with these live crowds, these marathon best-ofs, which obviously isn't the case here being a BO1, but they know what they're in for. They've been here before, and they can do it again. As we do take a look here, we've got D-Ray in that mid lane on that rise. Do love to see him on that. I want to see, as you were saying, Team Secret Wales, I think their bot lane will be what will be their win condition, but I think Sentinels, their mid through top, can be their win condition.
Yeah, I think it's that Lee Sin Orianna combo, right? I think that's one of those big things that a lot of teams really utilize well, especially at this pro level. They can get that ball delivery in. One good shockwave, we've seen teams do it before, can turn the tides. So we'll have to see, as we have hit a little technical pause, and we're just going to see these fantastic teams on your screen. But still, we got onto the rift, and I'm kind of curious, what do you think is going to be like the major final factor of this series, this particular game, Logan? Where do you think the action's going to be?
I dare say you almost hit it in the nail on the head with the Orianna Shockwave, right? We have seen Caps, we have seen Faker get those 4-man, those 5-man Shockwaves that has ended a team fight before it has even begun, and then they've just been able to run straight down mid and take the game. But that will be mid through late game. We're still, oh, good hook from Louis.
Look, it's going to be the rocket grab that is going to pull BA in, but it's still a Karma. You do have a lot of the Mantra shields. You can play relatively safe and get some damage back, but you can see they're getting ready for that level 2 as second wave is prime, but we'll have to see, because already I can see Humbuck is down bot side. Could be looking for a level 2 gank.
Yeah, junglers have started on opposite sides of the rift here. We've got his toe on the top side. We've got Humbuck on that bot side. But a great first hook coming out of Huhi to put that pressure onto Team Secret Wales. You must respect the Blitzcrank hook. Yes, they've lost in HP for now, but they're also up in health potions as D-Ray walking forward aggressively into Darkwings. He needs to be careful. He has warded out this camp though, so Humbuck probably not going to be able to get anything done here as Pun looking low into the likes of Impact on that Rumble.
Yeah, but the big thing here is Pun still has a slight lead. So yes, you're looking low. You're always going to go low into a Rumble in Cassante matchup, but it's not about the early game. It's about how fast and passionate. But look at Pun already taken so low. Has to back up. Flash goes forward. Impact flashes too, and they do just survive. No health, no mana for either side, but it is electricity in this top lane.
Pun is feeling himself, world champion or not. He will take it to you in the 1v1. Nearly takes takes out Impact. Well played by Impact there, respecting the flash board from Pun on that Cassante, and nothing comes of it. It's just burnt Summoners, but they are now prime for ganks, and we see Humbug on that top side. Pun has made it back out onto the rift using that teleport. He needs to be so careful. He's really pushed up right now, so a gank could come through there. But we're back on those bot sides. The wards are down, and it doesn't look like a gank will be coming through. Histo just finishing his jungle.
I think the big thing here is I'm surprised that there wasn't that early level 3 Lee Sin gank. I think I would have liked to see that out of Humbug, but nice hook there, does miss. Now they're trying to move forward, and this is good aggression from Team Secret Wales on this bot side. It's what we wanted to see, but both sides can scale quite well. You do have a Ryze, you do have that Ezreal. They want to play in that mid-late game, but you got to look at the other side. There needs to be that early aggression. If Lee Sin doesn't get those kills online fast, they're going to start falling off.
I really am surprised that Humbug didn't go for that onto Cassante, actually. He was in the topside jungle of Team Secret Wales. He definitely could have wrapped around, but Pun did have a ward, had the vision, as Histo just appears bot side, gets a ward down, and Sentinels do spot him, so he's going to take that recall. But in the mid side, they've got their recalls. Humbug, though, might be looking for something here. He's trying to play around vision. They need to be careful.
Yeah, it looks like he might be looking for a big rocket grab, as there's the flash forward. Eddie able to move, but flashes the wall, able to survive a little bit longer, and you know what? 5-minute cooldown, that is on the clock, and we could be seeing a repeat gank onto Eddie.
Yeah, that's a 5-minute timer, as you say, and if that aggression comes through again, he's going to be stuck. That was fantastic shift from Eddie being able to get away, forcing them to overcommit and then flashing over the wall. BA, safe as you please. He wasn't the target. They weren't going for him, so no cooldowns expended there. Sentinels back away, starts a recall as this mid lane fight is somewhat hotly contested. Both of these mid laners, the Darklings has committed that teleport, but D-Ray traditionally has that ghost, also has that flash, so we'll be able to take any sort of ganks that come through that mid side. So well positioned there. And credit to Impact, he is catching up on the CS in this top side matchup.
Yeah, look, and that's to be expected, right? We do know that that's going to be the single case. Rumble, especially Impact, very well-known player, incredibly skillful, has the hands, and this is going to be a test for Pun. They have to be a little bit more safe, I would say, in this lane. If they're not, it could be a disaster. So we have to really see Pun is going to be that front line, like we've said, and now BA being looked at, going to be hit up. This could be first blood, as it's a good flash, but still takes the resonating strike. BA still running half health. Here's Histo, looking for a bit of a cheeky fight too, but no. Isn't able to do it. First dragon has spawned. It is going to be that Infernal, so a little bit of extra damage will go a long way in this early game.
Yeah, I think BA kind of got lucky there. Who he was going to predict with that hook, but unfortunately, because of the lockdown from the Deadly Flourish, is who he moving again. BA was able to dodge it and hold the flash, which got him away from the follow-up engage, and then Histo showed face. Sentinels respected that. We're like, all right, no worries, we will back away. But who he is roaming, who he is looking to make impact early. He's already left that bot side, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to get other lanes ahead here. We're going to win through this mid through top side that we were talking about earlier as well. And the Drake has been started up. Histo is onto it.
But it's who's first to the dragon. So you're right, it is Histo, but can Eddie and BA leave this bot side? We have seen Rahel sitting there comfortably, just holding the waves back, but now they're getting the shove. BA should be looking to make a rotation up, but if you leave Eddie unattended, it could be a disaster. One good hook can get the kill. It's just a shame that they haven't locked those kills down early, just not enough damage. But Humbug looking for a potential dive up here with Impact, but no, says, you know what? It's fine. Let's back it off. We're going to trade the drag. Grubs aren't even up yet. You still got 1 minute and 45 seconds on those, so this could just be them looking to see if they can make some plays across the map, but it is Secret Wales, slight lead. It's not much, but it's 300 gold.
I do like that we saw Humbug on that top side. That was a big wave that was crashing, but I think they respected the fact that it is still a Cassante. Cassante is one of the hardest champs to dive under a tower, no matter what you might think of your opponent as BA going in.
Yeah, looking for a fight. Does get hit with a rocket grab, but there's a lot of damage. Shuhi, Eddie's been hit with that. Cyclone is good. Is it going to be enough? They get first blood. Secret Wales are on the board, and they are going to be chasing them just a little bit further, but it is first blood for Histo.
Team Secret Wales take the first blood. They get that first blood gold bounty as well, and they've put themselves ahead. They're currently at 1,000 gold advantage with 1 minute before the Grubs, 4 minutes before that second Drake. So great position to be in. The kill did go over to Histo too, so you want that accelerated jungler.
Youngest player here is looking for those big damage. We'll have to see. As you can already see, it is Histo already working towards that top side. Probably going to do a little top side clear, then look at those Grubs as they spawn in 45 seconds. But great aggression, and a bit of counterplay there too. BA felt very comfortable, knew that Histo was in the area for that, so I love to see it. We'll have to see if they can start making moves across the board again. But now, Hex Flash over the wall. It looks like it is who you may be looking for something, but okay, they're just backing it off. It has also been D-Ray as well, has sort of had to take a little bit of the back seat in a lot of these mid lanes too, so I'd like to see them get a little bit accelerated. Looking for something.
Yeah, Team Secret Wales is here. The whole team, it's a big fight.
They want some more. Is he getting knocked out? Shockwave is good, but is it going to be D-Ray? Has to flash. Look at the backside though. There it is. Another kill for Histo. Looking for more. He has to be careful. They're getting low. They're getting dangerous, but the hook goes forward. It pulls in BA. They're underneath the tower now. They're not going to be able to hold on just that much longer. Rahel picks up the kill, and it is a 1-for-1.
Ultimately, only a 1-for-1 for that massive team fight. They did bring 4 members each here. Histo has both of those kills, so their jungler is ahead, but Rahel comes out on top here, picking up that 1 kill. Down 10 CS though, so Eddie still gold advantage, but it is nice to see Rahel catching up, and that priority over to Team Secret Wales, they're able to get onto those grubs. But let's take a look at this replay. It's Humbug aggressing forward, trying to take these camps from Histo, and Team Secret Wales, they collapse. They see the play coming, and they go for it. D-Ray caught on the side, forced to flash after the deadly flourish, but that pulls 2 members of Sentinels away from the main fight. So Team Secret Wales use their numbers advantage to collapse onto the Sentinels, and the hook from Huhi to drag BA in to give them something back. Otherwise, that could have been an absolute disaster from an overly aggressive play.
As a great consolation prize, unfortunately, they did still miss out on the Void Grub, so it was Secret Wales able to get that productivity. As they're looking for something, Relwalk's coming in. D-Ray wants to join this fight. Humbug is a little bit low, has to ward hop away, but it is just a bit of a rough spot. But look at Pun up here too. Doesn't have much mana, is about 3/4 health, so have to be a little bit careful. Flash goes forward again. 5-minute timers be damned. They're just flashing every chance they get. D-Ray, Histo, they're coming up. They're looking for more. Humbug can't hold on. It's Pun with their first kill here at EWC, and a great reactive play.
I was like, Pun, what are you doing? You just saw Humbug on the Lee Sin there, and he baits it in. He knew exactly what he was doing. He all outed and turned it around on the Sentinels. Team Secret Wales are up 3-1 against Sentinels right now. 1k gold lead. Objectives starting to appear on the map again. 1.5 minutes to that Drake. Huhi here, probably going to look for that hook, or just tell them to bugger off.
Yeah, look, I think they're saying maybe we want to go for something here, but impact's low. You've got to be super careful with that, because Pun can stay quite tanky in these fights and hold on a little bit more. They do have that Negatron toe, because they're going to have that little bit of magic resist too. Maybe staying here for Pun is not a bad idea. You do have that blue buff, so you're able to get a little bit more mana. Equalizer drop just to clear the wave. I do respect that.
Yeah, you got to get that CS. You got to slow the advance down. I mean, Impact is currently ahead in CS now too, so he has Porte up, and he is sort of keeping the lane stable, right? Sentinels can depend on their top laner. Again, former world champion, so you know he's good at this. And we take a look at the vision control, right? Both teams have so much vision through these rivers, especially around that mid lane. D-Ray, he hasn't been ganked yet, so to speak. They're trying to make some plays on him, but they're more opportunistic than forced.
I think D-Ray's happy to take the back seat here. You want to get those items on the board, like already just got Swifty boots, maybe a tier. It's not the greatest start for a Rise, but when is it ever really a great start for a Rise when you're trying to get that tier online and get that scaling on board? But yeah, gold lead is still quite comfortable. 1k gold for Secret Wales here, like you said, with those 3 kills. But we need to start seeing what Sentinels can do to be a bit more proactive. They haven't got an objective on the board just yet. Secret Wales have that control. We need to start seeing those early aggressive plays again. Remember, we have a Lee Sin in the game. We want to see Humbug do something with it.
I mean, the thing is, we are seeing Humbug do things. He's just not coming out of those fights well. 0-2 and 0. That is not a Lee Sin that you want in this early stage. Hopefully there's a way for him in the late game, but Pun, all out.
Looking for something straight over the wall. Impact's got nowhere to go. No flash. Could be a solo bolo trying to use that shield. One more knock, and he's got the nice little thumbs up too. He has to back off. Impact's just too fast.
Pun, though, getting the better of Impact. The chase is not done. He's prevented the recall. There's a fight around the Drake.
Yes, straight up. They're looking for the TP play. They might not be able to do much, but Humbug is looking to back off already. I think they're just conceding the drag. I think Secret Wales just sent the masses.
Yeah, they absolutely respected the numbers. I mean, Pun was there as well. He TP'd down to give them that numbers advantage. So from that fight that Pun had with Impact, he forced him away into the recall, prevented the recall, TP'd down, giving them that top side advantage and the numbers advantage.
Flash goes forward. Is it going to be enough as the Cyclone's being used? He's so slow. The shields are good. The mantra might keep them alive. Dashing away. He doesn't know where to go. He's pulled left, right, and center, but the hook does go through. It is all of Secret Wales flashes burnt, but they get out with their lives.
Yeah, arcane shift there from Eddie to get him over the wall. What I really, really love there is that they did it at exactly the same time. So I was like, was that like an in-sync double flash? But nothing lost there for Team Secret Wales, but a couple of summoners. It does mean that BA is susceptible to a gank, but that is a very, very tanky support. Meanwhile, these mid laners, they're just chilling. They're just farming their CS. Darkwings is 20 up over D-Ray. D-Ray, I think, is kind of playing the sort of weaker mid lane right now. Darkwing's getting a lot of that push into him, but the team is okay with this for now.
I think that's the big thing, right? Orianna does have that little bit of an advantage in the early game. Once you hit 6, the Shockwave is that big team fight objective, but Ryze is just a bit of a slow burn in these games. So still looking for that Rod of Ages. It's only like halfway complete. So it is going to be a while till we see D-Ray really come online. But yes, you're right. Darkwing picking up the Blackfire Torch. It's going to be a lot of burn damage, going to be able to be a bit more sustained in these fights. So I'm curious to see how they're going to start moving around the map, because we've seen all of Sentinels trying to move together. Roam as one, but it's just not landing as it should. So nice of Impact trying to cancel the back, but not just in time.
What I'm loving right now, though, is the ward setup, the vision control. The Rift Herald is up in 1.5 minutes, and we're seeing a lot of Team Secret Wales vision around that top side from the jungle of Sentinels, right? So they want to see where the Sentinels are coming in for this Rift Herald. And items are starting to come through. We saw Pun pick up that Canic Rook Urn a couple of minutes ago, so he feels a lot more comfortable trading into that AP damage that Impact is able to do. Humbuck with the Eclipse, able to trade a bit more effectively. Histo also on one item though, so it's somewhat competent. That Drake though, still 3 minutes off. Time enough to get half, maybe a full item for some of these players.
Oh, it looks like he's looking for something, trying to get a little bit more. There is the Cyclone, but it is 3 against 1.
Oh.
Nice kick, the Dragon's Rage lands, and it's a shutdown going for Humbug. But now they're looking at Eddie. Good flash to try and get out. The Curtain's Call is there. Let's see if they can send a full kitchen sink at Eddie, but he's holding on. The Smite goes forward. It's not enough. Humbug picks up the double, and it's a nice secure, and Sentinels take it 3-3.
Yeah, great timing to win that fight as well. 30 seconds on that Rift Herald. Sentinels have put themselves in a great position. Humbuck, if he wants, will have time to recall and get back out onto the Rift, because there has been that Hextech Drake, so the gates have been open. They're able to roam a lot quicker. A lot of these role quests nearly finished as well, only waiting for Huhi.
The big thing about roaming quicker too, it is a Hextech Soul. That's the big thing. You have those gates now. You can get to these things. Oh, good hook over the wall. D-Ray caught on a ward, but no, they have to flash away. The Ghost is good. Humbuck wants more blood. This is the power of the Lee Sin. Let's see if BA can come to the help. Nice to be able to do a little bit more damage, but Humbuck has to leave.
Yeah, Humbuck respecting the fact that D-Ray had been alive a little too long. Team Secret Wales were collapsing, but that gives them a free Rift Herald. Team Secret Wales not able to sort of present arms, if you will. Histo, though, still having a look here.
Nothing's ever free here, Logan. That is the difference. Secret Wales will always be proactive. That's the difference. Straight into the TP. They're over the wall. It's a little bit of an aggressive TP too, but they're looking for everything. This could be the team fight that we've been waiting for. Pun's in the middle. The wall is looking good. Eddie's getting tongued out by on the backside, but Impact. Equalizer is good. It's onto 3. Is it going to be enough as there's a huge barrage? Is it going to be enough to lock them down? Eddie locks out Impact, and now they're looking for a little bit more. Pun is in the backside doing the damage. Histo's just joining the fight. Flashes go forward. Let's see if the damage is going to be enough as Pun still very low. Good shield, but no, Humbuck comes in. The shutdown's even better, but now looking for a little bit more as Histo's there. Picks up Hui, still underneath the tower. Realm Warp's going to be good, but it's not enough. They can't get out. It's a double kill. Humbuck could be looking for a quadra if they're good enough, but no, it's not going to get there just in time. But still, Rift Herald was not claimed.
Team Secret Wales overstepped. They won the initial fight. They were up 5v4. They took Impact out, and they kept on chasing. Histo rooted up under the turret, goes down. Humbuck gets in there, kills Pun. I mean, Team Secret Wales had that early advantage. They should have just gone, great, we've got the numbers advantage. We'll take that Rift Herald. You can't contest us. But unfortunately, their hubris got the better of them in this situation, and they thought they could take it, because it is all on the line here in this upper bracket at the moment. And we see here, Impact, 3 members of Team Secret Wales, 4 go on this frontliner, but he's already got his value. He's got the equalizer down. He's forced Team Secret Wales back, and the shockwave in the backline onto 3 did so much damage that they have to be careful stepping forward. So this is where Sentinels is able to kind of be like, you know what, come into us. I'm going to root you under this tower. You are already low health. And then the interrupt on D-Ray's Realm Warp, the knock-up, beautifully timed.
And I love that it just cancelled out with the Dragon's Rage. The Realm War couldn't go through, but now it is the third dragon of the game. Secret Whales have the control.
Ooh.
Cyclone goes forward. Equalizer didn't hit too many. Let's see if they can hold off. This Dragon's still at 4k health. BA had to flash away. But looking to the backside, Pun is in the thick of it. Hit with the final shot. Pun could go down here. They're going to be very careful. Humbug picks it up, and this could be Sentinel's first dragon.
It is the Sentinel's first dragon because Pun melted like paper in the face of the Sentinels just there. Where is this armor? Where is this magic resist that Cassante is so famous for? So there are limits. We have just proven it. But Team Secret Whales, they lose their tank and they go, you know what? We can't contest. We will back away. We're not going to give you any more. It's only the third Drake of the game. We have so much more time, and the Rift Herald is still up. That said, the gold diff still 1k in Team Secret's favor. That said, the longer the game goes, the less it matters. So Sentinels will be happy with this, and they are first to that Rift Herald, and it looks like they're going to get this jungle objective too.
I think that's fine. I think Secret Whales are happy to take that back seat here. They say, you know what, we got the first two drags, we got the Void Grubs, we're happy with the first tower too. Maybe we just need to take it back, but let's watch this replay again, Logan.
Yeah, Pun goes in here, right? And Sentinels just collapse on him. There's some poke over onto Eddie and BA. And as you said here, right, Darkwings is in a 1v2 against Eddie, and he's winning. Eddie forced to Arcane Shift as Pun is just on this bot side with the Drake, tanking the world. And BA flashes away from Darkwing's Shockwave, which otherwise probably could have killed them. And here's the smart call. Team Secret Whales backing away, Sentinels blinking health bars, but it is enough to win the Drake. And they're on the board with those Drakes, and they get that Rift Herald. The damage coming through from Darkwings has to be respected. It is an Orianna, no matter what you might think in these 1v1s.
Yeah, I think this just sort of shows and tells the story of that, where was D-Ray? Where was Pun? They weren't really in this. Like, you could see that Pun was in that fight, but they were just getting shredded. So they weren't able to do what they needed to do and sort of split the fight open. But great of Secret Whales again. They've been able to say, okay, we lost our front line. It's not worth it. So they had to lose a couple objectives to it. It's not the end of the world. Like you said, gold is actually very even now. It actually has sort of reset.
Yep.
But 6 kills to 6 kills. It's any team's game right now. Sentinels are starting to come back, and I love this fire.
Yeah, that's it. Team Secret Whales got themselves a nice early advantage, but Sentinels are fighting back into this game. It's dead even across the board. One turret per team. Still looking for a pick.
It's Impact getting actually melted down too, but instead Fire Spinner not going to be able to enough, and still, that is a couple TPs. Realm Warp's now coming in. Pun wants to join this party. Let's see if they can get into the backside. It is going to be Impact taken out. No, Equalizer is going to save you now, but now Humbug has to ward hop away back into the safety of that tier 2, because now you have to be so careful. It is a 4v5, and it is all about that pick potential from Sentinels that you have to be concerned about. But now it is Secret Whales turning the tides. Looking for a fight, but that is who he landing a hook. It's not going to be enough. Now Rahel being looked at. It is a Jhin, lacking of mobility, but be careful. But no, it's only Pun taking the resonating strike, not the end of the world.
My problem with that kill on Impact was Team Secret Whales committed so much.
Yeah.
There was Realm Warps, there was TPs, and all they got was Impact. And it wasn't like he hadn't used his ult already. He already had. He was spent. He was done. It was almost a very overvalued kill here, as skirmishing has picked off.
Yeah, they're looking for something. Histo's being jumped on by Humbug, but there's a TP coming in. They know something is awry. Kicked over the wall into the Baron Pit. Maybe you're going to start it up, but no, it's just gone. Histo's taken out. Eddie has to be careful. Great Equalizer lands on 2. Pun is stuck on this wrong side of the wall. Good slows there from D-Ray, keeping them back, but Secret Whales had to take the L.
Yeah, definitely, and a fantastic timed win there for Sentinels as well. The Baron is up, so they could go for this if they want.
Shockwave is good, actually. They're looking for Pun, but he is a frontline tank. He's looking to hold his line. Rift Herald's been now charged. It's going to take a little bit more, but they did take the tier 1 too, so this is a big moment. It is Sentinels starting to turn that tide. They're now up in gold.
In the last 2 minutes, Sentinels have been able to claw back 2,000 gold. They robbed Team Secret Whales. No, sorry, they earned the 1,000 gold lead out of Team Secret Whales, and now they're 1,000 themselves up. So a great 2K switch. They've got objectives. They've cracked open that mid lane. So now they have more map control as well. Now they can roam and be aggressive here.
And the gold's on the right players here, Logan. That is the big thing. Darkwing's looking really solid. But look at Humbug. They are fierce with a 1k gold lead just on themselves. So Histo, yes, has 4 kills to 3 deaths, but 6 kills to 2 for Humbug means that they are making the plays that we've been wanting to see.
And that's what we were saying early game, right? At one stage, Humbug was 0-2-0. He's now 6-2-0. He has not died since those early 2 deaths. So Humbug on an absolute tear. Does have those second items as well that are all starting to come through. Leandri's there on Impact, the Proto Belt for Darkwings. As we take a look at that damage, Darkwings and Impact, we expect that from the Rumble, But you don't expect Oriana to be that much farther ahead of everybody else. But where is D-Ray?
D-Ray's not really in this game right now. Look, that is the whole point of the Rise. You're looking to the late game. You're trying to hold on. But still, we will see it start to scale up a little bit more. As the champion comes online, you got that Rod of Ages. It's almost at its 10 stacks. It's only on 7. Once we get a couple more on there, once we've got an amplifier, we'll be okay, and I think D-Ray will start being a little bit more relevant in these team fights. But again, it's Huhi starting with these fantastic hooks and able to do something with it. But now, Baron and Dragon are up for grabs.
And Humbug has already started that Dragon. As Sentinels were forcing Team Secret Whales up into that mid lane, Humbug has started the 4th Drake of the game. Team Secret Whales, they don't want to let this one go lying down. Pun walking forward into everything.
And it's looking good. It's at 2k health. Equalizer drops, but History wants to be there, but no, it is going to be taken. Humbug is able to lock that down. Curtain Call has been dropped. Pun is low. Equalizer. Oh my lord, it's all too much. Humbug's picking up another kill. They've gone godlike. BA, it's a double kill for Humbug. They're looking strong, maybe making this the triple. Trying to go into the clone. The Cyclone's not going to be enough. Hook still lands, but no. Darkweed locks down the kill, but it is 4 members tanking a tier 2, and they're just going to leave with the victory there.
They get the Drake, they get the team fight. Sentinels nearly 3,000 gold ahead of Team Secret Whales now as Eddie goes for something, clips them, but it's not enough to take them out. Sentinels going to take this Baron now as Humbug's gold lead has extended out to 2k. Darkwing's out to 1.2. That's your mid laner, that's your jungler. They're the ones you want ahead.
That's it, and look, this Baron's already at 7k health, so it's going to be melted down even faster once again. I think this is just free. His toast not on the board for the Smite fight. Yeah, Consolation Prize, they took the tier 1, but Baron at 24 minutes is pretty damn good.
Look, it's no T1 Baron, but it's still a pretty quick Baron. You do love to see it. As we go back to this fight around the Drake, the Equalizer from Impact onto 3+ members, and it is burning them down. Pun, I think he was overconfident. He stepped right into 5 of Sentinels, and they went, all right, we'll start burning you down. And the rest of Team Secret Whales weren't ready to follow up. They weren't ready to take advantage of the focus here. There's D-Ray. He tries to get something done on the back end around this tier 2, but he's just, he doesn't have that damage yet. He's only just completed his 2nd item. Rise really comes on that 3rd item. And the way Sentinels are playing right now, Pike, I'll be surprised if we get there.
Look, I think Sentinels are looking real sharp right now. 10 kills to 7. They've got a 2.8k gold lead. They're looking good. They're starting to stack those dragons. This is where the Dragon Egg is so important in this mid to late. And having 2 Hextech dragons means there's a little bit of extra shocks, a little bit of movement is going to be so good. But now it is on Secret Whales. They've got to take that back seat. How do they start pushing forward a little bit more? Can they hold that line and scale to where D-Ray can actually have that impact we wanted to see?
Yeah, and the impact that I'm seeing is impact. His equalizers, whether they're wave clears, whether they're zoning ults, they're actually doing a great job, right? A couple of first ones in those 1v1 situations, but But now that we're in the team fighting situation, Impact knows how to use that equalizer. He's getting so much value out of it, and it breaks Team Secret Whales apart, right? They have to respect that damage, otherwise they will get cooked in those back lines. Sentinels, though, they're on this bot side. They're pushing for this tier 2. They're waiting in this push if someone from Team Secret Whales oversteps, and it could be D-Ray.
It is smart. Secret Whales have started to move forward, and they've identified that they've got the Baron buff. You need to somehow answer it. He's looking for the hook. It is just going to go wide. Good space. There's the Realm Orbs coming in. Hook's down, so the cooldown's good. They've gone right on top of them. Is it going to be enough as they try to get some damage off? Curtain Call gets summoned. Is it going to be good? Cyclone's good. It's Eddie picking up the kill, and they take the one, and they say, let's leave it at that.
I was questioning that Realm Warp. They brought 3 members straight into the ultimate of who he opened with a silence onto them, and I was like, surely they're done for. But no, Team Secret Whales are able to Realm Warp aggressively right into the middle of Sentinels and take that kill. Extremely high value, great productivity out of D-Ray to make that call. And that's not one of those set plays. You have to make that call on the snap. Darkwings, though, 1, 2, and 6, another 20 seconds off the rip. So Team Secret Whales have to take advantage now.
That's a little bit of the bounty gold, right? Like, they picked up one of the strongest players in the game right now. Like, it is Darkwing, it is going to be Humbug. They are running this show. Take them out, and you start to take the show into your own hands. So it is now Secret Whales trying to make something. Look at that gold graph. We're on a roller coaster of a game, Logan, once again. And if this doesn't remind you of the LCP, I don't know what does.
At 18 kills in 26 minutes, I'm still feeling a little, LCP, we're so used to 1 kill a minute at least. This is the, the LCP versus LCS, right? They're two different styles of play meeting here at EWC 2026, and it's interesting to see how they react with one another, right? It's not like, oh, it's that champion, I know how to beat that. No, it's a player I don't know how to walk into on that champion. They might have different plays, which we saw out of Pun. He was nearly 1v1ing Impact, but something brewing.
And he has to be careful here. Same with D-Ray and Pun. They're on the wrong side of the wall. We have seen Sentinels living inside their jungle too, so you got to be very careful because they do have that snap catch play. One bad hook could spell disaster for Secret Whales, or maybe I say one good hook. But still, we need to see Secret Whales being a little bit smarter, controlling the vision state, because Sentinels are just all over them.
Huhi is looking for this hook. Pun is doing a great job standing right in front of Huhi, right? Because you don't want to hook Cassante. That's the worst possible target. So Pun doing a great job.
Good
Gets on Huhi.
Back. Pun is there. Good flash comes out, misses out the hook, but that's a 5-minute cooldown once again, and sending out the barrage just to trim the wave a little bit, but still, now Hell has to be careful. The items are coming online. We're still seeing very close. We're getting towards that IE, so Jin's getting closer and closer to that 50% crit, but with the Ghost Blade, it's going to mean a lot. The damage is there. Dragon is up. This is the big thing, and the control from Sentinels is already out, but look at Teams of Secret. They're just sitting at this tier 2. Equalizer gets dropped early. It's hitting 3, so a lot of damage. Pun on the wrong side could get caught here. The front line is obliterated, Logan.
And that's that zoning ultimate coming at Impact we were talking about earlier. He used that Equalizer to zone the rest of Team Secret Whales away, and then they're like, you know what, we will hook Pun here today because it's a 5v1. You could be the tankiest top laner in the world. You will not survive that on your own. So a fantastic play from Sentinels there and great timing. That Drake is up. They have that numbers advantage, and Team Secret Whales with no frontline surely cannot contest this. And I was going to talk about how Humbuck chased Histo out of his own jungle and forced that ultimate out of him too. So Histo in no place to contest this one. A really great minute there coming out of the Sentinels from the LCS. I'm loving seeing this intelligent gameplay.
Yeah, look, it really is. You're right, is they're playing really smart to how strong the players are. That is the difference between a good and a great team. Still, both these teams are great. They're just putting on a different performance. And it's nice to see Secret Whales, they're trying to claw back what they can. They're trying to get those picks. They're trying to mitigate those losses. But Sentinels doing a fantastic job. They're really accelerating this game. They're on soul point. They've got all 3 Hex Drag souls right now, and they're feeling pretty strong. So it now comes down to how big is their pick potential, because Baron up in 10 seconds.
I was about to say, right, the second Baron is about to occur, but it didn't feel like they got too much value out of that first Baron.
Yeah.
So Sentinels have to be looking to get something more off of this second one if they're able to secure it. But Team Secret Whales, they're primed and ready to go. Almost every single ultimate is up. Almost every single summoner spell is up. But the same can be said for Sentinels. The next fight is going to be a big one wherever they make it happen. 3 Hextech Drakes for Sentinels. Their poke stings. A Mountain and a Infernal there, the Team Secret Whales. So a little extra damage, but a little extra resilience. So the Cassante can stand a bit taller, a bit longer. But in front of Sentinels, it doesn't feel like it.
And look at the vision control. Not only is it traps, but it is pink wards everywhere. And they are massive, and they're doing so much away. But there's a little barrage going forward. It doesn't really hit its mark. And Huhi just controlling this state. Yeah, you pulled it in, but it's Pun getting hit with the rocket grab. Let's see if Histo's still going to be the target. Has to dash away, but it is this control. They have had to back off. The pressure from Secret Whales was enough.
Yeah, they backed off, but D-Ray wasn't there. He just completed his 3rd item, so they were just delaying. They needed D-Ray to get there. He's got his 3rd item online, so now they can fight. They can contest these objectives in a serious way. But Sentinels, they're still on the Baron. Team Secret Whales don't know this is happening right now. The rest of Sentinels is zoning them away. They have to move in.
Look, this is it. It's only Humbuck doing the Baron, so it's a bit of a different story. Yeah, you have a good bit of healing. You have that Sundered Sky. You have Death Stance. You got an Eclipse as well on Humbuck, so you are feeling really strong, but it's not often a Lee Sin can solo a Baron, even at 30 minutes, so we'll have to see as the damage is still good. Now the rest is coming through. Rahel's now here. Darkwings is joining. That's your damage dealers. Where is Secret Whales? They're not even looking as they're trying to get the snipe. The barrage doesn't land, and it is second Baron heading over to Sentinels.
Beautifully played by Sentinels there. They gate-kept Team Secret Whales so effectively, to the point that Team Secret Whales thought they were just in contention around mid-lane priority. They had to be aware that Humbuck was missing, or at least concerned about it. You saw his toe. He was wrapping around that red buff, but a ward spotted him out, so he had to back away. Huhi playing the bouncer there. So, Team Secret Secret Wales, they pushed in that mid lane, they tried to chip down that tier 2 turret, but Sentinels right now feeling comfortable. They have all the advantage, and that IE, that third item for Rahel, now completed as well. And look at the damage Eddie is doing. He is trying as hard as he possibly can to carry Team Secret Wales through these fights, but the next 4 damage dealers are all Sentinels.
Yeah, and it's just a little bit rough. Histo had a great start to the early of the game, but now it's just starting to fall off. He's been targeted. He had a big mark on his back, and it was Sentinels saying, we can hit that mark. But we'll have to see if they're going to start moving forward. Histo needs to start making those aggressive plays and getting into these pits.
It really reminds me of the draft, though. They did their homework and they banned Histo's top 2 junglers. He is the LCP MVP, right? He has the most impact. He's so dynamic. He's such a playmaker that they put him onto something that he's less practiced on, less comfortable on here in this BO1, and it feels like the results are showing.
Another Realm Warp as Histo's the only one that's taking. His Cyclone goes on to 3. It's going to be enough. Histo just getting balled back. Rahel picks up the kill. The curtains drop. Equalizer drops as well. Eddie's just too low. Has to be careful. D-Ray's now starting to do damage, but it's going to be enough as they're now diving the tier 3. You have to be so careful because the Baron empowered makes it so much harder, but still another barrage hit and it forces Rahel to back off, and that's a big chunky of damage now too, Logan.
Great defense from Team Secret Wales. Pun was frontlining as they tried to escape, trying to stop a couple of these recalls, preventing Sentinels from pushing any further with this Baron empowered wave they had there. But yeah, Histo, the only one in that Realm Warp, did open with the Cyclone, but it took him too long because who he hit him with his silence immediately.
Where was Pun? Pun needed to take the Realm Warp too. I think they were just out of position. You can see Pun is there saying, where are we going? What's the go? But they lose the tower, and now they said, okay, they're just going to siege us here. Maybe we need to be a little bit faster on these plays. But I think they're just worried about Huhi.
Oh, Pun just missed it.
Pun missed it.
Just missed it. And then we see Impact come here as well. Impact's positioning phenomenal. Gets that equalizer right across the back line, but we're back in live and we're fighting again.
Yeah, Pun looking for a little bit of fire, but does get hit with a hook. But Humbug now has a
GA.
Yeah, it's a GA. Like, how do you kill this Lee Sin now? It's just not possible. You gotta be so careful. This is the Dragon fight. This is where both teams need to contest. Is it going to be Soul heading for Sentinels, or does Secret Wales deny it once more? It's a lot of damage coming out. Humbug is still in the pit. Seeing if Pun can do a little bit more. Equalizer is a lot of damage.
Eddie.
Where did Eddie go? There's just no place to go. Histo has got the pop to the GA. Pun now dead too. Secret Wales are crumbling under the damage. The curtain call lands. Darkwing picks up Histo, and Secret Wales are just sent packing in game 1.
Yeah, and D-Ray's on the run. He's on the bottom side of the rift. TPs have been committed from Sentinels. They're trying to crack this base open right now. They're trying to stop D-Ray from getting back to the base.
Yeah.
Humbug is onto him. Gets the flash.
Yeah, look, and D-Ray has to be so careful because it is just going to be Sentinels charging through mid. But now D-Ray needs to be so careful. He can clear a wave, but is it enough to clear everything? You've got 4 members charging through. Sentinels are locking out this game, and they are very happy to take the first game here at EWC on B-Stream. Sentinels showing up.
Sentinels take their best of 1 against Team Secret Wales. They stay in the upper bracket. They will not go down to that lower bracket. Their resilience, they were behind from the front, but then Humbug just was everywhere. He went legendary, and then they also played through Darkwings beautifully. Rahel was everywhere. Huhi roaming for these hooks, threatening everybody from Team Secret Wales. Pun, yes, he was frontlining. He was trying to prevent them getting through, but he still melts in the face of 5.
And that's the big thing, right? It is really D-Ray taking in these late game carries and just isn't able to get to the late game. So I think we need to see a little bit more from Secret Wales as they go down into that lower bracket. But there it is, Sentinels on your stage. The first winners on B-Stream. Let's send it back to the desk as they get ready to break down that game.
Thank you very much, guys. Fantastic cast on that first one. And Sentinels with the big win here on this first one. You know, I was pretty adamant. I thought Team Secret Wales would come in and just win this one pretty easily, but they did not have the best game. And Sentinels just very calm the whole way through. Very calm, collected, great play, honestly, throughout this one. Very consistent. I was also surprised to see Hambach, you know, start off with a 0-2 and then just go 8-2 and really just kind of turn on the jets on that Lee Sin. That was really good to see him kind of settle things down and play his game. It looks like all the guys on Sentinels looked very calm and were playing quite well today.
Yeah, it was a really nice organized. It's like early game, these compositions, like they start, like as we said, like I think the composition, also how they play the styles, like they would love to go 30-minute plus, like because they are playing against Israel Karma and Rise, like those champions will falls off, like especially you're playing Orianna, and also you have a Jin Blitz and also Lee Sin as well. But they do have a they showed off like all the momentum there, like they did get the first Drake, the second Drake, even third Drake, they could have gone for it, like even they should have got more Drake control, but instead like there was some random dash actually happening in the middle of the game, like that actually makes the delay for the Sacred Whales. And Sentinels, I think they punished really good, like when they make a mistake, like they play for pick, they play for side lane, they play for the waves. I think that was a really good game plan.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those games that's frustrating to look back on for Team Secret Whales, because it's like when they were losing members randomly and getting picked off, it's like those deaths in the moment don't feel bad, but then it's like you go look back in review, it's like, oh, that lost us like a minute and a half of time. And then like Dragon Control or Control around Baron, right? And it's a shame because, yeah, the start wasn't too bad.
Yeah, it wasn't so bad. Honestly, I thought that Team Secret had a good start, but they weren't quite able to play their consistent games. I feel like they have this reputation of starting off pretty well, but having trouble kind of ending and closing out the game. I don't even really feel like in this first one that they were in a position, like a leading position, to where they were like, okay, we should try to close this game out. Like it was very, very close through the early and mid, and you know there were some swings in gold back and forth, but honestly after that it was just a slow climb for Sentinels. So absolutely fantastic start for them in this one. A big win in the best of one. They're gonna, you know, try to win one more and make it out of the group. That's going to be pretty interesting to see. Let's take a look at some of the highlights we did have from this game, if you guys did miss it, as we do go ahead and break down exactly what happened.
Yeah, I mean, so this is the first blood. Like, this is like how, you know, like Wukong actually got level 6. It's so huge, like it's so early. And Lee Sin, he's like actually was so down EXP because like he was not getting anything like outside of the map. Like especially Wukong was doing the Soling Drake. They didn't have a mid prio, bot prio. Meanwhile, Lee Sin just was looking for top play. And like around mid, like all these skirmishes wasn't actually favored for Sentinels, which is like, it's really good for, that's how you want to play with the Rise, especially just combining with the Rise with Kong and playing for 2v2. I think this is like where actually Sentinel, you know, like go for more, looking for the more skirmishes.
Yeah, and you know, I think playing around the top side when you got the Rumble makes sense. It's quite funny because in NA, this matchup, the Cassante into Rumble, oftentimes it's just really Cassante favored. I'm not sure how it goes in the LCK for you guys. I'd imagine it's the other way around. But you know, even though he was getting beat up on a little bit early on, just the level of impact that one equalizer can have against, you know, what is moderately immobile champions can really make the difference there, and it did.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely do kind of ban, like, if you want to be more impactful in the game, like with the Rumble, especially against the Cassante, because he's one of the best answer against the Rumble. And I really like the Sentinel setup here. Like, meanwhile, they are doing Drake, they intentionally opened the banana burst, the card burst, and they exactly know, like, they want to turn right away with the Rumble ultimate, just come down, like with the equalizer, come down, just go in as a together, as a whole team. And this is like how they get Baron, like after this right play. And it's like, after that, like the sieging is so easy, just pressing one ulti, Orianna ulti, Blitzcrank hook, put the pressure. They can't do anything.
Yeah, like having control first when you're the Blitzcrank team is just infinitely scarier than having to walk in with the Blitzcrank, right? And then obviously on sieges as well, it's the exact same thing. Any vision pocket, try to go in, like even Blitzcrank, weirdly, like he's a decent peeler. Like you wouldn't think so, but just to knock up the silence, it's a decent amount of burst damage. Honestly, the CC is very useful, especially when you're sending in just a lone Wukong in the backline.
Yeah, felt very good for the side of Sentinels. We get a little golf clap there from Hambach, but Impact and Huhi absolutely very happy. Even Rahel, big smile on his face. Not the most emotive player, but nice to see some of that early on. And Sentinels, absolutely big deserve here on this first win. You were talking about it, Huni, while we were watching. It felt like their comp was pretty easy to play, especially from ahead, where it's like, okay, you guys can approach us. You're going to get hooked. You're going to get Rumble ulted. You're going to get Orianna zoning with the ball. And Rahel always in a really good position. That's one thing that struck me, is that he knew exactly what his job was. Had a very nice front line, tons of damage in the comp, and he's like, you know, even if I'm not in the front line doing oodles and boodles of damage, I can just sit all the way back and just do a great job there. But guys, we do have the interview ready on stage now with Kitty and Huhi, so take it away, Kitty.
Hello everyone, this is Kitty for the post-game interview between Sentinels and Team Secret. By my side, He. So, welcome to Paris, bonjour. I heard you're back home, so how are you feeling about the Paris crowd?
It feels amazing. I think that they're always like really supportive and really loud, so it's really fun to play in front of like a big crowd. And yeah, I think coming back to here where I was born, it feels amazing to be able to play again.
And of course, you won, so you will be going into the upper bracket alongside Sentinels. This year, we have a bit of a different format where we have a lot of teams. So, which team are you looking forward to verse the most? Because this is one of the biggest internationals we have this year.
Yeah. I think, obviously, a lot of LCK or LPL teams I'm excited to verse. I think our next opponent is going to be Gen.g, so that's where my head is at. I'm really excited to verse them. It's been a while to play versus Ruler again, so I'm really excited to play, especially with Rahel, versing the first like kind of Asian team. So it's going to be really fun.
Since your next matchup is going to be Gen.g, I want to talk about that bot lane 2v2. So Ruler and Duro. What do you think is going to be the main thing that you're looking out for when you verse these two players?
I think Gen.g in general doesn't really have that big of a weakness. They all are really strong laners, and their jungler is really strong too. So I think for us, we're more so focused on not being nervous, not being rushed as well, because we're all humans. We know that they're going to make mistakes. So however the game turns out, I think we're always going to have an opportunity to win the game. So I think patience is going to be the key.
Since you're also local in Paris, can you please say something in Paris or in French to our crowd as well?
Bonjour, je suis né en France, à Paris, mais j'ai oublié beaucoup de mots. So my French is a bit rocky, but I'm kind of getting back to it as I'm being here. So I'm really excited to play here. And yeah, thank you for always cheering for us.
Thank you so much for the interview, and we'll see you for the next round.
Thank you so much, Kitty, for that awesome interview. Hui, very friendly, very modest as well. Just really happy to be here, and just really happy that things are going well, obviously. And a native of born here, actually, in France. So pretty cool to see that he was able to speak some French for the local audience as well, which we do have tons of people here that even grouped up to watch his interview here on the secondary stage. So pretty cool to see. Shout outs to Gen.g from Hui as well, just talking about how, you know, they're going to approach that matchup where I like it, where it's like, we're all human, they are too, they're going to make mistakes, we just got to be ready to pounce on those mistakes, and, you know, we can take the win. And honestly, a very good start for Sentinels, and we talked about it at the top of the day, where it's like, any team can really prove us wrong and come in here and have a really good tournament. I think that Sentinels didn't have a lot of hope behind them coming into this one from some of the fans, but absolutely a team to look out for now. But guys, we are done for now on the desk. We're going to take a quick break and come back for the second match of the day. Don't go anywhere.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. House from blow the house down.
Hello and welcome back to EWC 2026 here for League of Legends on the secondary stage. We are moving into our second best of one of the day. It is going to be BLG up against movie star Koi. And already the fans have grouped up here right outside. You can see there's a big horde of them just waiting for this game and tons of cheers, especially as BLG did take the stage. How are you guys feeling about this matchup?
Yeah, it's a, like... little bit of the favor, I would say, for BLG, like the even front side. There's a lot, people, so, just a little bit more. Just a little bit more.
I thought they were going to break out into the Jio chant straight away.
Yeah.
They'll probably do it as we go into game, I'm sure. But yeah, definitely a slight favorite here at this stage. But I think it's still, nonetheless, I don't think you can turn your nose up at this MKOI team. They are very aggressive. They are all playmakers, actually, in their own right. And don't forget, this is a mid laner in Jojo who Knight, in his own right, effectively said, yeah, I had to sit up in my chair to lane versus him. So, again, this is going to be an interesting matchup just because, again, I think they have very, very similar strengths. And the one specific strength in Bin up in the top side, Bin was a little bit absent a lot of MSI this tournament. So if he has a similar performance today and it's best of one, even against a player like Merwin, who is known to have very high ceilings, I think the games could get a little bit weird from the BLG perspective.
I mean, 100%, because like we also saw from like MSI, like BLG, they dropped the game, right? Like they dropped the game sometimes. They dropped the series by that. Like they definitely know how to drop the game. So this is also BO1. Like it's honestly, this is like really hard to guess it. Like it's really unpredictable. But that means like I think the Movistar Koi has a pretty good chance, especially if they prep really well, like the surprise, they can make a surprise for, especially if they can make a surprise to BLG.
That's where they have to shine, though, because BLG were the team at MSI who had all of the really funky picks, like the Talia bot, the Vel'Koz bot, right? These picks that, effectively, no one else showed at the tournament. So they were really in their bag with the Majors bot lane. And again, really can't stress this enough. On the opposite side, MKOI were like very good at playing the traditional game. We have not actually had the opportunity to see them play this very specific style that BLG as far as MSI was concerned, were like the first team to really kind of show that it felt like they'd mastered what was going on this patch.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, one of the big shining lights of BLG was Shun, actually, at the tournament. I think that he has been very consistent and very dominant as well. I feel like a lot of MSI was kind of ruled by the junglers, and we did see, for better or for worse, teams fall or rise based on how their jungler did perform. And I'm sure that he's going to be coming in here and trying to, once again, lead the squad. And tons of talent on the squad of BLG, tons of fans here for them, especially up against Koi here in France, here in Paris. But I do think that, again, everything we said still remains true. It's a best of one. BLG just coming off of a best of 5 loss to HLE over at MSI in the finals. Definitely a very strong team, but you know, even my expectations for the first best of 1 were kind of inverted, with Sentinels taking that one down. I would not be surprised if Koi take this, although I do not have them as the favorites.
I mean, honestly, if we talk about like the basic fundamental, we can't like say like Koi is a better team. It's just like the basic fundamental and the experience of the international, how many times they played a game, just played a game like for, you know, last week, the MSI, like for BLG, they get some favorite.
Yeah, and it's like a lot of the narrative around this MKOI team is just how much of it has stuck together for the last few years. BLG's core is almost identical to 2023. Like, this is one of the longest lasting cores in the world, right? Like, the only other teams that really rival the tenor are teams like, what, T1, a fair amount of the gen.g lineup. Like, they've been playing for a long time together. So I think, again, that experience of, okay, we've lost together, they know how to win together and they know how to bounce back. And that's going to be a difficulty for Koi to overcome.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. And just seeing all the players here from the side of Koi, it's definitely going to be an uphill battle, but I do think that absolutely they can take it, as Alyoya in the jungle, definitely going to be something to look out for. We got word as well that it's Alvaro's birthday, so going to be interested to see how he plays on his birthday. Or maybe it was yesterday. Not 100% sure.
Yeah,
I think it is today.
It is today.
Is what Jake was saying. But either way, you know, maybe just feeling a little bit of extra happiness. And Soup and Alvaro, definitely a strong bottom lane in their own right.
Yeah, I mean, in order to get some advantage from the Movistar Koi, it has to be just, it's not going to be easy. The Zupion has to get some advantage from the mid lane. Through that, and on top of that, as like Alyoya will help him out and then try to, like, if it's like unleashed from the mid lane and just like covered up top side, like just making like really active play on the both sides of the map, and then also this, you know, the playing around objective, like all these skirmishes. I think that's gonna be real key for today.
It absolutely will be, and thank you to you guys for breaking it down as we do head into this matchup. And we are going to have, of course, if you did miss it, BLG up against Movistar Koi. And of course, as we move into draft, we already saw that our first best of 1 brought some, I'd say, pretty straightforward stuff. You know, it wasn't really pulling out the weird stuff. No Vel'Koz bot, no Kleds yet. So maybe some more fun to be held in store for us as we do move into this draft. But I think if you're BLG, probably just keep it, you know, pretty similar, pretty safe. But maybe we see something interesting on the side of Koi as we do move into this one. But yeah, thank you so much, Huni and Jamada, as we are going to be moving into the cast right now.
Thank you, Valdez. Much appreciated as we get ready for this game number 2. Now, I'm joined with a new friendly face. It is Pike, myself, and we got Initialize here joining the cast.
Oh, I am so excited to be here. This is going to be so much fun. Welcome to Paris, everyone. I am buzzing, to say the least of it. I'm going into a game with MKOI coming into the Lion's Den here in Paris. This is enemy territory of a Spanish organization. They're going to be going up against BLG of all teams as well. MSI finalists, going to be very upset about their loss to HLE. And the first stand winners. Talk about a baptism by fire.
I'm not even sure if it's a baptism at this point. It's like you're just getting dunked in oil and just hoping for the best, because it's going to be rough. I feel like you sort of mentioned the Lion's Den. We have Lion here, and you know what? That den's still pretty scary. This is a different den altogether. I think we're going back in time, because this might even be the catacombs at this point, because we're here in Paris.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be scary.
Very good.
But still, what are you hoping to see her, though? This could be an interesting one, because we think it's going to be stock standard. It's a best of 1 still. So you think it's going to be a bit more of a traditional sort of game, or or are we going to see those majors as we love to see? Rob?
Considering what we saw at MSI from BLG specifically, obviously Valdez talked about that Vel'Koz spot. Well, who was playing it? That was, in fact, Viper. And that, for me, screams a possibility in a best of one. If you're looking at the players that would potentially be the ones to pull out something a bit spicy, Mirwin on the top side, always been a little bit of a dark magician, a bit of a chef. Viper right now, again, we are seeing a bit of a resurgence of that 2018 style of meta where those awesome dudes, not just AD carries, awesome dudes in the bot lane coming back. And for my money, and I think a lot of people's money, for those who were watching League of Legends for nearly a decade now, oh my lord, 2018 was nearly a decade ago. That's a horrible thought.
Stop it.
Viper was the best mage bot player. He was the best awesome dudes meta player. And that is great news for BLG, especially considering I think Viper in general has been good this year. Has he been the best AD carry in the world on form? I think not, and I think that's a pretty reasonable statement. But at MSI, with those majors coming out of the back pocket, he was on a much better level of form. And that could be a little bit nerve-wracking for poor MKOI here coming into what is going to be a very serious match.
And when I think about that side too as well, we talked about BLG like they were pipped at the post. Game 5 at MSI. If I was them, I'd be coming into EWC with a fire in my belly. I feel for this team here. I feel for MKOI because they're the first receiving end of absolute just atrocities I'm expecting on the Rift. As we get to the draft, it's already cleaned up. Bans come through, but Cassiopeia, Nautilus locked in here as well. But then we also got the Bard being picked up too.
We have, of course, Bard has been probably the highest priority bot laner outside of the Camille over the last little while. I will also note for BLG, Viper plays the Cassiopeia, especially if you lock in something that would love to be mobile like an Ezreal. You throw down a Miasma, add in a Nautilus hook. It can be a bad time. Also, Bard hates it because magical journeys get a lot harder when you're stuck on that W from the Cassiopeia. The other person, of course, it could be is Knight, who was once named Orochimaru. He was a Cassiopeia one-trick before he got into pro, so not a great person to give that champion to either.
No, but now that Ezreal being picked up, we saw it last game, it did do a lot of damage. It just takes a little bit of time to come online. Please lock in Fizz.
We've been hearing
I am a one-trick Fizz, and I love it.
All right,
okay,
well.
let's not worry about it. Let's not worry about it. But now, we're seeing the Anivia Tilia. They're just scrolling through. They're showing off a couple little champs that we could expect to see. I like the Sylas here. I think it's going to go really good, especially with the Petrifying Gaze. You have the Nautilus too. You're going to get that depth charge. It's going to be really nice. So I think this is a good pick. Whether it goes well into Cassiopeia is a different story, but they're looking at the Vi now, so maybe they're switching it up.
Yeah, Yoya, long-time Vi play. You pair that up with the Bard, your ability to jump on someone from miles away, come out with a magical journey somewhere, can be pretty damn scary. We have seen a lot of Neferi into Vi, because Vi goes in with the R, you press W, and you realize it's not worked out so well.
Yeah, and now you're caught in a sort of a bad spot, as if you're going too deep, you're going to be caught between the team, and that's a rock and a hard place if you ask me. But
Sum 21 song is what it is.
Oh, but then it all comes down to the pursuit. If you are going to go a little bit further, if you can get a reset, brilliant. You can keep going.
Okay.
So I do like it. The Ambessa being picked up here. Strong top laner. Going to go well into those tanks, but you can sort of fight back with a little bit more bruises too. So I like this Ambessa. I'm starting to see the picture for this team.
I mean, theoretically a flex into the jungle, but the Ambessa jungle really has been a niche pick that's kind of fallen away a little bit. Since the changes to the ultimate in particular, it just gets that bit more dodgeable. Also, frankly, it denies it here from the Vi, because Vi R means the Ambessa R just doesn't miss. You just point and click where the Vi went in to begin with. So preventing that combination, I think, is probably pretty wise. Bin put a lot of time to get good at the Ambessa, was pretty mediocre at it when it first released. Has kind of worked his way up to be genuinely dangerous on it. So that is my suspicion. And with the Renekton ban, which has always been Ambessa's #1 villain in the top side, get rid of it and you feel a lot happier. And again, we have started to see a lot of this pick top on 3, double ban to protect it, and see what they've got cooking on the other side.
Yeah, that's it. And now the Neferi ban coming through too.
That
they
makes
hovered
sense.
over it. They're like, all right, we just don't want to deal with that. There's no smoke without fire, so you know what? Get rid of the fire.
I mean,
But
both
now-
would have been fine. Yeah, you're like, do you want the Neferi? Do you want the Ambessa? We've got the Ambessa.
But I'm surprised that I'm not potentially seeing. Oreo now has been banned out, so it's a bit of an interesting one with the Vi pick too. So a bit interesting, but now the Shyvana as well.
Yes, that is specifically against Mirwin. You might be surprised on that one, because again, he's been playing a fair amount of the Shyvana top. It's been a bit of a pocket pick. So just having done their homework, and again, it's been a little while since we've seen MKOI. Of course, they weren't at MSI. They managed to get here by taking out GX in the LEC. It was a close run thing, but they have slipped in as another one of those European seeds here at EWC in 2026, and they'll be wanting to get some points on the board, because of course the Club Championship alongside just League of Legends here as well, there's a lot on the line for not just the teams here, but for the wider tournament as well.
That's it.
And for a team like BLG, right, they have got to be one of the favorites, right? They'll be a little bit upset about MSI, and I think despite the very short turnaround, again, MSI was only a few days ago, I have no doubt they'll be coming in a little angry, and Shun is hovering a Lee Sin, and I fear that might be a touch scary.
Look, Shun on the Lee Sin regardless. BLG, they're known for this sort of play, so I love this lock-in. Now it's all about what can you sort of pick into this top side. You've already got the Vi up against it. What is that going to look like? And Vex being picked up, insta-locked here for Jojo. That is interesting because it just cancels out any interactions.
I'm also remembering that once upon a time, Mirwin used to play tank Vex top. There is a very real world where we get the Anivia mid and the Vex top. I'm just saying it's been done before by Mirwin. It's been a hot minute, but I want to say last year possibly. That was when we saw that. So just keep your eye on where that gets flexed. Last pick now left for Knight. And that was something we didn't see at MSI Finals. They were making Knight blind pick a little bit. And as a result, he is going to get the Akali. They're going to flex that Cassiopeia bot. And I am aware that you've given another dash champion for the Vex to start stacking that passive. But it's a very squishy composition, and Knight's Akali is among the very best in the world.
Oh, and it's always, every single region you see, it's that Akali in the bot side at 15 minutes. It's always a solo bolo. No matter where you are in the world, it happens. But I'm loving this draft coming through. It is the Vex top now.
Sometimes I know what I'm talking about. There we go.
Break it down more. Like, it's going to be so hard for this investor to get anywhere near them.
Well, exactly. It stack up super, super fast. And the last time Mirwin was doing this was with a tank build, and so it just became incredibly obnoxious. It wasn't about the burst, it was about being able to get in and brawl and just deny something like the Ambessa her usual trading patterns, because every time Ambessa presses a skill button, she wants to use that Drakehound step, that passive. If you do that, Vex goes, fantastic, more fears, and that gets really, really interesting. And the question will be, for BLG, how much prep do they have into a Vex top? And my suspicion will be not a lot.
Who has really any interactions in
some LEC teams? Yeah, that's about it from a year ago.
Yeah, so we'll have to see what it's actually going to really look like, because it's going to be very hard. Like, it's so much range too. You got to remember, it's the capitalization as well. You get that rush, you can land it from so far away, straight on down the line. If this Vi's catching someone in a river, you're there.
I mean, all aboard the Vex press, right? You get on that train and you keep rolling, because Vial into Vexel, you're absolutely right. That CC chain is wild. It's going to be a very fun matchup, and I think we hit to these team fights. The amount of execution, the amount of dive is really, really high. And I want to bring to you a concept that we, with our LPL enjoyers, call full contact team fighting. And that basically means, as we do head onto the Rift here for our second game today here at EWC 2026, B-Stream specifically.
Love it. B-Stream, best stream, baby.
Absolutely. Well, I'm here. Of course it is. Come on now.
That's exactly right.
Not in any way arrogant or overconfident. I'm a humble man.
Now, I want to talk to you about these teams right now.
Yes.
Lay out for the folks at home, what are the true identities? Where do these teams want to be looking to get those advantages?
That's going to be a little interesting, isn't it? Because I think for BLG on the whole, they want Shunanon on the map, active, and they play towards topside so heavily. Knight, on average, is putting on something like 7 kills a game, on average. This man has been the best performing player in the world, pretty much universally agreed. He has been unreal of late. And of course, been on the Ambessa, you get him snowballing. That'll be great news. I think for the side of MKOI, yeah, he got super on the Ezreal, so talented on that, but it'll be looking to get Yoya on this Vi rolling. He is the go button. He is the engine for MKOI, come what may. He's been the team captain for ages. He's going to want to lead the way here. And again, you're up against Shunanon on the other side, and that's going to be where my eyes turn for sure. And I suspect you might be thinking something a little similar.
Yeah, look, absolutely. I think you're right. It's that top side where the damage is going to be. It's going to be so hard to be able to do too much. But I'm also looking at just the little macro interactions that you love to see with these champions is when you do see, particularly like a Bard or a Vi wanting to get in, the miasma's just so hard to work through. So it's just one of these questions of where do you start to put that attention? Because you're right, Vipers might be taking a little bit of a back seat early on when you're playing the Cassiopeia. You want us to scale up, get a couple items on your sort of your belt, and then it's really on, I feel, Knight to be able to make these moves and rotate around the map. I think they're going to be pairing up really well with Shun and saying, okay, where do we go? There's a little bit of a scuffle already. This is the level 3 gank that I wanted in game 1, but I didn't get.
You had an attempt here, and again, the Lee Sin attempts to make things happen. Doesn't quite get that much there. It's only the heal really burned from Alvaro, but still good. There's the hook after, though, and now maybe this gets a bit spicier. Super has top of the wall, be flashing for it. But they're looking for it. And there's more! Twin Fang in Viper on the Cassiopeia Serpent. Sinks the fangs deep.
Absolutely disgusting. You do not want to find these snakes in these bushes. They will chomp hard.
You know better than most. I mean, you're the Australian here.
Yeah, that's true. I'm no stranger to snakes in my backyard, but that's okay. But still, Cassiopeia landing their first blood. Viper looking so strong already, getting these little bit of items on the board too, as they're going to look for it back relatively soon. But still, Super getting taken out this early. They're going to be taking that back foot, and we were really hoping on them to be a big damage dealer.
We really were, and the more we're looking at this comp as well, we came in a little bit hot and heavy there with some fun picks, particularly from mCoy at the end of that draft. But I'm looking at this draft a little bit more, and you're seeing, actually, theoretically, there's Pryo in a lot of lanes. Knight's about to face check someone.
Ooh, has to flash into the shroud they go, but they're trying to hold on a little bit longer. Jojo has to flash too, as On looking for more. They go down into the egg. Let's see if they can take it out as On still low. Nice little pick up. Alvaro locking it down, but now it's still 3v1. TP was used to get out of there, but now they've slowed it down.
Nice pick up there from mCoy. It got pretty spicy. You got the egg off Jojo, but they couldn't commit as Alvaro on that reset gets over. Raptors are up. We're fighting over it. Shun is here, though. Knight's going to have to reset. This will be a smite fight at best for BLG.
Yeah, 2v1. Like, Shun has to be a little bit careful here, but once abilities are used and still able to lock a little bit more, taking a couple little chickens, not the end of the world.
Jojo teleports back in, gets the stun. Knight does have his back in drop. He goes in!
Oh my god!
What are we doing?
Solo bowler, but
nice!
Return! Pick up there by Shun, able to capitalize.
Yeah, that one got a little bit worse for wear, but you do bring down Jojo, and Shun gets on the board again there. Gold lead minimal for mCoy, but is present.
Yeah, it's not too bad, but still an explosive game already. 2 kills apiece, looking pretty good. Only a slight gold lead heading over to mCoy, but again, it's where it is going to be. We need to just slow down the pace of the game. We need to take a step back and say, where is the next point of intact?
Couple notes here. Knight held his TP. The wave got crashed in. Jojo just came in TP back, so Knight still has that reset. It's also Knight. He's got a Dark Seal first back. That's what he does. He buys Medjai's every chance he gets. He was always backing himself to pop off on that. And what I was going to say before we get towards some more of this violence is, theoretically, mCoy's got a lot of priority. They want to be trying to use this opportunity to get into Raptors, to make these plays happen. That was just a touch far from the superstar of BLG, but hey, Shun's there to punish back.
Look, not the end of the world. It's still any team's game here right now as they're slowing down the pace. But now we're looking up this top side. Ben is able to keep up relatively okay. They're only a wave down into this Vex, but how do you expect this lane? It's a good hook, but Super able to get out of there.
Nice little alert, but Super buffering well with the Arcane Shift. And yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? Because you've got melee top, melee mid, Cassiopeia bot into Ezreal Bob, which is going to be able to fight for that priority pretty well. It's been about an even enough matchup there, but that topside Pryo theoretically is giving a lot of platform for Yoya to get a bit of a snowball rolling, and indeed, he's about 10 or so CS. There's the play topside though, but Spinwin's in trouble.
Shin's coming in too, but now the flash goes forward. It's not enough. Should able to lock it down. 2v1, not too bad for BLG.
Not at all, and Yoya's now been interrupted. This gets a bit spicy. May need to try and queue into the tower, and he's going to be okay.
Yeah, look, it's good to be a bit safe. Like, still, it is going to be a lot coming through. Shun is being very proactive on this Lee Sin, so really nice to see. But look at this wave here. Initialize coming in so big, and look, Viper's happy to walk up. He's not called Viper for nothing. Pulling out the Cassiopeia, there's going to be poison in this lane.
And again, Viper back home was a good AD carry. Was he the best in the world like he was fighting for last year? No. But come MSI, the Mage bot really exploded, and Viper was probably the best in the world back in 2018 on a pixel away from a very lovely dredge line. Won't quite land. He pulls out the Cassiopeia again, though, does Viper, and is currently having a pretty fun time of it into poor Super, who's down about 10 CS in this early stage.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world, though. It is Ezreal. Once you get that Triforce online, you do feel a little bit better. You have your tiers starting to stack, but we're seeing Swifties already picked up here for Viper, too, so that little bit of mobility is going to be so good into the face of this team. Is now we see the tunnel coming through. There's the cease and desist just onto the backside. Flick does go forward. Viper has to be careful. They're popping out as much as they can. Ghost is good. On, still just tanking up this line and holding them back.
Keep an eye on Shun as he's now coming down the back end of this. Might look to catch someone on the reset. Yoya's burned the 6. Shun doesn't quite have that. Lands that Sonic Wave. The resonating strike follows up. Misses the Q back, and I think that'll be the end of that for now. The Scuttle Crab here with Jojo shoving in, I think, think will be MKOI's to work with onto the wall.
On landing a couple off hooks there, unfortunately, but now taking a beating on the way out. Sadly, hitting that wall forced him to go forward, but now Dragon is still up and available, but not going to be taken as Elyoya playing with the idea, but maybe they're saying let's just back off.
We've sort of seen Shun get a few more plays up. I'll have a look at the replay down here as they went to make this play topside as Shun comes on in, and our observing team is having a lot of fun here. There's the cinematography we've been asking for as poor Millen there on the Vex does go down.
Look, it's okay. Still going that AP route too, so maybe not going to go the full tank sort of damage, but you know what? That's kind of nice to see. I think Vex does have that really explosive charge that they can get to these fights and just be a disruptor. You have that fear. It's going to do a lot.
And again, when you're following up on the Vi in these team fights, you hit whoever the Vi ults, and theoretically, they explode. You are, however, going to be flying face first into a Cassiopeia and a Nautilus. There is a world where that goes a little wrong. I think these team fights are going to be very intricate to check out.
But we're going to have to see how it goes on as the game is still young. 8 minutes here. Gold is only slightly up here for BLG, and Void Grubs are up on the map.
They are indeed. Does look like BLG want to reset and get over for them. And again, you're the team with the Ambessa, with the Akali. Theoretically, the more dangerous side laners, but we'll see exactly how that works out as we go. And does look like MKOI aren't willing to contest. Bin in a 1v2 on that bot, so shouldn't lead to too much. Mirwin with the Vex press goes on in. All aboard.
Viper taking a beating of damage, but see if they can hold on as On is up here as well. Looking for the recovery, but Viper might just have to be careful. Elyoya close to the wings. Void Grubs already quickly secured for BLG.
They are indeed. And again, still a little bit of CS down in the jungle. That's kind of been the trade for Shun, making these moves and not having as much prio as he might otherwise have done in another draft. Is still in a very good spot in terms of the kills, in terms of the gold. And that's kind of been the price paid to make those moves.
It's not the worst kind of price, unfortunately. Usually about a kill is usually about 15 CS roughly, give or take there. So it's not the end of the world. They're still doing okay. It's just about how do they accelerate that a little bit more. They're still into Elyoya. They are going to be so impactful in these team fights. Locking someone down, we'll have to see how they're going to be moving forward and doing a little bit more. We're looking at Akali and Anivia here on our screen, and scores, not too bad.
Not bad. And again, Jojo coming in against probably the best player in the world, is standing up just fine here right now. About 10 CS, got about 400 gold. Did pick up that kill when Knight turned it to plate. There is a dragon happening right now. Akali on the reset. Merwin also just trying to find a way down here, hanging out below that red buff. 4v4 as it stands.
And Shun is here. Might be looking for a play, but no, it's already secured. Tempered Fate's coming in. They've locked down one.
Here we go.
There's a good hook. He's going to beat up the miasma. Is there.
That's
There's
Rob.
a petrifying gaze.
Oh!
It's all zero.
Hang on.
He's still gone. But now, Jojo, there's a lot of damage you've got no matter. It's too much. Jojo's able to lock out Viper from this fight. And a 1-for-1, pretty good.
It really was. Shun manages to back out the play there just about, but that was spicy. The miasma initially good. Viper tried to find the escape via the magical journey, but it wasn't as magical as I think it was hoping. Perhaps a bit of black magic in the back end of that one. Jojo TP's top side. Does get Bin on the wrong side of the wall here.
Right there, Bin's trying to hold on, taking him just about half health, but pops the potion now. It's just about slicing their way out, but Jojo's not scared to take this fight. It's a lot of damage, locking them down. Nivea able to just charge them a bit. You've got to be careful, and Nivea can turn these on a dime.
Had got the Repudiate, was all right there. The Hex Drinker also works out just fine. Have a look at the replay here, because the Dragon picks up that Tempered Fate, got a little spicy. The problem was they got on the wrong side of that miasma, and poor Alvaro ended up a little petrified. Shun, though, alongside Viper, also ended up just in that tricky position, and Knight turns up, but not really able to do all that much on the Akali here.
Yeah, and we can see the TP as well for Mirren as well taken, so there's a big summoner taken off the back. That's why they had to walk all the way back to lane, but they were able to get a little bit for it too. But seeing some resets coming forward, Gold starting to move just a smidge again. It's a very close series so far. 4 kills to 3. I want to see some acceleration coming forward.
Exactly, and remember, it's just a best of 1 right now. That adds a certain amount of volatility, and of course, you're not done here if you lose this one, but it certainly puts you in a precarious position. And right now, MKOI have turned up, clearly prepared, and ready to tango with one of the very best in the world. This is the first stand champions, the MSI finalists, and the gold right now is close enough. Only 5 or so hundred in favor of BLG, but they are now grouped up around this turret.
Yeah, look, they're really trying to siege this and trying to just take this top side. As you can see as well, Super's trying to make their way up, but that's a big chunk of their damage. Let's see if they can hold them back just long enough. It is still some solid tower plates there, but it is a siege and a half from BLG here, and they're trying to put that pressure on the map and get some gold in their pockets.
It is, and again, for the side of MKOI, you're the team with the Anivia, with the Vex looking to try and get value out of the early stage, and the fact that I'm looking Knight, who on the melee champion is still even in CS. Bin kind of doing fine. He's got the Hex Trinket into double AP solo lanes. I have a horrible feeling we're about to hit a mid game where BLG can start flexing a little. Knight might now be in a touch of bother as the wall comes down, but it's a very good shuriken flip out, and I think Vi won't quite be in range. Shun also on that side of the map. Instead, though, Depth Charge in. Alvaro gets through the magical journey, so can't quite find the pick they were looking for. Shun now towards Yoya, who has, of course, got that level or so advantage courtesy of the CS, but gold-wise, it's much more even affair. Hang on, another hook. They're keeping going with the enemy jungle here.
Tempered Fate flash from Viper is going to be very big. The 5-minute countdown is on. So now we're looking at a 1v1. It is going to be enough. There's the Shadow Surge. Are they going to take it all the way? But maybe they're just waiting for a little cooldowns here, there, and everywhere. But still, now it's a fight over this blue buff. Let's see if they can take a little bit more.
Now comes the Crystallize. The hook comes on. Knight looking for an angle. The magical journey doesn't allow to go through, but there is that Shuriken flip. Knight executes the cease and desist on him, but I don't think Knight's listening to police orders right now, and he'll get on out of there. Petrifying Guy's just wise. Top side, though, Bin gets the solo.
It was the flip. It was the die. That's what I said. You can never count an Ambessa out of these fights, no matter what. And they can do it. It is Bin. They are one of the best top laners in the world.
They are, and again, Bin will have a look, I think, at the replay here of exactly what he did. Lands the public execution, and it turns out sometimes that ability name is right on the money.
yeah, not wrong, unfortunately. Especially when it's just on one. Get that nice little guillotine straight in, and you're happy as
welcome to France. There you go.
That's it. I got it in there. I knew I would. But now, game started to slow down. It is a 1k gold lead for BLG. They're going to be looking at this now. Knight's doing a really good job sitting in these side lanes and just taking away anything they can.
And again, he's gone the Gunblade route to be able to play some of those more extended fights, get some sustain in there. And again, I think that's probably relatively wise into things like the Anivia, which could otherwise be a little annoying with that kind of overall burn. But now flipping forward, throws down that Twilight Strike. He's going to go in. The slow is good.
This is the solo bolo I was talking about. It's all on Knight. They want to take these fights. And there it is. Solo bolo.
Oh, Knight takes top. That's unfortunate. The Rook falls. And the king of the LPL just comes on in and claims another skull.
Oh, it's just too easy. We're sending those straight to the catacombs. We knew MKoi might have been living down there, but now they're really struggling. They're trying to find their way. But BLG, they know it, and it's a map inside their brain.
And unfortunately, Milwin picked this Vex, look for this fun counter pick, got ganked, first death, loses a solo kill to Bin, has given up a solo kill to Knight as well. That's not a great spot to be. Roll quest, as we saw, just completed by Jojo. That gives some nice boots and all, but we're starting to see the map begin to fall apart. It was a close enough game, and now you look to the top of your screen, 2,500 to BLG. They've got the grubs, they've got their solo lane throwing. Second Drake's about to stop, but it's a relatively late one. TP's flying.
Yeah, it's already coming in as Ilyoya is looking to just do as much as they can, but Jojo throwing up a wall, tries to hook it from on, but it's not going to be enough. Watch Mirror in the backside. Shadow Surge is available for a bit more of a fight. Public execution in the backside. It's good. It's on Super. Not much mana. Let's see if the damage is going to be there. Ben! He's trying to do it. He's still alive. No, he's got 1 HP. Petrifying Gaze is good. Can they go for it?
Oh, my lord.
Ilyoya's just teetering on the edge. Shun's there. Viper takes out Ilyoya. They're so low.
They keep
but
it going.
It was BLG that takes the dragon, and they're looking for more.
Super!
They're cleaning up everything. BLG wants some more. Flash out of Knight. Let's see if Jojo's able to do a little bit more. They've got the health. Knight is low. Shuriken flip back. They might be going here, but initialize. What a great fight from
Still
BLG.
Going.
Let's see if they can take the
Super needs to be really careful.
Oh my god. Looking for more. It's not enough. Super's able to lock it out.
Just about gets away with it. That's the additional pickup there. It halves the gold lead. BLG turn up thinking they've got the angle on in, but Super gets to glide. The Ezreal in the scrappy team fight keeps hitting the queues and comes away with a win.
And it's actually such a big dragon fight. You can see both teams, they wanted to get in there. They wanted to make the moves, and they just couldn't. But that public execution into the backline, how did Bin survive this long is astounding. And you're right, Super has no mana, is just trying to get the damage off, but still BLG come out with the dragon.
They do, and that's a big win in its own right. Again, it stops that stacking from MKoi, but they got a lot of shutdowns. They got a lot of gold onto Super here. The extended play, Knight thought he might have the angle. He certainly wasn't walking away, so he tries to take one with him. The Twilight Shroud down, thought maybe here with the Gunblade, the Q auto, but Super just says no.
just says no indeed. Rift Herald now up on the map. Love to see where it's going to go, as we do also know it's an Ocean Soul coming into this game, so it depends which team's going to favor that the biggest. I really feel like it probably should be going over to BLG. They want that extra healing in these team fights, especially with Ambessa, Lee Sin, even Akali. They want to be stacking up that health mid-fight too.
And again, if you do get into the fights, that's going to be true. We'll have a look at the replay, because it looks like Knight with this solo kill we saw a little earlier on. And again, the observers with the T-Tours. Get the camera out, Mom. Knight's popping off again.
That was fire, and I called that. It happens every time, international or not. You will see a solo bolo with an Akali in a side lane. Guaranteed, but it is also BLG doing it all over the map. We also saw Bin doing such a good job with it too.
So, let's do a little bit of checking in on the game state and where we're at right now. Dragon apiece, Grubs are still to BLG. They've still got a good gold lead here, but MKOI, again, it was a solid fight. It got some gold in some important places, specifically Super. He's got a notable gold lead with the Muramana on its way to a transformation as well. If there is someone you're going to need from MKOI to pop off to win this, it's going to be that Ezreal. The problem is you look at the solo lanes, you look at the jungle role. Shun, Bin, Knight are in a great spot. Merwin, again, is just struggling, and there's 1v1!
Oh, just able to survive a little bit more. Knight taken very low, but it's not worth chasing.
He does get the flash of Merwin again and again. It's just about okay. Knight, not quite sniped out there by Super, but again, it's cooldown economy. Coming into a dragon fight, you are not going to have that flash, and on the Vex, that could be a big deal.
Oh, no, absolutely. Items are still coming across the board, too. You see a big item advantage heading over for Shun. Getting that Black Cleaver, too, means they are going to be able to get through these teams a little bit more, especially Elyoya. You need to be looking at them. They're going to be that big front line, because that's really the only one that's in there. It's all squishy damage behind, so you have to be so careful. So a Black Cleaver's just going to start shredding.
Yeah, that's going to be it. And again, Shun being this fed is a scary proposition. He may well be a problem. There comes that Crystallize. Just about all right. Fighting over Vision in the river right now. Bit of a chunk on it. Goes Shun.
Getting jumped on, but it's going to be Tempered Bait. The backside, but it's going to be enough. Petrifying Gaze does hit. It's enough damage. Yes, it's Elyoya picking up the shutdown. And now they're looking for a little bit more. Dragon up in a minute. There's nothing really objective-wise to get.
What it is, though, again, is looking for the vision control. Baron's still a little ways off, so that's not going to be a possibility. But it's also things like some of those summoners coming on down. But we kept most of them there, though, so that'll be the end of that one. And again, keep your eyes on some of those second items starting to get completed. Super's got that transformation now. You've got that additional item in for Viper. Does Knight get the Shadow Flame, though? That'll be a big one for me. Where's Ben going to be out? Of course, he stopped off for the Hex Drinker, understandably, for the 1v1 matchups in those side lanes versus those AP solo laners. 40 seconds, so resets are going to be happening now, if they're happening at all. Knight looking for a solo kill. Does go in, finds that Shuriken flip, goes a little wide. Still looking for it.
In there.
Gets
it. Too much. Knight does not care. Elyoya is here. Look at the flash goes forward. Easy pickings. 1-for-1 trade. Not the end of the world.
Not at all. You get the flash off of Yoya for that as well, and I think Knight will be happy enough with that, of course. Still, it is the Akali who is probably a little bit more important to the team than the 0 and 5 Vex, so we'll see what that leads to. There's a teleport not available for Knight, is for Merwin, and that could hurt potentially around a Dragon setup for BLG, but with Yoya on the wrong side of the map, maybe that allows a little bit of grace in the timings.
We can just take a second here. We've hit 20 minutes. The Baron's on the board. To see what these teams looking at. Dragons also available. So it's really, where do these teams want to start putting that priority? Where do they want the vision? Where do they want to start making the moves? Because you did just burn a couple summoners in a couple plays on both sides. It's a bit of a hands in the air. I just don't care. Where are they going to go?
That's exactly that. Have a look at this replay again, because Knight got that level advantage even to the top laner, who's supposed to have that experience role quest, remember, and didn't look particularly happy, but he did get the fear and enough damage from the turret to at least allow Yoya with that flash Q to get something back.
But looking back at live, there is a bit of a fight going on. They're trying to get a little bit more damage off, but let's see if they can get anything off it. On, doing a good job moving forward. They're just throwing things left, right, and center, but MKOI not able to hit their mark. They're looking around this dragon. Has been started up by BLG, but both sides playing it slow. BLG now back on it. They've got the damage, they've got the moves. Let's see if it is going to be MKOI making those moves, but it looks like they have to concede.
Flash him for the hook,
on, looking for it, but no, does get him with the tempered bait, but no, Murin, he's on the backside, just getting blasted once again. Knight locking down the back. There's the Dragons,
lovely,
sending them back. It's all too much. Jojo does pick up one, but still a double kill here for Knight. They're one of the best for a reason. Let's see if they can hold the line, but a great play from BLG.
Unfortunately for them, it's their jungler that dies. It means they can't really turn that into the Baron, but they still get the Dragon. They still get the win in terms of the team fight, so they'll be happy enough with that.
Not too bad at the end of the world, but now it is, again, the next objective on the board. Baron is there. Once we see those resets coming out, once we see Shun coming back into form, they could just be looking for another scrap.
That's the one. Baron, probably our next protocol. The gold lead, though, has kind of shrunk away here, hasn't it? Under 1,000 gold is pretty good news for MKOI, who were in danger of being blown out as some of those side lane plays started to happen. Yoya's caught up in the gold lead. He's now back to a good spot. We're seeing Super in a strong position as well.
It's on big testament here to MKOI. Like, the fact they're going up against one of the best teams in the world right now. They were so close at MSI, but now they're holding their own. They're still pushing plays. They're making the right moves. So big props that they're holding the line. And that is a big thing for a lot of teams facing such of an opponent.
Yeah, and again, it's tough schedule for BLG coming straight off MSI. There's not a lot of time to turn things around, get over, get set up. And it's game one. It's a best of one. It can get a bit spicy. BLG have really improved their late game from the early split woes, where we kind of had that nickname bad late game because their team fighting a little later on was sometimes a little inconsistent. Probably the way to put it. We'll have a look at the replay here is on with the flash hook. And as we're kind of saying, their team fighting really has improved, especially when people like On are feeling it. And it's a wonderful kick from Shun. He trades his life for it, but it is the extra kill.
Not the end. That's pretty good if you ask me. You trade those kills, but still, you want to have Shun in these big fights and able to hold on a little bit more. So it might be on to be a little bit more of that front line too. But Bin doing a fantastic job sitting in the front, getting to the back line, and just disrupting the front to back that we're seeing from MKOI.
And again, it's a weird one because we're looking at these teams and it's very heavy dive on both sides. So the team fighting happens like, we are sending our backline to your front, to your backline every time. The Vi, the Vex going one way, the Akali, the Ambessa going the other. Teleports in, the Miasma down the 10 feet. It's going to keep going, the damage keeps rolling as Viper. Now beginning to throw some twin fangs out. The hook is there. Continue to throw out some more damage on Fid and taken down by the Glacial Storm and a Flash Frost. MKOI with the pick.
Not too bad. It's a great lock-in here. They're taking the score 13-11. They're crawling back. Gold lead is still low. Let's see if they take it a little bit further and start looking at the Baron. It's a 4v5.
It is, and they can get it to put down some of these wards, and the zone control is strong here from the likes of an Anivia, from the Vex throwing out some of those fear zones and all that kind of stuff with the personal space and the Mistral bolts and all those kinds of things. And again, Bard, all that ability to throw out an arm, look for a pick, and maybe looking to do that right now. They've got enough wards, and Shun recalling on an MKOI ward might be in a bit of danger here. MKOI thinking about it, but the Crystallize not quite what they were hoping for.
No, cancelling out that back. It's just a little bit of tempo playing right there, but now they're looking at this scuttle, and it is just the team trying to play really smart, looking at these objectives too. But now the picks are coming in. We can see MKOI can hold that line and actually secure someone. It's on BLG to start pushing that tempo further and locking out this backside. Get Super out of these fights so he can't do the damage.
Yeah, there is going to be. I had a quick drink and forgot to move my mic into position there. Oops. Sometimes guys, even as casters, are capable of making an error or two. Just on occasion. Only on occasion. But we are now... Yeah, well, you know, we've got to make sure you realise we're humans too, you know? Portal hands, but it's buffered through with that arcane shift. And locking this Ezreal down has proven to be a challenge. Only the one death, and that was from very early on. And Super having a great showing right now. The 3 items are in. He's got that exhaust, of course, to give himself a little bit of safety if someone like that Akali or that Ambessa do end up on top of him. With the Shojin completed alongside everything else, his ability to continue the damage is very strong. Eyes on the top left corner of your screen, though. Dragon's coming up, and that will be sole point for BLG if they can claim, and Baron also a possibility.
I'm just looking at the players in this right now. Knight, who we've seen do some phenomenal plays across the map, is only 400 gold up on Jojo. Like, they are so equal right now, item-wise, gold. Like, it is so close of a series just for these mid laners alone. I think their impact really comes down to pure performance. Who is going to get those kills first? Who's going to have that impact to disrupt a little bit more? And that's going to be a big decider for me.
And again, we had that brief conversation where I mentioned the thing, we never got to describe it, full contact team fighting, which is basically, you dive my backline, right, well, my job is to dive yours. So then the follow-up damage isn't there. The problem in this game is the people who are diving are also doing the damage. So Viper and Super in particular are going to have to be very wary of the people looking for their head. Dragon started. Super throws down that true shot barrage. Look at Knight on the flank.
Oh, already looking to take it down to 4k health. It is BLG trying to get that control. Look to get to that soul point, but now look for a little bit more on. Lands the hook. Is going to be enough as they send a little bit more forward. That punch is good, but this just taking out. Jojo locks them down.
Look at all the
damage. Look at Bin. They're on the back line. Viper is getting it done. It is soul point now. Heading over for BLG. Now they need to turn this fight or run away as they're dashing forward. Mkoi, they're looking to make moves, but BLG decide it's worth staying back.
It is Knight. Tries to back out. There was on the flank, got zoned off a little bit, but again, it's a little messy, but they did get soul point, and because Mkoi were a little late to the play, didn't manage to get in there, and Yoya traded his life with Ons. It's a win again for BLG, and now you're in the catch-22. You're down soul point, Viper ghosting in. Just have to back away. That got a little spicy, but holds onto that mid lane turret critically. Knight, hang on. Alvaro just about able to dodge away from the shuriken flip, and Knight a known quantity now.
Oh, look, Knight is here, just playing in the jungle, living in the darkness, but it is still BLG now trying to get this vision around the Baron. We keep coming back to it. It's been up for 7 minutes. No team is able to lock it down first. Super is just a little bit too low. They need to reset here, and Shun could potentially look for a play because it's just low enough to lock it down. And this could be the hit.
Super!
It's going to go over. Super's able to arcane shift over the wall, stays alive a little bit longer.
It's the flash down though, and this is the cooldown economy we talk about. LPL teams play for this all the time. Between objectives where your ultimates are less important, you look to blow things like flashes from mid laners, from AD carries, because guess what? Then you don't have it for that soul fight. Then you don't have it for that Baron fight. And considering how obnoxious, how problematic the Ezreal has been for BLG to lock down consistently, that's a big win as far as I'm concerned.
Big thing there though, it is an Ezreal. You have the arcane shift, you can dash away still, but as long as you lock them down, you have a Nautilus. The dredge is going to be pretty good, so you have to be super careful with that as well. But big power spikes starting to come in. Knight with a Shadow Flame of all things is going to be blasting out of the water.
It is indeed, and then we've got that popping up there as well. Very, very dangerous indeed. And the thing is, look, yes, you've got the arcane shift, but you've still got to deal with depth charge, dredge line. You've got Akali diving in with all of her mobility, rocket belts, and perfect executions and public executions as well from Ambessa. Lee Sin coming from a flank angle. Gets very, very difficult, and you've only got the one dash to help out with that. Sure, Super with a magical journey, with a locket, with a tempered fate. You've got some tools to potentially defend your AD carry, but that is going to be easier said than done. Baron is up. No team has really started that, but it is Mkoi in control of that top side of the river right now. Couple minutes until Soul a possibility for BLG, and the gold is practically dead even at this point of the game. We are 29 minutes in, and it is 700 gold that separates these two squads.
Which I don't think a lot of us expected this to go. We all thought BLG was going to come in and just blast their way through, but no, Mkoi doing a really good job there. They're facing a crowd. They're in the catacombs, but they are holding on, and they're finding the light. Let's just see if they can get into the land and outside.
Exactly that. And again, I don't think it's necessarily that BLG have been playing poorly. They've actually made some good moves. There's some really good side lane solo kills. But I think then the way I want to phrase this is that I think Mkoi have stepped up. They have delivered, and they are looking like a good team. Here, let's game one. Viper look for the pick. Can't quite get it, and we are playing for river control. Again, Dragon is a little ways off, but that seems to not matter right now as Alvaro in the river. Bin split off. Viper had to flash there. He's down that one. That's pretty huge. Joya goes in. Show gets a skull grab. But execution is going in. Joya. Temper Fate is going to be a big deal. Keep Joya safe. But the miasma means the Vi is going to fail flash over the wall, and Knight gets the kill. It's traded. Both junglers down. Knight needs to rocket bell away as Jojo Pyun on this, and Nivea continues to flash freeze everyone who dares get into a choke point.
You cannot enter the Glacial Storm without losing a couple toes. Ben did try to catch out Mirror in there, but no, wasn't enough. But still, you could as well see that BLG had to really retreat there. Like, they were very low. Two members were kill shot ready. So, big play. Let's watch the replay here as well. You can see it was trying to be started on, wanted to make that move, but everything just got in the way. Walls, snowstorms, it was just not enough. And it was Shun who did get the nice little scuttle crab. So, not the end of the world. It's all about that vision control like we talk about. But now it's all about starting these fights and straight into the back line. And that public execution was great.
The Tempered Fate bought a lot of time, but again, Alva went flashing for Q, didn't land it. Then Shun gets a little bit caught there, but they do bring down the jungle. If it had been Yoya there was a very real world where they could have turned that into Baron. But Jojo at this point, because he's picked up so many kills, it's just doing an absolute boatload of damage. Super's now got a 4th item as well. Knight landed a Shuriken flip and couldn't continue the damage, which was very problematic. I think this Ezreal is still going to be a menace here, and it's still going to remain a very contentious game, to say the least of it.
100% initialize. It is going to be big as the dragon now spawns. It is sole point for BLG. This is going to be a big fight.
Eyes on some of the summoners missing. Viper, no flash. On, no flash. Super, still no flash. Alongside, frankly, the majority of Mkoy.
And this is going to be the big one. Shun is already in the pit, waiting there on a pink where they have the safety. It's all about the smite.
Here they go.
Looking for the dragon. It's going to be enough.
Tempered
Fate hits the dragon, but they're on the back line. It is Mkoy trying to hold back. Shadows has stood enough. They did lock it down. It has been picked up. Ocean Soul locked in for BLG. Now they just need to recover. They need to move back and stay a little bit longer. But no, it is Mkoy looking for more. Cease this is on the back line. Petrified Gaze. It's good. Alvaro wants to get the shot, but it's on. It's all through. It's all that Shiro. They're getting the damage. Look at Knight go. He wants Jojo in the egg. It's time to scramble up some bird because it could be a little bit much, but they're still so low. Miasma's going out. See if they can lock them down a little bit longer. Knight doesn't have the energy. Looking for more. Jojo is low. Wants more.
Down.
Knight gets everything she wrote. Knight wants blood. He's got the sword. He's got the shield. And he takes Mkoy for a ride.
Oh, it's superb stuff. You want to win EWC, you're going to need to crack a few eggs. Jojo finally falls. The Ocean Soul value in the extended fight is monstrous. They've got a wave waiting for them top. That will at the very least be inhibitor.
And that is such a big turn in the game. What was a 500 gold differential was now 5.4k.
The thing is, there's 30 seconds on the wave clear. BLG smell blood in the water. And maybe a little bit of that omelette frying, towards the Nexus turret they go. Tempered Fate buys some time. Yoya and Alvaro must stop the onslaught, but Billy Gaming will take no prisoners here. And Mkoy, they fought well, they fought hard, but they will bleed out, drowned by Ocean Soul wearing Billy Gaming.
And this is why they're one of the best. Yes, Mkoy took them for a ride, but it was not enough. Sadly, that ride came to an end in this best of one series. And wow, BLG came in with the goods.
They really did. To be honest, I want to give serious credit to Mkoy. That was a game that I think a lot of people on paper were going to go, Mkoy scraped in to Esports World Cup. They were kind of an extra, an afterthought. They didn't look like that today, did they? They looked so strong. BLG, though, MSI finalists, first stand winners, still managed to clutch it out and do a phenomenal job there in those late game scenarios. The dragon stacking ended up being the difference maker at the end of it all.
And that was where that priority was. The vision was good, the team fights were clean, and it was all on Shun being ready and available, waiting for those objectives to come through, and then just getting in at the right second. So BLG looking so fierce today. They said they wanted to come in and look strong. So it is, how hard can they go? How high can they fly here at EWC 2026? But we'll just have to wait and see as they do move to the upper bracket here, Initialize. Now it comes down to what is the next step? Who do they go up against, and how big of a component or opponent are they going to be?
Well, exactly that. And again, they are theoretically one of the favorites for the whole League of Legends tournament here in 2026 at the Esports World Cup. But that is perhaps easier said than done. Isn't that right, Valdez?
That is exactly right. Thank you so much, guys, for the great cast as BLG do take the win. Very dominant last fight there. I feel like Mkoy, they were doing a good job of just kind of waiting and trying to beat them into fights and saying, okay, we have a really nice disengage comp. Let's just let them come into us. But they gave away so much. They gave away the Ocean Soul. And then that last fight was just a little bit too much. And I think when you have Nautilus, you have Akali, a lot of different ways to get into the fight. It just looked like BLG had enough to end the game.
Yeah, I mean, especially I think when they get this team composition against like the engaging team comp, like you can't be scared getting engaged on because you have a bar who can protect. You can actually have a wall, so make sure they get separate. It's just like they were really I would say like over scared. Like we're gonna see with the highlight, but like they were over scared, so like they actually went back to the bad choke like above the cross, the C curve, the brush, and also they feel bad because they lost the objective, and they're like, let's just go in because we lost the objective. Like, it's just the game plan was like more, BLG was more basically delicate.
Yeah, I think it's just very difficult when you're not on the objective first with the Anivia in general, especially versus so much dive, right? And unfortunately, it didn't feel like this Vex pick got enough value in assisting in some of that dive. There were some moments, sure, but I think not all. That's the thing with picks like that with Moen, right? Because I called for it, I was like, hey, like, let's get something weird from Moen, right? I think that's normally when they look the best. But it's definitely also when they look the worst, because when it falls off, it falls off hard, and this was definitely one of those games where...
It was too weird.
Yeah, maybe a little too weird.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea, but the execution was not necessarily there, and BLG eventually got across the line, starting off with first blood in the bottom lane, which Shun, once again, you know, we've had actually Lee Sin in every single game so far here at EWC 26 for League of Legends on both stages, and he popped off on this pick as well.
Yeah, I mean, like, it looked like the Kali kind of died for free, but it's actually not, because the Lee Sin was like so behind on all the games since he was ganking bottom and mid and top, as we see. Like, it was like really, he was like way behind on the Vi EXP, like he was like almost leveled down. So I think Akali there, it's just like a go for die and then just give the Lee Sin kill, and it helps so much, and be able to push mid wave. It translates to like these skirmishes, like he's actually he's still one level down, like even though what happened earlier, but because he wasn't farming, and those kind of stuff like are so managed to like as a team, and it's like it's really easy to team fight and get a playing around objective.
Yeah, we saw a lot of side lane shenanigans here from Irwin, and not in his favor. Knight took advantage of that, so did Bin, and it felt like, you know, the Vex and the composition, it kind of makes sense theoretically, but when you get wrecked in lane, you get pushed and you don't really have any side lane pressure, and then in the team fights, it's still a Vex. At the end of the day, like, this is not a top tier pick, so theoretically okay, but yeah.
It's weird. It's like it wants to be tankier, but it can't survive that much burst damage, right? And so effectively it just kind of turns into a one-off fear bot, and if it doesn't necessarily yield value, like, you know, someone gets hit by a Bard stun because of it, or a Nivea stun, and then they just change CC'd and died, it just kind of turns into this where it just dies on site.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, like, they have a good choke, like, sure, I get that they have trying to approach like a different angle, but the thing is, like, you don't, in this type of the comp, like, you don't actually have to go first. Like, let Anivia get wall and let ag.al just poke. Like, even this one, what I just talked about, like, they lost the Drake Soul because they were not willing to fight. Then why are they willing to fight after they give up the soul? It's just like, it just doesn't make sense, right? Like, they might as well just play like way more aggressive when they actually have a chance. Or I would say the success of the percentage is higher. Just take the opportunity.
Yeah, oftentimes I like to call fights like those like they're window shopping for the objective.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, oh, there's a lovely sale, but I'm about to miss it. The timer's running down. And they walk into the store, they miss the sale. And then in this case, BLG just clubbed them over the head for coming in late. But yeah, again, I think sometimes that just shows a little bit of lack of maybe confidence, of just willing to go, hey, like, we have the space to send it. Let's send it, but then make sure we can try and control the fight afterwards.
Well, guys, that was a very interesting best one. We had BLG to take the win on this one. We have Kitty on the stage now with the Knight. Take it away for the interview.
Thank you so much. By my side, we have BLG Knight for the post-game interview. 欢迎奈特来到我们的赛后采访。This is going to be our first time where we host EWC in Paris. So I want to ask Knight, how is the atmosphere in France so far? 想问一下奈特，今年是首次在巴黎举行的 EWC， 所以感觉氛围如何呢？
感觉挺好的吧，人很多，然后场馆也很大，然后也是我打 EWC 第一次赢比赛吧，就非常开心。
I'm very happy because this is my first time winning a match in the Parisian arena, and of course it's our first time in France, so I'm very excited, and the arena is huge. 那么下一轮你们对阵的会是 T1. Next round you guys are going to be versing against T1. Who are you guys going to be looking out for? 下一轮是 T1, 所以想问一下奈特选手有什么比较需要注意的点呢？
因为上次我们赢了他们嘛，就照常打应该就能赢。
because we already won against T1 the previous time we versed them, so we just have to be a bit more careful and we should be okay. 那么现场有很多 Knight 的粉丝 we have a lot of Knight fans in the arena today. 所以有什么想要跟他们说的吗？
就巴黎这么远，也谢谢大家来支持我们吧，我们也会争取加油进决赛的。
We have a lot of BLG fans in the arena now, so I wanted to say thank you so much for flying all the way to Paris. We will try our best and we will make sure to get every single win we can. 谢谢奈特 Thank you so much for the post-game interview and back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Kitty and Knight, for that one. Obviously, showing a lot of love to the local crowd and talking about how big the arena is as well. It was, I would say, not BLG's most amazing game, not their most flashy, but they got the job done, and really that's all that matters. They are going to go up against T1 in the next matchup. I mean, I don't know. T1 didn't look amazing either, so, you know.
I mean, look, I think that's the story of a lot of BLG's year, to be fair. It's like, it's not pretty, but for the most part, they've gotten the job done. And it's just another, you know, it's another chapter to just whack inside the book for that. But again, I think mCoy did a very good job of making that game awkward, making it weird with the Vex pick, with the way that they obviously skirmished around mid, with the Anivia. There were loads of things that just slowed them down, and I think once eventually they were able to kind of just, well, mostly just find the picks on the side lane, it just enabled Knight to have so much more freedom once the team fights rolled around. He had so much extra gold in his pocket.
Yeah, I think it was like really exposed game, like for both team, honestly, like showing off like the weak side as well. But you know, there's like they were playing around the competition well. Like those, I'll say, like those are really strong sides. So those kind of have to be more impactful against like these teams, because like these teams are good. Like they're here for just playing actually international team. They are decently well. That's why they came here to play at EWC. So I mean, for sure, you gotta take some risk to get reward.
They absolutely have to. And, you know, it wasn't a bad showing from the side of mCoy, but there's a lot more work to be done, as they will have to go up against GAM Esports, who looked actually pretty decent.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I like their ability to really mix up a game and never make it like very cut and dry, which is kind of what Korean teams like T1 like to do, where it's like, okay, we have control, we do whatever we want, and you guys lose.
Yeah.
GAM are like, no, we're going to throw that out the window. And I think they did a pretty good job of doing that. That was on the main stage. That game was happening at the same time. So will be pretty interesting stuff here for Group C, but that's going to do it for now, guys. We are going to take a break and come back with our next matchup. Don't go anywhere.
O que você votou? Mid. ADC. For me, mid's just easy. ADC is also easy, but I'm like on competitive, maybe not so much.
In League, I think it's ADC because you kind of just need to hit and do damage. People just say most ADCs is just dumb because they just need to hit and do damage, so they don't lose a lot of brain. So this is for me.
I'm on mid again.
Support.
Mid because I don't know, I find it fun to play. It's like my second role, and when I'm out of field I always have fun and I find it easy.
Yeah, support because when I start to play in competitive, I play support. I started playing support, but now I'm ADC, so support if I choose another role. Tem que ser esse.
Tem que ser. Mel.
Yumi.
Mel is just, I don't know, it's just a bad design of a champion. She doesn't work, she should not be on the game.
Yumi because it's a support, but just enter into ADC or, I don't know, into jungle or other person. People just say, when you play Yumi, you don't play League. You are just waiting and do other stuff, and I think Yumi is a good choice.
Gigo.
Jojo.
I can't say it's me, so it's Gigo. He's always saying like dumb stuff, and I'm always laughing.
I think it's Jojo because he always laughing about everything, but he used a lot of sarcasm.
Sarcasm.
Yeah, so I think it's kind of funny.
Passion.
Special.
I think Brazilian players are really passionate about the game, like casual, pro, so that's it for me.
Kind of the same thing, but I think in Brazil we kind of just like to play a lot of champions. I think you can see we play a lot of stuff and try new things. For me, it's kind of special because of that.
I have no idea.
I think I have a good one.
A knife.
Knife?
Yeah, I'm not sure why, but I might need it. I don't know if there's like animals, I don't know, might be useful.
I think of League of Legends, no? Oh! I choose Zonias because you can stop the time and just wait for help.
That's a good one. I'm not sure if I can write it right. Psychologist.
Doctor.
I used to study for this actually. I don't know, League just happens in my life, so I was like, yeah, let's try League, and it worked.
Yeah, I choose Doctor because I like medical stuff, and when I was young, I liked to watch series about medical stuff, so I think it's Doctor.
Como I use it?
Carrier.
I'm a fan, so not much to say. I think he's really good.
Yeah, I'm also a fan, and he wins a lot, so I think it's just the right choice.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
We booked Esports World Cup.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me back.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. House of blow the house down.
Hello and welcome back to the secondary stage here for EWC 2026's League of Legends. We're getting ready for our third match of the day. It will be Furia up against G2, and already the fans are piling in behind us as we've had many fan chants already. The game hasn't even begun, and obviously some big fan bases for both of these two squads, guys.
It's really loud. It's really packed. Everyone's like so ready for it. Everyone's so excited. I'm ready too.
Dare I say, I think there's more people here for G2 Furia than BLG Koi. Yeah, I mean, makes sense, right? European team, home soil. But the Brazilian fans, no matter, honestly, what sport, esport, passionate, the shout is there. And even though I think they're slightly fewer in number, they're equally as loud.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
There they are. You'll probably hear them and or see them behind them as they're getting into it. And yeah, I mean, again, always have to do this disclaimer. There's a best of one. Anyone can win. So far, I think, you know, the second match kind of went more the way we were expecting, although BLG weren't like super flashy. They got the job done. They took the win. What is your guys' expectation for this one? Who should be the favorites coming into this match?
I mean, it's like the meta's like right now is like really kind of, I would say like it's not steady, right? Like it's just like all the game, if you get like one thing like really screwed over, like it just seems like it's really easy to hit the enemy like constantly, like, and it's like losing the point, and that's like, you know, transit to the like objective and middle game, the skirmishes. It looked like there's no clean game so far because like there's no one-sided game. It's just the both teams are trying so hard to win and it's managing and also preparing really well, just playing around the objective, playing as a team. Like it's showing off like really strong the identity from the team. That's how I feel.
Yeah, what I'm looking at from G2 is how they actually look to control the pace of the game. I feel like that's something that they did really well when they're opening to MSI, but then come the Lions series, that was a lot less present. And I think versus a team like Furia, they're gonna come at you fangs bared, and they aren't gonna stop. Like they will keep on looking for plays, and a lot of that is driven by Tatu, the kid's a superstar, right? He is a playmaker. He wants to be the guy that drives the game forward, and oftentimes down in the CB low, he is the guy that drives the game forward for this team.
Yeah, definitely the reason why they are here on multiple international stages, representing their region. You know, quite obviously the best team from there. And again, it's another jungler you mentioned that is having a big effect. It does feel like this meta especially very jungler-centric. And also, we've seen Lee Sin in every game that we've had so far, so would not be surprised to see more of it here.
Yeah.
I was going to say, do you know who's pretty good at it?
Yeah, exactly.
Are you gonna, yeah, would you give to listen to him?
Oh, having trouble hearing you guys because, well,
yeah. These headphones aren't soundproof.
Yeah.
For free.
I mean, we have like the main stage right over there, and there's like tons of seats and stuff. But actually, over here, I think there might be more people.
It's super packed.
I mean, it's G2, right? Huge fan base here in Europe, here in Paris, and they're getting a lot of support, to say the least. And as you already mentioned, the Furia faithful are here as well, supporting them. But G2, you know, I think there's a lot of hope behind the squad recently for this year. Not just because of their win over T1, but, you know, especially because of that. I think a lot of people can say, well, they beat T1 and then the loss to Lion was a fluke. So they should be, you know, kind of in a really good spot right now.
And you know what? About that weird spot, we haven't touched on the coaching staff change. Dylan is no longer the coach.
Yeah.
Right? They've elected to go with Perks. Obviously, Perks officially, I think, only started working with them at the start of the month. He's been around probably a little bit longer than that, but I really want to see what level of impact that has on this G2 lineup, because, you know, a lot of the talk when it came to Dylan oftentimes would be, does he make these guys cook too much in the prep and in the draft, right? And I don't think that was necessarily the case in the Lion loss. I didn't really hate the G2 drafts. I think you could actually see it in their opening MSI series a bit, where, yeah, they can go too far forward. But I really want to see what the philosophy looks like from a Perks-led G2.
Yeah, I mean, 100% indeed, because, like, how would they want against T1? Because they were cooking, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So you can't really blame him. So, I mean, yeah, it's just, I think it's go back to, like, you know, get a fresh environment, like, fresh atmosphere, and it's, like, just, it doesn't mean that actually changing, like, the team play style, obviously, because it's, like, roster is not changed, right? Like, it's just only, like, the managing the team, managing the player, like, those kind of things are going to be the only change. So, I think it's hopefully for G2's side, the perspective, I think it's, you know, it's a good side if it's good.
Yeah. I think this is a good test bed.
If it's good, it's good.
To say the least. And look, again, Furia are the kind of team that when it comes to internationals, they come in, I mentioned it with Team Secret Wales, they come in hungry.
Yeah.
Right? They're here to win.
100%.
Right? And obviously that swings both ways. Like you will play to win into a loss sometimes. And that often is the failure of a lot of CBLOL teams, is they play too hard in the skirmishes, and then it leads to those bigger macro losses. And that's what we want to see kind of reined in here.
Yeah, I mean, this is like really good opportunity. It's like he's testing your ceiling, right? Like you get so good practiced opponents against it, and it's like this is like where you can actually just prove yourself and test yourself. Like how can you push yourself to limit? And it's time to prove on the stage.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on both of these teams, no doubt. I mean, it's a 16-team tournament, but if you lose a couple of matches, you know, 1 best of 1 and 1 best of 3, you're just out. So got to be ready to go, and both of these teams looks like they are, and our draft should be up here in just a moment, guys. So take it away, our casters, as we head into the draft.
With pleasure, Valdez. Initialize here, joined by Logan. Switching it up just a little bit here as we do head into draft. And the desk are absolutely right. There is very little room for error. 1 best of 1, 1 best of 3, and it can all go wrong. Folks, the crowds have turned up for this match, and that might mean me and Logan have to work to be heard, because the Furia fans, the G2 fans are here in force, and it is pretty electric here in Paris today.
That is right. G'day. We are here for G2 versus Furia. It is the LEC versus CBLOL, and the energy here. Oh, you could feed off this energy. It is a feast. Everybody is pumped, and we're already into these picks and bans. We've already got that Poppy, J4, and Cassiopeia, who has been rising in the meta because she can flex the mid and bot now in this mage meta we find ourselves in.
And especially as we're just coming off MSI, where IU was absolutely throwing out that Cassiopeia and doing a fantastic job with it. What has gotten through draft, though, is the Camille that has been defining the early picks pretty much since MSI. And of course, both these teams were just there. G2 had a interesting tournament, I think it's fair to say. They had some incredible highs and some slightly lower lows as well. Furia, of course, some good early games versus Furia, but couldn't quite clutch it out and ended up with a fairly disappointing end of results. See what they can do here as they come on in. Caps gets the Syndra. Last time I saw him on this, he was getting a pentakill out of MSI, and they'll lock in the Leona to go into this Camille as well.
Yeah, the last time we spoke about Camille, I actually mentioned it's the Lee Sin of support. You need to be hard, fast, early, and aggressive. And when it's played right, it can overtake that lane. And then when they're roaming around, have so much impact. But as you so rightfully said, Caps, Penta, Syndra, it's almost an iconic situation already, and backed up with this CC that Leona brings to that bot lane. I love it.
Well, how about we go for the Lee Sin of jungle in Lee Sin. Pair that in with the Camille. Obviously, incredible early skirmishing here for Tatu and Jojo. We wanted to get some serious value out of that pair in the early stages.
But this is what we see with these BO1s, right? Some teams go all in. It's hard, fast, early aggression. Whereas other teams, they kind of hedge their bets, right? They go with the meta. They sometimes go with those comfort picks and depend on the scaling. The more comfortable, confident teams might go those slower builds, and the aggressive, we need to give it our all right here, right now. It's now or never. They go for those comps.
Well, to go with your pick, I'll add you some picks. The Jin follows up with that Lee Sin and Camille. Also means the Camille is a lot freer to leave lane, because Jin is very happy to play a 2v1 if required, and can obviously follow up / set up for these very aggressive early skirmishes pretty well. Tends to have that unfortunate mid-game trough that's kind of made him a little bit dubious in certain analysts' minds, but you do get to those late stages, still gets to pop off. What's the response here from the likes of Skumon, though? Might well be this Neferi.
I do love the backline access that Neferi can bring to any composition, right? Yes, you can body block it, but you basically sacrifice yourself unless you are a top lane tank into this Neferi, and those resets can be scary. So I love the lockdown. There's so much CC that G2 has already drafted for themselves into this Furia composition.
Second phase of bans coming on up. Neither top laner realistically picked it. Theoretically, theoretically, Guigo could lock in that Camille, but it's not really been seen at all, actually. It has been primarily a support pick, come what may. The Shen being taken out right now, that has been some of the BB has pulled out. The zombie build with things like the Dusk and Dawn, all those kind of shenanigans, gets pretty obnoxious. And, you're looking at G2's comp right now, got a fair amount of burst themselves. That mid jungle hits level 6 and someone's losing their head.
That's it. And Syndra obviously scaling, ultimate ability there as well, doing so much work and damage. It has to be respected. I mean, Caps is the best in the West, as they say. So Furia, are they going to respect this Syndra, or are they going to all in him and take him out of these fights quick, smart? But their composition, right, they've got a bit of dive. Camille, dive. Lee Sin can get around those back lines. But Jin wants to sit all the way at the back. So it's almost like you guys frontline while I try and deal the damage to this Syndra, to this Leona. But Leona, one of the tankiest supports you can find, she's going to be a tough nut to crack as these last bans have come through. Cled. That's respected, BB.
Broken Blade came off a monstrous Game 5 win against T1 to knock them out of MSI with a 15-kill Cled. It was magical. Of course, the series to follow, perhaps a little less magical for G2. We're looking to perhaps channel that initial victory here, and they're looking potentially for the Gnar here, having taken out the Vayne, having taken out the Rumble. Of course, on the other side, see what Guigo can look to lock into the Gnar.
One thing that I am loving about these jungler picks too as well is that they're both very aggressive, obviously, but they're not Xin Zhao. We've seen Xin Zhao a lot across the world. So these guys, they're not letting themselves be defined by the meta. They're definitely going with still strong picks, but things that they're a bit more comfortable with as well.
And at least at MSI, from what we saw, the Xin Zhao wasn't really a Game 1 pick anymore. It feels like enough of the nerfs have come on through that he's just fallen down that priority ladder a touch more for things like the Vi, for things like the Neferi, and actually debating doing what BLG just did and locking in a publicly perfect execution pairing.
Yeah, absolutely. Public and perfect execution. You said it
I hate this. Every time I conflate the two, it's a disaster as a play-by-play,
so
I tell
which
you.
one has which ult? Because we're going to need to know this. But Galio, I like this choice. Galio, a strong, locked in. Another frontliner, though.
Is that Syndra bot, then?
It could very well be, yeah, because Galio is mid lane, being able to global and help the team. I love this. They're going to play through sides.
And one of the big things here as well is there's been some questions about, does Hansama play the Mage's bot? He's locked in a Syndra here. He's clearly feeling confident enough to come in here at EWC. The first game, they're locking the Syndra. You've now got Neferi Galio with a Leona to go diving on to some of these potentially more dangerous carries, or potentially responding to things like that Ambessa, things like that Camille coming diving on in. Because the other side, you look at Furia, and we were saying, hey, look, they had some close games against Lion, but it was the late game team fights where they couldn't quite get over that execution barrier. That doesn't look particularly late game to me with the Lee Sin of the Camille. They want to get rolling in that mid game real fast.
And Furia's composition is so high damage.
Yes.
That is damage for days. Whereas G2, they've kind of respected the traditional draft. They've got some solid frontline and sacrificed a bit of that damage. But this is Caps we're talking about on the Galio. He's going to be able to protect those damage dealers. So it's that trade-off. We're going to need to see how both of these teams play this one out, because they both have dive elements, but the shorter range of G2 means they're going to be much closer to that fighting than the Jin from Furia. That could be the difference maker, that range differential.
And another potential caveat to this as well is I wonder whether G2 play this as a counterpunch, and they say, we see you all dive in, get Leona ulted, get Galio ulted, get Neferi W'd, and then we go back in, because I think there is a very real world here where if Furia don't pull the trigger at the correct time, where they get a little over eager to make those plays, the punish that could come in from the global of the Galio, from the Neferi ulting in, from the Leona going absolutely not, eat a solar flare, that could get really dangerous too.
These are going to be explosive all-in fights.
Yeah.
No matter which way you go with it. Neither of these teams...
I feel like that might be a touch of an understatement, but you know, who am I?
Well,
who am I to judge?
I come from the LCP, right? So, like, if these guys get a kill a minute, I'm going to be like, yes, we're on.
Oh, boy.
But both of these compositions, they really want to fight. It's just how they're going to set up around these objectives, which will inevitably be the catalyst for these explosive engages.
Well, we've already had one very close game here on the B stream where MKOI actually stood up and delivered versus BLG very well, but the difference maker ended up being the dragon stacking that came on through, and that did sort of prove to be a little dangerous. And I agree, those objective setups are going to be a little intricate, I think, this game, because both of these comps don't really get to be non-committal, do they?
No.
And speaking of committing, we are committing to Summoner's Rift.
That's it. Once you go in for these fights, there's no way back out. You need to pull the trigger, you need to be decisive, and you need to make it work for you with these compositions because, again, we are here on Summoner's Rift for game one of this best of one between Furia and G2 here at EWC 2026, and already they're showing face in the mid lane.
Oh, yes. And again, you win. You go towards an upper bracket best of 3, which is great news. You lose, you're not quite done. But that lower bracket best of 3 is a little more alarming, to say the least of it. Fighting over these level 1 wards. Furia will clear that one out relatively swift. You can see that, of course, Jojo starting off there with the sweep. Of course, not to be confused with Jojo Pure. And if we see those two teams fight off, we're going to have to be much more careful about our phrasing.
What I really, really like there is Hans Sama just chipped away at IU over the wall blind, right? And that speaks to the level of play these guys have. The seconds he was counting down in his head, he's like, you walk this fast, you will be here, I'm going to chip at you and get a little bit of a lane advantage, which is so important in these early stages as they start to skirmish on that bot side.
And again, there are going to be a lot of questions about G2 because we saw some real high highs from them at MSI. That victory against T1 will go down in European history. The series that followed against Lion was a real disappointment.
It will also go down in history.
Stop. Oh, yeah, and then that gets tricky because, again, on top of that, there's been the backroom staffs, Dylan and Perk switching up a little bit there as well. So it means that there's quite a lot of eyes on G2 to see what we get from them. And we've already got a little bit of a different look in that drafting phase with that Syndra and stuff coming on in, see where they feel like here. And again, for Furia, I got to chat with some of the ag.al English casters. Shout out to Trajan and stuff as well, who was giving me some of their notes and their thoughts on what they thought about the MSI perspective from someone who's a big ag.al fan. Put a lot of time into these teams, saying, look, frankly, really happy that they did a good job. They turned up and did them proud, but there was just this issue was like, maybe in years past, you could have said, look, the hands were there, but the game sense wasn't quite. This time, it was just really difficult to win games against the top teams, and there was a little bit of, like, frankly, just getting out-executing those late-game team fights. See what happens here, though, with some violence occurring. I'm yapping away, and Labrov is being dropped real low. Furia looking to show exactly what hands they've got.
That's it. We saw Labrov there burn both summoners, but critically, Hans Sama stepped up and took the deadly flourish from IU, protecting Labrov, preventing that first blood going over. Because as we were talking, we saw on the top side here, Broken Blade had Guigo pushed in, and another skirmish in this mid lane. Caps has that. What's interesting here is that both of these are melee mid laners, right? So there's no ranged advantage over melee advantage. It's we're just going to be brawling the whole time. But critically, these junglers, right? Currently both on the top side. However, Skumond will be spotted recalling. So now Furia have the information that the jungler not out on the rift.
Here comes everyone. Hang on. This gets spicy. Tuts goes in with that Shuriken flip. 3v2 and Labrov being around. Does need to get out, does Caps and survives, but that teleport comes with an additional summoner cost.
That's it. Both summoners burnt their 4 Caps. It was going to be a 3v1. It ended up being a 3v2, so it was much harder to get that coveted crown off of Caps, but the flash well spent to escape there. As this top side, they're skirmishing. They want to get these stacks up. Guigo critically, the grasp to get that permanent max health here. But the junglers, again, we see Skumond around that mid lane trying to potentially get the flash out of Tuts on this Akali because flash is so important.
And again, for Furia, you are the team with the Lee Sin, with the Camille, with very volatile lanes, lots of setup, lots of playmaking. They are being active. It's what we wanted to see from a draft like this, and they're not playing slow, they're not playing conservative right now. They're trying to make the moves happen. Logan just pointing out the fact that Labrov was recalling on a warp. It doesn't look like we're going to see the interrupt as it stands. But thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate you, mate.
Of course. I mean, we all have to help each other out here, but it will be seen. So that's information given over for free, which is not something you want to be doing. You don't want your opponents to know that they're up a man into your lane, because that's when these plays can happen. That's when junglers, if they're on the right roam timers, can get those ganks down. As we see Guigo and Broken Blade, Jojo in the top side, already having roam from the bot, walking up, but spotted on a ward.
We are. Can Jojo get on in here? Misses that hook shot, and BB just steps on it.
So chill with that one.
Casual.
Yeah, BB does not have 2 left feet. This man has a left and a right, and he's taken dance lessons. Well, it's baiting it out, right? If he can delay Jojo, if he makes Jojo want to stick around, he still has the flash, so he has the confidence to get out of a 2v1, but Jojo goes topside, wastes a little bit of time, recalls back out onto the rift.
And I was chatting with Jamada a little bit before, and he was doing some really great breakdowns on why we're seeing so much support roaming, because catch-up XP is incredibly busted from about 8 minutes on, so you can just spend the first 5 to 10 minutes roaming around and just rely on the 8-minute catch-up XP to get yourself back in, allows people like Jojo to go looking for moves like that.
And speaking of looking, the Drake is up. So it will be which jungle wants to get there first. We do see that G2 has vision around that Drake pit though, so they will get that information if Furia decide to go for it. But the rate they still are scrapping.
BB might have to be a little bit careful here. He's about to go mini and misses his ult. Does clear the wave. Does Guigo want to look on this mini nard timing for the public execution? There it is. Forces the flash. Wondered whether he might be looking on that one, and Guigo does get a little bit extra.
I would say that ult for BB's flash, absolutely worth, because Gnar without a flash, it's almost impossible to get those excellent angles on those ults, those team stuns.
And again, this is a composition from both teams that loves that level 6. The ult buttons are absolutely glorious for pretty much every champion in the game here.
Yeah, absolutely. Hans Sama, though, doing well on this Syndra, maintaining that CS, just getting a little bit of poke on IU, which is why we're seeing both of these supports roam a bit. We've obviously seen Jojo roam a bit more than Lebrov at the moment, but I think Lebrov might be trying to play patient, protect Syndra while they're getting this up. Caps, though, making a play.
Does go looking. Scumon's around, has got that ability to call up the hounds if required. Tattoo and Jojo in, though! Hook, shot, and sinker!
That's it. Furia showed up. They brought more men. They got there quicker, and they take out Caps. Solid. First blood over to Furia. They'll net themselves that bounty gold as well off the first blood. So they find themselves 1,000 gold up over G2. However, the rest of the lanes, it's kind of normal at the moment. We've got most of these summoners down.
Hang on. Jojo went looking. Oh, that got spicy. The hook shot that time a little wide. Can't make it 2 for 2 there, but still got a little nervous. You can keep going now, Logan.
It was a great Zenith blade from Lebrov. I'll give him that as well. Level 4, so had that level advantage. So a little bit tanky. As we go into this replay, Caps is doing everything he can to get away. But look at Toots. He's got very little damage, so had to call in the reinforcements.
Whoa!
Oh!
Labrov's gone! IU picks it up. We come out of the replay into violence of Furia here. Find themselves 1,300 gold to the goods.
You could almost say violence and fury.
Very good. All right, yeah, very nice. All right.
Like furious fury.
We'll workshop it. We'll workshop it.
That's it. But another kill for Furia. They are firmly on the board, 2-0. But critically, that first streak of the game is still up. So this is going to be a slower game. We're not going to be rushing to 4 dragons and get that soul. The grubs are up as well, so in 5 seconds. So jungle objectives, not a high priority.
No, it's not really been about the objectives so far. I mean, part of it, of course, has been a lot of these players wanting to get towards that level 6, towards those ultimate abilities. But as it stands, Furia with that Camille found themselves those 2 kills. They're the team with the Lee Sin to go with that important support. They're about to find Labrov again, who's in a potentially tricky spot. Gets the clip down, hit by that deadly flourish. Hands coming on over, can look for a scout of the week as Scumon goes in. The Hounds pursuit the call of the pack, and they're calling up an ambulance. It's just not for them. They'll head towards the grubs.
Lebrov goes in, and we're thinking, oh, Lebrov, but he tanked it so beautifully. He gets hit. Oh.
Scumon gets another one of those R buttons, goes on to Guigo. In comes the hero's entrance at Toots. Unfortunately, the villain in this equation, as the curtains are called, and unfortunately no one's there to bow.
The heroic entrance from Caps, the hero of G2, able to help turn this fight around, give that protection that they need, the damage absorption, as G2 crowd goes crazy over these 2 kills.
It's not just them though, you're hearing the counter chants from Furia. The crowds are in full voice today. It is echoing here in Paris, towards the replay though, because this got very close.
Yeah, Lebrov here almost got caught out by the 2 members of Furia and does go down to half health early, but G2 is there to back it up. Scumon all ins to make sure they get that numbers advantage and scare Furia off the grubs. But Furia not done. They're down 4-5. They started again, but they overplay their hand. Caps arrives instantly and prevents any further deaths.
The hero turns up and is right there to save the day as ever. Really good stuff there. Gets G2 their own couple kills on the board and evens up that goal discrepancy that was going against them. few hundred to the lead for Furia, but certainly nothing to write home about.
But something to write home about, Skumond has completed the first item of the game, has that Cyclo Sword on that Neferi, so very, very dangerous.
Slightly busted item.
Yep, Tar2 answers in kind and has just picked up his Sundered Sky as well, so has that healing, has that sustain. Will be able to go toe-to-toe, but is down in CS significantly to Skumond at the moment. So these first items starting to roll through. We've got a couple of kills in the important places, though, ADs and jungles.
We do indeed. And again, well, AD is standing for awesome dudes again. We are back in 2018, hands on that Syndra. We'll keep our eyes on it. 48 stacks right now in terms of that Syndra passive, those Splinters of Wrath, which is a great name for an ability, by the by.
I love it, well said.
And it's 120 is the max stacks. Of course, you get the Execute at 100, which is obviously a significant break point into a comp that is very squishy. You get to a point where the Syndra has enough AP, the R button will be pretty lethal here, but ways off that being a genuine one-shot for now. Dragon still untaken 10 minutes into the game, which is fairly late for the meta we were seeing evolve at MSI just last week.
Yeah, literally days ago, everyone was going for these objectives immediately, but there is a little bit of a scuffle here for that vision control around the Drake, right? Both teams may not be going for it, but both teams want to know when the other one does because they don't want to give it over for free. Because it is such a late Drake, these teams are starting to become powerful. They're hitting those one-item spikes and will be able to fight over these convincingly. For now, though, it's about priority. As Tar2 has started up this Drake, G2, though, responding.
And Tar2 goes, maybe I don't. Maybe I get out of here. About to face check Labrov there that will hit with a shield, which I feel is a little unfair. Lee Sin's just got some fists. Gonna get him at the Zenith Blade as well. This gets a bit spicy. The kick away. Labrov now put in a tricky position. It's tanky enough for now, but in comes Tux. Shuriken flip, stunned up, hook shot, not there. The shield to Durand and Skumon hops out. A couple summoners, but that'll be the end of it.
Labrov tanked basically 3 there. He teased Furia. He's like, I'm going in because I know G2's here, but do you want to come into me? Baits them in and then just gets out with the flash. I had to commit it to survive there, otherwise would have gone over to Furia. I like the play. Could have been a little less over-committed. Oh, broken blade.
Good chunk there onto Guigo. Now back down into the hyper. Guigo probably going to need to look to reset here. Does have the teleport. Public execution goes wide. The hero arrives. Caps gets the taunts. And Ambessa goes dancing around, but that's a Drake out step into a 6-foot hole. An early grave for Guigo.
Well played by BB. I thought he was just going for the turret plates to get some gold, but he was baiting Guigo in, and the critical sidestep that changed that fight. If Guigo had been able to hit that, that would have been BB going down, and it would have been Caps alone under the tower in the face of Guigo. So important.
If that had gone another way, we might be having a different conversation. As it stands, though, G2 now find themselves up 1,600 gold. They found themselves a lot of those role quest completions as well. Furia lagging behind a little in that, and the early moves that we were seeing with that Camille have just sort of fallen away a little bit. And I am looking at a composition here from Furia that wants this mid-game to be strong. You're there with the Akali. You're there with that very heavy playmaking jungle support. You are, however, very melee, very squishy, and very burst heavy. If you start having this happen to you, I get a touch nervous.
Nerves of steel these players have. Nervous is not a word in their vocabulary. It is confidence. It is all in as another fight brewing. Jojo kicks it off.
It is. There's a shield from Jojo with the adaptive defenses. Labrov still only level 5. The level 6s are beginning to come on through as the catch-up experience begins to do a little work there. Jojo has got that one, as we noted. Back to the river we go. Herald a minute and a half away. So at this point, really what we're playing for is priority in the river, control in the river, and a replay to come on up to see exactly what happened on this top lane dive.
Yeah, so BB and Guigo were just trading as normal. BB trying to get this wave pushed in because he knows Caps is nearby, but back to live, we're fighting again.
Oh boy, I got caught drinking there for a second. My water comes on in as G2 murder the Camille, but it's traded back well enough. The TP's flying. Skumond in danger, flashes away. Guigo with the shield and the repudiates. Shut down. Jin finds himself a curtain call to remember.
Skumond did a really good job there of delaying, but it felt inevitable. Holding that fourth shot so long, IU was, that it just wasn't good enough for Skumond. They had vision control on him. G2 tried to respond, but they just weren't quick enough. So this is a really good contest. We're 4 apiece. Furia has completed all their role quests, 1,000 gold diff in favor of G2, so they've been able to claw it back from Furia. But if you take a look at that vision control, G2 are the ones in control because they want this topside objective. They're preparing for that Rift Herald in 20 seconds, and there is another Drake up. It will be the second of the game though, so again, really, really slow on these Drakes. I can't see this being the win condition for either team. I have to imagine it's going to be a Baron and a Force.
See how that one works again. It will be a very late Dragon in general. First one went the way of G2 alongside those Grubs, and again, you're the team with the with that ability to come collapsing with that global, so theoretically a win condition there, especially if BB goes something like that Trinity Force Black Cleaver build rather than something like the Sterax to really get some value out of the Grub. Skewmon currently soloing out the Heralds. Are we going to see a contest? We might well do, though Furia a little late over here, but they're considering it for sure. Guigo now here, ults all rolling, flashes a little bit more scarce, and that will probably mean that G2 pick that one up. Ends up being a little bit of Safari League of Legends from Fury. Go, wow, wow, there's the wildlife, and back away.
But I do want to point out...
Oh, hang on. That was nearly an interrupt. Jojo went looking on the ward recall interrupt. Didn't quite find it, though.
Yeah. But I do want to point out, even though Furia lost the Rift Herald, the value of their vision control in that area. They knew G2 was starting up. They knew how many members and which members of G2, so they were like, you know what? We can't contest this. We're going to let them have it, and that's a smart play. So they got cross-map. They started feeding gold into their other players in other lanes and gave that Rift Herald over. They said, that's a fight we'll worry about a little bit later. Because if you look at it, no turrets have gone down yet. They're all pretty healthy. Even the mid lane for G2 is still on the maximum amount of turrets it can be. So Furia, they're not getting onto these turrets. They need to start.
I mean, you've got a Jhin and double melees in your solo lanes. Hell, even your jungle and support are melees. Your ability to get to those turrets is somewhat limited here, unless you manage to get the fight that gives you just numbers advantage to walk at turrets.
Things coming down around this Drake. They're going to contest for this one. Labrov just getting that vision down.
Okay. Damage is there. The Hextech ultimatum. The Solar Flare into a load of ults. Oh my days, the Syndra just presses R and it got caps with the TP, the shield, and Durand locks them all in space. Power is unleashed, and G2 find themselves a couple to the goods.
Labrov is starting these fights and he's taking so much damage, but it buys G2 the time to collapse and take Furia to the cleaners. It was a clean fight from G2 there, taking 2 of Furia and buying themselves a priority to get that second Drake of the game, and their stacking is on and they're 2k up.
And Labros now just picked up a Protoplasm Harness as well. The ability to pick a Leona through the Eclipse, through the Aftershock. Eclipse the ability, not the item, just to clarify, they are two things. League of Legends and words that are used in multiple places.
We know what we're talking about.
Exactly. Just to clarify, guys. The big shield that Leona puts up, alongside that Protoplasm Harness, killing this Leona off first, I think might be an exercise in madness.
And almost an exercise in futility as well. Labrov, yes, 0, 2, and 5, but Labrov has lived more than he's died in these fights. As we go back to this Drake fight as it starts out here, Hans Sama is in that mid lane and rotates down through the top side, but Jojo starts it on Labrov. Labrov eats 2. 3. He eats almost all 4 of the shots of Ayu. Where is Jin's damage going? Not into who matters. And that buys the time for G2 to collapse and take Furia out.
And as usual in this game, we come out of the replay into more action. 6-4 in the kills, but it feels like there's definitely been a bit of a fracas at any given moment. Touch now coming up towards this top lane, where of course Caps has managed to get that level advantage. A couple of kills to the good here. He's got the Hollow Radiance. There's another stun into the wall and a nasty chunk onto Guigo there, who may need to start backing away as the Hyper Procs begin to mount. That Boomerang just a touch short there. Turret number 1 falls for G2, and that gold lead begins to balloon to a notable margin.
Yeah, the first turret going down at 18:36 is fairly slow by today's standards, but I just want to point out as well, Labrov is a level up and a completed item up as well over Jojo.
He is. He's in a really good spot there. Got a little nervous with Skewmon hanging around at that blue buff, just hopping over with the Eviscerate, but just some trading. I think it's more manageable. Broken Blade hasn't left. The public execution is a very public whiff. And Broken Blade breaks the ankles of Guigo.
He's doing it all game long. It's almost impossible for Guigo to hit an ult on the BB. This man is a natural-born ballerina. The moves he has, the slides he has got. This is the MSI Broken Blade, and he is here to win it.
A ballerina, you say, well, that suddenly gives a new meaning to on point, doesn't it? What a player when given the opportunity, a player that at points has been criticized that may be a little too streaky, maybe not good enough for international. Well, how'd he do at MSI? How's he doing here? The upper end of this player is really just very special, isn't it? Fury, of course, not out of it here. You're still looking at the Jin, who, if you can pick up a few more items, will still be very scary. The problem is, with all of these grubs and Guigo struggling in the 1v1, these tier 2s are beginning to fall, and the structure gold is just strong. Oh, we even get the T-Tours. Thank you, Observer, for the Christopher Nolan Cup.
This is the addition that I do want to see, my friend, as we see Jojo deep in enemy territory, trying to get sort of some vision control down, just to know what G2 is doing. Tatu clearing his camps out. The Baron is now up at the 20-minute mark, and the third Drake of the game, another 2 minutes, but the Rift Herald.
Charge. Lands, and it's gone. And now suddenly all those outer turrets are gone, and the gold really has gotten to a difficult position. 5,000 gold is more than a little alarming for the Furia fans out there, I have no doubt. Gonna try and play back as well when the vision's beginning to fall. Are you with a Captain Jack gets on out of there? You remember the day you almost got the Furia AD carry.
That's right. Han Sama 2-0, Caps 2-1, Skumon 2-1. Broken Blade has not died. But Furia, they're not without their answers. If Tatu can find an angle, if they can protect IU and get that damage onto the right targets, Furia are still very much in this. They can compete with G2 here. However, G2, they have the aggression, they have the priority.
Labrov went looking there, but over the wall went Tatu. Now the curtains get caught. Hansama getting tied by some of those bullets, but Labrov still about alive. Tatu gets taken by the bleed. The Darkin daggers, a little too poisonous. Tuts potentially in danger of the shielded round, just about able to escape there on the Akali.
How does Labrov keep living? He tanks so many shots, he takes so much damage, and it prevents it from going on to Han Sama. He protects the AP carry of G2 so well. This bot lane, they are synergized, and with the priority off of that fight, they're able to turn it into that Baron because there is no jungler alive for Furia. They cannot smite this. They have to give this one over. They don't even have vision. G2, free Baron.
It's going to be a relatively slow Baron as there is no AD carry in a Syndra as your damage deal. Of course, Skumond on the Nefiri, perhaps a little bit more able to offer that Baron DPS, and it will go down easy as you like. They'll pick that one up. Jojo goes looking for Labrov, but we've seen this one before, guys. Are we sure? Eclipse into Aftershock, and he only loses a third of his HP bar. He's still got a Protoplasm harness to work with.
Labrov's like, I ain't recalling up for that. You need to do better because I am still ready to go. Caps has been everywhere, and we look at this, right? 8 kills over to G2. Skumond, he's been involved in 6 of them.
Caps has got to be a little careful here, actually. Gets hit by the public execution. Hero's entrance away, though, and he'll be right as rain.
He knew it. He played that one fantastically. The moment the knock-up was used, he's like, up, I'm out of here. Hero's exit, if you will. Is it very heroic if you're leaving the fight?
I feel like Heroes learning to run away is an important part of the medium.
Strategic, what is a strategic return, something like that.
Strategic retreat, that's the one.
As we do see, Skumond is on the third Drake of the game. Again, we call it's slow Drakes, but this will get their stacking. It is an Infernal, and it will be an Infernal Soul, which means extra poke damage.
And what we did see from the likes of HLE, from the likes of BLG at first, and is you can give up some of those dragons if you can kind of do this. Play elsewhere, play for the structures, and maybe, just maybe, a kill or two.
Nasty with it. Labrov kicked that off with a Zenith Blade into the Q, into the Solar Flare, and nothing Jojo could do. But I was saying before, 9 kills. Labrov has been a part of 7 of them. Labrov is everywhere in this game, and he's just surviving. He hasn't died in over 10 minutes.
And again, another one of those players who got a little criticized or questions about him joining G2. He's been having a great old time over the last tournament or so, and continues his MSI form with pretty strong showings here on this Leona.
Tuts was forced to hold out. Skumond's chasing.
Hang on, they're going to get a victory. Oh my god, he's dead! Well, the Darkin Daggers land, and the Akali is dead for rights.
G2, they have a numbers advantage. They're sieging.
They can keep rolling.
Yeah, they've got the Baron buff. They've got 2 waves here with...
Oh, IU just flashed under his own turret. That's unfortunate. The nerves perhaps getting to him a little here. 3-0, but I think this might be a tricky old hold. The Nexus turret's under siege. G2, unrelenting. Implacable.
Caps is keeping Guigo away. Has the ult to join the fight if he needs to as well.
Flash behind, the curtain call just wide. Can't wanted that one. Angelina Jolie will shake her head. They go in the hero's entrance. And G2 in the heart of Paris will win their first game at the Esports World Cup 2026.
G2 beat Furia in the BO1 convincingly. It was close to start, but G2, the veterans, were able to chip away at Furia and just snowball from there. You can hear the crowd so ecstatic that G2 took this one, but this is an upper bracket. Furia, they go down to the lower bracket. They still have another chance here at EWC 2026.
Indeed, indeed. And again, we were wondering what we were going to see from G2 after what is a very tough schedule. MSI, just last week, you're flying back to Europe. There's been changes in the staff. What were we going to see from them? There were questions. And that game one, the draft was fun. The Syndra bot, questions about, well, how has Hanshammer been about picking up these majors? And we were questioning it. The Syndra looked good. The Galio comes in, the flex with that. That was a really strong start. Obviously, there's a lot more games to play. It's just the one best of one right now, but it gets you into the upper bracket. This is a best of one with some serious teeth to it.
Yes, Syndra looked good. Lubrov looked better on that Leona. He was everywhere. He was impacting every lane. He was impacting every fight, absorbing, soaking so much damage. Show me those damage taken meters because I would wax lyrical about Lubrov. But Caps, he was where he needed to be when he needed to be there. Those heroes entrances critical, which we called out in that draft. But BB on that was oppressive into Guigo. He kept Guigo down and out of this game.
And I think on the other side for Furia, it's going to be a little frustrating because the early stages of that game were good. We saw some good moments from the Camille, from the Lee Sin, but they couldn't keep the momentum rolling, and G2 did a fantastic job of responding. And as you called it, that Leona just proved to be a little bit of a bait. They went looking for it, and that fish was a bit too big to pull up.
Yeah, I really did love the CC that G2 did draft for themselves, but enough from us here. What a banger of a BO1. We'll see you later. We're going back to the desk.
Thank you so much, guys, as that was kind of a one-sided affair there towards the end, at least. Started off pretty even, actually. Some decent moments for Furia, as, you know, they got some kills here and there. But at the end of the day, G2 were the better team as we are jumping straight into the highlights. I'm joined once again by Huni and Jamada. What do you guys think of that game?
Yeah, I mean, Furia got off to a decent start, but I think this felt a lot like vintage G2, or at least vintage G2 of this iteration, where they suck the life out of the game, they play slow, and normally it's to Skumon's tempo a lot of the time. And he was building up a lot of it. He ended up accruing quite an individual lead over Tartu, and that's when it feels like G2 are kind of at their best. Obviously, it was one of the drawbacks as to why they ended up losing, I feel like, versus Lion at MSI. But here, when Furia kind of end up struggling to find key targets at those important moments, it really benefits them when they can control the tempo of the game, and here they did just that.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to also shout out the Broken Blade. Like, he's actually kind of been performing like ever since he was a, you know, like he showed off like really strong in MSI, especially the the T1 series, and even right now it's like he's just like knows like how to roll the game, like actually just playing with the snowballs. And also huge shout out to Hanshammer, and especially the bot lane as well. Like, was not, looking that great with just playing non-major stuff. Like, heroes like are actually hurt, like especially when they're playing for BO5 with the Fearless. It was like no good because of the champion pool. And this game is like, it looks so easy and smooth. Sure, there was a hiccup, like all the game stuff, like they were not able, there was a being ends up they burning flash from Rebel 2 and was not able to play through the bottom, but doesn't really matter. They got CC chain in the middle game skirmishes. Like, it's just really, really easy setup for how G2 want to play, basically.
Yeah, I like the shout out for Broken Blade because, we had the biggest gap in terms of gold in the top lane, and I think he's really definitely one of the best in the world at making the top lane gap very obvious and, playing for that side lane and being such a huge thorn in the side of enemy teams, because a lot of our top laners are fantastic team fighters. They play Scion, they're good at that kind of thing, whereas Broken Blade kind of, he's good at team fighting as well, but it just feels like it's very obvious when he's on the Rift, and he's much better than his opponents because he just kind of owns the top lane at all times.
I think like a good way to characterize Broken Blade as of late, and it's not necessarily like a bad thing, but it feels like a little feast or famine. Like, when he starts rolling in these matchups that are good, he really, really gets rolling. And then other times where it's like, hey, maybe I've got a good matchup, but I got like ganked on a bad timer once or twice. That's when it starts to look a little bit bad, and I think that's why there's so much discourse around his ability as a top laner, but he is still one of the best in the world when he gets that lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we do have the interview on the stage right now with Kitty and Hans Sama. Take it away.
Welcome everyone to the post-game interview by my side, G2 Hans. So, you are officially back in Paris. So how are you feeling and how's the Parisian atmosphere?
It feels pretty nice to play here in Paris. Because I'm really happy to see everyone watching the game. Previously, I feel like I played in a stage like this exactly before, a long time ago. So gives me a bit of nostalgia. But yeah, very, very happy to be there.
Very nostalgic. Did you win that time though?
Sorry?
Did you win the last time you played on a similar stage like this? Because you just beat Furia.
Well, it was back when I was doing some LANs in France, so I don't remember if I won, but was doing well. I was doing good.
And something else that is very nostalgic are the AP bot laners coming back into the meta. And we did see you bring out the Syndra for today. So what's the main aspect when you have to pull out these AP mages for bot lane?
I mean, well, firstly, very happy to play some AP mage. Feels nice. I used to play some AP mage a long time ago. You definitely need to learn a new playstyle or like this different gameplay to it. So yeah, I think it went well today's match. I think a lot of things to improve on, but we're gonna, talk about it and review after.
And of course, because we are in your hometown and we have a huge crowd supporting you, would you like to say anything to the crowd in French?
Je suis super content d'être ici. Merci pour le soutien et merci pour vous avez gueulé G2 et ça fait vraiment chaud au cœur. Merci.
Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup, Hansama, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you so much, Kitty, for that one with Hans on the stage. As I love a little shout out to all the French fans here in Paris. And everybody seemed very happy with that G2 victory. And we're going to take a look at the bracket as well from the group, just to give you guys an idea of what we're looking at after a couple of the matches have finished here. So G2 took down Furia, and at the same time, in the other side, we did have ag.al taking down d+Kia. That was kind of a close match between those two, that game that we were watching on the A stream. But at the end of the day, D+ did fall. So they're going to have to go up against Furia and G2 up against ag.al. I feel like this is kind of what we expected when we looked at this group in this bracket.
I'd say so.
Yeah, I mean, d+Kia could be, I mean, there was a, I think that there's arguably maybe d+Kia. I think it was like unpredictable, right?
But it's still like, I think that for Furia, I think d+Kia is like, it's another, I think it's really hard to predict this one. It's going to be pretty challenging for both teams, like trying to make for day 2. I mean, there's no backward. If they will lose one more time, it's a double. There's no more chance anymore. So
I'm not hearing a lot of faith in your local representative.
No.
It's the same over there.
No, we don't have faith in d+Kia. I mean, they have the ability. They just,
Yeah.
They started off pretty weak in the beginning of that game, but they did a good job fighting back to make it interesting. But it was a pretty long one, and they did fall at the end. And I don't know. As Juni was saying, we don't have a huge amount of faith in them. And also, if you lose one best of 3, you're out. So we'll have to wait and see what happens with d+Kia. But guys, we are going to throw it to a quick break before we do make it into our next match. You won't want to miss it. It will be gen.g up against Lion. We'll be right back.
provide is the director of the train, the conductor, I suppose. He steers everyone in the right direction, keeps you going where you need to go, and he'll always be that voice of reason.
It's great playing alongside him. He's a very vocal player, doesn't sugarcoat anything, really. Will tell you exactly what he's thinking, and he knows exactly what each player needs to do and what their role is, and he vocalizes that very well. So
he just know that what's the most important situation gonna be. Let's say just second dragon is really important, then he just shot calling this game changer, so everyone just be ready.
He's a very objective guy, and he will not sugarcoat your answers, so having that just sense of direction always in game and outside the game is invaluable.
he's great to be around outside of the league. He's very passionate about football with the World Cup going on. He's got a lot of opinions on that. We share a similar sense of humor. Easy to get along outside the game.
He's a funny guy. Someone who is blunt and comes from a different European background and not something that I grew up with. So he brings a new perspective on so many things, and it's fun to have him around.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Hello and welcome back here to EWC 2026. For League of Legends, we're getting into our 4th best of 1 of the day before we do move on to 2 best of 3s. But we are going to have JDG up against Lion here for this one. And we thought that this should be the closest match of the day when it came to these initial 4 best of 1s. What are your guys' thoughts coming into this match?
Yeah, I mean, I'm so hyped for this one, actually, because Lion did show really strong performances again from just last week, basically. And we haven't really seen the JDG for recently, but I think, like, it's a pretty good chance I think the NA team can actually win against LPL, right? So it's definitely one of the hype moments.
Look, I said it earlier coming into the day. I think there should have been HLE. I think that they were the better team throughout more of that series than HLE were. And so I think coming into JDG, a team who didn't make it to MSI, right? Maybe I think would have probably been one of the main scrim partners, very much like gen.g.
Yeah.
I really just want to see how they land on this patch, right? It is a Tabe project rather. They're always cooking at stuff when metas are more traditional, and I don't see anyone on this team as not being a role player if they don't don't have to be, right? So I expect Gala to potentially play a mage. If he doesn't play a mage, they'll just stick him on a hyper carry like normal, and they will just run the game through bot because that is kind of the style that they prefer. Off the back of Junjia, very aggressive jungle pathing, which versus Inspired is definitely going to be very fun to watch.
Yeah, well, we are going to take a look at some of the shots from JDG, and I think that this team, you know, as I said before, they're from the LPL. We saw in the LPL playoffs before we even went into MSI and all that, you know, they had some good matchups. They had some moments where it looked like maybe this team could challenge for the top spot from China, and they didn't quite make it there, and we did not see them at MSI, but it does feel like, you know, some of these regions can be very top-heavy, and I think that JDG is very close to some of the other top Chinese teams, so definitely expecting a lot out of them here. I don't think that, oh, Lion performed really well at MSI, so they're definitely going to come in and win this one. I wouldn't say that that is the story, especially because JDG is such a formidable opponent, but I do think it should be a close match is what I am expecting for this best of 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's especially just like the JDG. I mean, look at just their squad. I mean, as you said, I think they're relying on Gala like really pretty. It's easy, right? Just let Gala get some more gold. This patch especially, like, you know, even though you play hyper carry, AD carry, or even though he plays as mage, it's gonna be really easy to play through him, and that's how, you know, main goal from the how are you gonna be managed to stop him? But I think that's gonna be the main goal for.
And I think a lot of that is gonna actually come from the player next to him in Vampire, because I think Vampire kind of teetered off a little bit towards the end of spring, and it was kind of a shame to see because it felt like his development was very like A to B and very clear at how good he'd gone, and I think a lot of that credit to Tabe, right? Obviously, he's a legendary support player, and so even though a lot of people kind of questioned when he came in, it was clear that his development was happening, and I felt kind of similar in terms of performance, but on the opposite side, for at the very least the beginning of the year for ag.al, because I felt like ag.al was almost kind of out of place on this roster, but especially this last playoffs and finals, I think he was the sleeper MVP for LCS finals. Didn't end up getting it, because I want to say Inspired snuck it away, as per usual.
Yeah.
But ag.al has really leveled up, and I think that is going to be the key thing for me looking at these two supports and how they actually try to control the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think individually, if you look at this Lion roster, like every single one of these players, outside of, I guess, Isles, who's a little bit more new and still trying to make his name, they've had big moments in their careers where they've been the guy. I mean, Inspired, obviously, but even like Saint, Berserker, Dokla as well. They're big names. Like when you hear those names, even if you're not watching the LCS all the time, you'll know who they are, you know where they came from and what their story is and how they can carry games. So I feel like Lion has definitely put together a really strong roster and, you know, led by one of the best leaders from the jungle and Inspired. I mean, they have a nice recipe for success, and I think it's a very exciting time for LCS through this team to potentially lead them to some big wins on an international stage. We already saw some of that at MSI, and I think they can prove it again at EWC.
Yeah, I feel like they've been like stacking up their names, like attempting a lot of the international tournament. It actually makes them able to just like play more aggressive, becomes more comfortable. Like it's just like, it's like home. Like at the same time, especially I think in Inspire, he's been so, you know, experienced as well. And it's like playing through him is the key. I guess it's pretty much just like kind of same for as a you know, they can easily probably shut down because it's kind of abused, but at the same time, he already proved so many times that he's not, you know, he's so creative, especially all the game. It's just, we'll see how he's gonna make the play that unexpectable from any team.
And I mean, his main opponent is probably the creative jungle guy in the LPL.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think there's a jungler that makes games more awkward than Junjia. So again, I feel like it's going to be a chess battle as far as the jungle is concerned.
Yeah, it absolutely will be, and I'm very much looking forward to this match. I think it's giga hype, and it's going to matter in a big way. You want to go up to that winner's match and have a good chance to make it out of the group without having to go through the lower stage, the lower bracket, and fight through, you know, yet again, some really strong teams on the opposite side of the group. So very curious to see how this one is going to go down and what kind of weirdness we are going to see in the drafts as well, because, you know, already we've had some fun stuff. We had the Vex top. We saw Syndra again down in the bottom lane. But enough from me. Let's throw it over to our casters with a special guest here for this fourth match.
Thank you. Yeah, we do have a special guest. It's me, Pike, back at it again. We're joined with Logan, but the new one, the new face that's just been running amok here at EWC is the man himself, Tyler One, jumping in. How you doing, brother?
What's up? I'm not doing too bad, man. It's been a lot of fun. They got me, guys. By the way, I was telling these guys off camera, I'm busy, guys. I can't be sitting here doing this all day. You got Big T for about 10 minutes here.
That's it. That's it. That's all we need. We've got the Big T here for 10 minutes of League of Legends with JDG from LPL and Lion from the LCS. Woo. My guy, is there anything you're looking for in particular here?
First of all, it's been a long time since we were able to get excited about anything in a league related. Yeah. Lion popped off in the previous tournament, did really well. It's got all of us like feeling ourselves over there. Inspired looking great as always. I was always worried about it. Inspired because he's kind of like an ego-y guy. And but dude, I swear to God, it's like a passion thing. People see him get pretty frustrated when they lose. Dude, that's good. I want to see more yelling and getting angry and you know freaking out. I love that about him. It shows that he's really strives to be the best. And they got ag.al down here as well. I've been playing with ag.al for a long time. He's been up and coming forever. Yeah. Like he's went through all his trials and tribulations, and it's so glad to see all these guys do.
There's a fellow Aussie as well, so we got two Aussies here too. So he's our go-to guy. We're like, we're gonna hit up ours later on. But yeah, that's right. As we're getting ready for the draft, it is going to pop up in just a second. But T1, we got to ask, who do you think's got this game? It's a best of one.
Obviously, Lion. It's a BO1. They're coming in with their hands hot. Yeah, right.
Yes.
They're warmed up.
Third at MSI.
Yeah. Did great. My thing about this whole thing is though the meta. Not the biggest fan of Mage's bot. I played a bit of Mage's bot lane myself. So I
know a thing or two.
And I play AD carries. Yeah. So we'll see what happens. I think it's a bit wonky, but yeah.
Well, we haven't seen too many mages in the bot lane so far here at EWC. It's been pretty stock standard. It's all Jins, which I'm okay with a couple fours here, there, and everywhere, but I'm finding that's not actually finding its sort of footing. But we did see a Trundle on the A stream as well, becoming in support, which is a bit of a spicy one. It was a nice little play, but just didn't have the same effect that we were hoping for. But getting ready, I guess, is there anything you'd like to see, Logan, that might sort of shine for you here?
Yeah, well, I mean, we did just see Syndra and G2 on that bot lane as well, so they are here, but they're definitely not the dominant force down in that bot lane. But personally, I want to see Xin Zhao in the jungle. Yeah. Up until this point, it has been the single most picked jungler for everyone across every single region. But with that AP scaling that's been pulled back, he's no longer that sort of first pick jungler that these teams are going for. And in these BO1s, it feels like it's all or nothing.
Yeah, well, you got to full send it, right? That's why the Lee Sin's the highest priority. It is the all or nothing jungler. But Camille support as well. It's starting to see those rise up. Leona's starting to rise in priority, just getting all that CC lockdown. So now we're getting ready for the draft. And we're going to see some pretty stock standard bans coming across the board. Vi's a fairly fresh one at the start, as we have seen Vi quite a bit today. But Tyler, talk to me. What would you like to see?
So it's all going to be lockdown. Camille has been picked almost, every single time?
It feels like,
almost every single time. This support role just so good. So broken. Okay, you're saying good. It is absolutely broken because the bruisers are just going bot lane now.
Yeah.
Right? And so you said that we've seen the Trundle. Trundle looked very good as well. Leona, extreme lockdown. You play a lot of Pantheon down there as well.
We've even seen Skarna coming up on the support meta as well.
It is everything down there. Now, Oriana's been picked a lot as well. She's been picked a lot for years, actually. Extremely solid pick.
Yeah, so we love seeing that Orianna, that high first pick.
Come on, Big Dokes.
That's it.
That's Big Dokes, baby. Let's go, Big Dokes.
And speaking of Dokes, we're so glad he's found a home again. This is definitely one of the best top laners in the world. And the fact that he was without a team for a year almost feels criminal.
Bro, I play against Big Dokes in solo queue all the time. This guy is such a tryhard. You don't understand? He is in solo queue grinding. A lot of pros make it to the scene and they stop grinding solo queue. Big Dokes does not. Big Dokes is doing work for LCS at the arena, right? He's in his meet and greets. He's at the fan meetups, the booths. Love Big Dokes.
And his videos on Twitter as well. He's always giving us updates every day.
But we've got the Ziggs being locked in straight off the bat, so we're going to be seeing Berserker being very comfortable on that. It's a tower-taking menace, and finally, we might see a J4 as they keep getting banned out. But okay, this in. Maybe it is going to come in. Maybe they go. Look, J4s are still flag and drag, Cataclysm, making these plays. It's going to be absolutely legendary, especially in the hands of Inspired. That is the playmaker.
Speaking of the hands of Inspired, I actually got to meet the man yesterday. Shook his hand, said g'day, and he
Did you get some of those powers?
Yeah, I did. I feel it. I'm going to go back to solo queue in the jungle, and I'm going to be like, I was touched by Inspired. And I feel good. But we do see Poppy coming through. Going to be able to shut down a lot of dashing, a lot of the movement that it looks like Lion might be wanting to put together here, or just to counter their early picks here, right? But I'm missing a lot of aggression out of both of these comps. We just saw Furia do an all-in aggressive. It was Lee Sin, it was Camille, it was more, but Nefiri banned away. We see the Lee Sin banned away. So we're going to expect a little bit of a slower game here, I think.
Yeah, that JD's comp right now is kind of, they don't know what they're doing right here, I feel like. Because they got the poke, but they got the Poppy disengage. It's a bit wonky. While Inspired and Doke are hovering here, this Ziggs and Jarvan, which is a nice wombo. Nice little picking one. You can't. So it pretty much takes Jhin off the board completely because you can't get out, and then Ezreal's banned. So who are we gonna go bot lane? It's got to be a mage, I think.
That's it, Cataclysm, and then Ziggs with the ultimate on the top, and say goodnight.
But the big thing here, when you pick up that Poppy, which has been locked in with the Jace as well, Poppy's going to counteract that J4 pretty easily. He's going to stop that hard engage. So the real question is what's going to be able to stand far enough back that's not going to get jumped on, or at least give the space to move, because you do have those bigger blast shocks coming out of Jace as well. So there's a bit of range as well. But now it's how do you get into the fight? You've got an Orianna. You want to send that shockwave.
Look, I'm just going to point this out. It's the League of Circles, and Lion has more and bigger circles so far.
True.
Look at them. You got the Tempered Fate. You got the Cataclysm. You got the Ziggs Ultimate. I mean, where are the circles from JDG? A shockwave? It's 1 versus 3.
Poppy's kind of got a circle as well, but you know what? That's okay. It's usually around the champion, but we won't get too deep into that. Final ban starting to come through. Nautilus taken off the board. Now that we're starting to target those sort of supports, but Poppy's still a flex. I actually expect it to be a Poppy support here, most likely, because you want to have that little 2v1, because Bard's just going to bugger off. Bard doesn't want to be in lane. They want to be affecting the other lanes. So I think a 2v1, forcing Berserker into a little bit of discomfort is going to be so big. He's going to fall back behind, maybe not get the lead he needs, and the goal shot's going to scale.
Nah, bro, this Ziggs is not a real character. It is too strong. You AFK off the wave clear. No, he'll be completely. This is what's so broken about it. I'm not kidding. He'll be way off the wave, AFK from free. I think that's why they banned the Nautilus and the Camille here, because they don't want anything that can force themselves upon him. So what does that leave? It does leave the Leona, which is a bit low range, all things considered, against Ziggs. So we'll see what they lock in here.
What do you want to see? What is, like, if you could see one pick from either of these teams?
So that Poppy pick can be flexed. In my world, I would go something that can try and kill bot lane. Force Bard to stay bot lane. He can't roam. He can't get his chimes. He's not going to be that playmaker that he is. But I'm trying to think what other supports they can pick here. We've seen Pyke picked a lot. They do need a little bit of... But Pyke, I think Pyke just falls off, so I'm not actually sure here.
Yeah, very
It could be a Mel Pyke angle. It's actually sort of like one of those things we did see a lot of it at MSI. Yone here would be insane. And a Fate Sealed will change my life forever, because that's my secondary. Like, at OTPs, play this champion, maybe like 1,000. You know what? That's not even worry about it.
I was going to say Tempered Fate into Fate Sealed. It's the double fates. But come on, it was not to be.
But the Anivia's still so good, right? We saw Jojo play that in the last series as well. It was looking so strong. Got the kills, has the disengage too. So I really like that. This could be the Pyke Mel.
You did call it. You wanted the Leona, a little short range, but also name checking that Pyke, which has risen in the meta of late as well, has definitely become more of a S tier first pick kind of support here.
It's aggressive. That is exactly what I'm saying. JDG, they are wanting blood. They are looking for it. He's got the Blood Harvest Ripper for a reason, right? This is the difference. They want to be moving forward. They want to lock him down. I would be shocked if they didn't look at Mel, but Kais is still good, because now they're saying we want to dive you.
And then Pyke can match Bard's roams won't be as useful later on and will fall off heavily. But by the way, guys, are you not allowed to say broken on cast?
Yeah.
You guys don't say, well, that is completely broken.
You can say broken.
This
Go for
Anivia
it.
pick is one of the most broken things I've ever seen in my life. She stalls games forever in every single role. I think it's a great pick again. I think they got a little bit too much AP here. A little bit too much AP damage. But who's going to build tanky on their team, on JDG? I'm not really sure.
Poppy's basically their front line. I mean, Jace obviously...
What?
Oh.
Wait, if they go the Caitlyn here is actually awesome because it's just going to scale
range.
so well.
What do we got going on
But is that
here?
a Ziggs top?
Or
is that an
or
Anivia
mid lane?
top?
Wait, who's going where? Bard support.
Please be
J4.
Bard top.
Oh,
Yeah.
Anivia top.
Yeah,
top.
Anivia top.
Yep.
Okay. But it's quite good. The range into the Jace now as well. They're going to be trying to go into that hammer form and you're just going to get bullied for it.
Yep.
One wall, you can't really escape because you need to lock onto a minion or a champion, so you can't really get out.
That's it. That's it. All right. Tyler, you have seen the draft. What do you think? Any final thoughts?
Listen, I'm going to be honest. I'm a little bit worried about Big Dokes Anivia. I ain't never seen he play that in my life,
That's
brother.
it,
I have
that's
not seen
it.
that pick ever from him. So I'm kind of excited, a little bit nervous about that. I think I might have a little bit too much AP damage, but I got to go NA for the win. Lion wins this in under 25 minutes.
Gotta believe. Gotta believe.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for your time today, Tyler.
Of course.
One.
Do you want to stay for a little bit longer?
Guys, I'm busy. I got a busy schedule. What do we do?
Let's get you out of here.
We appreciate your
I
time.
appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Tyler.
Thank you, guys.
Big shout out and chat for Tyler One coming in for the draft. It was absolutely phenomenal. Let's get into this game and have a blast here, Logan, because it is JDG versus Lion. It's the redemption arc for Lion here. They got pipped at the post in first stand, 3-1 by JDG, and now the MSI run. They've got the hands, they've got the feelings, they're feeling good, Logan.
Look, I gotta say, I don't know which way to go. Isles is Aussie, but Junja and Hongqiu are from the LCP, which is our home region. I'm torn in two here, Pike. But based on the drafts, I think I like JDG's a little bit more. It feels like it's got some good answers, but Dokes on that Anivia, Dokes is a very competent top laner, and we've seen what Anivias do. Tyler called it right. It stalls the fights, it stalls the games, and it buys you time to respond, which is so critical.
Oh, no, absolutely. It really is. And I think that's the big thing here for Lion is they have so much range, a lot of AP, but really not too much frontline. It's on J4 here to be that main presence and also initiate these fights. You can't just have a little satchel pushing you back and trying to get out of dodge. Like, you got to be very scared. This Poppy's going to scale up. They're going to be a menace. So I'm a little worried, honestly, for Lion. I think there's some concern there for this draft. In saying that, it now comes down to the hands. And the game is starting to load in there, looking good. I don't know.
Look,
I don't know.
I have to say, when I shook Inspired's hands, you could feel it. Man is comfortable. Man is confident. He has the hands to lead Lion through. But can JDG stop them? Again, like you said, first stand 26, JDG beat them 3-1. But Lion, coming off the back of MSI, they ended third. So they are in amazing form right now.
Look, both teams are in great form too. Like, you got to remember, Hongqiu, Jinjia, they're very good players coming from the LCP, but Xiaoshu as well. Gala, Vampire, this is a team you have to be a little bit scared of. They have that international presence. They've been tried and tested over and over again. Now, at EWC, they're up against a different beast.
Yeah, and I do love the runes coming through. Double electrocutes here. The Arcane Comet from Saint on that Ziggs. This is a high damage rune build coming out of Lion. They know what they want to try and get done with some poke onto Vampire already. And Junja on this Poppy in the jungle. It will be up to him to roam and make these plays, right? So if Poppy's able to pop that steadfast presence, it could shut down what Inspired is trying to do, diving onto that back line, but it's not the only dive that's in this game, right? Bard can find creative angles with those magical journeys and bring the whole team with them.
Boy, okay, Isles being a little bit aggressive there and getting hooked up as well, but nice work for Vampire looking to make those early plays, but the level 2 is about to kick in, so you've got to be a little bit worried about that. Berserker again, the Caitlyn, the longest range of any champion in the game. That's a big thing. So as this game gets on, once you get that rapid fire cannon, it's going to be pretty hard to deal with.
We do love a good rapid fire cannon, getting that extension, so on and so forth. Basically, we see these teams scrapping it out just to vie for control, get some priority here. And Dokes on the Anivia is getting that range advantage over the Jace, right? So Jace obviously able to sort of flex from melee to range, is fantastic for him in this matchup because he can play it either way and he can engage on his own terms. But the vision control, Junja already bot side.
Looking for a nice early gang. Traps are good. Flashes coming out, but Junja is here. Looking at Berserker's flashes all across the board. They want that first blood. Holding the line as long as they can. The dive is good, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. And now it is ag.al holding it back a little bit more, but still, that first blood went over.
Yeah, but Lion's got to be happy with that, right? A 3v2 and it ended up in a 1-for-1. And JDG committed so much. 2 flashes, 3 flashes and an ignite. And all they got was a flash and barrier.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's worth every day of the week for
And a
Lion.
heal.
And, well,
But
yeah.
still, the trade's still in favor of Lion. I won't argue with
That's
that.
it. Thank you for that correction. As we do go to take another look at this, I love the roam timer from Junja, but the early flash from Berserker meant that he wasn't slammed into the wall and stunned, which would have been a guaranteed 0 kills back. But Lion play it beautifully, drag it out under the tower and are able to turn one back around. That's the best result you could have asked for. As Xiaoshu recalled, Dokla getting the better there and is getting back to base with that teleport. But look at this wave crashing in here. So much gold going over to the bot lane of Lion.
Yeah, because Gala, obviously, it is a Kai'Sa. Like, you are still waiting for those sort of abilities to come online. You need to evolve them a little bit more. But once you get level 6, your ability to dive is so much better, but you can still just rearrange yourself, especially with a Bard, especially with a Caitlyn. Getting away from those cupcakes is detrimental. You want to be in a good position, sitting in a bush, and just blasting them with the Acanthian Rain. It's going to be very, very hard, but still, it is a waiting game right now. But the worst part, the longer you wait, the bigger my boy Berserker's going to be.
We do love Berserker on that Caitlyn, but we love a good Bard as well. And ag.al, the Aussie from down under, is on the Bard. So it will be interesting to see how both of these supports, Vampire on that Pike and ag.al on that Bard, roam, right? Use that speed, their mobility, and the strength of their bot lane is to be able to get free. Saint here in this mid lane matchup against Hongq, holding his own. CS is about even, and the first strike of the game coming up in 45 seconds. But you look at the vision, only the Scuttle Crab is there for Lion. So it's not much, but it could be enough to spot any play out from JDG.
That sort of tells me that they're not really looking to make these big early objective plays. Like, both these teams, like I said, need to come online a little bit. But now, you can see as well, Vampire landing a hook, trying to get ag.al just a little bit out of the way. But ag.al is somehow winning this trade purely from just the health difference, and Vampire just not really having much in the bank.
Yeah, level diff there for ag.al, able to get him across the line. Vampire goes, you know what, maybe this 1v1 isn't for me, and backs away, and rightly so. It was good to get that spot, good to get that information and poke him away, but ultimately not really much out of it here. That Drake now up, but Pike, this one, it feels a bit slower. It doesn't feel as all-in-y as a couple of our other BO1s have been.
They're looking after us as the casters, you know? They're saying, well, let's give them a break. They've been casting all day. We've got more games to come. Of course, there's so many series up and coming. We got days and days here. But now, okay, I was wrong. They're looking at the Dragon already. Inspired first to make the move. There is vision, so it is JDG. They know they're on it, and this could be a little smite fight. Jujia is looking to make that play. Coming in, but get back. The little trap's doing a good job. Smite's going to be available, sent back into the wall. They're looking for a little bit more, but it is going to be picked up by Lion. Looking for a bit more, but it is Gala getting the damage on the backside. Inspired, failed the flash. Couldn't get over the wall, and then straight into a cupcake, into a stun. It's a little bit clean from there, but Dragon secured, but you lose your life.
Look, Drake, for one, you take that every day of the week because you've got that first Drake of the game. The timer is in your favor. So Inspired gets a Drake. Yes, isn't able to flash over the back of the pit to get away, but he bought time for the rest of his team to escape, so still happy with that.
Oh, okay. Beautiful, Satchel. Keeping Saint alive. And that's actually what I wanted to talk about. Saint versus Hongq. We've seen so much. Hongq in that 1 year he was with the LCP before coming over to JDG was the star mid laner. But also Saint was praised as one of the, maybe arguably one of the better mid laners at MSI too. Had exceptional performances. What do you expect to happen from this mid lane, especially this crazy matchup?
Well, it's funny that you're talking about Saint and Hongq, right? Because I was going to talk about Saint's ultimate there. It went on to Berserker after a fantastic hook from Vampire, and it saved him because it forced JDG to leave. But back to Saint versus Hongq. I really like this matchup. I think it's a 50-50 matchup because obviously Lion are in phenomenal form. Hong Q, though, obviously the LCP GOAT when he was on CFO, and now he's with JDG. So it's really hard to call it either way. I think the team fighting out of Lion with the positioning of Saint could get them through.
Oh, look, I love that. I love what you're saying. I want to see it a little bit differently. I think it's always, I've been saying it ever since I've seen Orianna in a game. It's a ball delivery system, no matter what. You now have a Kai'Sa that can use a killer instinct into the back line with a ball. You have a Pyke that can just dash forward, get the ball in there. Like, there is so many tools in the pocket to give Hong Q the kills, especially with that one kill already on them. Their goal's going to be pretty good. Items going to come online a bit faster. And in saying that, I do think Saint is a little bit better than Hong Q right now. Yeah. Genuinely, I think they are the better player. They've had so much more experience on an international stage. I think Saint could get this in the right place.
Yeah, so a lot of people say, oh, past performance, but I personally think current form matters more. You could be amazing a year ago, but if you're amazing now, you can definitely take
Empire
that.
double flash is coming out. Dokla's going to get caught out. It is a 2v1. Egg is still available, so it is going to get pulled, but there's just nothing you can do. It's a Jace and a Pyke just there, barraging you as much as possible. Xiaoshu picks up the kill.
I am going to have omelette for dinner because that bird got cooked. That is a delicious recipe there as JDG combined to take out Big Dokes in that top lane, and that gold went over to Xiaoshu, so that's an advantage, meaningful, that he now has over Dokla on the top side. JDG, we're 8.5 minutes in, they're 3-1, they've got all 3 grubs as well, so Lion, they're currently playing from behind, but they're making a play.
In a bit of a pickle as they're trying to get that kill into cross flag, and Dragon's good, Cataclysm even better. Berserker picked up the kill, Gala could not hold on, and Isles just lives on a slither of HP. Have to be so careful with that, but a nice tower dive coming out of Lion.
I really like that proactivity from Gala, though, to ult in to get that shield, try and live a little bit longer. It's hard. Kai'Sa ults all look offensive, but that was a very defensive ult coming out of Gala, and I absolutely loved it. Did the best they could, but Lion executed that perfectly. They get away with no deaths. Even with the Ignite on Isles, it just was not enough yet. But you look at that bot side lead, Berserker 2-1 with a 1.2k gold lead all on his own.
But the crazy thing as well, it's still a 500 gold lead for JDG. Like, they're still up. So, yeah, we are seeing Berserker get these nice early leads. Collector already secured. So, it's already starting to come together with his bot side. It's why we're seeing a bit more proactivity from JDG towards the top. They know, let's take Dokla out. If we can stop him from getting anything in this game, it's going to be so much harder as the fight already kicks off. Isles is caught here. Shockwave is good. Isles, if he lives here, that is insane. He missed. He's healed up. One more. He sidesteps the hook. It's not enough. And Hongshu's about to go down for his troubles. Saint, he's going to flash forward, and the return fight from Lion secures the kill.
JDG was so close to taking out Isles, but Isles just gets away as we do take a look at that earlier team fight there, where Lion were able to get Gala on the bot side, but we go back to that mid-fight that just happened, right? I mean, Isles got away, must have been single-digit health, and Saint steps forward, flashing aggressively to take out Hong Q, and they've now evened the kills out. It's 3-3, and the gold lead back in Saint's favor. Previously, Lion only had one winning lane with Berserkers we were calling out, but now it's a little bit more even. Vision control, Lion in the pit. They know the Drake is up, but they're not going for it just yet. JDG, though, they're being proactive. They don't want to give this one for free.
No, definitely don't. You've got to contest these early dragons as best as you can, but if you can't, it's not the end of the world. Gunjia is down here, looking for a little bit of a fight, but Vampire doing a really good job just sitting around, staying close to mid lane. They know that their win con is this Orianna, and they need to give as much love to Hong Q as possible. But now, Inspired, playing with fire.
That's it. There's 3 members of JDG there. Inspired, you have to back away. That is not your jungle anymore. They're just going to clear that vision control so they know what Lion is doing. As Lion, they're responding. They're bringing members from that bot lane where they had that priority, but we see all the pings coming down around this Drake pit. It looks like both teams might want to contest for this one. Vampire trying to gain control. Lion, they're present. They're trying to clear these wards away as a top lane. We see Jace going mid. JDG, they want this.
They're sending it. They're going to be bringing all members to this fight. Like, Dokla does have the TP, but maybe it's a little bit too late. It's Vampire now looking at Saint. Getting caught out, hooked straight in. Where did he go? The Yordle could not survive the heat, and now they might have to concede this Dragon. It's going to be at a disadvantage numbers-wise.
That was a fantastic proactive play from JDG. A lot of posturing. They were getting the advantage. They were getting the priority. Saint felt he had to respond, but he was just caught out. Lion, they weren't there. They weren't ready for the fight that JDG picked. They get themselves the advantage. They get themselves the second Drake of the game for free, and it will be a Chem Tech Soul. So it will make JDG a little bit tankier, but without any real true tanks, the value is kind of mitigated a little bit.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because we do see gen.g has gone to Sundered Sky, so it is a damaged Poppy. Like, they get that extra bit of healing, shielding is going to be good, but yeah, that's going to be pretty hard to get through. They're just going to be able to survive these fights as the really only tank in this game.
Yeah, that's it. Dokes has finished his Rod of Ages. It is at 1 stack now. The Sundered Sky on Inspired. And as you say, these items, they are starting to come through.
Flashes go forward. Dokes got the hands, and the Bone Skewer does not land.
If that Bone Skewer had landed, it would have been a very, very different story. I do love just a straight dodge Dokla. He's able to preserve his splash for the inevitable next gank, because it feels like JDG to me, they've identified that if they can win through topside, they can win this game, because right now, I mean, Berserker, he's still maintaining that 1.5k gold lead, right?
Yeah.
JDG right now, they're not winning through that bot lane, so they have to play through mid and top.
Yeah, and this is the best part. They've sent Saint down bottom, because you can just use the Satchel of Blood, but a Shockwave used just to clear the wave, but it's not enough. It cannot hold Saint there for much longer. As now, Vampire lands a good Bone Skewer straight to the Magical Portal. Let's see if they can survive a little bit longer. Only Vampire decides to follow. There is Inspired waiting in the wings, an Empowered Blast Cone, not going to be used, but threatened to be used.
I do love the roaming that ag.al is doing, and I know he hasn't died yet, but it feels like he keeps getting caught. But that's the magic of Bard. You go on that magical journey and you can get away. Like we saw earlier, barely getting away on a sliver of health, but look at the damage here. Berserker and Saint doing numbers, but Junja close behind on a Poppy of all champions. This is very much a damaged build here.
I believe it, and I like to see it. I want to bring back the lethality Poppy, if I'm being honest here, Logan. That would just be absolutely fun.
I play lethality Poppy in ARAMs. People do not expect it, especially with Hail of Blades.
You can't play Hail. Get away from me. That's disgusting. But no, I can respect it, though. Is the Bone Skewer very close? They obviously know that ag.al's just moving around this map here. And it's good to see that as well. Vampire's doing probably a better job than ag.al's about roaming, because they're making the proactive plays. The downside is ag.al's just got hands, and he's not getting killed.
And the thing with the Pyke too is Pyke has engage tools in his kit. Basically, Bard can ultimate, right? And you don't want to waste that at any sort of willy-nilly moment. You want it to get massive value. And in these 1v1s, the Pyke is getting the better of the Bard in that macro situation, right? Obviously, they're not fighting one another and coming out best right now. But we do take a look at this. The Rift Herald up in 5 seconds. Third Drake of the game up in 2 minutes. Contest for vision control is what matters now. And you look through that river, JDG has topside river, but Lion, they've put their vision in the bot side of JDG. They want to know where Junja is at all times.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. Like, that's who you got to be tracking right now. They are a lot of the damage and the playmakers in this team. So we'll have to see. But it's nice to see Dokla doing a good job just holding their own as best they can. But there is that lead for Xiaoshu. So they're doing a nice job. Inspired, I feel like, besides that one gank and that tower dive bot side, hasn't had much impact on the map. As you can see, JDG already on the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they're quick with it, right? They recognize that Lion, they're not there. They see them on the bot side making a play.
Looking for a play down bot as Hong Q being focused once again. Cataclysm goes forward, but it's under the tower. Shockwave's good. Mega Inferno Bomb is there. Inspired, able to hold on just a little bit longer. Vampire picked up ag.al's. It's finally done. They took the Aussie out, but now it's still a Rift Herald going over. They dropped it, but they are
on the wrong side of the wall.
No,
there will be no Uber out here for Junja.
Looking for a drive, though, as they sending it top.
Could be. They're going
Actually,
around
they are.
Yeah, going around the back for the top side.
I like
it. They got the stacked wave. Xiaoshu's up here alone. They're going to get massive value if Lion doesn't respond. They're forcing Lion away from the rest of the map. And because they're making this proactive play, look at them all going back out onto the rip. They're going mid and bot side because they know Lion has to respond to that top side play. I really love this heads-up play. This is intelligent gameplay coming out of JDG here as we go back to see how Isles was caught out here. And he was just a... What was he doing? He was trying to clear a ward that he didn't even get, and he dies for nothing.
It's just a level 6 pike. Yep, that's all it is. Once you get level 6, now you're a champion. You can actually play the game, and those hooks are definitely going to be landing a little bit better. Those bone skewers, depth from below. Yeah, I'd be a little bit worried about it too going forward, but that's the big thing. Pike needs to get those early leads, and level 6 is where they start to come online.
Something else I'm starting to worry about is Berserker's gold lead. It is starting to whittle away.
Yeah.
We take a look at Gala, and he's gotten some assist gold, right? He's got that Kraken Slayer. He helped out in that kill on Isle, so he's definitely coming up. He's going to be a threat very, very soon that Lion needs to be careful with. It feels like Lion right now, they're playing carefully, which is not their style, which means they're uncomfortable. And they're not making the... Oh,
look, there's the flash. They're looking for Saint. It's a lot of damage, but isn't it enough? Yeah, it is. Xiaoshu picks up Saint. That's one member down to the side of Lion. But can they pull something back? Dokla is here. It's going to be that 4v5 now as the Dragon is still up. They're looking to contest it. Gen.g is low, trying to land those flag and drags, or just get the flag out to get that vision. Now with the grey health, Vampire's able to come back a little bit more, and it just feels like Lion have to back off.
yeah, and Berserker was trying to get into that fight, but was on a ward, so JDG knew exactly where Berserker was. They were able to zone him out. And JDG, they're winning a lot of these fights. They'll get one kill, right? But then they position themselves really, really well. They stifle you out of the game, and that's how they've been able to not only claw back that gold lead from Berserker, but build their own up to 3K with the 2 dragons and only a minute and a half till the first Baron of this game here, Pike. So JDG
Killer instinct, Berserker being looked at, flashes go forward, it's not enough. Gen.g able to get it done, and a nice little dive.
A great little combo there from JDG. Gala getting that ultimate off, just let rip on a Berserker, caught alone in that mid tower, got the flash, got the barrier there, puts the AD carry of Lion in the dirt. Junja again.
Isles, where are you going, my guy? It just can't move. Gala finally picking up their first kill after only getting assist. But now it's just Lion getting caught out in the river, and they're not meant to be swimming there, Logan. There's a no-swim sign.
That's it. Saint here might be going down to
Looking for more. Oh, it's so close. Oh, Hongq able to get the solo bolo.
Hongq delivers in the face of Saint. I love the satchel charge. I thought something was going to come from that. Able to get a little bit more damage, but it is not enough in the face of the mid laner of JDG. Hongq inspired, struggling to maintain control of his own jungle. He's down 15 CS. He's only got 1 item completed to 1.5 from Junja. It feels like Junja has been everywhere. He's been more proactive. He's been more playmaking, whereas Inspired, it feels like he's having a quiet game. And there's the stacks, right? You see it. Gala just ults in, builds the stacks, hits with everything. What can you do as Berserker?
Lollipoppy getting it done. It's all about that sweet, sweet candy here, Logan, as it is JDG taking a commanding lead, 4.5k gold with 9 kills to 3. And look at the damage. Hongq, Xiaoshu up the top, sitting very close to 10k each. It's just a tall order now. They picked up this Caitlyn to be this sort of full range sort of damage to be a little bit more, but Inspired, he's changed in a week.
Inspired is nowhere to be found. 2.2k, less than the supports right now as well, which is not a statement I thought we would be saying here today. But, I mean, that's the game, right? It almost feels like JDG have identified Inspired as the threat, and they're just outplaying him. They're not where Inspired wants them to be. Or when they get into these fights, they play around him, they kill him, like he's just unable to have this impact. And that's what happens with these. Oh, that shock blast from Xiaoshu.
That's gotta hurt. I felt that one myself, and I'm not even in the game. Little ace in the hole, just going to throw out, just trying to see how much damage it can do. As items are starting to come on board as well, Logan. Like, we do have the IE now being picked up by Caitlyn here, so Berserker's going to start a little bit more damage. They have fallen back in gold again, but as well, Proto Belt picked up for Hongq. You got that Luden's Echo as well. Ginsu's Rage Blade and a Kraken on Kai'Sa. Gala is going to be feeling so good. One more little bit of AP, an amplifying tone, maybe a blasting one, you're going to be fully evolved and you're going to be feeling so good in every fight.
Yeah, Dokla, though, Rod of Ages, less than a minute away from finishing that 10 stack. Will get that level. He'll catch back up. There it is, as we're talking about it. He's now overtaken NXP, but it looks like a mid lane fight.
Yeah, Vampire getting the flash hook. It's going to be enough. Oh, it's just not enough. The Tempered Fate will not keep you alive there. Berserker sent packing to a grey screen.
That is what you call sup diff. Vampire picks out Berserker before Lion can react, give themselves a numbers advantage and start up the Baron.
And that's the big part, right? There's the big damage dealer from afar is taken out. Now it's on Saint to be that Dokla as well. Let's see if they can go for it. Is the Baron taken to 4.5k right here. Gen.g is here looking to do a little bit more damage, but everyone started to leave. Mega Inferno Bomb does go down. They're going to send it forward. It's a big Cataclysm. It hits on 4. Gala's just too big. They take him out. Inspired could not lock it down. It was JDG securing the Baron. Now they're looking for more, Logan, as Vampire looking to go forward. Need to be very careful. Dokla might get the kill, locks it down, takes one back. But now the egg form. Scrambled eggs yet again. I like mine well done. How do you like yours?
I like mine with some chives, a little bit of chili in there as well. Just spice things up, right? And that looks like JDG love it because they keep getting scrambled eggs for their main course. They take the fight, they take the Baron, and then they take the other fight off the back end of the Baron, and they white line off the board. They're nearly 9k up at 23 minutes. It's 17 kills, nearly a kill a minute.
It's crazy how we talked at the start of the game, oh, it's a bit of a slow one, it's going to be taking its time, but let's watch this replay because it was just so good.
One thing that I really like here is Saint was moving in between these walls, very well protected with vision from Inspired and Dokla, able to get some chip damage, able to get some poke, but Dokla gets hooked again. Vampire on this pike is a monster. Saint ults in, only clips on the sides, but Inspired had the angle. He flanked them so well, caught them all in the Cataclysm, but it was that lack of synergy because Saint had already ulted, so he wasn't able to get the damage down.
There was just no follow-up, Logan. That's the hardest part. Everything was used. No Berserker to do damage from afar. It just spelled disaster, and there is my dinner. Or should I say Brinner, which is breakfast for dinner. But now we're still going to see it is JDG taking a commanding lead. Vampire on the flank, looking at Dokla. This bird cannot rest, and a beautiful wall locks them in. They have to dash away, but 9.6k gold lead. JDG said, we saw how well you did at MSI. We can do better.
That's it, that's it. Xiaoshu landing that shock blast as well, taking Dokla low. Dokla playing with fire, still in this lane, but the Baron empowered minions. Drops the wall just to slow things down if he can. He has to get out of there for fear of losing his life in this game. JDG, a running Lion, 10k plus, 14-4, 4 turrets to 1. What can Lion do here? It feels like JDG is just strangling them out of this game.
That's 100% what they're doing. They've got the Baron. You can see they've already made 4.5k gold on top of it, so the power play is good. There's the Nash's Tooth. Kaiser is unleashed. Gala will be singing our praises because they are going to be doing damage right now. Any item after that is just a bonus.
It's cherry on the top, or should I say chives and chili on the scrambled eggs here, because that Gala 4-1-5 already. This is a tip.
Looking for some more. Isles has to be careful, getting locked up a little bit more, but the Tempered Fate did go out. So it was just to start something, but they couldn't finish it. And still, Lions sitting in their base. It's obviously a good thing that it was JDG not taking the inhibitor, not to get those supers charging in so they get that extra gold. So I really like that they sort of said, all right, we're back out. We've already made our gold lead here with this Baron. Let's reset.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? You need to know your limits, right? You can push in, you can get your objectives, but if you overextend and get punished, you can lose the game right there. So it's this careful, controlled push from JDG, getting the most value they can out of that Baron power play, and then retreating. So smart heads-up play, but next Drake of the game in 3 minutes, right? And we see JDG, they're on Soul Point. If they're able to secure this next Drake in 3 minutes, their win cons are online, right? I mean, Gala is online, their win con is already there, but this will just amplify those effects.
It's not even that, it's Hong Q, Gen.g, they're all up in gold. Same with Xiaoshu, that they are 3.4k gold ahead of Dokla. What can you do as a Nibia when this Chase just jumps on top of your head and smacks you with a hammer? There's just not really much you can do, but there's still a chance. The big pocket pick here is that Ziggs. If they can get Saint into a side lane, start taking these towers, maybe not getting caught out by the rest of the team, there is hope, there is a chance for Lion to make some moves. They're just being burnt.
That's it. You look at these numbers, right? So Gala and Vampire are the most kill participation of JDG. Gala has been in 9. Vampire has been in 8 out of the 14, right? So it's this bot lane that is putting in the work. We see that Junja has also been involved in 9. He's been roaming, he's been active, he's been making these plays. Xiaoshu holding his own, 2-0-5. He's been involved with some of the kills. What I'm getting at here, Pike, is this team is teaming. They're working together. They have the numbers advantages in all of these fights. Where is Lion?
Well, they're in the game, but they're obviously not having the greatest time. I feel like JDG got to see so many of their tactics at MSI. They've been watching from afar, learning, studying, taking in the drafts and the meta and said, we can just do it better. But still, now we're just waiting for JDG almost to close this out. It's on Lion to really say, what can we do here? But it is a rough deal. It is hard. It's Berserker trying to do their best. They've got that rapid-fire cannon online now, so they are going to have some crit. They're going to have some damage. Now they're trying to throw off the walls to see if gen.g is going to be caught. Still, very healthy, and that tower is just about to be blown up to pieces.
Yeah, it was a really good wall to keep Junja there, but there was no follow-up damage while he was trapped, right? So it almost speaks of lack of synergy. There was maybe some miscommunications there, like, hey, this is the play I'm going to make. Or it was just I need to do this. Hopefully there's something. Because right now, it feels like Lion, they're very much on the back foot. They have to do something. Baron, 30 seconds. 5th Drake of the game and Soul for JDG, 1 minute's time. But can Lion even get out on the Rift? Look at the vision. Lion doesn't even have any.
The big thing here is, do they look for the flip? Baron, like you said, 20 seconds. If they can just wait and stall, is it Lion that goes and takes the Baron while they take Soul, or do you just give up the Baron and give them the secure to win and take the Dragon? It's a tall order for Lion. Let's see if they can do a little bit with it, because they do have that potential play.
Yeah, this is a great position for JDG, right? They force Lion into a catch-22 position. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, but you have to do something. You can't sit idly by and let them take both. That's a guarantee that this game will end. Vampire on his own.
Here, great hook. Inspired does get caught. Cancels out the flag and drag. On Q can do the damage. Now Gala's in the backline looking at Saint, but it is Dokla able to have that egg form still available, just being holding them back. Saint cannot hold on. Vampire is just draining them for everything they got. Ace in the hole is going to hit Gala. There's the egg, and this could be the nail in the coffin as JDG are looking at the Baron.
Yeah, they took out the jungler first. Inspired just caught out, annihilated by JDG, and then they went looking for more. Saint on the retreat. Vampire able to get that flash ult off to take him out. No damage available for Lion. JDG, they're going to get the free Baron here and surely reset by with their 15k gold lead and come out onto the Rift to take that soul, that important Dragon soul, because they're on that soul point, right? The last one they need, it's ready and waiting. As the Tempered Fate, it comes through a little too late. It slows them down, but it doesn't save Inspired. Saint, so low in the backline, knows it, trying to get some long-range blow, but Vampire with the E-Flash ult to be able to take him out. There's nothing much they can do. Berserker's able to get one back, but it's a consolation prize. It's not going to change this game.
Vampire's been my absolute GOAT this game, has played so incredibly well on this Pike. Been in every single fight, every single play. They might not have had the most impact, but these hooks have been good, and they've been finding the angles. As we did as well see, the Dragon has been secured. It is the Chemtech Soul locked in for JDG. 14.8k gold lead. Usually at 10 you say that's a little bit rough, but this is just JDG closing it out as they look for their first in-hit in this mid lane.
Yeah, Chemtech Soul, they've got the Baron. At JDG, it looks like they want to end this one here. They know they've got every single advantage. That poke landing onto Dokla here, Pike.
Yeah, look, and this could be it. They've got the waves. They're going to be able to get some of those supers coming in. The Baron play is still looking good. Berserk is at half health. There's not really much you can do. Dokla doesn't have egg. It's just a bit disastrous as Lion holding as much as they can, but they're just getting blasted. Shockwave onto Inspired. Saint is low. They're running with tails between their legs. Let's see if they can hold it any longer, and it's just not going to be. Isles magical journey through his own nexus because there's nowhere else you can go. JDG, they want the blood. They're looking for more. Gala cannot hold on. They are unleashed in this game, and it is Lion that could not hold it up against the LPL.
An ace and the Nexus at the same time. JDG take this best of one against Lion here at EWC 2026. Take a bow as, oh, what a game. That was quite the show.
Look, that was an exceptional performance out of JDG. They were looking so strong. They knew exactly what they needed to do. They shut out the players that they knew were the problem. Dokla couldn't find his angle. Inspired had nowhere to go in his own jungle, let alone the river and beyond. So it's just going to be a little bit hard as Lion now move down to the lower bracket. Maybe they'll find some success there.
But that's it from us. We will throw back over to the desk for the post-game analysis.
Thank you very much, guys, as that was a little bit more one-sided than I was expecting, as JDG, never to be underestimated, definitely something we hit on before this game even began. One of the top teams from China, from the LPL, and even though we didn't see them at MSI, they come out here and they look incredibly strong. We're a little bit worried about that Kai'Sa early on, especially against the Caitlyn and the Bard, but it ended up kind of not mattering.
Yeah, I mean, I think the lane matchups in general, right, were definitely very Lion favored on paper. But of course, it's this man on your screen. Yes, he dies 1-for-1 from it because Berserker's barrier is very well timed. But he's a psychopath, man. He was always going to try and make this game very chaotic. Of course, Caitlyn lane's notoriously fragile and immediately went down there to try and impact it.
Yeah, I mean, also the Pyke was actually trying to help him on top side there, and it's like, it was really good punishment, like, from Lion, just trying to just shutting down, like, the Kai'Sa, because they got really great pick, the really great counter pick the bottom. It's just like, until here, even like, Isles, like, was trying to make a super play, which is like, he actually leave with the 1 HP, and being ends up Ziggs using all the abilities for Orianna, use a flash, be able to just, you know, get the kills off like really for free. And it's just after that, it's like they started to lose like the concentrate the level, like started losing the skirmishes, they started getting picked by Pyke. Like these things cannot be happening, like especially if you're playing counter pick and you have big responsibility not actually losing when it's this important map, because you're sacrificing the mid laner playing the Ziggs, you're sacrificing the top laner playing to Anivia into Jace, Ziggs into Orianna. It's not really ideal. It had the carry has to came from where actually put the resource in.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem they had. I think, again, a lot of that comes from JDG's ability to very quickly speed up games. And Lion, it felt like they fell back into that passiveness where they're not actually getting anything out of the map, which is a shame to see out of this game, because I think this is the kind of team that they suck the air out of the game in the mid game, and then they find their one pick, their one play, and that's what it normally comes down to with Lion. But that works a lot more in an A, and versus other Western teams, versus a super aggressive JDG like this, who are always going to find their angle at some point, it's a lot harder to pull off.
Yeah, it just felt like, you know, able to win the bottom lane, essentially. They got pretty far ahead on Berserker. It was like 1,700 gold, I think, at some point, but yeah, just didn't end up mattering at the end of the day. Gen.g's Poppy was insane, and we know what Gala can do on the Kai'Sa, and everybody else did a good job of essentially supporting those two. A lot of guys saying a lot of good stuff about Vampire as well on the Pyke.
Yeah, I mean, he did really, really well, especially in a game like this where, you know, there's not exactly easy ways to engage on the enemy team composition. And honestly, you know, Lion were the ones rocking, you know, Bard into immobiles, Jarvan into immobiles, right? But when Lion get pushed out of objectives and they have to try and enter through the river or whatever angle they try and find, it's so much easier to then find angles if you're Vampire on this Pyke, and he did just that.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the JDG plan as well. Like, as soon as the Kai'Sa got full behind, and the Pyke just ditched the lane and they just go and help a mid laner, like forcing enemy team to actually shoot match the Pyke where Pyke goes. Like, I think that's really helpful for also AD carry when actually you're losing so hard from the bottom. So it was a really nice plan, and also like prevent like you know, they get Poppy, so make sure Kaisa can actually play it out. Like, I think that it was like, surely I think Gala is being kind of underperforming, as we could kind of say, because we saw so many good things from the Gala. But I think this is the game that he could, like, easily, even though he starts slow, like, he could be easily impact the game really pretty much easily from the middle game.
Yeah, he definitely did. And with this win, JD Gaming will go up against Home Life Esports, who did take down mibr. That was a very one-sided game on the other side of the stage here. And not a big surprise. I mean, HLE just won MSI. mibr wasn't there. Furia was, but not quite on the same level. So that was very one-sided. And obviously, the winners in this group will go head-to-head, and so will the losers. But first, before we do get into that, we are going to jump over to the interview now with Kitty, so take it away.
Welcome in, everyone. We have the post-game interview by my side, JDG Hong Q. So it's been a couple months since we last saw JDG at the international stage, and you guys just won against Lion in today's best of one. So what was the biggest change and preparation that you did for today? 因为京东已经有2-3个月没有看他们站在国际赛的舞台上面了，所以从中国来到今天法国的这个主场，有没有做出任何特殊的准备呢？
就很久没有打比赛，然后也非常的期待吧。
We just prepped our best and looking forward to the rest of the matches. 然后下一轮会是韩华。The next match will be against Hanwha Live. So what are your thoughts on Zeka, who recently just won MSI? 下一个对手会是韩华，然后你的中单对手会是 Zeka 选手，所以对 Zeka 选手有什么概念呢？
就尽全力的去面对他们，打他们吧。
I'm gonna try my best to play against Zeka in the lane. 然后呢，我想问一下 Hong Q 选手，因为你今年来到了京东，所以对你自己的自我成长有什么满意的点吗？ What are your thoughts on your personal growth so far on JDG this year?
自我成长点就多磨练自己吧，然后来更大的舞台就多练习这样。
I feel like I've grown more as a person in terms of my confidence levels, and especially when I get the chances to go onto these international stages. 谢谢 Hong Q 选手，下一轮见。Thank you so much, and we'll see you guys in the next round.
Thank you so much, Kitty, for the interview with Hong Q, who keeps it short and sweet. Just saying, wants to do well in the lane up against Zeka, which actually Feisty got a kill onto Zeka over in that game before it all went awry. I think that was their one kill that they had for a very long time. But, you know, maybe Zeka's feeling a little bit iffy. I was more so watching this game, obviously, on the secondary stream. But it's going to be an interesting one. HLE up against JDG. I think JDG already proving that they are a contender. Although I don't think that Lion 100% performed to their best, but still definitely looking like the much stronger team. So we'll have to wait and see how that winners match does go.
LPL alumni in Kanavi versus, you know, the new returning psychopath. I'm excited for that, right? I'm a jungler anyway, so I'm always going to look towards the jungle matchups, but I think that's definitely where my eye is. Like, how do those guys match up? But yeah, Hong Q as well. They're the pair, right? Hong Q, Gen.g. How they specifically try and target Zeka, I think, is going to be the key to how they try and find success.
I mean, also the bottom lane is gonna be really spicy too, right? Like, as we saw, like the bot lane, there's like every single game right now, there's so many Oli action, which is like it actually impacting all the map right now. It's like impacting top, impacting mid, especially like the Drake, the Grub, Herald. It's like so many things that the supports can easily involve, since like these players are all world class right now. It's like they know where to be in, like at the right time, right spot. So the punishments will be really hard, and that's why you don't really want to lose the only point, especially against a good team.
Yeah, and I mean, even talking about the meta a little bit, like the picks we see in the jungle and the support role, especially support, and what's changed with like AP bots and more kind of crazy, more engaged focused or aggressive support picks and stuff like Pyke, Camille, obviously, but also even in the jungle with Lee Sin coming back and even the Poppy we saw there. Your ability to really impact the early to mid game has been quite obvious and takes over a lot of the games. So definitely something we're going to be looking towards as we're done with the best of ones here today. We do have 2 best of 3s on the way, which is going to be pretty interesting to watch. And I believe we are going to start off with Gam versus MKOI, if I'm not mistaken. So thoughts on, well, before we get into thoughts on that, guys, we are going to throw to a quick break. And we'll talk about it as we do go into the next match after a quick break. Stay tuned.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-suck at Masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down. You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026 for League of Legends here at the secondary stage. We are moving into elimination matches as we do have two of our teams that have lost a couple of best of ones earlier on today to go head-to-head to decide who will make it up to the next round. It is going to be GAM Esports up against MKOI. And how are you guys feeling about this matchup in particular?
Yeah, a lot of pressure. You know, there's more to go back. And whoever actually loses here, they're gonna be booking flight tonight. So they better to win.
Short tournament run. Very, very short tournament run, but that is the turnaround here at EWC 2026. Yeah, I mean, I'm as the EU rep. I'm sorry, Gam. I'm looking at MKOI.
Yeah.
I really want to see a much cleaner sync up between Alvaro and El Yoyo, obviously. It is typically the driving force of the team, but didn't quite get to see it earlier on in their first game of the day. But then also Merwin. I like the idea of the Vex into bin.
Are you sure?
Also into the top side, yeah. But the original time that he played it tank, which was like interesting because then it was really just a true through and through anti-mobility tool.
Yeah.
But that game he played at AP, and it kind of lost a lot of its sting, shall we say. So I like it when MKOI play into these weird picks from Merwin, but maybe something with a little more of a higher floor in terms of just how useful it can be if it starts to fall behind is what I want to see out of it.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's a best of 3 now, so you've got a chance to at least, you know, even if you drop one game, you say, okay, let's get a read on these guys and let's see what we can do better the next time around. I think, you know, the two teams, these two lost to very strong teams, and at the end of the day, you know, only some teams can make it on to the next side of the bracket. So going to be curious to see what does happen. I feel like so far, based off of what we saw from these two teams, obviously we had Mkoy on this stage and Gam was on the main stage up against T1. They gave T1 a run for their money, but it was more so a chaotic, like crazy. Both teams were just kind of, I don't know. It didn't look like very clean League of Legends.
They were slinging stuff at each other.
Yeah.
And I don't think I can say the word, but I think we know what was going on in the game. But that's a part of the T1 circus sometimes.
Yeah.
So we'll see how they do here, because I feel like Mkoy definitely are willing to get down and dirty.
It just both team want to do that, right? Like just to pull the neck, like, and just come here, guys, and just let's just fight. Like, oh, you guys there? We're here too.
Whereas I feel like Mkoy a little bit more measured up against BLG, but it is going to be a different story up against Gam, or so we are expecting, as it looks like we're heading to the stage and to the draft. So we are going to go ahead and throw it over to our casters once again to bring us through this best of 3.
Thank you so much. What a great instruction. We're getting ready to our first best of 3 here.
Oh, yes.
Which is going to be a big one initialized. Like, it's two teams. They were looking pretty good until it just wasn't. It was also taking it to T1 and looking really strong right at the start, and then,
Look, you join the circus when you play T1, and you've got to be ready to get through all those hoops and dance the dance macabre. And unfortunately for Garm, it just fell off the wheels a little bit. T1's early game, sometimes you can find some holes, and the problem is the later the game goes in, and the more you have to do that whole team fighting thing against a squad like T1, the harder it is. Of course, that does leave both Garm and Mkoy. We saw Mkoy go up against BLG and put on a great show against them earlier too. Like Jojo and Super in particular had a very strong showing. Unfortunately, not strong enough to get them the win, and that makes things problematic, folks, because if you lose this best of 3, you're going home. And not only are you going home, you're giving up that all-important key to watch it get crushed by your opponents, which is one of the most brutal things in esports.
It really is. Like, it's got to hurt a little bit. So watching that key get crushed, we've seen videos of it, we've seen people react, and it's one of those things. But we've got something a little bit special in this place. We're getting into draft, but as we're here, we actually have TK. He is the owner of Garm coming in, joining us for a little bit of this draft just to talk about Garm and how he's doing here. TK, welcome, brother.
Hey, well, first of all, thank you guys for having us. We were so close. I was believing.
So close.
Come on, guys. For a second there, I thought all of our dreams were going to come true. My dreams were going to come true. It was 4-0 against the champs, T1 with the one and only Faker. And you know what? We got first blood. My man Glory, our new mid laner.
Glory.
Come on. Solo kill with the Faker. The one and only, the GOAT, a.k.a. Faker. My gosh.
That's the scariest thing. Now, TK, while we're getting into these picks and bans, right, we're going to talk through this while we just have some chats, but talk to us through, how's Garm feeling? Are they looking good? Are they feeling good? It was a rough start, but walk us through the players' mentality.
No, they actually feel even more confident after their performance. So they're super excited to be here. First of all, we're just happy to be back here at EWC. We were fortunate enough to compete last year and represent the LCP, and then this year to qualify once again. And more importantly, we were able to qualify and become a club partner. So one of 40 club partners, one of few from Southeast Asia, the only one representing Vietnam, baby. So we're excited to be here as always.
We take it LCP representatives, baby. That's my region.
I am definitely feeling a little outnumbered here. I'm talking about LCP. I'm going to back my boys Mkoy here and see how they do it again. Nocturne versus that Ezreal on the other side. Again, it's super back on that Ezreal. That's a little bit scary. Should be a fun draft nonetheless. Drakthar picking up that Nocturne, which, you know, considering the history of Garm and Nocturne in general, I feel like Mkoy might have to be nervous just on a historical level there.
So you guys didn't hear our Captain Levy, who's been with us for 10 years.
That's incredible.
Hired this year. And this year we got my man Drakthar, some young talent coming in to represent. And hopefully hold it down for GAM.
Well, that's the best part as well. LCP is such a new region too that's just coming to the block. It's the second year it's been around, but now we're starting to see these teams that they're getting fresh faces. It's the fresh hands coming in, and now they're starting to make some waves. So we're expecting them to start popping off as the years come through too. But now we're seeing more in the draft as well.
Syndra, let's go.
The Syndra, but we're changing
We're
up.
having some fun with it. And again, the Camille's back in as well. Camille Nocturne's kind of fun. The Camille in general has been crazy. So Taki is actually no stranger to some of those crazier support picks. I've been watching this guy for a long time, and he is not a coward, shall we say?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. But with the Lee Sin being locked in, it's been one of the most aggressive picks we've seen all day long. So it's going to be a bit of a tall order for Drakthar. But you know what? I'm not worried about it. We've seen him perform before, especially with the Nocturne. You can stop a little bit more with that shield, but you've got the Camille, you've got the Orianna. That is one of these specialties in LCP. Is the Orianna Nocturne combo. It is the playmaker, and it's always banned out. We have not seen it once.
It's been pretty crazy on that front. And again, the other side of this, of course, is like just outside a game. The fans have turned up today. Emco was super loud earlier. I've seen you guys bring all of your drums here as well. I feel like you guys done so much out of the games. I've been hearing about watch parties and crazy collaborations to really make the most of this.
It's been exciting. I mean, first of all, we're doing a watch party right now in Ho Chi Minh City with Gen.g at one of the top nightclubs in the world, number 68, top 100. And it's been amazing to see that. We're trying to change it up, you know. Usually you're doing watch parties at PC Bangs, but we wanted to do it something different. Level it up, change the game a bit. We're doing it at a nightclub. So we had dancers come out, rocking our GAM jerseys. That was awesome to see.
Wait, who are those dancers though? Because a lot of people might know who they are. I won't spoil it, but who are they?
We also collaborated today with the world famous Jabberwockies.
Oh, that's so mental.
I mean, it's something that we're crossing different cultures from music, dance, and gaming. So it's been great. So if you guys haven't had a chance, check that out. It's on the Jabberwockies page, or they're on all their social media. So we're super excited to kind of build the movement together and represent globally.
It's one thing I know GAM has done such an incredible job of is just start pushing the boundaries of esports. It's not just about the game anymore, it's about the people in the game. And that is the next level that we love to see. But now we're getting through the final ban phase here, Initialized, and we're seeing some interesting one. The Ziggs and the Vayne. Maybe they saw a little bit of Lion in the last one and said, oh, maybe we'll just get rid of it just in case. But now we're entering into it. The Karma's been taken out, so it's a nice pick that you usually pair with the Ezreal. What else would you put down there?
I mean, the thing is obviously with that Shangon as well, it's another one of those potential global options they could have gone towards, but we've seen the Leona be so annoying today. If you guys weren't watching the G2 game from a little earlier, that Labrov Leona refused to die. It is getting very, very annoying on that front. Seeing exactly what Artemis wants to lock in. Few options here. Again, you've already got a very strong dive comp. They're kind of hovering through a few. The Jhin would make sense to follow up. It's kind of been one of those picks that, depending on which analyst you're talking to, the Jhin is either loved or somewhat maligned. And it will get locked in here for Artemis.
TK, you're now an analyst with us here.
Yeah, you have to know what you're talking
What do you think about the Jhin?
So, Jhin, I mean, you know, if you guys didn't know, Artemis is Mr. Pentakill. So, you know, if we could get some, you know, some action in there, I'm very confident my man Artemis will...
The easy thing there as well there, TK, is Jhin only needs 4 kills for it to technically be a pentakill. You only got the 4 shots, so it's like you're pretty safe there too. So it's a little bit easier.
I'm learning right now too on the spot, guys.
we did throw him on the spot here, but it's been great to have you come on and just be so passionate about your org and everything going on here in general, which is really, really awesome. It's this ability to bring everything together that makes what EWC really so special. Last pick here for MCoy to try and round out their draft. They've got a pretty heavy dive draft themselves. The Galio Leona just needs a little bit of something to really finish up the kills, and the Ambassador would do just that.
Yeah, look at Fearless as well. So now these champions are played, they're no longer be able to be picked up, so it's going to be a little bit harder as the champions are going to be moving through this best of 3. But TK, I think we're just going to thank you there, and enjoy the games. We look forward to hearing those drums. Mate, take it easy, and best of luck here today, my brother.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
Fantastic.
Let's have some fun. See you guys.
Well,
that's fun.
It's now just us.
I know. I feel lonely already.
I do a little bit too. He's just got such a warmth about him, is the best part. And now I feel a little bit cold. But you know what? You're quite warm. We did have a nice little hug
It was very nice.
But now...
very naughty again. Not really sure what to go with that, to be honest.
Do you want another hug? But no, we don't worry about it. But still, now we're getting in. Let's look at these team comps, and let's just break it down a little bit. Is there anyone that you're favoring a little bit more?
Well, I'm looking at both these comps, and once again, it is full contact team fighting from both teams. We are going in. Everyone is diving. Nocturne Camille on one side with a Galio and Bessa Leona. One's a little tankier, one's a little burstier, but the end result will be whose backline dies quickest?
Yeah, okay. That's always a fun question because you never really know until you get into the game itself. So
yes.
Which backline wins quickest? I do actually think mkoi's got a good-looking team here. I think the Mbessa being sitting on top of there with the Galio too, you can get to that backline, get that hero's entrance, and it's going to start a lot of things. But at the same time, you mentioned that Camille. The second that Hextech ultimatum goes down, there's going to be a paranoia. The lights go out, and what can mkoi do? Sadly, Fish can only see so far in water.
Oh, very good, very good. And then the other side of this, though, is that if you go first, the problem is the counterpunch with a lot of these ultimates are very, very scary. Like, you overplay with the Nocturne, and suddenly there's a Galio ult coming in. You go in with a pause, and we have to sit here and talk a bit longer, is what we're going to have to do.
But we love talking. That's the best part.
Almost like it's our job or something. So they tell me. So they tell me.
All right, well, let's go lane by lane then. Let's look at this. This bot lane is probably the more volatile one, where it is going to be very aggressive, especially with that Camille. Talk to me about how these two lanes want to make, these two competitors want to be playing.
So the honest answer is in the current meta, and shout out to Jamada for this, did a fantastic video breakdown of it, which I highly suggest you keep an eye on, but it was chatting about catch-up XP and supports. Because basically, 8 minutes hit and catch-up XP turns on in a really big way. And that means that for a lot of these roaming supports, Camille, Leona, they can hit level 3 and go, cool, my work here is done, and leave. And then they will join their junglers, they will join their laners and try and make plays. And once 8 minutes happen, kind of around that grub timing, you can look to really ramp up that XP again and kind of be okay about dropping the early levels and make plays elsewhere. And that's partly why things like the Camille have been so incredibly strong. And we've been sort of like going back through the history books a little bit of late and going, do you remember when Camille was playing in the jungle? Do you remember why she was really strong?
Yeah, got a Tiamat as well. Just hard cleared incredibly fast and was able to just go anywhere so quickly. It was like when Wukong, before Wukong was able to jump over walls, very similar thing. But yeah, Camille in the jungle was fierce.
Yeah, but because basically you could go, well, I kill a Scuttle Crab and a red buff, and that's it, and I'm good. And then you can hook shot into a lane and basically just gank. And again, now you don't even have to clear. You just play it as support and get the same kind of value. And I exaggerate a little, but there's definitely some truth to that. And one of the big questions that's been asked in a lot of drafts of late is, okay, what do you do about the Camille? Because originally it was the Bard, and now it feels like, well, maybe the Bard has a bad time with the Camille because you put the Hextech ultimatum down and the Bard can't escape with the magical journey. And he goes, and that's made things a little bit more interesting, and that's why things like the Talia bot into that, the Poppy as a potential answer, I've started to see a little bit more play as well again. But that does make this quite spicy in terms of we've got ourselves a Jhin and an Ezreal who are very self-sufficient.
Yeah.
You don't have to play for that GP. You can. Good setup on the Jhin W. Ezreal Leona years ago was a great duo because the Sunlight passive on Leona, you proc it so easy with all your Q stuff. Very, very easy for Ezreal to proc every one of those. But the other hand is they can just sit there and go, cool, I will see you later, supports. Let's go play around things like that Ambessa or that Nocturne in the enemy jungle, which could get quite spicy. Extended rant, but that's kind of what we get to do on these pauses.
Look, and I love a little bit of spice in my gameplay. That's one of the best parts of League of Legends is every single game, very different, always changes up. But these teams and with the drafts that we're starting to see, and now that we head towards more best-of-3s, we're going to start to see a little bit more evolution in how these teams will be playing. We might see some more majors coming back in. It's nice that we're still getting like your Jins and your Ezreals. We know that they're quite strong, but I'm curious to see when we get to like the Mel's with the Pikes, when we get to see a little bit more of those Ziggs down the bot lane. We've seen Sintrus, we've seen Cassiopeia. When can we see a little bit more of that?
Well, we'll find out, won't we? There on screen as well, you just saw one of those very pretty golden keys. Theoretically, you win this, and that key gets slotted into the trophy, where it says everything is earned and nothing is given. The problem is, if you lose, you are giving that key up to your opponents, and then they take it to a big pneumatic drill, and they crush it. They break it in front of your eyes. It is one of the most brutal things in esports. And at the end of the day, reminder for the people that win this, all the way to the end, you kind of win the whole EWC League of Legends tournament. You get to choose some keys to put on your trophy. And you go, you know what, I beat you. You know that thing I crushed? Yeah, you're going to be on my trophy forever.
Yeah, you know what? And choosing who you'd want on there would just be absolutely demoralizing to some degree.
It's horrific,
It would hurt, because if you pick a team, you're like, that's the scary stuff that I would be fearing. But we are still, this is the lower brackets of this team, so there's already a fight level 1. Not too much will be spoken of it. It's just, they're going to get caught out. They're just going to walk away.
does mean that Jin has started with a W, not the end of the world. And again, they've gone towards the Doran's Helm tech. You'll note as well, you obviously see the inspiration secondary on the Jin, because it means you get towards things like Jack of all trades. Yep. Because it means you get more stats, because you've got Doran's Helm. So those defensive stats you don't always build as an AD carry, well, you can cheat him in there with Doran's Helm, so you get more value from that level 1. Those more aggression. Alvaro's been left a little worse for wear.
Yeah, just an Ignite being used there as well. It's not the end of the world too, but this is going to be a big struggle for Leona very early on, but they're going to get that level 2 first, so it's a little bit of safety. That is the Leona, obviously. Alvaro's going to be like, oh, let's dive. We dive this, right? Level 2, we dive. But no, it's a Camille still. We're going to be able to get those slingshots and be able to do a little bit more. So I feel like they're going to be a little bit more careful until items come online.
And tell you what, let's do a little bit of a look into Gongs. We've seen MKOI on the stream already, and don't worry, we'll come back to them. They're a great team from EU. Did a fantastic job of showing up against BLG, even if it was the loss. Now, again, Jojo and Super, great showing, but Garm is a team that I think people who have been long-term fans of League of Legends will remember very fondly. From back in the day. And some of these names you might remember. Artemis, Taki, Kiaya have been stalwarts of the Vietnamese region, now LCP since then. But Drakthar Glory, a little newer, right?
Look, Drakthar was actually like the star headliner for Garm in the last split. Like, they were the best player, in my opinion. They came in and just showed up at Glory, having their nice little run here, and has to flash early as the Jojo just going hard here. And an early setback might have to burn the TP just to be able to recover a little bit of that tempo.
Yeah, exactly. We'll keep an eye on it again. It's the Orianna, one of those champions that has basically been perma-pick banned forever now, it feels like, and there's been some nerfs to the laning phase in particular, and that's when we've seen a little bit more of it, but we'll see how it works at the Glory.
Yeah, and I think back on that sort of Garm train, right, is I want to talk about this team as one that actually has started to find that strong success. They are starting to make these good moves. They are able to make their sort of plays in the league. They are in like that upper top 4. So to see them come into EWC and start to show a little bit more of that international presence and also get that practice. It's so important for LCP teams to start versing other regions. There's a nice little fight down in the spot side. Artemis not too worried, and Alvaro is just going to walk away scot-free, but Super is quite low.
Yeah, he is, and again, you've got to be a little bit careful there, because one of the things that you can run into in the bot lane is like, I have chunked out the enemy support. Yeah, but I've chunked out your AD carry. Which one's more important? Turns out the AD carry often is the end result of that, and it gets a little bit spicy. As it stands, a relatively even early game. Kind of scaling up here. There's a little bit of play happening. That's dangerous. In goes Taki. Ooh, my day's close.
Enough is they're going to have to push back a little bit more. Taki is being in
for
it, but no Artemis, no health, no mana. Flashes go forward. It's all she wrote. First blood heading over for MKOI. Super very happy, but Taki with a return kill.
At least gets something back. You burn pretty much every summoner there. Artemis holds onto the flash, but not his life. Yoya is topside though, and the Rumble might be a little over pushed here. Does he end up face checking the Rumble? The Lee Sin kind of does. It's a bit of damage, but it won't be too much more to talk about right now.
It's good to not get a little bit overcooked as Rumble in this situation.
That's the wrong video game.
Yeah, that's right. But you're getting this early push. That is the Rumble specialty. Once you start using that flamethrower, you are going to be burning through these waves. So Mirren very happy to be sitting back a little bit more, just farming up underneath their tower until they get to these big team fights where we will see Mirren running to the back line. And just diving the back line.
And again, look, you've got Lee Sin, Leona, Galio versus Nocturne, Ori combo with a Camille rather going in. There isn't a lot of what's the word? Non-committal engage here.
Yeah.
When you go, you go.
Yeah.
And that means that when we do get to these team fights, I'm expecting them to be very bloody. And people like Super, people like Artemis are going to have to pick their positioning very, very carefully. It'll be true of Glory as well on this Orianna. You get locked down, it's probably lights out.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Clockwork Lady, it can be a little bit rough, as when you can't tell the time anymore, it's usually a grey screen. But still, we're waiting for it. We're waiting for level 6. That's literally what we're doing here in Initialize. Both teams want to get level 6. They want to be making moves across the map. I think the only one that we should have seen a little bit more in this early game was Elyoya on this Lee Sin. They should have tried to get something, even a couple little early ganks. But at the end of the day, now they're looking at a dragon.
And they'll be happy enough with that one just fine. I mean, the other side of this, of course, is then sometimes things like the Nocturne could do a lot of stuff at the level 1. A lot of our LCK, LPL junglers love the Nocturne for the level 1 power. People think of Nocturne as that level 6, that ultimate jungler. But you're level 1. If you fight someone on the Raptors, Nocturne is actually good in the duels early.
Yeah.
His issue is he has no gap close until 6.
Yes.
If you're fighting over a camp, then, well, you're in melee range of him, which is a really bad time. Should get 6 off this Scuttle Crab here, and we'll see how aggressive the play is. We'll get a little of this replay here as this is a wonderful Christopher Nolan cut of our bot lane play. It was spicy.
I've been looking at Steven Spielberg for a long time, and he couldn't do anything as good as this. As we are seeing the nice pickups there, and you can just see the lockdown was good. They spent everything, but that's the sort of aggression we want to see.
Where's the John Williams soundtrack? Like EWC production? Can we hire him? But just for that moment, I'd love like an equivalent of a Star Wars theme. Just go over that.
That would be pretty cool.
It'd be pretty cool.
We should just get some like, oh, we're looking for another fight anyway.
Yeah.
Super being jumped on. It's a lot of damage. The Ignite ticks. And the final shot, Artemis takes it all the way home. Now Alvaro just looking to take a little bit more, but does get back to tower.
He's named after the goddess of the hunt, and he ain't missing, is he? Artemis gets some vengeance, and suddenly this bot lane looks a bit spicy. And again, reminder, Super just came off a game against BLG, where his Ezreal looked genuinely lethal. It's not what you want to see. Again, it's not a game-breaking lead, but suddenly Garm feeling that bit more potent. And again, they just push T1. Again, it's T1. We know they can be a little fractious in the early game. They don't exactly say no to a fight, do they? But still, they aren't shy in the early game.
Down but never out is a T1 sort of quote, I would say.
That's fair.
But still, Garm have a lot of work to do still.
That they do. Yoya's now mid lane alongside Alvaro on the reset. Glory!
For some
oh,
of that.
No!
Oh, getting caught still. The taunt is good. 3 members, but Glory is able to stay steady.
That he is. So, gets away with it, doesn't die. I can see in the inventory as well that the Ruby Crystal is in, likely going to go for the Roa build, and I know some people get a bit dodgy about that one, kind of prefer things like the Ludens. For me, in a game like this, when you've got things like the Ambessa and the Lee Sin and the Galio jumping for you, frankly, the extra HP is just straight value, because it's all well and good having damage, but you never get to use it in a comp like this otherwise. Play into the mid lane tacky, just about misses that hook shot.
It's also that scaling, right? Is you need to be able to get to this late game where you will have a Galio you're up against, so you need to be a little bit strong and hold your own. So going for a burst build on Orianna just doesn't make sense. So I love the Roa.
So, 6 is largely on through. We can see the builds coming on in. No full items yet, but some of those completions in there. Ki has picked up those steel caps. Again, you're into a Lee Sin, you're into an Ambessa. Makes a lot of sense. And again, for the likes of Millen, going for the early Hex Trinket into double AP solo lane is all well and good. We are heading towards Grubs, though. Knockdown throws down the Paranoia. Out comes the Deadly Flourish. The curtains are called, and that looks like a very dead Super, who ain't looking particularly super heroic here. No Galio called either. Onto the Grubs we look. Yoya gonna have to jump out to Alvaro, who flashes out the back of the pit.
Look, and that was such a good pick. Just sadly, it was Super caught out, could not handle the fire, and they thought the rest of the team might come in, but that's the Paranoia power. You can just jump from a mile away.
And again, now you're down that flash and Alvaro. Not necessarily the end of the world, but could be something to keep our eyes on as we head towards the Chem Dragon spawning in a couple of minutes. MKOI already got that early dragon pretty swiftly, and they would like to build towards Assault if they can help it.
Big thing to note here as well is it was still Koi getting one of those Void Grubs, so it isn't going to be Garm be able to get that full passive, get the Grub mites coming out all the time. So that's a really nice pickup there, and just to deny a full objective and just giving them only a taste of the objective.
Potential look at Glory again, but speeds himself away with the command distance. Alvaro was there with the Hex Flash, it may be noted. So again, perhaps a little less worried about the Flash being down than in another build on the Leona. I will also note, of course, that we are looking at a game with a Camille in, and last time we saw Super play this Ezreal, he was really hard to lock down. This time I'm looking at Nocturne, I'm looking at Camille. How easy is it going to be for Super, especially if he, for whatever reason, loses a flash, to keep his head?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's not super fun to lose your head, unfortunately.
So they tell me.
Yeah, look, I'm not a cockroach after all. I'm not going to live for a couple of weeks at an end, but still.
I nearly made a very mean comment there, but we'll hold on that one.
No, well, about cockroaches?
That's the one.
We won't worry about it. Cockroaches are pretty cool. But still, now we've got a little bit of a fight up this top side. Kiaya doing a good job now. There's, again, another player that has always had a strong presence. They know how to command a top lane. They also know how to concede a top lane. And that's a really big strategy and a thing for good players.
Okay, so eyes on the top left corner of your screen. You will see it's 40 seconds till the Chem Dragon is spawning. Likely going to start seeing some setups. I'll note there's a couple pretty good MKOI wards just over by that red buff kind of, behind the red buff pit there, and in that kind of passageway between mid and Raptors. Maybe an angle for something like a teleport from Merwan or from Jojo. We'll see exactly how aggressively either team wants to contest this.
Big thing, we just saw Alvaro just getting that level 6, so Solar Flare is online. This is going to be a big playmaker as this dragon spawns in 10 seconds. You got to be wary of these cooldowns.
Oh, yes. Pretty much every ultimate is up and available. The one flash missing will be Alvaro's, as we noted. Otherwise, all lights go. First items pretty much in for people like Drakthar and Artemis as well. This should be spicy.
Yeah, and getting those cooldowns with that Hexblade too is going to be so handy as these team fights go. You sacrifice a little bit of that damage, but now Dragon's being started. It is Garm taking that first fight, but now TP's coming in, slowing it down.
That they are. Garm pulling away, I think. I'm not sure whether we're going to get the contest. Drakthar's here, does have the paranoia, could theoretically pull the trigger. They've got that ward in the river, so I think this might be an attempt at a steal.
The steal could be the play. Yeah, they have that one ward. It hasn't been spotted out. They know where they are. They're just going to break up the team. Looking for it. It's stolen away. The Chemtech locked in. Now the heroes are trying to do a little bit more. Yoya cannot handle it. It's just too much as Garm are taking control. Jojo getting locked up to Alvaro as well. Curtain call lands. Flashes upon flashes. It's too much.
It really is. Taki jumps over the wall and Jojo went in with the hero's entrance and hit nothing. It was so close, but now they lose the dragon. They lose the fight. MKoi now find themselves in a precarious position, only down the 1,000 gold, but that win condition of the Dragon Soul, a significant step away.
Oh, look, and now that we're seeing what soul it is, it's a mountain. It's going to be mountainous for either of these teams, especially MKoi. Look at a Galio with a mountain and Bessa. The shields are massive.
Look, they tried to make the play onto the flank. They tried to jump onto Artemis, just didn't quite get the confirmation. Jojo only gets a knock up on Glory. They do eventually bring down Drakthar here, so it does become, I want to say, a 2-for-1. I'll need to double check that one again in a second. The curtains getting called made it a little bit spicy, but the problem is you lost the dragon as well, and that's so frustrating. And again, Nocturne, Oriana, is such a deadly combination, especially if you get snowballed. Both press R, and whoever gets jumped on has a very bad day.
That's it, and it's honestly just an honor to see the Oriana Nocturne because we didn't get to see it ever in LCP.
No.
It was always banned, no matter what, every game, 100%.
And one of the things right at MSI was we did get to see it, and it didn't execute every time. We saw people drafting things like the Akali in there, drafting things like the Lee Sin and saying, look, I'm so mobile that you might be able to get one person with this, maybe, but But then the problem is the extended fights got really tricky. There was never any true wombo combo clump, and with the nerfs, particularly to Oriana and her laning phase, it feels like she's just not as oppressive as she once was, because at one point, she could just walk at you and auto, and you would lose every lane, and that's not quite as oppressive as it once was, and I think teams are still figuring out exactly how dangerous the Oriana is. She still feels like she's good, but is she first pick, first ban worthy?
Yeah, I guess maybe not. And Taki being able to just to dodge that Zenith bait very nicely, just timing it quite well, but we're starting to see some more items across the board, and I'm looking at a Hex Shrinker up there. Mirren is just saying, I can't handle this Rumble, and that's already a big disadvantage for a top laner.
Well, he's also into the Oriana as the other laner, so it's like, look, you know what? Ambessa likes it anyway. Bit more, the lifelink passive feels good. You can stop up for it and not feel too bad about it. And again, you are into Rumble, who is just notoriously a very obnoxious laner. Speaking of laners like Oriana, who have been kind of meta warping for a while and very regularly banned. Again, with something of a change going into MSI, seeing the Rumble not banned in the first phase every game. So that's something to keep our eyes on as well. I think if we do get into these team fights and the Oriana and the Rumble get to hit ults on multiple members, MKoi might be having a tougher time. That said, you've got the Lee Sin, you've got the Ezreal. Galio's going to be pretty tanky as well. Catching a big clump, I don't know how simple that will be.
No, I think it's about catching them in these alleyways, catching them in the jungle, looking for those little fights, and that's where the Nocturne is going to be so powerful. If they have the deep vision that is not necessarily caught on a sweeper, is critical for how a Nocturne can play. With a Rift Herald coming up.
You know what? Sometimes your co-caster knows exactly what's on your mind. Very good there. Appreciate your pike. Fortunately, your namesake's not in the game. We saw Vampire pulling that one earlier for JDG and looking pretty spicy on it. Always good to see my LPL boys performing as well. Split loyalties here at EWC from myself, it must be said. But we are going to see exactly how much of a contest we get around this. Garm fighting over the Skullcrab. This gets spicy. The paranoia is here. Deadly Flurry. What happens is Super blows up the Camille. The turnaround, though. The Shockwave. Kiaya's here as well. The hero's entrance comes on down as it stands a 1 for no. Kiaya needs to start backing away. Health bars from MKoi, not superb, but they hold the line. They get the kill. They're still in the river.
Where did Taki go was the big question. Tried to get out and just
Drakthar
couldn't handle it. The Yoya now looking for it. Dragon's Rage into the taunt. Absolute cinema, the play on play. Drakthar just couldn't hold on. Rift Herald is a nice prize there as MKoi really pushing the tempo.
Look, I know you're saying it's cinema. It's supposed to be a horror movie, right? But isn't Nocturne the monster? Hang on, when was he the victim? what kind of movie is this? They jump on him, and Joya with a beautiful 1-2 with his mid laner, right? Kicks him into the shield of Durand, and it is lights out. And again, the irony is not lost on me that was to the Nocturne.
And the big thing there now, gold has swung in the way of mCoy. It's a very similar game to their first one today. They're now starting to find their feet. They're pushing the tempo a bit more. Now it's on Garm to see if they can pull it back.
Okay, so let's check in on exactly what we're expecting from these team comps, right? We've got 14 seconds on Dragon. If you pick up this Dragon, I think either team would be happy enough with that. The thing is, we're looking at two comps that are very mid-game focused.
Yes.
You are 2 items, level 11, full send at a team fight and pray. The problem is, I think if one team falls behind, you are kind of doing what the enemy team is doing to a certain degree, right? And the problem with a comp like that is, because you're both trying to do the same thing, if one team is just doing it with more gold, you win pretty much every one of those. It's quite difficult then to come back. You then have to start to look towards like picks, good vision plays. It's a lot harder to do around the objectives, and in a game like this, it's going to be an objective fight or two.
Yeah, 100%, and already it is. They got the Rip Held, they got that last fight. It's exactly what you said. They've started to fall a little bit behind. Now mCoy can capitalize on it, start securing and start stacking these dragons. So nice to see. It is being picked up. Looking for this hook. Taki trying to land it. Hextech ultimatum. It's just 3 on 1. There's not much you can really do, and Glory picks up the kill.
Nicely done indeed. And again, look, if your team fights honestly going to work, you can still play Nocturne Camille on a side lane. That's going to work out just fine. And Moen had very limited options there. Handled Yoya around, but nowhere near close to turn this as Taki in the jungle looking for tacticals to try to stay
Oh,
there.
no way. Oh.
That's insult to injury, so they say.
It's not too bad to pick up a Toad if you're ever in their jungle, but it's a nice pick up. They secure first tower as well, so it's starting to flip, and the gold has flipped again. It's 500 in the way of Gum.
It's been a very back and forth game, and it feels like both teams have got some pretty heavily loaded shotguns. And when it does land, there's not a lot the aim team gets to do. A couple minutes till something like the Baron, but I think either team will probably want to wait a little bit on this. We get another look at this beautiful little cinematographic. There's a better way of phrasing that. Lots of good cinema is where we're going, and I'll think about how I phrase that properly later. Production are doing a great job. The good words in English, perhaps a little harder from me.
Oh, no, you're doing great, mate. Do not stress about it. It's only day one. We've got plenty more league to work on our words regardless. But still, now that we're heading into the 18-minute mark, you said the Baron is a looming threat, as it is that mid-game that these teams want to start to step up. Rift Herald now summons mid, looking to open up this mid-tier 1.
Joya gets into the Herald as well. He's got the mobility and that potential to throw out a ward hop insect style combo, so Artemis has to back away quite wisely, I think, and they'll pick up that mid lane turret first of the game there for mCoy.
It's also good to pick up this at about this point because you want to have that control over the game. You want to see the map a little bit more. You can see the side lanes have already been somewhat opened up for the side of Gum. Like, they're getting those towers, a little bit of health, maybe a couple hits here or there on this top side. But it's that mid that really flexes you through the jungle and accelerates a lot more. So you can get to places faster like the Baron Pit or the Dragon Pit. And that's where these fights are really going to take place.
And again, Super still leading the way in gold, having a fairly solid game here on the Ezreal. Did initially give up a couple deaths, and it's going to be tough, right? You're into Nocturne and the Camille and all those things. But if there was someone you needed with gold in this game, it probably is going to be that Ezreal. And again, mCoy's version of the dive comp is on the tanky end. They've gone for the Leona. They've gone for the Galio. That means people like the Ezreal need to do a lot of the work in terms of the kills. For the side of Gum, everyone's just bringing damage. It's what they've got. The tankiness is somewhat not there. Rumbled, kind of, is Bruiser, sort of. A little bit of HP and things like the Leandris. There's some steel caps. That counts.
You got the Hexblade.
That's kind of enough. You know, it's HP.
It's something, but...
I mean, Black Cleaver's got HP. That's tank, right?
Yeah, I guess if we're getting to the nitty-gritty, if you build a Ruby Crystal, you're technically a tank, right? Like, that makes sense.
I feel like that is a statement that a lot of analysts out there are going to look at you and just go, I want to, like, strangle you for the rage bait.
How do we get this guy into it? Like, you know what? We'll take a real paranoia and really take it out. But no, still, at the end of the day, we're looking at these supports right now, and it is very, very interesting that, obviously, the Camille's going to be the more oppressive one here. And I was going to say, that is probably the main tank for this side, for Gum, is they are that big initiator. They're going to be taking a lot of that damage, and I guess they're trying to act like just a more aggressive Leona.
Yeah, and the thing is, actually, we're going to have to hold that. There's the Paranoia Shockwave. Oh.
Just taken now. Jackfire able to pick up Jojo. A nice little kill secured. They might be looking for a little bit more as they're looking to go further. Equalizer's brilliant. Alvaro is taking a bit of heat. Curtain Call is good. Taking a lot of shots with the Solar Flare onto the backside. There's the Barrage that goes forward. They're turning around the fight. Let's see if they can do a little bit more with it. It is
What's
doing a good job. They're on the back line. Can the damage be enough? It's too much. Super's laying out shots left, right, and center. El Yoyo wants to hold on.
Oh.
Glory is able to walk forward, but it is MKOI backing off.
They just didn't have the damage. Again, Super tried. Merwin tries to go for the ultimate, and he just dies before he gets it off, and Garm pulled the trigger, and they just have more guns ready to bear. It comes back to bite MKOI there, who don't hold on. They lose that turret topside. 50 seconds until Dragon, and this is going to give the opportunity for Garm to reset, get out, put those wards down, and be in the river first.
It's all about those cooldowns. Once that Paranoia and the Shockwave are up and available. But the best part is, we saw the Paranoia go down. The Shockwave was there before he even landed.
Yeah, it was tough. And again, they use the Shockwave as the initiation tool. And sometimes there is an art to saying, I'm not going to pull the Nocturne Orianna combo as a combo. I'll do the Shockwave first, or I'll do the Nocturne ult first, and then we follow up. Learning when to split that sometimes to catch people off guard, to make people flash when they shouldn't, can be a real key moment, and that was what set that one up so well. It does mean that some of those cooldowns would have been on, like if this is level 6, right, they would have been still on cooldown. They're not anymore, because you've got the Hexblade, you've got level 11, and that means you're coming in with those ready to go again. It is still going to be MKOI in the river first, though, so this gets a little bit spicier.
TP's already been used. They're going to be able to get this one down, so Glory wants to join this fight. It's the 5v5. They're looking for this Dragon. We'll have to see. They want to go for a little bit more.
That they do. Artemis gets the shove in mid lane, was trying to stack up that fourth shot. Still onto the Dragon, 4,000 HP. They're looking like they might give this one up. You just go for the shove in mid instead. It will be Soul Point given to MKOI and Garm. Don't pull it. On the other side, the Solar Flare is dead. The Violence is good. I will keep it as a god of the Voltaren. Oh my god. Leona went in, gets stunned up. The Nocturne's in and you.
The card, that's the Curtain Call coming out. It lands its mark. Equalizer lands too. Now they can re-push in the mid. The Shockwave pulls back Jojo, but that's a big tanky Galio. It's a lot to deal with. And now they're looking for the onslaught, the siege. They want to try and take this tower, but I just don't think they have the range.
They don't, and the thing is, you got the Soul Point. I think you got what you came for, frankly.
Yep.
You get a little bit extra in terms of the kill. Alvaro's down, so be it. But I feel like giving Mountain Soul to a team with Leona, with Galio, when they're already a relatively close run thing is risky.
Two Mountains on a Leona and a Galio, regardless. We saw how much damage Galio took. Jojo was very happy to be in the middle of that fight because they were very hard to kill. The second that second Mountain Drag came in, it was even worse. These shields are stacking.
They are, and again, you do eventually get that tier 1, and you've got 3 turrets to 1. That's still a good position for Garm, who are actually up 2,500 gold as well. They have got things that are working for them. Again, Brakthar's in a good position. You've got the Orianna, who's 106, been involved in a lot of these kills. 4-1 for Artemis as well, who's going to be building towards what I suspect will be the rapid fire here to convert from the energized item on the Storm Rays as well. That's all good stuff. The problem is, in about 3.5 minutes, if you don't win that smite fight, you don't win that fight in the river, the Mountain Soul is going to be such a problem. You're a burst comp into a Mountain Soul shield.
Yeah, so it might be a Serpent's Fang angle, if I'm being honest. But even then, I'm not sure who that would be best on. Maybe Drakthar could be able to pick that one up, but at the end of the day, if it maybe even Camille could probably pick that up. Maybe Taki's going to pick up a little bit of a Serpent's Fang just to get that pop of the initial shield to enable the damage to come through. But still, that's not who you want it on. There is no real champion that is the perfect shield burster.
Taki gets over the wall there and should be all right as it stands. Mountain Dragon, 2.5 minutes away. That is the timer. Bit of a doomsday clock for Garm. Merwin at 1.5 items. Does need to try and convert that into what I suspect will be the Black Cleaver, if my memory serves on that one. Will be a big deal to get to that if they can help it. Kiaya with a lot of damage there on the Rumble right now. But again, you are the percent HP damage person into a few people building, what do you know, some HP.
Yeah. It never really counts when you see a Rumble at the top of the damage charts, if I'm being honest. So Jojo doing a really good job there.
That's very true, actually.
Honestly, as like a bit of a takey, like you only
with
have a couple
items. Now, Imperial Mandate as well.
Like, how are you doing more damage than Super on this Ezreal? So that's a whole other conversation that we'll have to let the analyst break down itself. But still, now that the Baron is this major play, it's a clock, like you said. Soul Point is so big for MKOI. Does that go for a flip? Do you maybe trade the Dragon and then go get the Baron instead to accelerate the game. We saw it a couple games ago. Is that a good call?
I mean, that's the thing, right? mCoy have got the catch-22, right? They can go Baron, they can go Dragon. They're happy with either. For Garm, if you get Baron, you give up Soul, and that's like a loss for the scale of the game. If you get the Dragon, it's only second Dragon for you, and you've still got to deal with Baron. Like, it's not anywhere near the same level of win. mCoy, as it stands, though, sitting in the river first, and Garm trying to force the win. Dragtha on a potential flank angle, though, looking to see where he gets in. Jojo will jump towards him with a Justice Punch. Won't quite get what they're looking for there, though.
Nah, just out of range, so really nice. Dragtha able to push back a little bit, but look at the vision control that's starting to come through. You're getting a couple deep wards from mCoy into the back, but they're getting cleaned out. It is really good of Garm. Able to lock it down. You can see the control is just circulating. Eyes on Super's inventory as well. She just picked up that Spear of Shojin. 3-item Ezreal is very potent. Used to be the 2-item Spike, still very much is, but that third from the Ezreal these days has been so strong. Yeah, but I'm also looking Artemis as well. Rapid fire cannons online. Another cloak has been picked up too. You're looking comfortably at about a 60% crit. So the damage is there. It just comes down to the levels. We're looking at a level 15, almost 16.
Well, that's kind of wild, actually. I'm not quite sure how Super's ended up dropping so much XP. Probably joining his team a little bit more. Again, should tick up to 14 pretty shortly. So it'll be more like 1.5 levels discrepancy. That's still pretty crazy as far as things go. 30 seconds on this Dragon. And mCoy have kind of ceded position in the river.
Look, maybe they're sort of taking it back as now. Paranoia goes through, Flash comes out, but there's not much where you can go. Solar Flare is good, it only lands on one, and Alvaro is pretty low. It's enough damage, the Hero's Edge is there, the Flash comes out, Equalizer dropping right on top of that circle. Artemis very happy to play this one back, but a great pick from Garm.
It is, and the support is gone. That means you've got the 5v4. You burned a lot to get in there, and I think now mCoy might consider the 4v5 regardless. The thing is, you don't have to take this risk. It's only the one Dragon. They might do it regardless. Yoya's here. He's got the flash. He's got the mobility.
And the TP's coming straight in from Jojo, so looking to still make this fight. They are obviously wanting this. A bit of a reset coming out here is a bit interesting from Kiaya. We'll have to see what's going to be the players now. Public execution in the back line is going to be enough. Kiaya is still holding fast. Now it is Galio looking to get that shield off. Jojo can't land it. A lot of damage.
Look on the mill and try to keep him alive. Artemis is running. Fourth jump flash. And they get the kill. Garm surviving out. Glory goes golden. And he might look for more. Look who's respawned though. Hey, says Leona. This is the Zenith Blade. It's very messy up there. The health bars are precipitously but it's still Super and Joya popping off. Mystic shot claims another skull.
And mCoy coming in so big here. They had the disadvantage, but Alvaro came back and just said, we can turn this fight, and they got the Mountain Soul.
They do, and you've seen the Nocturne run immediately over to Baron to get some wards down, but it was a close run fight. The knives came out, but the throat that was slit was Garm's. It's a rough place to be in. They've still got the cold lead on paper. The problem is I look at the other side, I look at the, well, not even really intangible, is it? It's a Mountain Soul, but it is still something not in the Goldie. We'll have a look at the replay because it was a close run thing.
Yeah, and it was really good. You can see the proactivity here. They were going for a lot. They got so much out of them, and you said it so well. Once you've spent every single ultimate, what do you really have when you come into the actual fight that needs to be done? And it was Garm saying, maybe we can still contest. It's a numbers advantage. But it is mCoy. They have stood up against BLG. They have done as much as they can here, and they still come out ahead.
And then Yoya and Super just get to dance on them. They're the two champions with the mobility, with the extended play. Millen full sense, it goes really low, and you saw, actually, this Ambassador's really low. Artemis going to flash for the full shot in a second or two. You're thinking, oh man, Gam in a great spot, but look at Dragthar's HP, look at Kiaya's HP, hell, now look at Glory's HP as Jojo gets a huge chunk onto him, and Alvaro's respawned. He's back, and that means that Super, who's still got more than enough HP to roll with, Yoya, who's got the kick up and able to get onto Artemis, who's already burned that flash to bring down the Ambassador, just ran out of tools.
And that one Mystic shot right at the end, just to slay the beast, was absolute magic, and just able to lock in so much more. You're right, Gold lead is still in the way of Garm. They still have some control with a lot of these towers taken out. The Paranoia's now come through too, but the rest of the team is not far off. Kiaya's already overheated. Golden again. The zombies have now been burst. Solar Flare goes down. They need to pick up one. It's Glory who picks it up. The Shockwave's even better.
Beautiful.
The Hextech ultimatum, but it's Glory with the double kill.
Glory by name, Glory by nature. What a pickup. That's the mid-jungle down. Baron is up. Sure, you got mounted, so you're still going to try and play out a 3v5 with no smite. Garm finding some light in this game.
Look, and they've still got the gold. It's now flipped back up. It's 2.8. Those catches was enough. The shutdowns were good. Now it is the Baron that is their side, and they need to lock this down. They need to get it so quickly. Super and Alvaro could make a play. They could make a stand, but it might not be enough. Mirren also here, but Ultimate's still down.
They really have got very limited options here. Draxar's been taken low, but not down. Mirren stepping in, looking for some damage. Can't quite happen. This will just be the Baron picked, but maybe there's a turnaround. It's gone full send! Equalizer in, the public execution, but Ambessa, I hate to say it, but the sentence is overturned.
It's just too much. I don't know why they were there. I don't know what their plan was, but the Baron was already gone. The kill was just an easy second pick up for Garmin. Now they're just going to walk these waves in, and they're in such a great position. Look at where these waves have actually hit. It's just going to push back and then get a full send forward.
Look, it's been a frantic few minutes. Very intense soul fight. The pick that leads into the Baron. Let's do a little bit of taking stock and seeing where we're at. Dom with about 4,000 gold. They've got a Baron to work with. They can try and accelerate this game beyond the value of the Mountain Soul if they're given the opportunity. You've got 4 items on the Jhin now. That's a big break point in terms of where that passive starts to come online. He's a very different champion once those items come in. Definitely not just being that kind of mosquito build from a few years ago at this point. This has to be a good Baron shove, though. The value needs to be good, or the Mountain Soul value starts to really rocket again.
Yeah, and that's the big part, right? We do see that Lord Dom's now being picked up on this Jhin, so Artemis is going to start breaking down these shields, and that's such an important pickup. It is what we need to see. A Serpent's Fang could have been an option, but this is just as good. Now, where does it come onto the rest of the team? As we do see the GA also picked up for Drakthar. The dive potential here is even better, but still, it's Elyoya who's opted to go for the Death Stance instead, so looking for a bit of the skirmishing instead of the full send.
Well, when we've seen MKOI win, it has been those extended fights. Super and Joya just keeping the damage rolling, and I think they've got the tools for that. I'll also note, again, you've got the Imperial Mandate combo on the Galio. With the changes to Mandate, the cooldowns on your CC abilities, which is basically everything, is next to non-existent. If you get a good full send onto Artemis, onto Glory, you will be able to keep them locked down. There won't be a lot they can do about it.
And this is a really good play here from Garm. It's about keeping your numbers. You can see there's 4 up on this top side. Mir's the only one up here trying to hold on with 2 super empowered cannons. That is enough artillery to take any tower, especially with Artemis here now doing some damage. But one good public execution can turn the tides.
And the wave clear is a little bit limited from MKOI. I hate to say, you've got to go very short range to make it happen. The Ambessa, the Galio need to make the turn.
Paranoia's
They've got the
coming in.
Paranoia.
Big shockwave comes in. It's a lot of damage to Solar Flare. Not enough to lock them down. The tower is already gone. Nothing to save you now, but it's just too much. Elyoya has to back out. They're trying to hold on. The resurrection's good. Sending it back in. It's Garm trying to retreat. Drakthar still here. He's revived. He's back. He's looking for Mirror. The flash out is good. Alvaro has the shot. The double kill is Artemis taking this game by storm.
The Jhin survives. The flash is superlative. 8-2-8. He murders them in the back end of the fight. I thought they'd done it. They're on to the Nexus turret.
It's the TP in. They need to get the shield to hold on, but still, Artemis still has the Lord Doms. They just need to hit the tower, hit the Nexus, but it's a lot of damage. Is Artemis able to hold on a little bit longer? They have to back off. It's the only way.
10 seconds on Super makes this non-starter. Jojo's got TP in 15 seconds. We've got 5 seconds on Elder, and the resets are late.
Oh, that's a big spicy one right there. Elder is up. It's who gets there first, who's going to get that early vision and try and maintain control. But this is a close game.
That's one way to put it. We'll have a look at this replay again, because Garm go, and you think it's too deep. You think they've gone too far. Mirwin makes Kiaya's life hell. The hero's entrance is good, and you're thinking, hang on, Super's still available. Yoya's still available. This should be too far. But Artemis survives forever. He takes so many lives before MKOI realized they've just gone too far.
Yeah, that's it. And you can see Jojo was so comfortable sitting there with 4 or 5 members trying to do damage. But now we're back at the Elder. It's already started up. And there's the Paranoia. Hero's entrance coming in. It lands on 2. Trying to get the taunt, but it's going to be enough. Drakthar still so healthy. Elyoya picks up Glory. They're looking for more. Taki on the backside trying to take on Super. It's not enough damage. Kiaya is going to be taken out too. Drakthar can't hold on. It's just too much damage. The triple kill. Elyoya
coming in big.
Joya, the captain of MKOI, turns up when it matters. They fumble the fight in the base, but they don't lose the game. They have no Baron, they don't damn well need it. They're looking for Nexus turrets minimum here. 30 seconds on anyone meaningful. They should have the game.
They could just take this one right here. Right now, it's all she wrote. It was such a flippity-flop fight, but it still was MKOI able to hold the line. And now, sieging at the Nexus. They're going to take game one, and now they're on series points.
Oh, Paris, are you not entertained? The Elimination Series delivers in game one.
Oh, my lord. Initialize, what are we seeing? It's magic.
Either one of those teams could have taken it. The Baron take was good, the gold lead was good from Gon, but the Mountain Soul difference, the extended fight difference just proved to be a step too much.
And that is just exactly what we wanted to see. MKOI, they went so well up against BLG in that first best of one. Now they're coming in clutch and they're going to be looking at the next game and feeling really confident.
Right, because this isn't a best of one anymore. It is the best of three. You still got that extra chance to prove that you can still turn this around. It's not done yet. The problem is, when it is done, you're going home. That's it. That key gets crushed, and it's lights out for your run here at EWC 2026. Alas, from myself and Pike, for now, we're going to take a quick breather because Valdez is here to break down that game.
Give it a go.
Thank you, casters. As crazy ending to that one, I will tell you that on the way to the stage, we were like, looks like Gam's going to end the game. And then we arrived here and we're like, oh, looks like MKOI is winning. Interesting. So that's how quickly a game of League of Legends can turn on its head, because this one was very close for the majority of it. I mean, it was like a 1,000 gold lead at 30 minutes or something like that. And yes, there was a Mountain Soul on the side of MKOI, but they were still kind of losing every fight. And so we were a bit concerned for their chances of winning until the very end when they just won.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, Novovis Turkoi, like, was a majorable time that they were actually kind of ahead and also like winning as a team fight. But the thing is, like, they were more so getting picked by like Nocturnal T and also like just playing still like getting outnumbered, like those kind of fact that it actually kind of hurt. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that Gam was not the one not making mistakes. For sure, the game was really hectic. Like both team was like trying their best. So that's why they're trying. There was some mistake actually exposed, and both team was trying to actually just punish it, like getting a mistake. Like I think there was a one time, which is the Movistar Koi could have gone for. I mean, they went for the Drake, and then one time they didn't actually contest the Drake, and then they fought after they won. So like that was really, I was like really sad to watch, because like they could win the team fight. They should be willing to team fight because it's the sole point. Yeah. And it's like they decide to not to just fight. And this one also, it's like super overused. Like for the one person, they don't have Rumble ultimate. They're so off, and it's like it's so greedy for Rumble just pressing B while then Basa has an ultimate there. A lot of fact that actually just came down at once, and it's like becomes like kind of disaster for Gam.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like that lack of decisiveness really ended up buying them in the backside, because MKOI's composition is so good at doing both things, like engaging and disengaging. So if Gam aren't quick on the trigger pulls, which we saw, like Rooney was saying, time and time again, then it just gives MKOI all these windows back in where the re-engages are fine, because there's so much mobility on the carries that they get to just reposition, and as long as they're not the ones getting killed off by the Camille, by the Nocturne immediately, they're fine. And yeah, the overkilling on certain targets that weren't actually important to the pieces of MKOI was really what ended up failing Gam in this game one.
This was at the very end where it was like, okay, Gam win the team fight. I mean, they don't win the game though, so only 2 guys left.
If they just had one more person, just one more, it would have the game. Or Drake team fight if they didn't have a bound soul. Whatever.
And there's 2 people left against 1. I think it was Alvaro on the Leona that was alive.
Yeah.
And he was able to hold, and then they just went and ended the game. Yeah. So kind of crazy. I'm sure that MKOI will be like, well, we won, guys, but we need to fix this and this and this and this. And the same thing for Gam, honestly. It's like, well, we barely lost and we have a lot to work on, because that first game, it was very close for all of it, even up until the end, but It still felt like both teams were almost playing a little bit scared, perhaps scared of elimination. I'm not 100% sure because it was a very slow, methodical game from both sides.
I actually think it's easier to bounce back from a game like that from the GAM perspective because I think the fixes are super easy. It's just do what you were doing but faster, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's a talk that you can have very easily in the background. Go, yeah, guys, just push the buttons, fellas, and you're good. Whereas with MKOI, I think it was a lot more about positioning, like individual mistakes, and that's something that can very easily just completely railroad a series into a loss. And we saw it plenty of times where maybe it was Alvaro just a little bit too far forward, setting vision without Oyoyo in his pocket, whatever it may be. That's what they really need to try and nail down for this game too. Otherwise, it could easily go to a game 3 because GAM looked decent.
Really does feel like both teams have a lot of work to do if they do want to make it to the end of this best of 3 and see more of the EWC 2026. But first, we're going to take a break and come back for game number 2. Hello and welcome back. We're here in the midst of GAM Esports up against MKOI, and so far it's been a very back and forth affair, a very close one, as MKOI just barely able to squeak out a win there in that game number 1, in a game that, you know, they're stacking the dragons. They were slightly behind in gold, but eventually they got the job done, and it's an elimination match as well. So if you're out of this best of 3, you're done for the rest of EWC. So a lot on the line in GAM with their backs against the wall. Do you think they're going to tie up this series, Huni?
Yeah, I mean, I think they do have a pretty good chance, I'll say, because like the game, if you see the game, like it's the really, as you said, it's like it's really back and forth, and it's like both team has actually good momentum, like the team fighting stuff, laning phase. It wasn't really one side at all.
No, not at all. And the only thing I'm worried about is that after a loss like that they lose the wind in their sails for game 2, and it's like 1 or 2 bad plays, and they just kind of sink from there. Hopefully that's not the case, because GAM are such an aggressive team, but it does happen.
Yeah, it definitely does. And I think, you know, we were certainly expecting this series to go the distance, or at least be close, even if it does end up being a 2-0 at the end of the day. These two teams seem to be pretty evenly matched, and we'll have to wait and see what this draft does look like, as we don't have too much time to break down what happened in game number 1. We're going to go back to our casters now for game 2.
Well, thank you very much, Valdez, and great work on the desk as ever, boys. Appreciate you all. There's Jojo's face on screen. Again, they win one more game, and they're safe for now. For GAM, it is 1 game away from a very crushed key.
Yeah, look, you don't want to crush that key because it can't open too many doors after that. But still, it would feel rather rough to be leaving here on the first day in the lower bracket. But still, we have a game to get through here, and that's the game we're about to see. But is there anything you'd like to see heading into this draft that we haven't seen yet?
I think I was relatively happy with both drafts, at least in the sense that, like, both of them were clearly comfortable with. They knew what they wanted to do. It was a close game. I think for GAM, they need to have a bit of a conversation about what they want to do around some of those objectives. We're going to head into draft right now, but there was some stuff around, like, being late some of those dragon fights, giving up that mountain soul made things quite hard for them. And on top of that, right, you are looking at some late game scenarios where both of us were chatting just before we got on and saying, like, it feels like when they're going for the kill, GAM specifically, they sometimes just overforce it a little bit, and just being a little bit more heads up, a little bit more patient will probably do them well.
That's the big thing. That is a very LCP sort of statistic, is we love to go very aggressive. We will full send. We don't send at all. So we are in draft. We're going to see a little bit of a change up in what we're banning out, and finally seeing a Yorick banned here today, as it's J4, Bard, Yorick as well. Then on the other side, for GAM, it is going to be your Cassiopeia and Vi. Waiting on that third one to come through, but so far it's telling me they're not looking to hard full send here. Maybe it's going to be a little bit of a cleaner draft and have a bit more front to back finally.
Kiaya Yorick. One of these days we'll get to see it, but not today. The Jace gets taken away from Merwin. Of course, does play that. Yoya a little bit in the jungle as well, if my memory serves me right on that one as well. We've not really seen so much of the Jace jungle angle anymore, but there we go. Going to pick in the Rise anyway for Jojo Pyun, who is a well tried and tested player of the champion, very strong, was a good setup for something like an aggressive jungler as well, because the Rune Prison makes things rather easy.
Yeah, it's just one of those strong mid laners, right? It's just had so much presence in every region so far. It's one of the highest picks, along with Orianna too. But now that Orianna is no longer available, we're going to be looking at potentially a Syndra, another scaling mid laner, but it has been known to flex into the bot.
Indeed, and for your money, do you think Artemis would be a mage bot player?
No.
Well, that was a very swift answer, so we're realistically expecting that one to go mid, alongside, of course, now the Nefiri. You hit level 6 here, both press R, and theoretically someone gets blown up. Is the plan there.
I love that, and that's a very Garm-centric gameplay, and I think that's going to really well sort of feel into their style of play. But now the Poppy is a very big disruptor of that, because Nefiri no longer can get to you.
It's a lot harder, right? Again, you can't necessarily interrupt, you can only interrupt so much, but you're still going to try and make that work. And again, could go to Alvaro, could go to Yoya, and that could be a potentially dangerous option. With things like the Nico being hovered, that would very much imply that the Poppy is going elsewhere. All these are just hovers right now, so we'll wait and see. The Varus being considered here, worth noting again, Varus very much a flex pick. Merwin plays it, we have seen it top, and here on 3, it's going to be asking some questions of Garm, saying, well, what exactly do you want to do here? Because I think, depending on how things play out, MKOI can move that around as they please.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But moving it to the top lane, it has been done before, and it's a team that has known to do it. But now we're seeing a Piping Hobbit or a Nautilus. I think the Nautilus here probably makes a little bit more sense. You have now a bit of front to back and strong engage again. So if you land one good dredge line, you will find a dog pack sitting on top of you very shortly after. So I really like this. They're going to take it away from the Varus too, but you still have champions like your Rel, your Alistairs. You even have a couple mages in there that can sort of empower, but it really depends if we're going to see Super go the more lethality sort of Varus, or if they're going to go the on-hit as well. But I feel like on-hit is just the way to go.
I mean, lethality Varus has been hit with a truck repeatedly. Like, it's just not as good as it was. In fact, frankly, it's mostly just not good. So if you can get away with the on-hit build, you tend to, and sometimes you just can't do it because the draft won't allow it. And if you go top lane, of course, you can do the Dusk and Dawn kind of off-tank kind of build, I guess, the way you think of bruisery build. So there's still some flexibility in the Varus in terms of what you want from it. But yeah, I think largely I agree that the other question we've got to ask then is, well, where is this Poppy going?
Yes.
Can go to jungle. Seen that already today. Junja was playing it, of course, for JDG. I'm sorry, we stole him from you guys in LCP over the LPL.
I'll just walk out.
Yeah, no, sorry about that. But it does mean it can theoretically be flexed down to Alvaro. Again, another one of those supports that, like the Camille, like the Leona, can be asked to just leave lane and make things happen elsewhere.
Yeah, I really like the Ziggs ban here as well. I think having that down in the bot side, but it's a very AP sort of comp if they do go with the Ziggs, because you've already got the Syndra. So maybe it is actually going to be that Syndra in the AP carry, but no, it's a Sivir instead. One of the notable champions that does sort of counteract the Varus. You have that extra push. The Varus is never going to be able to walk up towards you. You're always going to be pushing them in. So I really like this, and it means they can rotate up to objectives a little bit faster.
Yeah, and again, Spell Shield means the Chains of Corruption just aren't that easy to land. And again, if you are into a lethality Varus, your ability to block one of those key skill shots can be pretty valuable. Does mean, though, that Alvaro's going to pick up the Reld as we return back to meta. And for people like Alvaro, that is great news because they are big proponents of champions like the Reld. So that does mean the Poppy will go and be jungle. And realistically, at this point, we're debating whether the Varus is going top or bot. With the Gnar hover, the implication is we're getting the Varus bot.
Yeah, look, I like the Gnar. I think it's one of those top laners that is always going to be somewhat relevant in pro play. You got the Rangers mini Gnar, you have Mega Gnar, and you can just absolutely wallop some people, but there are champions that do work very well against it. One of them was that Ambessa, but is already taken away. So they banned the Vayne out, clearly thinking that was the right call. They've got a bit of tankiness, and a Vayne was just going to be a nightmare for that regardless. So I really like this. What would you look to take in against this Gnar?
So theoretically, you could have done something like the Ambassador. Olaf has been something we've seen a little bit of right now. And I think anyone who's followed some Vietnamese League of Legends, and of course now LCP League of Legends, will know that Kiaya has had a little bit of a history on champions like this.
I feel like Kiaya's probably got some anger issues, is what it really sort of tells me. Like, he picks up this Olaf, and he will just go full Berserker mode. You're not versing Berserker right now, but they will just run at you no matter what. The Ragnarok is going to be a key pinnacle here in any of these team fights. It's also really good into the Varus too, because if the Chains of Corruptions are there, you're going to hit with it. Ragnarok, you're not going to get affected. So yes, Kiaya loves this pick and is very aggressive, is one of these players that can take this champion and move it to the next level.
see how it works, because then if you can get onto the mini-nart, lots of options there. You can ignore some of that CC coming on through. It means that disengaging the Olaf can be quite challenging. The Poppy, the Rel have limited options really to deal with an Olaf who's got that ult rolling. That said, you don't have an enchanter to back up the Olaf. And generally speaking, Olaf is at his most potent, particularly when we were seeing more in the jungle roles, when you've got something like a Karma or a Seraphine or Lulu, something behind, just to give him that little bit of extra speed, that little bit of extra shielding, to get him through some of those mid-game fights. This is still a fairly okay draft one, I think, but there are some worlds here where you can kite out the Olaf R, and then suddenly he's kind of just in the middle of nowhere, and then you're not CCing you.
Correct. No, that's definitely it, especially I think Olaf's going to have a little bit of an easier time as it gets into a bit more of the mid-game where you have some items on the back, but also into a Mega Gnar. You do not want to be fighting at that mini Gnar. The early game is just going to be a struggle. I think Kiai knows this and can play back quite well. I did say that in the previous game. They are a player that knows when to concede a lane and knows when their spikes are really going to be the most potent. So I expect them to pick up something like the Tiamat, maybe go the Stride Breaker, and really be able to charge at this team.
And Stride Breaker really has been the item of choice for the Olaf. I'm right there with you. I think that probably will be the option as we do head onto the Rift for what could well be our final game of this series. The stakes, folks, for those who need them. Lose this. Your tournament here at EWC in the League of Legends department, I suppose, the word we'll use for now. The League of Legends portion is done. You are going home. Your key is shattered to be part of the road that paves the way to the full trophy. On top of that, there are important considerations for the Club Championship. To be eligible to get any money at all from the Club Championship, you need top 8 finishes. You bow out here, that ain't happening. Of course, to even win the Club Championship, you need to win one of the tournaments. And of course, MKOI, we're in a few different games. Garm, as we were chatting to TK earlier, saying, look, we're one of the newer partners here at WC. League of Legends is a flagship for Garm, has been for years. You want to get as far in this tournament as you can, and that makes this series real important beyond just League of Legends and for the tournament as a whole.
It is all or nothing for Garm here, as it is going to be Garm time, as they are looking to take a bit of a fight. Super took a bit of a beating, but so did Taki. The engage, they took it a little bit too far, and it's something we sort of said right at the start, is we want to see them be a little bit more composed in how far they go forward for these kills.
Exactly that. And again, it just feels like some of those clutch moments in the later stages happened earlier against T1, happened in that game 1 there against MKOI when they tried to end the game and just couldn't quite have it happen. When you go for the kill, don't miss, pick your moments, and don't buy into the hype too much, you know what I mean? You've got to have that little bit of patience, that little bit of, I don't want to say reserve, but just a little bit of poise. That's the better term.
Take a deep breath.
Correct.
It's like whenever you're feeling stressed, right? You're like, okay, maybe I'll take 5 deep breaths. I'll see if I can compose myself. Maybe they need to do that, but maybe they need to take 5 breaths just a little bit faster.
Hyperventilate. Yeah. That's just, suddenly the advice goes wrong. Maybe they need to not listen to us. Here we go. But yeah, exactly that. And it was close. It was winnable, I think, is what I want to get from that for Garm. And we'll see how they pull that off here in this game. Kiai trying to get towards some proxy farming. We're not allowing that super easy. Gets a nice hop there and some good trading, but still has to go back and pick up these minions nonetheless.
Yeah, big thing here, though, is you can actually see it is still coming up to this top side. Jojo's looking at Glory.
Whoa!
Trey, the flash is good, but minions could be enough, as they are incredibly low. Glory might have the play here, but just has to be careful of the cooldowns. But you can see as well, where's Kiai going for a run through? Where's Forrest going?
Well, currently towards a push to recall, and the Poppy's gone, this isn't worth my time.
But now they do get out, so no first blood just yet. Obviously, maybe Garm's listening to us and saying, all right, deep breaths, they're being a bit smarter with it, but still, moving around the map.
So, quick eyes on what happened there. We've lost Flash and Ghost from Jojo for just a Flash from Glory. Taki will get a little bit of a chunk there onto that turret, and Alvaro's going to try and prevent too much happening. They should just get that plate nonetheless. And of course, you also lost the Ghost on Kiaya, but honestly, it's a short enough cooldown. You don't care too much. Does potentially make that reset a little bit awkward, but again, you went to proxy farm to give yourself that better reset timing anyway, because the wave is going to be miles away mid lane. We look instead as Drakthar.
Going straight up though, Drakthar needs to be pretty careful here, because if you get caught on one wall, you don't have that invulnerability, you will get caught out. So especially with Elyoya, who can cancel out those pushes, it's going to be a very tiresome, a very hard sort of a thing to get through for the dogs. But now, have to see his Taki has to flash out. Nice little scatter, does send them packing, and Jojo again, incredibly low.
Taki is going to have to be earning that flash though, as you noted again. And jungle support's turning up mid. Feel like I've seen that once or twice in League of Legends history. Alvaro tries to Go for a little bit of a joust there. Can't quite go full tilt, though, and that'll be the end of that for now. Kiaya and Merwin, though, just been trading evenly, and no one's died yet so far, which is a little bit of an unusual state of affairs for some of these teams. And kind of means we're probably waiting on level 6 and stuff to come on through, and perhaps a look at some of these early objectives. Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. See whether Yoya wants to go for another very early dragon.
Yeah, look, and that's the name again. 40 seconds as the Infernal is about to come up, so I have to see as well, where's that priority going to be, especially with Void Grubs, where that was that bit of a contention where they were fighting over it. So maybe there's going to be a little bit of a change of pace for Garm here, where they need to be a bit more conservative about what objectives they go for. And I think early Dragons are always so good because you do get that little bit of, just a little bit extra towards the start of the game to help you in these fights.
And if you're looking for what the X factor was in that last game that got MKOI over the edge, probably was the Mountain Soul. The fact that they got those dragons made for such a huge difference, and especially when you look at that top lane fight where it looked like Garm might be winning it, the fact that it just took that step too long, that they didn't get to reset for the Elder, that they had to go do it all over again, proved to be a bit much. Topside though, Kiaya's running, Meganar's in, and I think there was a danger.
Yeah, look, it's a lot of axes being thrown, and Kiaya has the health. Oh, the flash is good. Gets them back to safety.
I wonder whether Kiaya would debate flashing in there, but I suppose with the level 6 down, might have been, or rather not available, might have been a step too far. Still, the flash being down, and Ragnarok coming up now. The next time that happens could be a lot less fun for poor Merwin.
Yeah, you got to be so careful, but now it is Garm as well, already starting up this Dragon. Flash out from Super. They knew they were in kill threat, but now, okay, they've had to back off a little bit more. Where is Glory? They have not rotated around. They're trying to get that priority on mid, but I think Garm are just giving over this drag. I don't know what the comms were there.
Yeah, well, they tried to pick off Super, and they do get the flash from it. It just ends up being Safari League of Legends again. You turn up to watch the wildlife interact, and you're not there to involve yourself at all, which is not great. You're not here to play Safari, you're there to get involved.
Yep.
And unfortunately, they just kind of turn up and don't find that much. I mean, the flash off the Varus is still good news, not the end of the world, but still, MKOI back to their dragon stacking ways.
Oh, look, and we know that is one of the big reasons a lot of these teams just win series. They stack the dragons early, they get them online, and it's all she really needs. But we have noticed as well, a lot of the time, 2 dragons go over to one team, and then the other side just likes to flip it.
Rakthar is here, doesn't have 6, but reminder Super has no flash in a goal. I think he's looking pretty worse for wear. Alvaro's trying to keep him safe to crash down with some Ferromancy, but Taki is out. The turret shot makes it the 1-for-1, but look who got the kills. Well, it's the support on one side, and unfortunately, it's the Sivir on the other, and the wave loss to boot.
Yeah, no, the wave as well, that's pretty big, especially when it was a cannon wave as well. So this big chunk of gold, and if you can hit that tower once more, you get that crystalline growth, it's going to be massive. But a fantastic dive here as well. Early Super just got caught out, and you can see Alvaro was trying to hold on. Yes, got that return kill, but it was only for a Nautilus.
Yeah, and again, Super dropping there is pretty rough. Again, it gets Artemis some more gold. He gets to go back for the Sheen and the Coal Fields. He's building towards the Essence Reaver. Both of them are stacking coals, so not even that advantage. Not the best necessarily, especially when Super has been, for my money, the really consistent carry for MKOI across the day. The back-to-back Ezreal games were very strong from him. We're showing up against the likes of BLG, obviously in game 1 of this series well, was very, very potent, and having him go behind is not a good sign for MKOI.
No, really isn't, especially when you see Sivir now. Artemis has picked up that Sheen and a Warhammer, so the cooldowns are there, but the damage is going to be quite good. So heading towards that Essence Reaver is going to be that nice little item spike that they're looking for. But they still are a late-game champion. Sivir needs 3-4 items to really come online.
I guess at this point, I'm going to start asking you a couple questions about Artemis in general. Because obviously he's a player that's been around for a while, been on Garm for a while, been in the Vietnamese scene for a while. Where is he at in your estimation as far as AD carry levels in LCP?
Oh, well, actually, I think he's actually up there. I think he's maybe like top 2, maybe top 3.
Big statement.
Like, he has the skills. He's got a lot of that strong macro gameplay. He knows when to go in for these fights. Like, he has had a good performance so far. I just think they've just been a little bit too eager. I think if they can learn to control...
Garm being eager? I feel like that Vietnamese League of Legends violence.
Well, coming in, that's 4 members. Says the Chase of Corruption. It's not going to land as they have to get out. Artemis held it with that spell shield and a beautiful play.
Teleport comes in, so they get that as an additional win. There's the flash and the barrier down from Artemis, so they definitely got something for their time. They don't necessarily, however, get the kills they were looking for, but maybe those summoners can be something you come back to punish a little later. Got a couple minutes on that dragon, and again, summoner economy is a big old deal. Yoya also down. His flash can also be problematic.
Yeah, especially when you're trying to get those angles as well. Knocking them into the wall is so big, but now Drakthar has that summoner a little bit of a better one where they can make these plays, but next dragon up in 1.5 minutes. We'll have to see if that's where they're going to be looking, but as well, Void Grub's already gone over to the side of Garm. They got to it while that play's going, but a hook comes in, see if they can do anything more with it, but no, Alvarez happy just to charge out, stays alive.
Look, has the crash down, has the aftershock, is more than fine there. Does mean that Drakthar should get the Scuttle Crab, which means they should have that additional uncontestable vision around the dragon that's spawning in 1.5 minutes. And again, mCoy did a very good job of stacking the dragons last time around. We'll see whether Garm managed to adapt and adjust here. I think they should be in a fairly good position to contest here. Of course, again, eyes on Artemis without those summoners. He's the Sivir, needs a bit of time to come online. Could be a risky fight to take with those summoners down. We'll see how Garm are feeling.
Yeah, look, I feel like they're having a little bit more composure in this game so far. Like, they're making clean dives, they're playing smart, but it's whether they can move forward a little bit more. So I'm looking at Super to be this really big carry, and yeah, they're down 600 gold. It's not the end of the world. It's still a Varus. An on-head Varus can do so much later on. It really comes down to whether they go for something like a Hurricane as well, which they get a little bit more of that damage across the board. We'll have to see, but once you get that Bork, you get yourself the Ginsus, you're going to be a nightmare.
Okay, 30 seconds on Dragon. See exactly who's setting up there. The wards right now in favor of Garm in the river, but no one's really there right now. And I'm seeing moves from Drakthar towards his own Raptor camp, so they might be willing to give this one up, you know, mate.
Oh, look, I know a lot of things, but what these teams are thinking is definitely not one of them. But now...
What, you don't have telepathy?
I tried.
You just... Look.
It looks silly. I go... I just got my hands on my head.
I'll teach you after the game, all right? We'll get you there.
I appreciate that. But now, yeah, like you said, Dragon has now come up. We'll have to see where these teams are going to. I think it's a bit slow. You can see Drakthar is up on the top side too, but recalling. So maybe they're looking for these item spikes to really start stepping forward. I feel like Drakthar might be getting very close to finishing their first item.
That's exactly what he was going for the camp for. Good read. And you know what? Maybe I don't need to teach you. You figured it out. The telepathy's in.
Well, sometimes the best mind readers don't give their tricks away, you know what I mean? But no, as it is...
Is that a little bit of low-key shade, by the way? Oh, wow, I see how it is.
I don't know. Maybe I knew that was going to be there. Who knows? But no, as you can see, they're starting to get this movement. Drakthar is here. Sundered Sky also completed for Elyoya. We'll have to see what they're going to do and who's going to make the move first. But now, looking for something to touch the flash forward into the hook.
Look at Artemis.
It's all she wrote. Let's see if Artemis can do the damage. It's just too much. Where did Taki go? That is your frontline tank. Jojo's doing a good job, but now
good scatter.
Charge is going to be enough as Artemis doing the damage, but it's just not enough.
Reset.
Artemis getting the resets. The damage is good. Double kill. He's looking to go forward. Jojo and Super have to run, but the Dragon should be the prize.
It's 2 for 2. Jungle traded for jungle. Support traded for support. It's a bit of a mess in general. I don't know whether either team's willing to tank up the Dragon at this point.
I don't think so. The prize was not there. They just couldn't commit. 2 dead. Both teams on 3 kills apiece. That was a bit of a wonky play, if you ask me.
It was almost brilliant because Drakthar got the reset. You began to wonder. Taki gets the play on his super, flashes in with the depth charge to redirect on it. You're thinking, well, maybe this is a good place to be, but it was just that touch deep. That scatter into the reset that comes through from the bleed on Drakthar, I thought was going to be enough, but Super flashes away and survives, which means with the Rune Prison afterwards, it just is a touch too far from Garm. Back to live we go, but a good dredge line out there from Taki.
And I think that's the big thing, right, is Garm knows that Super is the problem. They need to be targeting that. And you could see Taki's like, I got this, guys. Follow me. And there just wasn't enough time. They were a little bit too far away. But the Dragon is still up and they're looking at it.
That they are. Alvaro and Jojo trying to find their way in. Jojo not the highest HP. And again, a lot of summoners got blown in that play. Eyes on Super in particular. A little out of options. Alvaro gets chunked out very heavily as Artemis looking to do some damage. As in goes Taki. He's left a little alone. Needs to start backing away. Drakthar goes forward and it gets spicy.
And now the Realm Orb's coming in, trying to get them out of dodge. But no, he's got caught out straight into the wall. But the flash is good. And it keeps them in the game a little bit longer. 1 for 1.
They get the flash and the ghost off of Jojo. They get the kill on Yoya. That means they're going to get the Dragon after. And Garm find themselves a healthy advantage in this game.
And that is what you want to see. Getting their first Dragon on the board, 1 apiece. It's going to be so good, especially a tiny little bit of a mountain. We'll have to see what soul it's going to lead into. We know it's going to be maybe something with a little bit more aggression to it. But Glory is coming in good with these scatters. They are doing so much in these team fights.
And also, look who's picking up the kills for Garm. 75% of them are on Artemis's Civer, named after the goddess of the hunt, and clearly has been hitting a few of those shots.
Goddess of Wisdom as well obviously knows that they need to go forward a little bit more. Maybe they have to pull it back a little bit, give them the space, and see what happens. But there's no owls. That's the only downside. Just a little bit of lore for everyone.
I hate to do this for you.
Is that different one?
Athena is the one with the owls.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm a mind reader, not a knowledge keeper.
Yeah, that's fine, right? Yeah,
that's
that's fine.
the difference.
Yeah, there we go. There you go. I apologize for the lack of Greek mythology knowledge, which is clearly a requirement to do the League of Legends
Yeah,
thing,
apparently.
you know?
Apparently.
Huge, like, addition there, you know?
I'm a little bit better with other mythologies, unfortunately. Get me into Egyptian, we're good to go. When are we going to get a little bit of Azirian, get a little bit of
I'm with you.
Gun? You know what, that's okay, we can forget that. But still, it's a bit of a lull. Coming into it, we're at the 15-minute mark. We got the Rift Herald coming up in 30.
That we do. And question again will be, are we going to get a contest over it? With these two teams, it feels like it's a likelihood. Kiara's been run out a little bit here by Jojo, but shouldn't lead to too much. I suspect Kiara should be fairly close to a stride breaker of his own. We've got first item in for Artemis. It's going to be the static Shiv build from Super as well, which is very obnoxious on the Varus if you've not seen it.
Oh yeah, it's just going to be doing so much. The wave clear is going to be good, but you need it. Against a Sivir, what can you do?
And we'll see what the follow-up is from this, because you can do things like Voltaic with it if you want to be really spicy. Basically, because static allows you to apply blight stacks to everything the static hits. So you get blight stacks everywhere. It's very silly. You can kind of do things like with Voltaic, you get like double blight stack procs. It's really nasty. Yeah, so you kind of like static into E for like double blight stacks. Horrible.
And you can see as well, now we're getting a little bit of movement as Elyoya, Alvaro, and Murin are coming down. Obviously saw it was actually going to be Drakthar picking up the scuttle, so just getting a little bit of that vision around the Rift Herald, because Kiaya and Jojo are down in the spot side just clearing waves. I don't think they're going to be making any moves, but the TP is now available for Kiaya, so it's going to be nice to be able to move around the map, and they can still keep the Ghost and Flash.
And of course, Jojo's got the Realm Up, so his ability to come join, especially with him now moving up towards that mid lane, is pretty high. Eyes on Artemis well, got the Flicker Blades to work with. Drakthar to the back of the pit.
Is looking for a little bit more, as it is going to 4k health, and see if they're going to get that steal. It is Drakthar wanting a little bit more. It is picked away. Sent all the way to the base, but now Alvaro's coming back in. They've been picked up. They get the Rift Herald, but they lose Alvaro in the making.
Oh, Yoya thought he'd not won away, but the hook comes flying, and I thought we were watching League of Legends. Apparently, it's Marvel. The Spider-Naut is here to play, and now Jojo's in danger. Scud of the week, and Jojo is oh so weak.
Glory is thy name, and that is the game. It's just a little bit too much. One scatter is all it takes.
Huge moment. You still got the Herald infantry for the side of MKOI, but they lose a fair whack with it. It's another kill coming their way. 3-0-3 for Artemis, who is continuing to get involved in so much here. And look at the goal at the top of your screen. Garm really beginning to build up, gone way beyond the 1,000 to 2,000 mark at this point. They managed to stop a lot of those objective stacking woes they had in the last game. They're the ones with the grubs. They picked up one of the dragons, and that makes things a little bit more tricky here for MKOI in the mid game.
Big thing as well, 2 minutes on that Ocean Soul Dragon. That's the first one we're going to be seeing. So once you start stacking these, the healing's going to be so big. And there are a lot of tanks in this game. It's going to be so hard to take any of them. Oh my god! Artemis, your damage.
That's double everyone else.
Oh my... Oh. Scared me for a second. It was like a jump scare.
I feel like the LCP caster guys might be a little pleased with their AD carry right now.
Look, I'm pretty happy. They got good hook coming in. Alvaro has to sort of just stamp their way out, maybe?
Yeah, and again, because he's had to leave, it means they're losing control of the river again. We're going to have a look at the replay, and again, there's the Spider-Naut from up in the sky, right back where he came from. He's bungee jumping.
Oh, look, and I love those sorts of players. Like when you used to see the Bard going straight up in the air, and they're up there for like 4 minutes. You're like, when are they coming back down? It's the magical journey we never really wanted. But now, we're back into it as the Dragon's still up. 45 seconds. Oh, Elyoya may have found Drakthar, but Flash comes out. That's a big cooldown with 40 seconds.
That it is, and the second item was in. They're going to try and get onto Artemis, who has to flash away. Another big summoner down.
Okay, that does tell me that maybe they need to keep this first dragon. It's a bit of a rough one. They're in a bit of a disadvantage going into this next team fight. And yeah, you have some ultimates. Yeah, you got the hunt, but it might not be enough to be able to get that movement speed ahead. I would expect this to be a 5v5.
Yeah, it likely will be. But again, as a result of those summoners being earned by mCoy. They're now going to come in with something of an advantage here. Artemis being down flashed, Rakthar being down flashed. If you're looking for the key flashes in this game, well, I'll take the 2 carries, thanks.
Yep. We'll take it. But again, it's not too bad when it comes into Drakthar, because on that Aethera, you have so many dashes, you have so many moves, you have a lot of mobility, but this is what we said. It was just a dragon. They have to give it over. It's not worth the fight.
And look, it's only second dragon. It's not the end of the world. It's frustrating, but bluntly, I think going in there would have been a step too far. And again, we have chatted about Garm and them overplaying it when looking for the kill. That for me would be over. Scatter's good.
Scatter is going to be enough as Miridy's taking it out again. Glory starting to scale up. It's all these balls are flying everywhere.
They've got 3 grubs. They've got the Olaf in the top lane shoving as well. That's going to be double turret, I think, for Garm and a huge influx of gold.
Yeah, 3.2k now. It's starting to stack. Garm are finding these picks. They're finding the lead that they need. And it really is on the back of just Glory landing these solid abilities.
Kiai gets beyond the wave, denies so many minions on top of everything else. He now gets to accelerate a little bit further. And suddenly the gold has gone from 2,000 to 3.5. At the very least, Jojo manages to find a turret on the other side of the map to get something back, but it's still, on the whole, a significant win for Garm. Artemis in danger.
There's no flash. It's just going to be sent up in the air. Artemis has to be so careful. No spell shield can keep you alive from 3 members.
No, it cannot. They're going to try and turn that into the mid lane turret. They just don't have enough for wave, and with the Olaf here, that's just not going to be a possibility. And they'll clear that out, but at least they do get another kill. Artemis dies for the first time this game.
Okay. Look, they're still pretty good. We still like them there over the LCP. It's fine.
Still, what was a 3,500 gold is now back down to 2, which is a lot more manageable than it once was. And mCoy not out of this game yet. We're finding a few counter punches here in the last sort of minute or so. But Drakthar, they're starting Baron. This is early.
Yeah, 20-minute spawn. It makes sense. Maybe they're just trying to draw them out. Maybe it's one of those tactics of, oh, well, they'll know we're on it. And then they say, okay, now we just back off. We know where they're going to be. We then go to clear their vision again, because that's just a nice little play to do. It's still 3 minutes on a dragon, so there's no real point to do that.
A little bit of a DPS check, and again, you have got an Aethera, you have got the Nautilus, the ability to potentially tank it with something like a Protoplasm Harness Nautilus and just throw out all those Darkened Daggers with the Voltaic, with Flight Cleaver. Potentially kind of doable, actually, now that I think about it, but would have been a step too far there, and with the relatively heads-up Farsight alteration coming on through, they spotted out what was happening and had to back off.
And there's the Rift Herald being summoned. It is going to be in this mid lane, so maybe they're looking to try and clear it out. This top tower on Garm's side is very healthy, but now going to get this charge off. Easy pickups for this. A little bit of gold coming back again, going down to about 1.7 for the side of Garm, but moves upon counter moves is what we're seeing.
Yoya face checks the Olaf, but it won't lead to all that much. Got a little nervous there as Kiai was hanging around, but didn't want to full send it, and I think with Jojo around would probably have been a step too far anyway, so that Gromp is stolen away quite happily. That said, the Herald does get that mid lane turret, brings that gold lead back down again to a meaningfully lower level here, and with 2 minutes on the dragon, that probably will be our next point of contest.
Taki's going just for a little wander, able to get that blast going out. I thought they were going to get caught, but no. They're playing it a little bit smart. They know what's up and available. But I do love this about Taki too. They are very happy to go wandering. They're happy to go get deep vision if they can. It's just they usually get caught out. That's the only downside.
That's the worry. Again, Taki is a very much a playmaking support, but is perhaps not the most reserved, shall we say.
It's the LCP special, full send or nothing. But still, that's what we love to do there, and it's always those bloody games. But we're seeing a lot more, again, honestly, compared to LCP, there's a lot more composure in these series that we've seen from them so far. Usually it's 1 kill a minute. So far, it's not that. Good hook comes in. Let's see if the depth charge is going to be enough. Scatter is just too good. He's able to fly away. He's just keeping his disruption hits. A hook to follow it up, and Drakthar picks up the kill.
It's on to Alvaro. It's a 5v4. I think they're going to think about Baron. However, Jojo just picked up Kiaya, and now the 4v4 makes it a step too far.
Yeah, there's the threat that this Ryze will start pushing in this bot side again, but a solo bolo in this bot side, a Ryze killing an Olaf, it's unheard of.
Yeah, and I think it's hunting Baron as well, if I saw the form, which is like doing, what is it, 20% of your max HP when it hits that kind of specific form attack, which is really rough if you're trying to rush it in the early stages. You get chunked so much by that Baron. It's a very dangerous one to play in the early stages. Well, look at the replay now again on how Kiaya got caught.
Yeah, no, this was actually, let's look at, we didn't actually get to see it too, but Kiaya is just taking every single hit and cannot even get close to Jojo. There's the Ragnarok, but it's just too far gone, and no shield can keep you alive there. It's so healthy and just an unfortunate play.
Yeah, I mean, Jojo didn't even hit all his Qs, but he just kept chunking, and Kiaya picked his moment to go in a little too late, and that could be a little problematic when we've got 10 seconds on this Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, that's the big one. This is where Koi have been finding their success up against Garm. They're going to be able to see if they can lock it down, and 2 Ocean Drags is nothing to snuff at. There's got to be some form of anti-heal starting to come out on the side if they can secure it. But MKoi, it's their dragon to secure right now, but they're still down in gold.
3.5 items on Artemis. If they can get to Soul Point, it's a win com for MKoi. Onto the dragon they go. The heroes, or the Keeper's Verdict rather, is picked up, and the Nautilus again!
Still go, but they secure it.
In they go with another Hound's Pursuit, trying to get the damage. Alvaro left low. Backline Kiaya tries to Ragnarok and roll through Super. Gets the kill. Jojo is dead to rights. Yaya will throw down a steadfast presence, but his presence is not required in this game anymore.
Oh, and Yoya now going to be taking out a double kill here for Artemis, and a huge turn, and it really was the success. Kiaya found his move, found the backline, and got the job done.
They get the Soul Point to MKoi. The problem is they've lost so many members, and I think Garm are looking at the Baron.
Yeah, they pick up a tower as well, so I think this could be the chance. The TP is still available here for Kiaya, so they could still come up for this, or they could threaten a side lane, which is exactly what they're trying to do. I think they have the damage. Artemis is sitting comfortably. 3 items with a cloak. It is so much crit. It's just going to get melted here, and the only one available to help is Alvaro.
Baron secured. Garm find themselves 4,500 gold up. We'll have a look at the replay. Yoya secures the smite, and the fight afterwards is a little less good.
Taki is that spider Nautilus right now. Every single time they go up, they come right back in. And now you can just see Alvaro still holding on. It's just being looked at by Koi, but it's just the team fight looks so messy. But Garm just had that final engage and they got into the team fight. It was all Kiaya on this backline.
Yeah, again, if Kiaya doesn't get the kill on Super, we might be having another conversation. With the Rage Blade, with the healing coming on through, with the Terminus now completed, maybe that would have been the difference maker. The problem is, Artemis has gone home. He's picked up the last Whisper. He's got himself the Noon Quiver. This Sivir is at critical mass, and I think she's going to be hitting like a warhead.
It's 2.8k lead just for Artemis right now. This is going to be such a pinnacle thing. They need to keep them alive.
Well, when we've seen MKoi pop off today, it's been through Yoya, it's been through Super. Yoya's down 1.1. And of course, Super is down to nearly 3k at this point. Let's be real about it. That is not a good position for MKoi in general. Gonna have to try and hold on and not give up too much with this Baron, but I don't know how easy that's gonna be.
Yeah, look, and now they're starting to siege. They can look at these towers and they're going to get these crystalline growth. It's going to be really good. Let's see if they can push forward and maybe make something happen.
Youch.
Scatter the Weak does do a bit of damage. Yoya needs to be careful. They are not the super tank that this Poppy really needs to be for this frontline, but now they can just let these cannon minions, again, 2 stacked cannons charging forward. They can take so much. Look up at the top side. Kiaya's all alone. Might be 2v1 up there as they're looking for that tier 2 on top side as well.
That's the plan, right? And again, the gold lead balloons even further for Garm, and this time they're not down Soul. Soul Point for sure, and that might be a problem again. Keep an eye on that 2-minute timer at the top left of your screens. But Artemis backs, and that is no longer components. That is a full last Whisper. Or Lord Dominic's Regard, rather, is the one.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage, and you got to be very worried. 300 CS at 27 minutes. They're doing a damn good job right now. 100% crit. Every single boomerang is gonna hurt.
And that's ironic because there's a Nara on the other side. Normally he's the boomerang guy, and Sivir's showing him how it's done.
Yep. Boomerang beast is what we like to call that. It's a boomerang off.
I'd trust the Australian over me on that one.
Look, it's actually not a very common competition in Australia, how far you can throw a boomerang.
It comes back all the time, it's a problem.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You can never actually get it to land super far away. That's the bad side.
2 inches away, right?
Yeah, it's like, so is it behind us? We never know. But still, now they're looking for the resets. They've got some good gold. A solid sort of power play here with the Barons. Only about a 2k-ish. I would have liked to see them be a little bit more proactive, but I think they're doing what they can. And now Kiaya looking towards this top side, trying to push it in. It's nice rotations out of GARM this game. They are moving more as a pack, and I'm not just saying that with an Ethereal in the game.
Yeah, and again, it feels like they've got a few more scaling options. Syndra is 8 stacks off that full 120 Splinters of Wrath. You've got a 4-item level 16 Sivir that's getting to a nightmarish level of power. You've got 3 items on a level 15, nearly 16 Neferi as well. The late game is going to be very deadly indeed. Sure, you've got the Rise. It's not exactly a bad scale here, but it feels like the Varus's point of power is perhaps gone a little bit, especially compared to the Sivir. The Poppy not exactly known for her incredible scaling here and coming into what could be a critical fight for this Ocean Salt for MKOI. I'm a little nervous that the game might have slipped away from them.
Look, we've seen them pull off miracles. That last game, they were able to flip it on a dime once again, so we'll have to see if they can do it once more. Mirror in here, about to go Mega, looking to hit just a little bit, but no wave really there to hold the back. Scatter of the week. Oh my Lord, Jojo, I'm so sorry. Artemis picking up another kill, 6-1 and 7, and they are charging down mid.
They went to look to see whether they could pick off the Olaf, and while they did, poor Jojo had the favor returned. Well, the Olaf didn't even have anyone really run at him, and that is going to be a real problem, because now this dragon is free for GARM. Only the second dragon. It's not the end of the world in that case for MKOI. The problem is, it's not the Soul. It's not them getting their win condition back in the game that is still going to be problematic in terms of where these champions match up later on. They're now jumping at Kiaya, who is going to throw down that ghost, gets slowed down, but I think he just gets to walk away. We're nearly at the Mega, but the teleport is summoned, and the Olaf is out of there.
Look, you take that, a ghost being used where they sent quite a bit there to see if they could catch him again. Kiaya is doing a good job of drawing so much pressure, and that's what a lot of great top laners need to do to give that space to their team, especially a giga-fed Sivir.
And look, you get a teleport, you get a ghost. That's great. Minute till Baron, maybe that becomes important. But it's not exactly a significant win. It's not a kill. It's not the turret. It's not a flash, which again, could have been kind of critical here. Now the Olaf goes back. You've got the Death Dance rolling at this point alongside the Hex Plate. Like, this is going to be hard. Play your plan to Artemis. Alvaro goes in.
Great spell shield. It's going to go through as the Death Touch does go through. Is there going to be enough damage as they go for the hunt? Super being targeted. Look at the Ragnarok. It just axes for days. There is no hope. It is Kiaya say, this is my target. I will take it. And now he's going for even more. It's just too much. The Nah is good. Oh, cancels out the cunt. It's going to be too much. Drakthar is able to get away just in time, but now they need to hold that line. It was Artemis who went down.
That's huge, right? They managed to get the Varus, sure, but despite the scaling, despite the Sivir being critically fed, they've lost 3, and Drakthar is in the enemy base.
Where are you going, Drakthar? You need to be very careful. Jojo is here, looking for a little bit more. Does go up in the air. You are not long for this world. The shutdown is immaculate there for, oh my Lord here. It's a big one, Initialize.
Oh, GARM. Oh, GARM. We said that perhaps when you're looking for the kill, they stepped a little far. These clutch moments in the late stages came back to bite them in game 1. They were so strong, in such a good position in this game. They just lost 4 members. Baron is spawning, and I fear they might have just given an angle back into a game that was dead to rights.
It really was, and now gold still up about 4k here for some GARM, but sadly, a Baron can flip that very easily, and with so many towers still available to just chunk out, this could be MKOI flipping the script.
Yeah, and they're going to get the Baron. There's no real way to contest this. This will undo a lot of that gold lead. It will tide them through to another Dragon spawn, where they, with all the shove from the Baron minions, can set up for an Ocean Soul, and that will undo a host of sins.
Yeah, look, literally as the dragon spawns, the Baron buff should end. They might even be able to take the fight a little bit earlier. With a little bit more of that power from the Baron, you can take these fights, take the soul, and then take the game. But now it is on GARM to say no and deny that power. We'll have to see now, though, as items are coming through once more again, though. Initializers, it's going to be a little bit harder. This Olaf is starting to get very big.
Yeah, and again, Artemis got jumped on. You thought he might survive. The problem is the CC chain just gets utterly ridiculous. And then Yoya turns up, knocks a couple members away, and Kiaya gets super sure. The problem is everyone else isn't here, and Kiaya goes in 1v4, and the Ragnarok is timed out. And Drakthar is way down the lane, not involved. And then Jojo gets saved by Yoya with the steadfast presence.
And then it's just the run of his life, trying to survive it out. And now here it is, that first tower. Going to go down with this Baron buff. It just makes sense. And it's a Rise as well.
Yeah.
They're just going to scale so hard too. So Jojo's very happy to just take this and sit in side lanes because they are farming up a Storm. 1.3k gold lead now just for Jojo in this mid lane matchup. So it's going to get very, very difficult.
Look, Garm fans, it's not over yet.
Never.
Eyes on Artemis's inventory. He's got a GA. He's building towards what will likely be a Bloodthirst step. He's 3,000 gold up. He's in a great spot. That said, for MKOI, this Varus now has an Arm Guard and a Jack Show and a Terminus. Varus with the on-hit build just gets to go tank post a certain point. And yes, you've got the Nefiri, yes, you've got the Olaf, but with how fine the margins have been to bring down Super across this game, that's a tricky spot.
And the big thing there is it's also both sides. It's just Garm going full send into the backline and breaking up the team. This is just where MKOI can stay together and really control.
40 seconds till Ocean Soul potentially for MKOI. Few flashes that are critically down. No flash for Yoya. No flash for Jojo Blood. No flash for Super. But on the other side, Artemis without his. Drakthar and Kiaya also similarly without that key summoner.
It's all about how do you take out these carries. It's Super or Artemis. The first one to go is just going to spell it. But now, it really comes down to who pulls the trigger first.
It will be Glory's turned up. Look at Alvaro looking for the Hex Flash. Joya's in!
For a bit more as they're going to charge down. They're going to the back line too. It's Super going golden. It's going to be enough of this trying to hold this
Jojo's down.
It's all too much.
It's done!
Garm is looking at one more member and they get the clean ace. Garm is all they wrote. Now they can charge down mid and end this game.
What time is it, folks? I think it's Garm time. This series ain't done.
Oh my lord, we're going to a game 3. They can close this out. The timers are huge. 40 seconds, 30 seconds on all members. And it's Garm wanting to say LCP's here to reign.
Garm will not go quietly into the night. Will not lose 0-2. MKOI, you'll have to do it all over again. We get a decider. Both keys on the line. And we go one more time.
Oh, the first best of 3 here at EWC 2026. And it is Garm going game 2 and taking us to the final series game. Wow, Initialize, what a series this is.
I am breathless. And again, both of these games have been winnable on both sides. It hasn't been an easy state of affairs to get through in those late game scenarios. This time around though, MKOI didn't have the soul. They got that one fight. You wondered whether with the Baron they might get there, and then they absolutely annihilate Super. He gets the Arm Guard, but he's on 5% HP.
Yeah. And it's just so close to call, right? And I just got to give credit to Kiaya knowing their identity in this to say we are going to push this even further and just go straight to the back line. So a big shout out to this team to pull it back where they had the game most of the time, but they just were able to clutch it out at the end. And big props to MKOI. They held on. They almost got the soul, but they just couldn't do it. But I think it's time that we might send it back to the desk so they can break down that game.
Thank you guys for that breakdown, as once again it's a tumultuous back and forth effort from both sides, but at the end of the day, GAM this time are able to put the nail in the coffin, as just looks like they were a little bit more on point this time around. I think they really got that snowball rolling in the mid game, and even though Kaya had some interesting moments, still made that Olaf work, I would say. You know, it's very difficult to play Varus especially into this one, and was able to eventually get it done. And that Sivir also spiking very hard towards that last team fight. I'm back here with Huni and Jamada. How are you guys feeling about this game too?
I mean, it's really hectic, right? I think the Olaf pick, it actually really pays off, like, this moment at the, like, level 15, because, like, he playing against an art, like, 1v1, it's like I wouldn't say the matchup is the greatest, like, from the Olaf god could get, but the thing is, you're playing against, like, Varus, Poppy. There's, like, so many targets that you can actually easily hit, and maintaining your ulti and then just run it down all them. And it's just that the team fight is really easy as well. Like, you have Nola set up, and you have a Nafri goes with you together, and it's like these things are actually makes it so easy to play the game.
Yeah, and I just feel like it's weird that there was so much CC that can go onto other targets for MKOI. but the Olaf value is just so high because there's no real like terrain control tools. Like there's no like Java's the old school. Like, hey, just put him in the circle,
put in the cage.
Yeah. But there just wasn't a way to stop Kiaya from just going, super. You won't play this team fight, or whoever he decided to go on. And that was kind of the biggest difference maker, realistically, for Gam. It gave the rest of the team so much space to just play the team fights out. And again, I want to go back to the point of MKOI consistently getting caught out before those fights even happen. It happened so many times throughout that game.
Same thing as a game one. Really sad to watch.
Yeah, and I think that especially with Gam this time, kind of looking a bit more solid, a little bit more playing as a team. I think they drafted a comp that it's not necessarily a protect the Sivir comp, but it's like we're all going to run at them, and that protects the Sivir and takes a lot of focus off of the Sivir, and just allowed him to do so much. Whereas Supa, you can see the difference in terms of damage. It's like, how do you play as Varus into Olaf, who's ahead in this game? You just don't.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of one of the old metas where the whole top side was just like bruiser meta, and the ADCs were kind of struggling, and then everyone just remembered Sivir existed, and they were like, oh, well, actually, if Sivir's in my comp, we all get to move faster and no one can play the game. And it was effectively that in a nutshell, this game. And again, I don't like Merwin on normal picks. You know?
Like, what's too normal?
It's too normal. Yeah.
What you waiting for here? Like the Vax? I mean, we've seen the Vax.
Yeah, we got a Vex.
How about an Urgot? We saw that on stage.
Got from a Poon. Yeah, that was good.
Yeah. Volibear as well.
Yeah. Something. Like I think another range champ would be good for him. If he's got another one in the pool that isn't Gnar.
Gnar's considered in the range.
He's like 50-50. Well, he's like basically melee for most of the game. He's so short range.
Fair enough.
Yeah. But yeah, I just want to see more. I think when there's nothing going on from MKOI, in terms of like there's no dragon, there's no grubs, there's no herald, just a little bit more control and where they're actually going on the map, a bit more direction, because the amount of times Alvaro was getting picked off, or there was one time where Merwin is picked off on side lane, they just need to pick something to play for and go towards it, because otherwise I think this directionless level of play from them is just allowing Gam all of these angles into the game.
Yeah, I mean, also huge shout out to for the Gam bot lane as well. I think this game there was a huge gap, especially for Taki. I think he played so perfect every single time when he trying to get it. He was tanking Poppy ulti intentionally and then just hooking back into the fight again. So like they couldn't actually do anything. They were trying to hit the Drake at the same time while just channeling Poppy ulti enemy jungler. But Taki was always there as a front guy, just hooking the wall at the correct time. That actually carried the team fight.
Yeah, and then, you know, they get into this awkward spot where they're in the Dragon Pit and their Varus is isolated by an Olaf, and it just felt like a little bit of a draft gap, especially in that position where, you know, if Gam got behind early on, then maybe the Olaf isn't finding as much value. Maybe they're able to kind of poke them out. Maybe the Ryze has more control. But we never really got to see that because just like game number one, it was kind of just a back and forth, kind of even situation, and this time Gam didn't throw at the end.
That helped. I think just the difference in reliability of engage, right, as well, really helped out. Is Gam have Nautilus, the other one's a Rel. Rel has to find an angle, but when there's an Olaf in the game, if you find the angle, one of your carries is dying. Like, that's just how it's gonna go, especially again when Kiaya gets this fed.
Yeah, I mean, for MKOI perspective as well, I think it's, again, it comes down to, like, the game is still, it wasn't really playable, even though even considering in terms of amount they actually make the mistake, it was just really playable. They still was playing the game, like, playing around the objective, and they still really had a chance. So I think it's, like, also, it's the same thing. Like, Gam is not playing actually perfectly. It's not, you know, pure clean game. It's just, like, the both teams are trying to... Yeah, very punishable. Both teams are making mistakes. It's just like the MKOI gotta do a little bit more better job for the next game if they don't want to go home.
Yeah, it just kind of feels like you know, in games 1 and 2, we saw Gam had kind of like a slight lead that they were able to snowball into a little bit more, and you know, MKOI weren't really able to get anything going early on, and were playing very defensively, and I think they kind of need to swap up their game style a little bit here to maybe not get eliminated, because now it's the best of one. There's only one game left here in this best of 3 to decide who will make it out of this elimination match. But first, we're going to throw to a break and come back for game number 3.
Xin chào mọi người, thì bây giờ mình và Taki sẽ thực hiện thử thách clear hết 6 Bagon trong vòng 10 phút. Và mình sẽ bị bịt mắt và không hề thấy gì hết. Thì Taki sẽ ngồi kế bên và chỉ mình di chuyển để dọn Bagon. Let's go! Nhắn di chuyển. Kêu lướt chuột. Lướt lên hả? Lướt lên nữa. Đúng rồi. Kéo lên đúng không? Liên lên. Liên được chưa? Tiếp. Rồi kéo chuột lên góc màn hình. Kéo lên hả? Rồi kéo xuống lại xíu. Sao quá. Đi qua phải. Rồi giữ số bay. Rồi trắng.
Welcome back, guys. We're here getting ready for game number 3 of GAM Esports up against Movistar KOI, and this one is for a chance to make it on in the brackets and attempt to make it through their group.
Yeah.
Which has not been easy because they did lose that first best of 1, and now it's a close series, which is going to come down to one game to decide it all. And based on what we've seen, I mean, GAM has been winning for the majority of the game time, although MKOI did take that first game, which was kind of close. And now it's just one to decide it all, and I'm really not sure who's going to take it.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a what a banger series, honestly. Like, there's so many action, and it's like each other, they're trying to punish their mistake. I mean, sure, there's a lot of mistake at the same time, so that's why it's like the game's like so bloody, and it's like pretty fast tempo.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like MKOI need to try and do something to take control of the game when there's not when that fast tempo dies down just for a second, that's when they need to re-enter the game and try to play the game the way that they want to. Again, whether it's looking for side lane plays, whether it's just taking this thing out of the game, they have to do better in those moments because GAM are eating them alive.
Absolutely. So we'll have to wait and see if GAM can put the nail in the coffin or if Movistar Koi will be able to make it happen here in game number 3 as we are going to go back to our casters for that third game.
Ardo with a very strong statement there. Eating them alive is what I'm hearing from one of the analysts, and I think there's some truth to it, right? GAM in that second game, even that first game, right? We're doing a lot of work in those side lanes, and I think MKoi caught out a little bit more than they'd like there. Sure, the objective fights have been good. That game 1, right? We saw what Yoyo and Super could do from a lead, but giving those options in the side lanes, particularly when people like Kiaya pulling things out the Olaf, where in that game 1 we saw some good Nocturne Orianna plays. You can't give those angles back into a team like GAM who are relentless in looking for plays.
And that is exactly what they will do. They will keep hunting, keep pushing forward. This is what this team is known to do.
Sometimes to a fault, shall we say?
Yeah. Maybe it's at times when they shouldn't be doing that. But at the same times, you know what? Limit testing. That's everyone does it in League of Legends. It's how we find out the best picks. GAM's limit testing. And they're just trying to figure out what the Koi deal is. But they're still doing a good job because they're taking us to the third game here. And right now, it's all about keeping your key.
Yeah, it is. And again, the road to victory is paved in the broken dreams of everyone else along the way. You lose, you have to hand that key over to the enemy team and then watch them crush it. It is heartbreaking. I have seen teams break down over the years doing this. Hell, in the 1v1 games, like your Street Fighter and stuff later on, you just watch your worst enemies go and break it in front of you and stick it on their trophy at the end of the day. It's really tough. And again, for things like the Club Championship, for these organizations who are here with multiple rosters across multiple different games, you want those top 8 finishes. You need 2 of them to be eligible for the Club Championship. Hell, if you want to win the damn thing, you want a first place finish somewhere along the line, and losing here would be one of those games where, particularly for an organization like GAM that's kind of newer to the club partnership program, this is one of their flagship games. They want to go as deep as they can, and right now, they got that punch back. We are even here in this best of 3.
And that is what we like to see, because the key's not destroyed yet here, Initialize, and they're trying to hold. It's just teetering on the edge. And unfortunately, sometimes keys need to be put into the hole to unlock that door.
So they tell me.
Well, I'm not sure how I use my keys. I've got like one of those
Just throw it.
swipers. Yeah, I hit the door, you hear it clank, and I'm like, haha, open. But we're in a draft, we're here at game 3, and we're ready to go. Bands coming out, Jace, Vi, a Nivea with a Bard, Cassiopeia, and a Yorick. So looking at these sort of strong ones, but J4 now being picked up here. So it is going to be Koi getting a little bit more proactivity in the jungle.
And Jarvan is one of those champions that has so many modes of play. You can level 2 gank. You can invade, you can full clear, you can play for 6. Your flexibility as a champion and your points of power are very, very high. There are very few points in a game where you aren't useful. It does look like we've had a slight issue in draft, so we've got a second or 2 to break things down. Don't worry, guys, we'll be back in as soon as possible. When we know more, and I'll have to tell you more, we'll let you know. But as far as I know, it should just be a remake, and we'll be right back at it.
Yeah, look, maybe it was just something in the bands. Maybe it was picking up that to J4. You never know. It was pretty early on, so it shouldn't be too bad. But we'll have to see what it's going to turn into. But is there anything you'd like to see that we haven't picked up yet? I think Initialize. Like, the J4 is an interesting pick. Is there anything interesting that you'd like to take forward?
Okay. I think the honest answer is that for the side of MKoi, right? Your engine rooms, the people you need to be leading the way are people like Yoya, are people like Alvaro. I think Yoya's had actually a pretty good day of games on the whole. I think Alvaro has been fine, but not spectacular. I want to see Alvaro step up to join Jojo on something, not Jojo, sorry, Yoya on that Jarvan to get things rolling. I think Super as well has largely been really good today. The 2 Ezreal games were genuinely very, very good. Again, taking it to BLG is no small feat. Got the win here in game 1 against GAM. Last game, Super ended up significantly behind Artemis, who was absolutely monstrous on the Sivir. And again, when Sivir is winning up mid-games against Varus because she got fed, it's not great news. Normally, she wants the 3 items. Didn't need to get there, or rather, got there very early, and that made things really, really problematic. So I think Super with some more work, a little bit more from Alvaro to join El Yoya.
I think the big thing there is the right pick. We heard the Des talk about it was a little bit of a draft difference where they felt like that was the big clinch in that series, in that game. I'd like to see something come back. Let's get back to the Ashe Seraphine. Let's get these strong combos really running, especially with a J4 if it is actually locked in. Imagine that. You hit the Cataclysm, followed by an Encore. Maybe an Enchanted Crystal Arrow gets flying across the map. These are things that we could start to see, and it's these combos that I think mCoy could really be strong with.
And look, when you're in an elimination game, sometimes the best thing to do is just lower the bar of execution.
Yes.
Right? Like Jarvan comps are pretty simple to do in a team fight. You press R, you have everyone else who can press R on a big clump, press R as well, and you're having a great time. That tends to be the plan. Again, you have the Rumble to go with it, an Orion to go with it, and again, those were always things you'd ban out if you're giving up a Jarvan anyway, but something like an Ashe Seraphine will work just fine there. You've got to be a little bit careful these days because the days of Ashe Seraphine being blind pickable are somewhat behind us because things like the Mel have come on through, and Mel into Ashe Seraphine presses W, and all those wonderful routing tools get no you'd back right at you. It's Uno reverse all over again.
I've never been good at Uno, unfortunately, but that's okay. We'll find out how those card games go maybe
Plus
later
40
on.
you. Yep.
Yeah, look, the last time that happened, I just broke down in tears. But still, you know what? I'm a big boy now. I think I can play Uno pretty successfully. I play League of Legends for a living.
This was like yesterday for the record, guys.
Yeah,
You grew up overnight. There you go.
Let's not bring up the past, man, okay? That's fine. But no, I think there are still some really strong picks that we haven't seen just yet. And one thing that we have actually seen from mCoy, Jojo has played a lot of Azir.
Yeah.
And I actually mentioned that in the last game, and it wasn't just a passing comment. It's something that if they wanted to get a little bit fancier with it, if it wants to be able to run a game into the mid-late, it is something we could see.
I agree. However, MSI, we saw no Azir. None.
True.
0% presence in terms of like being picked. And generally speaking, if Azir is viable, Azir is played. Because so many mid laners get so much value out of it. It side lanes well. It team fights well.
Yeah.
It scales well. And you've got players, of course, like your Chovies and your Fakers and the rest of the group. I was about to say Knight, but then Knight's Azir is a bit of a meme, so I take that back. Please, Knight, don't pick that champion. Thank you, one LPL fan. But, you know, the fact that it wasn't played at MSI worries me in the sense that it likely means that Azir just isn't really that viable. Like, if you have to go there, it's game 5 or whatever, fine. If it's comfort, fine. But I don't think it is necessarily what I'd call an S-tier pick, and for someone like Jojo, who's so good at that champion, that not being available is perhaps a touch of bother. I think the ban of the Anivia against Jojo is really wise, because obviously that Anivia against BLG was really strong. For me, actually, I'd rather look at something like an Akali or an Ahri, something with playmaking, something with roaming, that will work well with Jojo. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I think I'm looking at a couple more champions that are sort of on the board. And, like, I'd love to start seeing a little bit more of even, like, the Pyke has been pretty popular, but maybe a Nico in there, too. Like, it's still a bit of a mage in this bot lane, but it's all about the playmaking. We've seen Garm be so successful in that as we do get back to draft. So I feel like maybe the J4 wasn't the pick.
Oh, thank goodness we don't have to fill anymore. Well, you know. There's the Jarvan. Not a surprise in that sense. What we're going to do into it, Wukong has been relatively unsuccessful. The win rate MSI wasn't great. A lot of top teams have been a bit more leery about picking up. It scales well. Great at level 11. Great with one item. But the problem is you just come online a little too late for the way the game is played right now. But you lock in the RE as well. And now your playmaking is very strong if you do get rolling in the mid game.
Yeah, now with the Silas being hovered too, like there's a couple good ultimates that you can take away, so you have to be a lot smarter about how you draft moving forward. It can't just be about your ultimates anymore, it's about how you play the game as your champion. But one thing of note, Ragnar, oh no, okay, Lissandra is absolutely disgusting into an Ahri. The mobility is just instantly taken away if you try to get anywhere near them. I really love this pick because you can delay fights too with a Frozen Tomb.
So due to certain family relations, I get a fair amount of information about Ahri, and I know that the Lissandra matchup is playable, but you have to do it very, very differently because basically you've got to be very afraid of the Ring of Frost. And again, your ability to lock down the mobility with the R is very, very annoying. Merc Treads goes a long way in this matchup, especially in mid lane, where you get those really awesome upgraded boots. The Chain Lace Crush is very, very strong. There's the Nico you were asking for, and
I'm glad.
mCoy, we wanted ease of execution, we wanted playmaking. What do you know? You put down the pot, you fill it with ice, and you get yourself a wonderful bowl of, what's the cold soup? I forgot the one. That's the one, thank you.
I love a good
I'm glad I got a co-caster, guys. That worked out very well.
But now as well, the Rakan's been picked up, so there is still the potential of a Xayah Rakan, but we have seen Rakan be picked up with quite a few other AD carries. Zeri's actually been one of note that we have seen a little bit of, but it's not been like one of these hard favorites. You can play it with almost anything because it's all about the snap engage.
And you probably do ban Xayah here because, again, you're going for a very heavy dive comp, and Xayah would be slightly annoying, especially because it then works very well with Rakan, so that's probably going to be the ban. They're also just getting rid of some of those top lane annoyances against Merwin, because Vayne is still really, really annoying. You don't pick it necessarily early, but if it does come through to 4-5, you get that red 5 Luke Skywalker pick, red 5 standing by. That can be that proton torpedo to bring down the Death Star, so to speak. Yeah, we got the one Star Wars reference in. Thank goodness. That's my one ticked off for the day. On the other side, they're going to ban away the Caitlyn, the Misfortune. Misfortune, because, of course, you get the shot glass combo. Jarvan puts it down. Misfortune fills it up. And, of course, the Caitlyn's just really annoying right now.
Yeah, nah, definitely. We saw it in one of the series today, and it was pretty gross.
It was disgusting,
So, yep, let's just get it out of there. Totally fine with me. The Xayah ban did come through, so maybe we are reading their minds just a little bit. But now, it comes
We did say we're telepaths.
What AD carry would you put with the Rakan here? I think that's the big question. Like Ziggs. Yep.
So Ziggs stays very safe. It also denies it from Super, who, again, Jarvan plus Ziggs, it's super easy because the bomb goes straight into that, and it's a very nice wombo combo and ease of execution. Also, Rakan gets to roam, and Ziggs is very safe in the 1v2.
But now you've got a lot of AP. What do you pick in your top side that's going to counteract a lot of that for the side of Garm?
Oh, there's the Kai'Sa. We saw Gala lock that in earlier and do really, really well with it. I was chatting with some of the Chinese casters, the LPL caster here as well, and I think we came to the agreement that, generally speaking, Kai'Sa's not in the best spot on this patch, but if you're a good player of it, sometimes that gets beyond the general meta. You can go towards something like a Renekton here, and now this mid-game team fight from mCoy is very, very strong. And you look at the other side for the side of Garm, and you go, okay, what does Kiaya have here? He's been given the counter pick. He's been given that opportunity to find something to break this draft.
And I'm not going to lie, I saw the Mundo ever so slightly. Maybe a Yone as well. I'd love a Yone.
These are fun hovers.
I was actually thinking of Malphite.
Oh,
I was
please.
thinking that straight off the top. Like, you want to snap engage, followed up with a Rakan? Give me a Malphite. Full send. You can out-tank this Renekton for a little bit. You get a couple items in, and you will just go hard in. But, okay. Zahen picked up here now as well. Nice little bit of a bruiser, so it's going to be a bit of scrappiness in this top side, and I think that does favor Kiaya here.
It does, and Garm have got mobility on every champion.
Yep.
Keeping someone inside the Cataclysm is going to be very annoying. Satchel for Ziggs, Rakan's whole kit is mobility. That's what he does.
Yep.
He's not really a tank. He's not really an enchanter. What he is very, very mobile, and that's the win there. Ahri, the whole thing. Lissandra helps. Nico helps. You've got tools to keep people locked down, but it has to be a good combo. You can't do one alone.
Yes, it's all about catching them unaware and not letting them get away. That's the big thing. And if you can catch one, most of the time you can follow it up and catch another. It really is going to come down to these pot blossoms with this Nico.
Yeah.
Is Alvaro going to be able to land it on multiple members where you can follow it up with maybe a Cataclysm? Maybe you get a Frozen Tomb on one of those hyper carries that is there. Maybe you can lock down this Ziggs, lock down Glory on this Ahri, and you could be having an issue. But one thing I want to know, I want to take us back just a smidge in time in history. One of the star players, Eris, who was actually replaced by Glory, was a standout Ahri player, one of the best in LCP. So to see Glory now showing up at an international stage with that pick, I have big hopes.
Everything is earned, nothing is given is the tagline for Esports World Cup. Ever since its inception, you saw the key on screen there. One of them is going to be in pieces by the end of today.
If it's Garms, I will cry. If it's mCoy's, you know what,
There
I'll
are
cry.
so many cameras up here. You know what? It's going to be a beautiful gift, guys. I'm just saying, production, get on it.
There have literally been 2 references in this draft of me crying. Guys, I don't cry that much, but I don't want to verse you at Uno. That's the final point. All right, let's just not worry about it. But we're getting ready to jump in. Do not worry about the Uno games here, Initialize. Do not stress about it because we got a League of Legends game loading up as we speak. And it is game number 3 at EWC 26. And it's these 2 Titans trying to get that redemption arc.
That it is. It's one apiece. Both games were winnable. For both teams, it has been a fractious, contentious affair, to pick up a few cool words. What I will note here for Garm is if the fight is extended, Zahen will get the passive and the reset. Ahri gets the reset. The mobility is very high. If you do not land your kill shot as Mkoy, the extended fight gets really problematic.
Yeah, especially going Grasp on Zehen too. That's going to be just all about these longer trades and trying to get a little bit more damage off. Usually you would go for a Conqueror so you get that extra bit of healing, but I feel like Zehen, Kiaya wants to be in these fights and just tank it up a little bit more. So I do expect maybe a Sundered Sky into a little bit more tankiness,
Probably.
but we'll have to see.
Yeah, can maybe do things like, I want to say the Trinity Force as well. I'm trying to remember Zahem build off the
yeah.
top of my head. We'll see where it goes on that front. Unfortunately, we can look that up, so not a worries there. Worth noting as well for the mid lane matchup, a little bit of tech there. Both of them have gone resolved secondary because they want the bone plating.
Yep.
Ari tries that to get away with it versus the Lissandra, but again, if Lissandra then matches, the trades get evened out one more time. So that will be a whole thing. Expect very early Merc treads from the Ari, and you can roll from there. Of course, on the other side, you've got Ziggs, who's going to try and just basically wave clear as much as you can. You are into double range, and normally that's really obnoxious. But because Ziggs just has so much inherent wave clear, it's one of the powers of mage bots in general, especially with the fact that supports aren't locked to lane right now. They can go roaming. Does mean that potentially that theoretical win con of the Kai'Sa Neeko shove won't be quite as reliable as it would be in other scenarios. And honestly, we've not seen that much Kai'Sa over the last little while either. It's kind of there as a comfort pick for Super.
Ooh, and I love that. Jojo being very aggressive moving forward, but charms are going to go wide, so Glory just needs to land a couple of those. When you get Alessandra jumping on top of you, you need to hit these abilities so you can actually get a little bit of that trade back, but a lot of mana being used. Alessandra is one of those very mana-heavy champions in the early game, so you got to see if Glory's going to be able to space it out a little bit more and have a little bit more of that control, but I'm looking at this bot wave. Artemis is just getting chunked in and chunked out.
And before Lissandra got the incredibly cool name for her passive of Iceborne Subjugation,
That's so
she used to just have like a passive, like, yeah, get some mana back every like 3 spells or whatever, because she was so mana hungry, and we've really changed the game over the years. It's worth thinking about, because of course League Classic is now coming back. And once upon a time, mana issues were a thing. You had to run mana pots. You had to be very careful about your spell usage, and that's kind of been something that's largely been removed from the game, at least to an extent, because frankly, the decision's been made that casting spells is fun.
Yeah.
But it does mean that you don't have to be quite so worried about what spells you cast. As Joya training up with Drakthar here. Conqueror's stacked in general.
See if this could be enough as the flash is good. Drakthar maybe going for another run in the wrong direction, and this could just be first blood going over to J4. Yoya's pretty happy with that trade.
Alvaro was on the roam, was there first, had the heal. Jojo got to Glacial Claw over, and what do you know? It kind of goes wrong.
Little bit of a disaster, but you know what? You can come back from it. It's only first blood, so not the end of the game. And still, it's a bit of gold going into the side of the jungler, so it means it's going to give a little bit of alleviation for Yoyo to go into these lanes and actually have some impact a little bit earlier on.
And considering how critical jungle is in the current meta, often is, to be frank, but because of how very, very heavily we played for it right now, it gets very, very strong. Indeed, you see this play here. Drakthar goes to make Yoya suffer, but the thing is, he's in what turns out to be a 1v3, flashes away from the Lissandra roam, but doesn't respect that Alvaro is there. I think at that point, just hold on to the flash.
Yeah, it's just like, you know you're dead. Maybe just live to fight another day. I guess if you are playing the Wukong, you do have the escape, you can just dash out, leave your clone, but at this point, it was just a little bit too early, and now Artemis, no mana, doesn't have a satchel. Oh, the flash from the minion. It's just too much, and Super picking up their first kill.
Very nicely done. Alvaro tried to get the flash, Predict doesn't get it, but as a result, Artemis spends a long time not flashing, and as a result, eats a lot more damage, and a well-aimed Void Seeker from the Kai'Sa brings down the Ziggs. The problem is that's now 2-0 to Mkoy, and that is a significant gold lead to Mkoy and Garm, who've actually had good early games across both prior games, and are going to have to play from the deficit, which is a lot less fun for them.
Yeah, not ideal, but you know what? Garm has been able to come back from a lot of these games too and can restore that too. We have seen a lot of flippity-floppy games today as well. I love saying that today. It's sort of like my go-to a little bit.
It's making me smile.
Yeah, look, the audience out here is loving it. They keep looking at me going, come on, Pike. But still, doesn't matter. Now, Glory's getting a bit of a shove here as no TP is available for Jojo. So we'll have to see as Elyoya is going to be walking up, and a cannon's pretty important here. Maybe looking to get some of those tower plates, but no, going to be denied. And this is just good jungle pressure coming into the mid.
And something we're going to have to keep our eyes on as well is just there's 3 teleports from Garm, plus a potential on the other side, plus the global of a Ziggs. Then you've got double teleports, plus all of that mobility in the Neeko trying to drop off vision. Any fight that happens is realistically going to have everyone collapse in the blink of an eye.
Yep, that is absolutely true. And now we're going to look at that nice little kill down on this bot side. That Void Seeker, like you said, hits its mark, and boom. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Now, first dragon already secured here. Cloud heading over to Mkoy.
Yeah, and what we've seen across this series so far, right, has been that, generally speaking, Garm have traded gold for early objectives. The problem is they're now trading both objectives and gold towards MKOI, which is like kind of losing on both of those matches. Yeah. Not what you want to see. Again, I would argue, I think MKOI with the Jarvan, with the Renekton, probably spiking a little earlier than the Wukong and the Zahen on the other side that just need a little bit more time to come online. But it's still not exactly what you want to see, and you'd rather see Garm finding some ways to cross-mob or get some value elsewhere.
Yeah, and I can already see that what's going through the minds of Garm here, and they're probably just saying to each other, guys, what are we doing? Slow down, take a deep breath, even if it's 5. But now there's a fight in this mid lane. Glory getting caught out, Spirit confused. But okay, Alvaro's just gone, trying to get that entrance, but it's not going to be enough. The Frozen Tomb is good. Glory has to flash, Killer Instinct forward. It's going to be enough as Super, able to pick up the kill. Flag and drag Cataclysm as well. It's just all too much. It's MKOI looking for Garm, and they have found their mark.
There's the Frozen Thrall of the Rakan, and MKOI come into this game and make statement after statement. It's 5-1. The gold lead explodes. We asked them to lower the floor to execution. They lower it into a 6-foot hole. Garm are in the dirt.
Oh, look, and it looked so good from the start. You can see there was proactivity. Garm went forward. It was just a great collapse from the rest of the side of MKOI. They were able to get in there Super with that Killer Instinct. The Cataclysm just locked them all in, and there was nowhere you could go.
But do you remember me saying, hey, when a fight starts, everyone's going to turn up in the blink of an eye?
Yeah.
That happened, but MKOI just had more members. Taki, I thought, because he turned up with the Rakan, might be able to, with that flash, the battle dance in, manage to turn something around. And sure, you've got 1 kill back at this point. Yeah, that's good for Glory to pick up there onto the side of Alvaro. But the problem is, you gave up another 3, and it's gone to Jojo. It's gone to Super, who's on a Kai'Sa that's theoretically the scaling pick. You're supposed to give up some advantage in the early game to spike at the 2 items, to spike in the mid game. That spike's happening real fast.
It's a big spike. Usually it's one of those ones you find in a cave, like a stalagmite, stalactite.
Right, that's the one.
They're pretty big after a couple hundred years. Sadly, it's only been 8 minutes.
I thought you were going to go more the dungeon route, like the spike traps and stuff, but that works too.
Look, we're getting a little bit of geometry in there.
That's true.
Mountains.
Geology. There you go. All there.
That's the one.
There you go.
I said geometry.
I think I like maths.
Well, technically, a spike is technically an isosceles triangle.
I guess. But nice recovery. Well done.
We get there. But now, game's just slowing down a little bit more. 2 minutes on the Dragon, but also Void Grubs are up.
They are. We'll see whether we get the contest. I do wonder whether Garm... You've got 2 options. You flip this and try and come back into it by winning the fight. You lose this and it's lights out.
Yeah.
So the safer option is play away from the Grubs and get like a turret or some plates elsewhere. Are Garm that team?
Well, is Garm any sort of team? They're the team is maybe an answer to that, but I think they might just be smart enough to give this one over. They know that Alvaro is going to be rotating around like this. Nico's ever present in all these team fights. They see that they're on it, and you know what? They've made the right call. Concede it, live to fight another day.
Yeah, and again, you do have good scaling. Zig's going to scale very well. It's going to be quite hard to get on top of because he sits so far back. You're going to have, a flash on in, and Super's got in there and annihilated Glory.
Instant bloody death right there. Just everyone was on top of you in a flash, and there's nothing you can do. A Frozen Tomb, and then there's a Kai'Sa and a Nico there as well. Disastrous.
That's going to be so problematic. Again, both teams have got a lot of panic buttons to come and respond. The problem is MKOI just feel sharper in this game. Panic stations, I think, for Garm at this point. This is a big lead to have given up.
Yeah, only at 9.5 minutes, 3.3k gold. It's nothing to just turn your nose at. Garm needs to be a little bit smarter about how they approach these fights.
Yeah.
Maybe getting some smarter deep vision and trying to track out where this Nico is going. Maybe play towards topside, get Kiaya a strong lead so they can be more impactful in team fights.
The Dark Seal stacks are coming on forwards. It's a bit of a chunk here as Kiaya and Merwin just trading out. Passive's nearly there from Kiaya. Are we going to go any deeper? The Jarvan's around. This gets a bit spicy. The problem is you're still going to watch out for the passive on Kiaya. The thing is, if you time it out, suddenly you have more options. The Ahri's roaming up. They've got to have an idea with the missing pings that the Jarvan's around. And I think Kiaya is wise to the potential Jarvan positioning.
Yeah, and you can already see Alvaro's just out there trying to act like a J4, but they are very well aware. And also, look at Taki out there. They're ready to come in at a no-notice. But now, there's the flag and drag Cataclysm.
Easy.
He's just gone.
Look, Taki was on the road. We saw him going up that lane. We saw the Ahri move up to the first moment and then had to go back towards that mid lane, but the timing wasn't quite there. Whereas in mid lane, the Kaiser was there immediately. In this case, the Rakan was still 20 seconds away when that play was happening, and it all goes wrong, and now that time from Taki is wasted. When all the way top to find very limited value, TPs come flying, and at this point, you're giving up the Grugs. You've got Dragon that's up, and already the TPs have come flying from MKOI. This should just be free for him.
Yeah, look, and that's just a really nice spot to be in. You've got every single objective on the board so far. 4 minutes till a Rift Herald, but right now, Dragons are good. It really is Garm that really needs to start stepping up a little bit more, maybe having to figure out a different way to approach this game, because right now their approach is not working.
Not really, is it? 3,500 gold to MKOI. They'll pick up a Dragon as well, see what the soul roll is this time. Will not be Cam or Cloud Dragons, so potentially a high roll here, depending. The Hex Gates. Yeah, well, that'll do as a soul. Hex Soul, pretty much universally considered the strongest in the game for good reason. Rakthar is top. Maybe Garm can make the plays. They TP in.
Yeah, I said they needed to flip a switch, and that switch is just send everything we have towards topside. It is going to be Artemis looking to come up here. If they can get these plates down, they might be able to get a satchel off and just take the tier 1. We'll have to see as there is the swiftness. It's going to be enough. Glory's trying to do a little bit more. Charm is good. Now they have just caught out one. Alvaro's gone. Going over to Artemis. That's the right play to put it on.
You do get the 1 kill. They can turn this into a turret, I suspect, but the problem is Jarvan, Lissandra, and mid. Super's been shoved away at that bot lane. This is likely going to be a 2-for-1 turret trade, and I think first turret still to MKOI here, because it's just not enough damage, especially with the lack of grubs, and despite having the Ziggs, well, it's not going to quite happen at the moment. It's still going to get jumped on, though. Maybe get a little bit more.
Has to be careful as they're just taking a lot of heat, but it's enough damage, and Kiaya picks up their kill.
Nice.
It's a nice little flip. Maybe they just said, we just got to keep full sending it.
Well, they are, and they do finally get a couple more kills on the board, and that means the gold doesn't really expand. The problem is the map ain't that great. There is a couple more people just looking to see whether they can find a way up there, but they don't get what they are after, and the resets will come on through from Garm.
I think maybe it was just a fear that they might just keep pushing, like they keep just picking off one at a time. Like there is that fear if you do lose, you got to send more members just to cover that base a little bit more. But smart play, they backed off. Great call from Gam. They got their picks. They got the tower. Yeah, they lost mid. They probably lost a lot of chunks on this bot side too. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. They got a little win in there. So the gold is still pretty strong though. 3.4k over to MKOI. We'll have to see if Garm can start getting some of these objectives though.
Yeah, and again, look, Garm make a proactive move. It's successful. That's good news. The problem is, unlike when MKOI been making the proactive moves, there was a cross map. There was a mid lane turret that went down. There was a bot lane turret that went down. Super got solo time pop. He's now 1,400 gold up. He is very, very scary at 4-0-1 and all that additional gold that he just picked up. I don't think MKOI are going to be that upset about giving up a kill or two there, even if, of course, they'd rather have not done so.
And I guess the big question I would ask you here, Nicholas, is would you rather have a top tier 1 or a mid tier 1?
Well, mid tier 1 nearly every time, right? Yep. And that's the way of it, right? Because it sets up for both objectives. Playing through mid to enter into River has always been a huge part of the pro level of League of Legends.
I think I just read your mind about that because I would have done the exact same thing. But still, we'll have to see if they can start making those moves again. They still have the Zig, so the ability to take these towers is still online. It's now, do they give them the spaces? Okay, flashes go forward. Taki able to survive, so a flash being burnt is pretty good off Jojo.
Yeah, wanted to try and get in range for a W or an R, just out of range to end up burning that summoner kind of for free. Worth noting actually the MKOI didn't get that bot tier 1 initially with Super when I thought they did. Just picked it up now, so there we go. I am immediately corrected by on-screen information, and they will manage to pick up that second turret for themselves.
Look, I think it was just the setup to take it.
Oh, there you go.
Such a big push. You were right.
You're too kind.
They
Thank you.
set up for it. Yeah, I got you. We're all okay.
I can see the future, guys. That's what that is.
Well, there you go. That's another future superpower that we keep discovering here on the desk, that we are finding out that we are actually superhuman.
It's true.
Apparently.
It's true.
But now, game starting to slow down a little bit more. Dragon up in 1.5, but Rift Herald coming up in 10.
Yeah, I think you can play for Herald and try and get everything, and I feel like MKOI really, the choice is there. They're the ones in the driver's seat. They're the ones with the priority. They're the ones in the ascendancy. The call on what objective they want is theirs. Soul Point is probably the major win condition, but if you can do both, then do both. We'll see whether they can make that happen, though.
Yeah, I guess if you do give the Rift Herald and you do prioritize that Dragon, it is a chance to maybe take a tower or two still. And that's maybe not what you want for MKOI. Like, they don't want to give these towers over unnecessarily. So I think the smart call is here, send everyone, and then just flex them straight back down to the Drag. When it spawns, it's still got a minute on it. Rift Herald's just gone.
Rakthar is here. We'll see whether they can fight the play. Here comes the teleport. In they go. Immediate frozen tomb. The Pop Blossom there. Super's untouched. They do bring down the Lissandra, making things a bit spicy. Chloe gets a reset. They keep looking for more. Maybe this is Garm's moment. It's time again. Garm, come on in and make this game an actually competitive one. Glory still got the reset. Picks up the more. Alvaro down and poor old Miller gets hit by the charm. Ari ain't done.
And now it's just the chasing of the crocodile. They can live in a river, but you know what? Sometimes they go to lands, and in a jungle, they cannot run too far. There's no zigzagging here, as it is Garm looking for that final kill. The Dominus is popped, but Garm coming to life around the Rifthold. They lost the objective, but they won the fight.
The problem is it takes a while, and that means a dragon is spawning, TP's rolling, and MKOI this early in the game should have the reset timers and should still pick up Soul.
Yeah, and seeing the reset here as well. Now that it is Artemis looking to go back, they've got no mana. This is the big thing, right? You have to be smart, you have to get there, but that's why they have all the TPs.
That they do. They get to come back in. Dragon is going to be started. And for all that was a really good moment from Garm, it brings them back in touching distance of the gold. They don't get to convert that huge fight into the Dragon as well. And so MKOI still find themselves with their win condition online. 3 dragons to the good, Soul in 5 minutes, and it's an early one.
Look, but we've seen this before. Every single game so far, they've gotten to Soul point. They either get the Soul or they lose the game. That's how you spell, but the replay was so good. Flashes were coming out, and it was Glory just being so proactive with those Spirit Rushes, moving forward and getting the resets. You can see they already used 3, and then they got another 2 off the back. Just caught out. I feel like the chase might not have been the way to go. If they left this Renekton to their own, I guess, demise, you might even say, they could have just reset, been at the Dragon a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and it's great on-screen stuff. But on the way out, Merwin clears the way. They don't get mid-turret. They try to get the Renekton, who has the dominance and slice and dice. Gets out. They don't get the Dragon. They don't get the mid-tier 1. The goal back is great. And again, you've got the Zahen who's going the Trinity Force route. Will hit a point where, again, you are very scary as you scale into the game. The Wukong's at level 11, has got the Trinity Force. These are all good things. It gets you into a position where you are competitive. The problem is, your margin for error is so much lower because you are against that Soul point, because you are down so many turrets. When it goes wrong now, it's going to cost you so much more.
But now items are starting to come online. This is where it starts to get really interesting. Shadow Flame has been picked up for Ziggs. That's a big spike. But at the other side of that, we see Super, Kraken, Ginsu's almost heading towards that beautiful Nash's Tooth where you evolve into the glorious Kai'Sa. It is almost the next level of evolution, you might even say.
Ain't Victor, but close enough.
Close enough. Look, we won't get into the lore too much, but Kai'Sa from Arcane. But still, tower down in the spot side. That's maybe the next series. But now they're looking at this tower mid. Tower top's already been secured now. It's already picked up by Jojo, so they can just reset. Gold is starting to just shift a little bit more as it's only a 1k lead.
Look, the game looked done.
It did.
It was a lot of gold to MKOI, a lot of dragon stacking to MKOI. The gold is much more reasonable now, and that is a very interesting gold graph, a heart attack, you might say.
It's not often you see a line go directly up in like a line graph. That
is alarmingly vertical.
I'd be investing in that stock straight away. But still, it's going to be a big one. And we got to see, I really want to start seeing Kiaya getting back into these fights a little bit more. We saw them teetering in that last one. I want to see them get these hard resets and be a bit more of a menace. The Triforce is complete, but now they're going that tankier route. They've got the Bramble.
Couple key things to know. Taki has the Mikhails. The ult from the Lissandra are going to be a lot less valuable. You've got a lot of CC to get through, so the Mikhails can only save you once, but it's still important. You've got 2 items on Artemis, who's now got Luden's Shadow Flame somewhere out there. Orcs is nodding in approval. You will pop people, because it's not a particularly tanky squad from MKOI. Of course, Super is still very strong, has gotten well ahead of curve. Ain't a done deal yet. Merwin has gone for this very heavy dueling build, and that could be important as we are edging closer and closer to that Soul fight. Still a couple minutes away, but the setups, the potential burning of things like flashes becomes quite important over the next 50 seconds or so.
Oh, straight in. Pop Blossom's not going to land as the Cyclone dies. Let's see if there's going to be enough damage.
Oh my god, they got him!
Absolutely blasted. And Artemis picks up the kill on Jojo. They're saying, let's take your red buff now as well.
I mean, Baron's up. I don't think they're going to quite have that. But again, you take what you can get there. Jojo doesn't burn the flash. Yes, the gold is back to even. That's nice for Garm, but Jojo doesn't panic. He holds onto the flash. He will need that in a minute's time.
Yeah, that's right, with Baron also up and available.
I was worried.
It's all about this Dragon. This is where MKOI want to make this move. They will all be there. They have been saving these flashes the entire time. TPs are going to be up and readily available, at least for some. It's only one, it's only on Glory, so it makes sense they'd probably send them to a side lane. Now they're starting to use the tunnels. They're looking. Elyoya has been found. But to see if they can get the damage, the Flag and Drag's good. Stun's coming in.
Grim Deliverance.
Going in. The Grim Deliverance is good, but it's not really onto anyone. As the Frozen Tomb comes in, it's a lot of damage.
Self-ult.
Jojo. So they're just trying to stay alive, and now they're just retreating. They got some ultimates out.
They reset, but the thing is they need to get back here fairly sharp. As you've got Hex Gates, your ability to reset and get back on the map is high. However, for MKOI, sure, you won the fight in terms of you force them out the river. You don't really get the kills. You only get position in the river. This needs to work because Garm still have got a fairly heavy way to re-enter the river. No flash on Kiaya, no flash on Glory. That could be key.
Yeah, look, 20 seconds still, and now it is going to be Garm looking down this mid side. It is going to be one good push, will secure this tower, but we'll have to see if they're able to lock it down again. They're now looking to get that security and do a little bit more. They've opened up the map. It's going to be a little bit easier for them, but it's all about who gets the tick, who starts the fight. Does Drakthar get in with a Cyclone? Still, Frozen Tomb is not up yet. It's got 3 seconds. It is a big cooldown. We'll have to see if they can do a little bit more. Clones are coming in. Dragon's being pulled out. Elyoya's trying to do a little bit with it. We'll have to see whether they're going to just pull that trigger. Kiaya trying to pull a little bit more. They're getting that vision, but they're just teetering. They're playing with their food. Who's going to pull that trigger?
Kiaya into the pit. Jojo on the flank. The tension rises, and we look at Garm sitting around this Dragon. MKOI and Alvaro! The flash! The pop blossom! The absolute carnage in the river! Garm win! Out! Dragon fight! And potentially game! Pike's losing his mind! I'm losing his mind! And MKOI are losing their lives!
It's go time, baby! Let's go! That was a huge team fight out of Garm. They got the lockdowns, they got the plays, and they were able to get their kills. Only 2 members left standing. 3, I apologize, Glory in that, but that Mega Inferno Bomb did so much. But wow, it was a huge play. Let's break it out because it was awesome.
It really was, and Garm are in the river first. We said we need to see how Alvaro does, and it looks like an okay Pop Blossom, but they don't convert it into the kills, and the turnaround damage is monstrous, because look at Artemis. He finally gets jumped on, but it's too little. It's too late. Super goes for the kills and doesn't get it. Super's played a great game, but that failed pick got rough. Garm with the gold lead. Garm around this topside river. And with Soul denied, MKOI, oh no, not again. It's feeling like game 2.
It's feeling like game 2, and that's the game I've been enjoying. But still, MKOI, they have had this lead the entire time, and it's just being flipped on its head. And you got to give big props. Glory's moving around the map so well. The big thing of note in that last fight is we actually saw Elyoya Cataclysm backwards, and it didn't catch the rest of the team. It was too localized onto one, and then they just dashed out, and it was like, oh, it's just been wasted.
Remember what we said about the mobility. Yes, you've got CC, but if you don't confirm the kill, the extended fight is hard. What do you know? It was hard. We had 23 kills in 23 minutes. It has been a bloodbath of a game. I could ask for nothing more from these teams. The problem is now MKOI, that jungle is dark and full of Aries. Very scary to go face checking in. As it stands, Baron a possibility. Still MKOI, they're not done yet. They can still play this out. They're still at Soul Point. Super is strong. 3 items to the good on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I was going to say, it's this Kai'Sa that is still scaling. They've picked up the Nash's Tooth. Maybe looking towards a Seeker's Arm Gun where they get that golden ability and survive the fight. That's going to change a lot of this because that last fight was the absolute explosion of taking someone out. If you can slow that down and just pull that fight a little bit longer, the chance to survive and win it is going to be so big. But now, Kai'Sa's unlocked. It is Super that can be able to do this damage. I would love to see Jojo really focus on where that Frozen Tomb goes. I think it needs to be aggressive onto Garm instead of safety and on themselves.
Eyes on the inventories here. We just saw that Nash's Tooth highlighted, and wisely so. However, I'm also looking at Arm Guard for Glory, Zhonya's for Artemis. Of course, Kiai with his own passive. You're going to have to kill people multiple times. Drakthar! That's a bit deep.
It's going straight back in. Cyclone is good, but we're trying to get a little bit of that follow-up. Niran is going to be looked at, but Glory had to use the Spirit Dash over, so they're getting a little bit more out. Kiai actually TP'd right into the thick of it, and now they have to just back away.
Not the end of the world. Still some summoners blown. A little bit scary there, but at the end, it's really only the teleport that ends up being the cost. Jojo also TP'd, so even enough on that one as the Pot Blossom, or rather the Blooming Burst, doesn't find the interrupt.
Yeah, no, but now it is going to be MKOI looking around this Baron. They're trying to get that vision secured. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to get a little bit more towards it, but it's still also Dragon in a minute and a half.
Yeah. I hope your vocal cords are ready.
Nope.
Because this one is going to be another one of those absolute cataclysmic fights, and no pun on the Jarvan being in the game. We are going to take a breath in some ways because it is the calm before the storm. And look at that horizon. It is brewing around this Hex Dragon spawn. You win this, Baron comes after, potentially Soul for MKOI on top of it all. That would likely be lights out.
Look, it's still only a 1.5k gold lead for Garm right now. It is any team's game. The scaling is there. So initialize, it really tells the tale who's going to be more clutch.
Ziggs getting that cool recall off. We'll be looking to get back in, see whether he converts this into something more. He's got the Oblivion Orb to help with some of the anti-heal. Adrenalar is good news. I'm also looking, of course, at Kiai, who's managed to find himself 1,300 gold in the advantage. And again, Zahen at level 16 is such a raid boss. He's going to be very, very challenging to bring down because everyone is going to be in the meat grinder where Zahen excels. That passive gets value, and you don't just get to kite him out so easily.
No, and it's just the survivability too. The Sundered Skies completed, so sort of said, I'll get the Bramble just for that anti-heal, but now I'm just going to go survivability and just keep fighting. We'll have to see as the Dragon now spawning. MKOI already at the starting line to pick it up.
Dragon started. MKOI in the river. No one looking to be on that flank, looking at Kiaya, but what about that?
And now Taki's looking to come back in. It is at 4k health. Mega Inferno Bomb does go down. Kiaya's going over the wall. They're now in the pit. It's a meat grinder in there as well. It comes down to who's going to be able to lock it down as well. But now, looking at Elyoya, trying to stay relevant.
No one's stacking the passive.
Here, sends it back with the Sentinel's good. Pop Blossom, the golden. It's been picked up by MKOI. They get the soul. Now is the damage going to be enough? Mirren is just a tank. But look at Garm. They're going golden. They're going big.
No way!
Glory with the double. Artemis picking up another.
Glory.
And it is Garm moving forward. Fierce, determined, ready to win. And Mirren is just trying to hold this line. We've seen this chase before, but Garm wants this win so badly. The flash goes forward. The ace for Garm.
They need to go through mid before the respawns come in. The Hexo will be very difficult. They smell blood. They smell victory. They smell MKOI's crush key.
And this is exactly what Garm can do. LCP is here to close out the first series here at EWC. Ziggs throwing out the bombs. It's all Alvarev. If they can do it, it's all she wrote. Hit the Nexus. Hit the Nexus. Glory's so low. But no, they might have been
It's close.
It's so close.
They've done it. No.
The triple kill came through. They held the line.
Oh, it's heartbreak. It is absolute carnage. And Garm, they get the Nexus turrets. They get 2/3 of the Nexus, but not the final hit. The 50 gold remains unclaimed. So close and yet so far. The fingertips slip from the precipice.
Oh my lord, and now the Baron being picked up by MKOI. A series and a half we have here initialized. A massive play. Garm moving into the history books there if they could, but no. And with a Baron secured, oh my lord, the gold is dead even.
League of Legends is often a game of fine margins of inches. And now MKOI survived the death push from Garm. They get Hexo, they get Baron, and the Nexus doesn't fall. Production was baited. We were baited. But MKOI hold the line.
Alvaro actually smurfing this fight, I'm not going to lie. It was a 1v4, and it was Towers just doing the damage, and they just got it just in time. That was 2 hits away. But still, we'll have to see if they can close this one out. MKOI trying to hold it back. Even with the Baron, they've got to worry about these supers.
Production, if you get the chance, I would love to know what HP that Nexus went down to. 2-3 hits maximum. But now, Garm, for all of the heroics, for all of the potential we saw in that moment, the Nexus stands and they face down Baron, they face down Hexol, and they face down a pretty monumental task in finishing this game. Zhonya's for Super, Zhonya's for Jojo, GA for Yoya. Garm, oh Garm, the team fights have been good. You see the potential, but it's all well and good having the potential. You've got to actualize it in one way. You've got to realize it one way. 2.5 minutes on Elder, 4.5 on Baron. One more team fight to decide the game.
And it really is any team's game right here. They both have the potential. They both have the items to back it up. Elyoya, you have to kill him twice now. That's going to be hard to do. But still, we're not going to curse it. We'll have to see what the next move is as Dragon is up in 2.5 minutes, Baron in 4. We need to see MKOI start to take some of these towers away if they want to get this lead of gold back.
Production just got back to me. 1,093 HP between Garm and an incredible upset, I guess is the way we put it. MKOI perhaps coming in as the favorites from LEC for obvious reasons with the fact that they squeaked in over GX just about, but with how things have been going.
Are they trying to backdoor?
They might be. Hang on, watch Drakthar.
Like, Drakthar could...
No way.
No, don't.
Too much.
Oh, my heart. It can't handle this kind of pressure, Digitalize. They're looking to charge down this bot side. Tier 2 bot. MKOI is going to be able to lock this down. They have the damage. The plates are good, but they're going to be able to lock this through. Let's see if they can make something work.
Is that a gold craft or a heart monitor? I couldn't tell the difference. Death cap for Artemis. Eyes on that one as well.
Looking for it. Oh, it's just going to be charged.
They got him.
Drakthar, they pick up the Crocodile. They're taking the top tier 2. Are they looking for a base race? They could just be looking to clear this one out. It is Kiaya. They have the clear. Let's see if they can do enough with it. But no, their resets have come through. Super is back.
The Garm fans are here in force. You can hear the pounding of the drums in the background. It's resonating through here in Paris. MKOI, you've got the Hexo, you've got the Baron. Surely you have what it takes to end this one, you'd think, in any reasonable world. But this is the Esports World Cup, and reasonable has very little to do with it. A minute on Elder.
A minute on Elder. That's the fight. That is where it all comes down to. And I am expecting it to be so full of fire. We'll have to pull out the goods. But still, the gold lead is still dead even. It's 33 minutes into the game. It's been so backwards and forwards. Even if I can see that gold graph again, it's going to have another steep decline once more. But Alvaro is here, playing the role of the jungler. We'll have to see if they can make a play.
Flashes will largely be up for everyone except Artemis. Super, 4.5 items. He doesn't quite have the Void Staff, but it is damn close. There'll be elixirs popped, make no mistakes about it. Alvaro in the form of a minion, eyes on. But it will be Artemis, it will be Super that I keep my eyes on.
Yeah, you've got to be so careful. Super can be able to get to the other side with the killing instinct. There's
Alvaro!
the bomb. Flash, but the golden stop is
Look at Yoya!
But it's all
They've got him in the bench!
They're doing even more! Kiaya is just so big! Artemis is cleaning up the fight! Super is trying to do the best!
Kiaya!
Able to lock this down! 4 members strong! It's gun time, baby! Let's go!
The first time, it was a fluke. The second, it's just raw class. From Vietnam they come, and the time strikes again. MKOI's time is over. Gam's time is now. And they survive.
And that's exactly what we expect. The LCP, we play for blood, and we play for glory here at EWC.
Drama, blood, chaos, and Garm do it. The drums thunder for victory. They've done it.
Absolute cinema here on B Stream. We don't even need to look at A Stream today because that was an absolute banger of a series. And it was Garm that took it all the way with a reverse sweep.
You just can't ask for better, can you?
No.
It is magic out here. MKOI will be shattered. They had winning positions, they had options in so many of those games, and they can't deliver. They held on after their Nexus at 20%. They had Baron, they had Hexol, and it was not enough.
Oh, not enough indeed, but still, you talked about MCOY being shattered, but their key is also to be crushed. Oh, look at Garm's victory. They are feeling so good here in Paris. It was a tall order. TK, the man himself there on your screen, and an absolute banger. I could not ask for more from my hometown.
You can tell Pike's happy about it, and you can't blame him. The passion is so real here. The key has to get handed over. MCOY give up their hopes, their dreams here at the tournament. And Garm have the pleasure of breaking it themselves. They are the winners. But from myself and Pike, we'll bid you adieu and hand it over to the desk.
Thank you very much, guys, as we're getting ready to jump into what is a GAM victory here and really break it down with my two deskers, Huni, my two experts, Huni and Jamada.
Oh.
GAM, crazy, fiery win there at the end of that game number 3. As once again, it looked like, okay, GAM are just going to end this one. You know, it's looking good, but then they almost throw it on the Nexus once again. But it wasn't quite enough, and they're able to put the nail in the coffin this time around. The fans very happy. And, wow. Thoughts on that game 3?
We love a game of catch, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, we were saying in the green room, well, some of us were saying in the green room, surely MCOY can't throw this one.
There's no way. They're
no
like
way.
8,000 goal ahead. They're so ahead on turret. They're so ahead on objective. Everything was there. Until not.
Yeah, I mean, it's so strange because it felt like this time, this draft actually kind of band-aided the issues that we had seen demonstrated from them in Game 1, in Game 2, not being on the same page, and that level of sharpness was the difference between GAM and MCOY in those first 2 games. However, those finer details of the engages, who they're actually able to kill in the initial burst, it just wasn't fine enough. And GAM were able to turn around so many fights, especially once Armus picked up that Zhonya's. The game became so much harder for MCOY to play, purely because all of a sudden, well, they can't kill the guy that's poking them out. They can't kill the Ahri because she's too mobile and she's got merch. She can't get killed in one shot. And the rest of the team was way too damn tanky to die.
Yeah, I mean, also the compositions that, like, that's a ceiling, right? Like, when you actually build around the comp that going for just only for engage stuff, like, if they go for disengage once again.
No. Cut the tape.
It's a Nico. It's Ed. Hit the Nexus. Hit the Nexus.
At least there wasn't a Vlad.
Oh.
Yeah. And, you know, it didn't end up mattering, I guess, because GAM still are able to win in the end. But, yeah. Just making it more exciting than it had to be, I suppose, which we will take.
Yep.
And, yeah, they won this last team fight. You see Aliyah, the last one to go down. And,
let's go!
Was very happy after that victory.
As it should be.
Yeah, I mean, also, you know, huge shout out to Artemis. Like, he built a Zhonya, correct time, correct spot. Like, I was having conversation with the Ox, like, whole time. Like, oh, I think it's good. Like, there was no target selection for, you know, Wukong, Ahri, Jahan. Like,
Nearly took each other's arms off with that high five.
Yeah, I mean, they deserve, like, they for sure deserve to go day 2, and this is what they get. Like, I think for sure they were a little bit more crisp and they were more delicate than MCOY.
Yeah, I think overall, you know, not just in this game number 3, but throughout the series. And if game number 1 didn't happen, GAM would have just won 2-0.
I mean, I'll be honest, that felt like a 3-0.
Yeah, it did.
That actually felt like a bit of a 3-0 in a best of 3.
Yeah. That does happen sometimes, and I think we got that a little bit here. So MCOY are now out. If you guys didn't catch that, they have been eliminated from the group and from the tournament. You know, it was nice to see some of their usual flair, you know, Mirun with the weird picks and stuff like that, but it just felt like not quite on the level we were looking for here for a team to make it on to the next day. And GAM, you know, they even had a decent game up against T1, who, yes, aren't at full power, apparently, at this point in time. But I think it was kind of showing that, you know, GAM are here to play, at least today. They're not just going to fall easily to T1. They make it kind of close, and then they do have to go to Game 3 here, but they get the job done. And yeah, so it's very, very nice to hear what was going on there on the stage. And soon enough, we'll be able to see what happens in the interview as well. I'm excited for the interview, too, because we were talking with Kitty.
Oh, yeah.
And
the guy, he's ready.
We do have
supposed to be something special.
Yeah, something interesting might happen here in this interview. So let's throw it over to Kitty for the interview.
Massive upset in the arena. By my side, we have Gam, Taki. Congratulations for winning against MKoi, crushing their key. How is the team feeling?
Thật sự là một chiến thắng rất là kinh khủng của bên đội mình ha. Chúc mừng chiến thắng của bọn em. Thì em đang có cảm giác như thế nào sau chiến thắng vừa rồi?
Em có cảm giác khá là đau tim ở game thi đấu thứ 3 khi mà tụi em đã xử lý fail pha đập nhà chính và tụi em cần phải đánh thêm một pha combat nữa để giành chiến thắng.
So we feel a little bit heartbreaking when we almost like destroy the Nexus, but after that we need to one more combat to win. So a little bit heartbreaking for us.
Perseverance was very important for tonight's best of 3. And of course, Taki, I know you always celebrate with a little dance that you post on social media. So is that something you're willing to do for the camera tonight to celebrate?
Ngoài chiến thắng vừa rồi thì chắc chắn là em rất là nổi tiếng với việc là có rất là nhiều những cái điệu nhảy, thì em có sẵn sàng có một điệu nhảy ở ngay trước camera hay không?
Okay.
Sure.
Na 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 na. Woo! All right. Finally, of course. What time is it, Taki?
Game time.
Thank you so much, Kitty and Taki, for doing the dance.
So adorable.
And we were, yeah, she was showing me the dance that he was doing on the internet, and I'm glad we got to see it here at EWC on the stage. And what a good time to celebrate, too, because they get to move on to the next stage and have a chance at, well, I guess not the next stage, but at least the next part of their group, which will be happening tomorrow, and we'll be interested to see if they can move on a little bit farther. And of course, you know, as we do here at EWC, there is always a key crush, which will eventually happen for MKoi. Unfortunately, they are out now. And that means not only their hearts get crushed, but also their key. So, yeah, I'm kind of sad that we lose our villains here in Paris, essentially in MKoi.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Just play better League of Legends next time, I guess.
I think the locals will be happy.
Yeah.
Once they find out the news. And given the noise over in the main stage, I think I know what way that result ended up going to. So a little bit of a double whammy.
Yeah. So, speaking of back and forth, this entire series was a little bit of that. Although, as we said before, GAM mostly in control. But not for the majority of this game, because they were behind for, as you can see, about 23 minutes. They took the lead, and then they threw again. And then eventually they did win, of course. But at the end of the day, I think, you know, kind of the all-in comp of Koi from even from ahead wasn't enough to really get on top of the Ziggs, especially once that Zhonya's was built. And I feel like Zahen especially does really well into this kind of comp.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you guys see the graph, like, just look at the gold graph. Like, it's at the 10-minute, like, around the 10-minute, like, there were, like, 7,000 gold ahead. Like, this means, like, it's so much. Like, it's, in order to lose the team fight, there's so many things that they have to mess up, which is that actually happened, which is, like, it is really crazy that because, like, we know, like, MKoi, like, for sure they have a momentum, and also we know, like, when they're playing well, like, dude, these teams are not playing like that. Like, they're so disconnected from the TP, like, who want to engage, like, where do we want to engage, like, the select of the fight, those kind of stuffs are so important, especially with this team comp, like. And also, I think it's, like, really easy. Like, if Lissandra or Jafer want to go, like, if Nico goes, like, just, it's so easy to follow up. But, like, we couldn't see it, like, when they're so ahead. Like, that's not, like, a really sad part. But I think, the other hand, like, I think the GAM perspective, I think they play really well around, like, the positioning well. If they're looking for the flank, like, Ari was actually looking for Nico the whole time and make sure, like, she can't touch the Ziggs. And it's, like every single team fight. I think that was, like, the biggest differences between.
there are games often where I feel like you need to suck the air out of it. And so you can control, you know, vision. You can make sure that, hey, like, realistically, the Gamcom didn't really have anyone that preferred to face check, you know?
Yeah.
But I feel like MKOI allowed themselves to get sucked into the chaos. And that's something where, when you're that far down, like we talk about it all the time for years, at any international, it's, well, the Vietnamese teams, they love to get scrappy. Like, that is their lifeblood. And it felt like MKOI couldn't do what they really need to do in terms of just, again, taking control of the game, especially when you have such a big lead. Like Huni was alluding to, it's like 8,000. You can't bubble that up.
Yeah, and it felt like they had a bit of trouble snowballing if they ever got anything going in this entire series. Like, obviously, Game 3 was their best chance because they got such a big lead. I think it's a little bit illegal that the Renekton was first in damage for the team and also very far ahead of the rest of the squad. Like, it wasn't even just like,
very useless.
Yeah, it was like, he's a Renekton, you know? He tried to get some flanks, but it just felt like, I don't know. The execution wasn't there for MKOI this time, and a little bit disappointed, again, that they do go out, but I'm happy to have GAM because they're always a lot of fun, and their fans are also having a lot of fun with the drums and stuff.
Yeah, that was great. Shout out TK for that.
Yeah.
TK brought the drum. He came like a whole entourage of people. Like, here is the drum. Set it down in front of the stage.
And it was like, boom, 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 boom. And everyone's go, let's go, GAM. It was really, I mean, like, it's so really wholesome to see, like, the passion, right? Like, the fans and even, like, every crowd here was, like, just actually just whole focus on the drum, and it's just, like, cheering for that. And it was, like, super, super loud. We could easily hear, like, miles away.
Yeah, I think it's always awesome to come to France in particular, and Paris here specifically, just because the fans are always crazy and awesome. Yeah. Pretty much for any team, you know, obviously for KC and even G2 as well. We had some really ferocious fans and very passionate ones, but also for the other teams that are here. It just feels like everybody comes into Paris to try to show that passion and support for pretty much every team that we've had so far. And yeah, still waiting on the key crush for MKOI, so we'll be interested to see how that does go. And we also do have, for the next match, if you guys are curious about that, we do have mibr up against Lion, who are prepping on the stage behind me. And yeah, mibr had to go up against HLE, so we haven't really seen them play yet today.
Yeah.
Curious to see what their level actually is, because they just got rolled.
Yeah, I mean, hell, obviously it's such a weird game to gauge because of Lion's recent performance at MSI. Because if you go back to the beginning of this split, or I guess kind of like the end of winter, obviously that was the America's Cup, and a lot of the Brazilian teams ended up doing quite well against the LCS teams in the end. But now with the potentially newfound floor and ceiling of this Lion team, and not really getting much of a, well, content check on what LOS are capable of, just because of how good HLE are, will make this one a little bit weird to approach, because I feel like even LOS, mibr rather, are going to be, you know, kind of struggling to put themselves out there in a way where they can actually show something off for a change.
Yeah, I mean, for speaking of the Lion, especially because I was talking with some coaching staff, like the atmosphere, the environment is actually kind of first for them. So like they're kind of struggling. Like they were kind of explaining like we're the slow starter, and so we have to kind of figure it out. Are they real slow starter, or are they not having fun today?
They're a slow starter. I think they proved that at MSI, and I think they proved it in both their domestic splits. Like they really did take their time to ramp into both. You know, they weren't necessarily favorites until quite literally the end of both those splits.
But problem is like today's the last. It could be the last day. That's why it's a little bit dangerous, I'll say.
Yeah, how slow are they really? Because if you lose the first match, you know, kind of makes sense. JDG are very strong, as we did get to see. Yes, we didn't see them at MSI, but they're still a top Chinese team, and they still were able to take that best of one against Lion. But now, if you fall to mibr, I think that a lot of fans will not be happy with that. They will not be satisfied with Lion getting so close and going so far and beating some great teams over in MSI and then falling here. I think that would not be okay.
It would be really North American, though.
Yeah.
It would be really North American if they did. just to upset the expectations of, you know, some greatness that they just set for themselves last week.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I also like to talk about like the draft a bit. Like, they tried it like against, you know, as you said, like JD is one of the top of the top team of the LPL. That's why they're here, right? So they try like getting the top and trying to counterpick and flex with the Ziggs mid and counterpick Kate into Kai'Sa. It was working well, but the thing is like they can't. The responsibility was on Caitlyn and also Bar, and was not really working, right? Like they were getting picked by JDG because they're really crisp and looking for play all the time. Like those kind of things were like really has to be really the crease size if they want to try again like this kind of type of the draft, because like someone is sacking for sure, and or you're playing against like, you know, Jace, Orianna, like you counter pick, you have to also think more. So that's why I think it's gonna be more. You can't really make mistake against these top teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, one of the most fun parts of the Esports World Cup is crushing the keys. And here, Kiaya comes over, hands the key of course, MKOI, who did just fall to Gam, and we're able to put it in the hydraulic press and get it crushed. Here we go.
Boom.
Here it comes. We've seen some keys explode under the pressure, which is my favorite.
Wow.
There we go.
There you go, yeah.
Yeah. And Kiaya's like, whoa.
Well, that was fun.
That was kind of crazy. Can I do it again? And I love seeing the remains of the key as well, which I'm sure we'll get a look at. Yeah,
Split
okay.
Yeah.
The shards.
Oh, split in.
Oh, there's so many pieces. There's like 3. Okay. There we go. Whole time he's just smiling in.
He's happy. Could have been his key.
Oh
He's
yeah!
like, hell yeah!
Hell yeah! This is not my key.
Yeah. Not this time, Gam Esports. But who knows? Who knows how far they'll go? They certainly have a lot of backing behind them. But yeah, there it was. MKOI is out. Kind of sad for us, but at the same time, I'm sure the French fans will be very happy that they are the potentially the first team out and the first key crushed. Might be the second based on what happened on the A stream.
Yeah.
But we don't know 100%. As you were saying before, you know, there were a lot of cheers, so
yeah.
probably Casey did win, but don't know 100%. Could have been team secret. We'll have to check in with that in just a bit, but that's it for that series. We do move on to our second best of 3 of the day, which of course is going to be, as we already talked about, MIBR up against Lion. And Lion should be the big favorites, but I'm not counting out anybody because, again, MIBR faced HLE, and that is not fair.
Yeah, completely not fair.
It's like a best one against HLE. The MSI winners, good luck.
It's just disaster, right? It's just the first day, first game, first match. You just come up the stage and you're facing against HLE.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think this is like really important. That's why I think they're here. It's a a little bit cozy. It's like cozy stadium, and you're playing against the Lion. They also expose they show them the weaknesses as well. So like I think how they want to take it as I think that's really important.
Yeah, I'm looking at this as a pseudo NA rep ish. I like NA. As of late, I have.
Okay.
It's not bad all of the time. And this year,
interesting.
They've not done too horribly. And I just want to see a clean game from Lion where they can keep the pace high and keep a game structured.
Yeah.
Because they were able to do it versus HLE, albeit I think we can all agree HLE were definitely having a bit of an off day-ish that day, but they still looked really impressive and proved that mechanically they can keep up with the best. So here is where I want to see that actually demonstrated, because versus JDG, frankly, it looked a little bit more like the sleepy, tired Lion that would be a little bit vegan.
Yikes. That doesn't sound very good or nutritious for the Lion. I do think, some of the guys that were doing MSI, they were talking about how, some of the series it did feel like maybe some of the strong LPL teams or LCK teams weren't having the best days. But there's always two sides to the same coin where it's like, okay, yeah, maybe they're not having the best days, but also big shout out to G2 who crushed T1. And also big shout out to Lion to getting some wins. And, you know, it has to be said that these teams are stepping up when it matters most under the pressure, and they're not just getting crushed. And that's a plus in its own right. As, of course, getting ready for this matchup, Feisty did get that kill on Azeka, okay?
Okay.
He got that kill. It was the one kill. It was the one kill, but a kill's a kill, and shout out to him. Shout out to Feisty. He got it done. Now he needs to try to get it done in a best of 3, and maybe they'll have a chance to show more of their stuff, right? Because you have a lot of games and a lot of chances to actually show that you're ready to go. Saint, take a little nap. As you do. I think everybody's kind of learning from Faker, and these days are...
Bit of meditation.
Yeah, these days can be long, you know, especially this first day, I think is the longest day that we do have. So, yeah, pretty fun stuff, and it looks like we do have our casters ready to bring us into the draft, so take it away. Take it away, gentlemen.
Waiting. There we go. That's the volume. I think I might have picked that one up a little fast, but that's okay. I had a cool statement basically saying thank you, Valdez, and the analyst desk for being cool people and being quite correct. It is a marathon day, and frankly, it feels like it's been a sprint because it has been all action all day without any breaks. We just came off one of the most insane best of 3s I've seen in a very, very long time. Garm nearly getting the win, then not against the Nexus, and you're thinking Baron and Hexo, like surely it's over. Then they win a fight regardless. Kiaya on the Zarhead in the late game, finding some crazy moments.
Amazing angles.
The thing is, it's day 1. We're not even done. We've got another best of 3, which will be another elimination series. Like, the drama continues. This is a serious saga.
Well, that's the thing about EWC 2026 here, is that there's a story to tell over these games, and day 1 is only just about done. We still have so many more days ahead of us.
Don't we just?
And speaking of ahead of us, we are already into the draft. We're seeing these picks and bans, and I love seeing these early Lee Sin bans because there's so much priority on this guy in that game 1. That aggression that can come through if you're able to put that composition together. The Oriana ban as well, so you can't combo them as well with that shockwave. A great start to these bans.
Well, bluntly, if Inspired can push HLE, who, by the by, won a 19-minute game earlier today, then maybe we don't give him the Lee Sin. The playmaking is very strong. And again, for those who don't know, again, we've seen Lion on the B stream already, but mibr.los is in fact lost from the CBLOL, but they're competing here at EWC under the Made in Brazil brand, because again, for the club championship, the organization umbrella matters for getting those championship points. So if you're wondering, wait, who is this organization? What is this logo? Don't worry, guys, you do know who they are. They've just got a little bit of something over the top of it. Exactly. The Umbrella org is here.
But I want to talk about Lion and their adaptability. They're already banning Leona because we've been seeing so much of her here.
Genuinely, yes.
Yeah, here at EWC. So they've learnt that, they've read the play, and they're banning it away. However, that then leaves Nocturne open, who was the previous favoured support sort of tank engage. But enough about that. We've got a Nocturne picked up here for Lion. They've prioritised that jungle pick.
Yeah, and again, Nocturne, I think people are beginning to learn, particularly people who've been watching the LCK, watching the LPL, where we got some very aggressive junglers, and of course LCP as well. I got a very big frown from Logan saying, of course, an LCP, which is completely correct, by the way, because I think a lot of people for a long time viewed Nocturne as a level 6 only jungler. Get to level 6 as fast as you can. The thing is, Nocturne's level 1 is disgusting. And he might not have a dash, but if you're fighting over a camp, you're in melee range, and therefore you don't need the dash.
Exactly.
And if Nocturne gets on the Raptors, start stealing them, you can do some really nasty things. Inspired always hovers in Italy. I doubt it gets locked in, but if it does, we'll be having a very different conversation.
And I heard a story, I think if Nidalee gets banned, or was it Vayne gets banned, they then like auto hover the Kaiser or something. It's like a dual hover here. But Jace locked in for Lion in response to the, I want to say, already strong champions that mibr.los has put together. Cassiopeia has risen in the meta of late, definitely making her presence known in Split 2. She's now being flexed to that bot side in this mage meta, and Vi, that guaranteed click engage, is just fantastic. So I really like this combination, but in response, Zig, so it could potentially be a mage bot lane battle.
Could well be. And again, Zig sort of outranged the Cassiopeia because Cass beats a lot of people right now. Theoretically, Syndra is actually the best answer to Cassiopeia from what I've heard from most analysts because you outrange, you outjunk, you can CC her. which is something that Cassiopeia doesn't enjoy that much. I will also note now with the Camille locked in, Camille Vi is horrible. Camille goes in with the R, or rather, Vi goes in with the R.
Yes.
Get that the right round. And then Camille gets to follow up for free, which is slightly annoying, or vice versa, which is also pretty devastating. You've also got the Vi Cassiopeia combination. And I think people have assumed that Vi needs a diving buddy. You need Nakali or what's her name? Ari. Great call. Exactly. Those champions that can join you on your grand journeys into the backline. There is another option. And that is say, well, if I'm on the same screen as you when Vi presses R, I can now put a miasma under you, and you will just never move. You have to sit there forever, and there's nothing you can do about it. And so that Cassiopeia Vi combo, in that sense, is also really, really dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of dangerous things, Shen banned away that global presence, that big shield to save those teammates, and the taunt as well. That flash engage that we see from Keria so often, so strong, so powerful, and demands respect here. We've also seen Broken Blade play it very, very effectively. And there's that Nautilus ban that we were talking about earlier. If you're going to ban Leona, obviously Nautilus stays up, but no one has picked it. So I like this ban. It's going to prevent Lion from being able to pick that one up, get that long-range engage into the bot lane of whatever mibr.los is going to put together, because Cassiopeia could very well be in the mid. Camille, obviously the support, but what, damage dealer are we going to see paired with that?
Well, exactly. And again, just trying to find some of those bans against Zest, who's been one of the, what I was hearing from a lot of the CBLOL English guys, shout out to Trajan again, who was giving me a load of info on the back end of this, that Zest's been one of those really exciting newer players alongside Dudu in that bot lane. Potential just Vayne lock in here. In fact, that is in. And again, Vayne has been banned a lot in the second phase. And as a result, they just go, all right then, Lion, what have you got?
Yeah, but interestingly, obviously, Lion, they have Jace, so it will be that ranged matchup in the top side. So it feels like Vayne's oppressive nature against Malay top laners will be mitigated here because Jace can offset that. So I kind of like the call here, but we also see the hover of Alistar able to peel so effectively, but also engage. I see a strong engage tool coming out of Lion here.
I've got an angle here. I wonder whether Feisty looks at the Sylas. You're seeing Alistar, you're seeing Nocturne, you're seeing Zigzalt. The Alistar and the Nocturne in particular, I think, feel real good. It might not be a bad angle to flex that cast bot.
Not to mention, if you steal the Nocturne, you've got so much dive.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Actually, with mibr.los, grab that Paranoia, Vi goes in, Sylas goes in, and that's such a wombo combo. Obviously, you do have a little bit of peel with the Alistar, but not much. Maybe Victor gets down the stun field, but it could be really hard to repel them if they sync that one up as we deliberate on this all-important fifth choice here for mibr.los.
So you could look at the Syndra if you wanted to, if you wanted something with a bit of poke in that one. The Cassiopeia obviously could still go mid. There is a world where you throw something like a Taliyah down bot if you're really feeling it, and they will lock in the Taliyah. Could go mid, could go bot. If you're Viper, you throw it bot into the Camille. With the Camille on your team, though, I think you just throw that Taliyah mid and just use it to follow the Nocturne. Have your own global to match.
Yeah, and we did literally see Pays from T1 today lock in that Taliyah on the bot
side. There you go.
So
it's spreading. It's spreading.
The mages, oh my god. We heard from Tyler One earlier as well. He's like, I don't like mages in that bot lane, but we are seeing a lot of them.
Hot take. 80 carries. You're the only role in the game that isn't forced to play other archetypes of champions. It's time, guys. It's time. You got to learn to play other stuff, you know? Genuinely do what... Okay. You know what? Maybe we can have a bit of a meta conversation.
All right.
If you nerf mages and buff AD carries, then AD carries just get played mid. And so they leave the mid lane. If you buff mages to deal with that, then they just go bot. I think we're hitting a point now in League of Legends, right, where a lot of players are good enough at the game to move champions out of their inverted commas intended roles and find success elsewhere. Like, if you buff AD carries to match, then you just get the Lucian mid-meta back again. You get the Tristana mid-meta back again.
Well, a great example as well, Sentinel's Impact. He played Smolder in the top lane, right? He won that lane and they won that game. It's these creative picks. It's these...
Thank you for telling me that, by the way, because I've been here casting, so I've seen very little of what's happened on the A stream, so I'm a little ignorant on that front.
It's these innovations that these creative drafts bring that show the rest of the world that, hey, these picks can work, you should try them.
Yeah, and I think also with the fact that they have changed how mages deal damage to turrets, you don't need an AD carry to actually threaten a siege anymore. You get grubs, or you just get some AP, you just blast turrets. Sure, maybe in the early game you don't have quite so much, but do you need that in the same way, especially with plates not falling off? Yeah.
But an important note to mention is that we are seeing on our screens here, this is do or die for these teams.
Oh, yeah, it is.
If they lose here, their key gets crushed. So look, you don't want to lose. And if you win, you get another shot tomorrow.
The path to the top of the mountain is paved with the broken dreams of your opponents. At the end of the day, only one key will fit that final lock in the trophy. Everyone else, well, you're just paving stones, aren't you? Back in Riyadh, we called it the Boulevard of Broken Keys. That was my little addition to year one back in the day. Feisty is about to have a four-man collapse on his head, and that is not a great space for Atelier, so we're starting off strong. He doesn't flash. He's a bolder man than I.
Yeah, with 4 into 1 there, 3 obviously following up. He just walks it off. Saint potentially not done, maybe trying to prevent this recall, but yeah, holding Nerves of Steel keeps that flash is fantastic. But ML not done.
That's an Ignite-inspired flash is out, and sure, Vi at level 1 is not anywhere near the champion that a Nocturne is, but turns out the Camille can be. Isn't in lane, though.
Yeah, but 2v1 gets the Ignite, but importantly, Inspired now, no flash. That's really going to hamper his engaged potential, his ability to gank around the Rift. So it might be a bit of a slower start coming out of him. He might want to keep farming until he hits that level 6 paranoia. So these early plays pay dividends 5 minutes down the road. We do see some bot side skirmishing and a couple of wards here and there, but in the early game, wards are just to get an understanding of where the jungle is.
Isles went to try and buffer through that hook shot, doesn't quite get it, has to flash, and Ackerman gets first blood. Defends his jungle, turns up bot, level 1, doesn't matter, and Isles gets mind-gamed. He tries to pulverize the hook shot, fails it, dies.
So hook shot goes in again from Ackerman there, but Ackerman on this Camille, we've been saying you got those nodes, he's in great form again, and he's already showing it here. That mid lane sort of jungle presence goes straight to bot, has immediate impact as a skirmish breaks out in the mid lane here.
Saint not having a lot of fun there again, has just come off a phenomenal MSI showing. Took down G2, was half a game away from taking out HLE in the lower bracket. However, that gets a bit spicy. Out comes the exhaust. Doklet in danger. And again, one of the problems that Jace runs into is eventually the DPS check goes Vane's way.
Eventually, it's happening now. This is only level 3. We've still got 25-30 minutes of the game. If Zesty is able to keep this up against Doklet, that's not looking good. But it is only early. We're 2.5 minutes into the game. We can't get carried away just yet because 2 minutes until the first Drake of the game. But I'm loving what I'm seeing. This is mibr.los being proactive across the Rift.
And again, they got, and I put this with a big underline in caps, in bold, demolished by Hammer Life Esports. It was not close. It was a 19-minute stomp that I'm not sure we could put on before 9 p.m. in the UK. Like that is a post-watershed game. It was real nasty stuff.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you got to take those L's to get the W's a little later on down the road, right? You're in the lower bracket. You can, I dare say, more easily win when you're in that situation. So it's up to mibr.los here to make the most of this best-of-3 situation. Feisty already sort of aggressing forward into Saint. And we take a look at those summoners, right? There's only 2 flashes left on the side of Lion, whereas mibr.los, they've still got at least 3 up. So they have that summoner advantage, and they've got the aggression to match. We do see a roam from Isles, though, maybe looking to make the play happen, but Ackerman has responded. This is getting tense.
Curse here as well.
Will be spotted on a ward, but yeah, as you say, Curse in the area. It's 3v2.
Oh, this is tricky. Zest pulls away. They're going to see that the Alistair's there. Ackerman gets the tactical sweep. The hook shot's in. There is no pulverize, and Doklet dies again. The Jace is looking like the man of yesterday and not tomorrow.
Love that so much, my goodness. Isles obviously started to cook that Hex Flash. He wanted to try and take the initiative, turn this 2v3 around, maybe get something back, but unfortunately just not able to get it done here as we go back to this first Zest v Doklet and Doklet's dead again.
It's a 1-for-1! The burn from the Cassiopeia with the Deathfire touch and the poison means that Berserker can't get the kill clean. Both low flash, both die.
Yeah, really well played here, but mibr.los, they find themselves up at 4-1. 1.5k gold lead at nearly 5 minutes. 5 kills a minute. I feel like I'm back home in the LCP. It's an absolute bloodbath, and I am here for it as we go back to check this one out. Oh, the satchel knocked Dudu under the turret to get the damage, and the as you said, the damage over time takes Berserker out.
And I think actually, because Dudu said, I think I got the kill angle and flashes forward, Berserker's forced to respond or he just dies.
Yep.
Well,
really well done there by both of them. Great one-for-one trade. So ultimately, it's Burning Summoners, it gets the kills, and we move on to the mid lane where Feisty and Saint, ooh, good flick from Feisty there. Definitely a great trade. Saint forced to pop that healing potion though.
I mean, Feisty was one of the few bright sparks against HL. He got a solo kill against Zeka, which is no mean feat, right? That's good going. And again, well, yeah, exactly. That's a very polite way of putting it. Very non-Australian of you, in fact.
Crikey. Oh, though Curse has started up the first Drake of the game. It's, 50 seconds after it spawned, so still a very quick one. It's not on vision, though. That ward has been stifled. So obviously Lion will not know this one's happening. So I like the urgency. I like the priority from mibr.los here to get the ball rolling on these Drakes.
And look, Lion were and are a team very capable of dropping some kills in the early game. Dude, just hit level 6, and maybe I'll have to hold on my wider points as Berserker's able to get on out there as the Petrifying Gaze. It's only really a slow, not full petrification. Look at on these Raptors. Ackerman here in a 1 versus 2 as a support. This is a very bold Camille. He's going in. What are we doing, Ackerman? Curse is here. Out comes the gravity field. Zest nearly down as well. The final hour is on, and in comes the Vault Breaker and the cease and desist, and Zest makes it the 1-for-1 right now. They're looking for a lot more than that. A double kill to the vein. She's killing more than demons today.
Look, Ackerman went in, but Ackerman knew the team would show up. mibr.los turned that one around.
Saint just got hit by the seismic shove, and now Curse gets in with the Vault Breaker. It's going to have to be the flash from Saint. And look, I was about to say Lion have been able to come back from significant deficits. They got a game win against HLE from 7k down, but you still don't want to see this. Ackerman, you think it's too far. He makes it work just about.
Yeah, so Ackerman goes into that 1v2, but he knows that the rest of mibr.los are around. That Talia Weaver's Wall gets you there so fast. And another note, Paranoia goes out from Inspired to try and stifle the play here, but it just was not enough. mibr.los, 7.5 minutes in, 2k up. They are currently running the Rift. We need to see something come out of Lion. Lion Stokler trying to bait Zest. Zest aggressing forward though. Isles. Oh, mibr.los is just here.
And they've got the Ziggs here as well. This makes it theoretically the 3v2, but I think what's going to see the top laners reset. Not necessarily know that anyone's in the bushes. There's still Isles around. Should just be the end of things, but with this still being the 2v2, they don't necessarily know. They've got to see Berserker now. Isles still off vision as far as we can tell. Be very quiet. The ambush predator, of course, the cow, can't quite find what they're looking for.
They had to know he was missing. He was in that bush for so long. The patience from Isles, commendable. But I think the lack of information, not seeing him, mibr.los knew something was up because he tried that play before and it did not work out. But mibr.los, they're collapsing again. They're everywhere on the Rift and they do not want to let Lion get anything.
Final hours, Curse gets knocked up, not quite knocked down. The gravity field is out. Isles has to flash away, and Spy getting a lot of damage. The Mega Inferno Bomb leaves Curse dead in the water. Saint keeps rolling. And the Arcane Storm is out, and that will give Lion the grubs.
Yeah, TP committed from Dokla there as well. They see him coming over the top. They were already on the retreat, but any hopes of getting something back snuffed out by that extra TP on the backside of things. So Inspired here, getting onto those grubs, trying to secure that jungle objective for themselves. Next Drake up in 2 minutes time here, so they could, if Lion go for this, they could stop mibr.los's Drake stacking, but if mibr.los get it, that starts to get that win condition rolling.
It really does. And again, Lion, we've seen how good their team fighting is. Their team fighting has genuinely been world-class. We saw it last week at MSI. How good were Lion in making it as far as they did? Again, they were inches away from knocking LCK out of top 4. It could have been NA with multiple seeds. It could have been half of NA going to Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, Lion obviously ended 3rd at MSI, which is a spectacular performance for them. So, right now, it feels like they're in form, right? Because MSI only ended a few days ago. But we take a look at this vision control. mibr.los knows exactly everything Lion is doing. It's all through the river. It's through that bot side jungle of Lion as well. They do not want Inspired to have any impact.
And the other thing is MSI was a few days ago. You have got to go from an absolutely relentless schedule to then fly all the way from Korea over to Paris to come and do this here. And again, you lose that first matchup, and again, it's a tough one. JDG, who've had a little bit more time to prep and come in. The Pike is really good from Vampire and stuff, and it kind of goes a little awry, right? And suddenly, you're going up against a team you potentially not prepped for, and you've got to try and make it work regardless. There is very, very limited room for error here at the EWC in 2026, because again, you lose this series, you are done. You have played a grand total of potentially just 3 games.
Yeah, BO1, and then if you get knocked out in 2, that's your 3 games, and that's not what you want to do here, right? Like, every team comes to these tournaments and they want to play as many games as they possibly can. They want to end as high as they can, win the whole thing. Dokla, though.
Yeah, Zest just getting a big chunk there. The final hour comes down, and again, one of the issues of the Jace into the Vayne is the Shock Blast is so dodgeable.
Oh, yeah.
You just queue it, and then the extended DPS check just isn't as fun. Ackerman won't be caught in the river there, as both supports have spent more time top lane than anywhere else on the map.
But I am loving this productivity from both of these supports, right? Obviously, ag.al's up slightly in CS, but Ackerman's still up in gold, having that kill to his name. Ackerman has been involved in 4 out of the 6 kills. A 66% kill participation is just having more valuable impact across the rip here.
Oh, boy.
Looks like a meeting. Oh,
no, yeah. Curse charging up the Vault Breaker, turns it around. Inspired, though, has got that unspeakable horror. And Dokla gets the kill on Curse. And look who's stuck in the bit. Ackerman has to flash out just about to Line. Will only get the 1, but they do get 1.
Yeah, I definitely hope we get a replay on that one, because I really want to talk about the angle ag.al's had in that pit fight as well. But we take a look at Zest's item, valuing that HP. He acknowledges that he needs to have a bit more health. He can't be a very fragile, high damage build on this Vayne. He needs to be able to actually take some hits. But he's currently 3-0-1, right? Having that completed item is so important here, while the mid lanes and bot sides of both teams still waiting to complete their first.
Important kill, though, going away with Dokla. Kind of narrows that lead that the Vayne was building. Again, does look to be one of those win conditions. Again, Zest has been something of a bright point for the side of Los in the CBLOL, of course, again, here under the Made in Brazil brand for the whole Club Championship system here at Esports World Cup. And that will be potentially a big deal as well if they can find their way into potentially a top 8, God forbid. That starts making a big difference in those points and that eligibility for all of those additional points and prizes. But on the Vayne is in a position to carry. Got the Hexblade. That means between that and the Flash and the Ghost, your ability to run a sideline is very high. And Dudu, another one of those stars, finding that opportunity, just sprint at Dokla, had to pop that Ghost Blade and get away from the Cassiopeia, because if you hit that Q on the Cassio, you become real quick.
Yeah, Dudu's aggression is actually something to be noted, is absolutely willing to go under these turrets. As you look at this vision control line that Ackerman has placed in the bot side jungle of Lion, they keep doing this, they keep wanting to protect their bot side, right? They do not want Inspired in the area, let rip with that paranoia and take down whomsoever is in the bot side for mibr.los. As we do see Curse.
Ooh, that's a long way in. They get a lot of damage. Ackerman buys a bit of time. He'll have a Hextech ultimate and buy a bit of spell on the other side. Good damage. The Vault Breaker, the petrifying gaze. Curse left low. Saint goes down and Curse divides. Isles with a hammer towards Berserker, but it's a little too far. They flash on in. Zest is keeping on rolling. The Silverbird fly. And Berserker looks a little too calm. Just not angry enough this time.
The double flash committed over the back of the Drake pit to make sure they secured Berserker there as well. TP ripped immediately.
Oh, hang on.
mibr.los were all in.
Zest has got the final out. The exhaust came on down. Dokla drops out of vision. Needs to hit this Shock Blast, and we have ourselves a very different invade. Flashes in. Doesn't get it. Nice to the turret shot. Dokla looking a little smaller than usual.
Zest was ready for that play. You saw how fast he reacted when Dokla turned around and wanted more. But let's go back to this red buff fight. Isles hiding in the bush. Ackerman knows what's up, goes in, drops the ward, and Inspired immediately rips that paranoia. But look how fast mibr.los collapsed. TP straight away. Dudu and Curse keep the mid laner out. They keep Berserker out, so they cannot damage and contribute to this fight, while the rest of mibr.los just run Lion down. There's nothing that it feels like Lion could have done here.
And again, mibr.los came in with, honestly, almost nothing to prove. They came in as a second seed from CBLOL. There was a lot of doubts potentially around. It's like, look, after MSI, it's like, did we have the mechanical might? Well, right now, they just had a game against HLE that went horribly wrong. They haven't been cowed. They haven't come in timid. They have been so willing to go, you know what? We can do this. And in this game one, they have been making play after play after play. They find themselves 2,000 gold up, 2 Dragons to the good, and a pretty solid position in this game.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to touch on all of that, but we do see that the Rift Herald has just spawned at the 15-minute mark. But mibr.los, they're keen for more, right? They're working as a unit. This feels like one of the most cohesive teams I have seen so far today. They're just collapsing. They're just together. It's never one of them.
And the irony is, of course, that we saw that on the other side, where they lost a 5v3 to HLE. Like... It's night and day, and right now Lion find themselves in a tricky position. Again, it's still only 2,000 gold different, and Lion have been more than capable of coming back from deficits over the last while.
But importantly, mibr.los were up 2k. Lion started to claw that gold lead back, and mibr.los are now back up to 2.6k. So they've come back. As we see this fight again, Dokla versus Zest. Zest with the exhaust, right? Vayne with exhaust is so oppressive, and here, Zest immediately condemns, pushes Dokla away so he cannot melee Zest to death, dies to turret damage. Like you called, I genuinely expected a shock blast to come through, but Dokla decided otherwise, and Zest gets the kill.
Now Dokes is 1-3, not having a great showing of it so far. Berserker at 3-2 in a little bit of a better spot. Of course, Saint doing a decent job of farming. Again, we are still going to have good scaling here with the Victor, with the Ziggs. Again, you'll hit a point where your poke is incredibly obnoxious between Jace and Ziggs, and Death Rays from a Victor as well. The problem is, I don't think side lanes are ever winnable. Like, theoretically, the Nocturne is a real problem for the Vayne.
Yeah.
If the Vayne is 6-0, that's a different question, right?
We do take a look at those damage charts, though, and look, Berserker putting in the work, but look at the top 5.
Yeah.
4 of them are mibr.los. They are putting in the work. They are doing the damage. But I wanted to call out, Ackerman actually took a recall to refresh those wards, and is now out there. Oh, Inspired goes in.
The Vayne might be able to win a 1v2. The Talia is a different matter entirely, and a good shutdown going the way of Saint.
This is
Big
a good,
kill.
yeah, this is a good play coming out from Lion. They need to be able to get some kills across this rift, find their way back into this game. They've cut the gold deficit by about 1,000, and now the next Drake is up in 15 seconds. mibr.los, if they get this, will be on Soul Point. So I have to imagine Lion wants to make a play around this, but there's no vision around the pit for either team. Yeah, there's some around the backside, but none in it. So neither of these teams will know if the other starts it up.
Soul Point available for mibr.los if they can make their way in. It might be made in Brazil. It could be forged here in Paris. Still a little ways to go before that's a possibility. Maybe I should have saved that line for the end of the game if they get there. Didn't hear it, guys. I'll save it. I'll say it again, you know.
Run it back, run it back. But mibr.los, they're moving in. They have priority on this Drake. They're getting that vision control down. Feisty working to keep ag.al out. Inspired gets some poke on the Feisty. It's getting close.
Doesn't have the ult. Didn't want to burn the flash. So it just turns into a little bit of Safari League of Legends. You come to look at the wildlife and not really interact with it.
I kind of like this play though, right? Lion, they acknowledge it is only the 3rd Drake. They don't have to all or nothing on the 3rd Drake of the game. mibr.los, they are on a 5-minute timer though. It will force Lion to respond. But what this does, it buys Lion 5 minutes, so to speak, right?
Yep.
They get more time to scale. They get more time to farm because Victor is at 70 stacks right now. If he's able to get a few more, he could really do some damage in the next team fights. And we take a look at those turrets. There's only 1 each across the rift. They've got the top side of mibr.los, and mibr.los has the bot side of Lion. So the map's not... Oh, Inspired goes in.
They're trying to make this play happen again. The Vayne is not that easy. Can't spell shield the condemn, and Zest gets out.
Yep, just as easy as that. You mistime that spell shield, it expires, condemn comes out, and there's no way for you to follow up on that. So I really like Zest there. Feeling comfortable, feeling confident, and you would be when you have 1,500 of the gold lead on you alone. He is literally the gold lead. He's 6-0-1 with 2 completed items, including that Essence Reaver. Crit damage coming through. The mana just endless.
Ackerman with the league classic, throws out the hook shot, entirely misses the wall, throws up the emote to go okay. You know, we've all been there. Slightly less mechanically proficient on that one. He's had a good game on the whole on this Camille, so I'll forgive him that one. Got ourselves 30 seconds till Baron. I don't think we're going to see that one on spawn necessarily. Oh, he's really trying to turn towards that dragon in 3.5 minutes because you give up Mountain Soul and suddenly again, the Nocturne jumping on this Vayne, it's just going to become near enough an impossibility.
Absolutely, but mibr.los looking to make the play here. ag.al sniffs it out, suspects something is up. But with that Oracle lens, Zest goes in.
That's a rough time. The exhaust is in, and the final hour is there. Oh, Dokley, you go to the skies. The problem is you're going to have to go down into the dirt. Zest flashes out. There is no Nocturne nearby, and the Vayne gets a solo. 7-0-1. Vayne is the zest of life.
We do love it when it gets a little bit zesty, and Zest is performing today. Unfortunately, Dokla is the target of mibr.los' aggression here, is 4 out of the 12 kills. He's 1/3 of the kills gone over to mibr.los right now. It is a rough place to be. He's trying to stay in touch of the CS differential, but there's a 700 gold bounty over on Zest, and he has earned it. He's outplaying. When the gangs come through, he's able to condemn and escape. He's making these 1v1 plays that Lion are just struggling to answer. Baron on the Rift. Drake 2 minutes away. I have to imagine mibr.los want to get vision control as the Rift Herald has been dropped.
Gonna try and throw down the Talia wall to deny the angle in, and the Herald gets
his license away. Now, I cannot believe he crashed into that wall. Is this inspired? Because that was not inspirational.
Officer Logan has decided to pass out the fine there. You are being removed of the license. Sorry about that one. Not my call. What can I say?
That's it. I mean, if you drove like that in Australia, we'd be like, where did you get your license from, mate? A box of Kellogg's Fruit Loops? Because, my goodness, that one, you need that taken away. mibr.los, though, they are putting together a really cohesive game here. We're 22 minutes in. Yeah, they're 2k up, right? And at 22 minutes, not the biggest lead in the world. And it is all on Zest, which tells me,
Oh boy, good stopwatch. The arm guard broken, the fight is good, the TP's come flying. Flash away, this might be it for Lion. Zest been left low, needs to keep rolling away. The Magma Inferno bomb lands on very little, feisty low, but not down. And Lion so close, but unable to find what they're looking for. Ackerman back in with the hook shot. Stun though on the other side. Dudu left alone in the 1 versus 4. And the Cassiopeia, well, she snakeskin boots.
What a fight. That was massive. The moment that fight engaged, 4 TPs were ripped and committed to this one. It almost felt like an all or nothing, and that only 1 person died out of that is spectacular. Every single summoner, though, across the Rift here burnt, except, actually, all of mibr.los's were burnt.
Yeah.
You look at Lion, they are happy where they're sitting.
And you now look at the gold lead, and it's not really a gold lead anymore, not for 22 minutes in the game. You look at the fact that all those flashes are available for people like an Alistair, for people like a Nocturne, and you go, you know what, this soul fight might be a tricky one for mibr.los.
And the thing is, I was about to say it as well, right? Yes, you've got Zest with all of the gold, but the rest of Lion is staying competitive or are ahead of the rest of their counterparts in mibr.los. It is literally just through Dokla at the moment. So I feel like Lion still has a solid chance here, and that all-important Mountain Drake is now up. mibr.los, if they get this, they get the soul. So Lion have to stop them, which is why there's this contest in the mid lane. They're trying to get priority. They want to get that vision control down, which we're seeing here and now. Inspired starts up the Drake.
Berserker's got 2.5 items. He hits like a truck with that Luden Shadow Flame. The Jace got the Muramana transformation. He's hitting a little harder now as well. The poke, the zone control is so problematic. Sure, you can full send with the Vibe, but it is likely a one-way trip. Inspired zones off Ackerman, and this Dragon is going to be Lion's no contest.
Yeah, look, I like this call from mibr.los. They gave it a chance. They tried to get some wards down, but Lion were just better. They were able to protect their wards and get rid of mibr.los. mibr.los respecting that they cannot afford to lose everything here in this Drake fight. I really like this call. It's intelligent gameplay. They're like, hey, it's just one Drake. We'll get the next one in 5 minutes' time. But would you take a look at that vision control? Now that the Drake 5's done, I expect that to move towards the Baron, because the Baron is up on the Rift, and that is a very strong win condition for either of these teams.
Eyes on the Vayne, for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Eyes on Berserker, who's also managed to build himself quite the lead of his own. Picked up a shutdown or 2. Doing well in terms of the kill count in general. And again, you are into a comp that you do heavily outrange. If you can just sit there in the river first and just throw out poke after poke after poke. If you can find this red side Baron from mibr.los where they are trapped in that pit, caught in the cauldron, ready for a Mega Inferno bomb, it can be a very bad time indeed.
Look, anytime you ever get Mega Inferno bombed, it's a bad time. I mean, I don't want to get Mega Inferno bombed, and I'm certain
I feel like it would be a very strange human who wanted to be a Mega Inferno bombed. Like, they go, what is wrong with you?
Yes, I like being incinerated. Thank you very much. But we do get back to the action here, right? A quick little recap, if we will. mibr.los, 3 Drakes, 0 Grubs, 1 Tower. And this is where Lion has an advantage. They only have 2 of the towers. So the map is a little more open to them if they so decide. But both mid lane turrets are still up at the 25th minute of this game initialized, which is just absolutely wild. And all of these items coming through. Zonya's on Saint. We saw him use it earlier, so he's very difficult to kill. Berserker just picked up that arm guard as well. So protection items, luxury items almost, are starting to come through for these teams.
And look, the wave clear for Lion is both safe and extensive. You have got a Victor, you have got a Ziggs, you've got a Jace. Hell, even the Nocturne with the Q is a nice little addition. Looking to potentially invade onto this red buff and decide the better of it, but still it has meant that for all you've got this very fed Vayne. Vayne and her ability to hit a turret is somewhat limited, actually. She's not got the best wave clear. She's got a great dueling power. But again, if you can't just clear the wave, then she goes, well, that sucks, and just has to wait again.
Like, oh, all right then, I'll step back and wait, shall I? But does have amazing 1v1 potential, as unfortunately Dokla is learning up in that top side. A lot of pings coming down. Saint from behind here.
That's quite deep, but has got a Zonya's, and there's a return option on that front from Feisty, burns the arm guard. And Inspired goes in, can't quite get the kill, and everyone walks away. Slightly worse for wear, but alive.
We do see Ackerman, though, having to run away, was trying to come up and help out. I mean, I was confused by that play at first. Saint revealing himself. He mustn't have had vision of all 3. Thought maybe 1v2.
Ackerman goes in, gets that Hextech ultimatum. Isles goes in, headbutts him out of that, but Curse is still here, looking to put his namesake onto Isles, who will throw down the unbreakable will. His body, however, might be another thing entirely. Everyone again gets out alive, but a couple ults burned and a TP or 2.
Yeah, look, it was very, very exciting. It was almost like that bot side fight where 4 TPs were immediately committed and everyone was there. And it's so scrappy. They're just skirmishing everywhere, every possible moment. Right now, if you win a fight, you get the Baron. But in 1 minute, 20 seconds is the next major objective fight.
Yeah, and again, remember that last time when we saw, hey, mibr.los, you don't have that many flashes. You just burned flash on quite a number of people. Wait. We go again. The turret falls. And Lion's mid laner joins his structure. Now Isles heals, tries to run away. There is a minefield put down, and the Alistair survives, but you get the kill.
What a phenomenal punish, right? Saint walked up earlier and he's like, I'm going to bait you, I'll crack my stopwatch. But mibr.los knows you don't have a stopwatch, so we're going to go you again. They get the numbers advantage and they turn it into the Baron, which is what we were just talking about. Lion knows what's up. They're coming in.
They jump on in with Inspired with the Paranoid, but they survive. Now the turnaround plays there at Isles. Looks like Atlantis. He's sinking. Goes down, picks that one up. They do pick up Feisty at the very least. It's the 1-for-1 of the Baron. Stays up for now.
All importantly, Zeph.
Dudu goes in, gets some Twin Fangs, and Ackerman is the one who ends up securing the kill onto Dokla. But again, it's mibr.los coming out with more.
That's it, and that's the story of this game. mibr.los is just coming out with more every single time. They're incremental gains. They're back up to nearly 3k gold lead. They've still got the 3 Drakes, but it's up in 10 seconds. Dokla will still be dead. It will be a 5v4. This is mibr.los's best chance to get the soul. And obviously, without vision, Lion won't be able to do much as we go into this replay around the Baron. They started chipping away at Feisty. Inspired goes in. Immediate turn from mibr.los. They're like, abandon the Baron, win the team fight, and win it convincingly they do. Dudu on this Cassiopeia knows his limits. He knows he's faster than Dokla as well. Dokla does an amazing amount of damage, but you're not in a 1v1. You're in a 1v3, mate.
We're back to live, and Dragon's here. This will be soul again for mibr.los. This has to be a one smite fight by Inspired. Look at Ackerman on a flank angle. Berserker potentially at risk. Someone in the bush with Isle goes in, the paranoia is propped, the lights go down, they look for the Mega Inferno bomb, and the damage is good, but the turnaround is potentially better. So he do say that jungler, the other side Dokes goes down as well. Dragon secured by Lion, but they're trapped in the pit by the Weaver's Wall, and this fight gets spicy, feisty, throwing up the threaded volleys. Dudu also looking for an angle, Rocket belts in, looks to try and get off the gravity field, inspired with the unspeakable horror. 8th the match of the Twin Fangs. Ackerman with the Hextech ultimatum. Saint throws down another one of those Qs, trying to find some siphon powers, and mibr.los have to start backing away. They lose the dragon, but get more kills.
Yeah, they lose that dragon, so it's another 5 minutes as we reach the half an hour mark. We're at 29 kills in 30 minutes, nearly 1 kill a minute. And it looks there to be, there was a 2v3, right? So mibr.los lost 2, Lion lost those 3, Isles back out onto the Rift, lickety split. Baron still on the Rift as we do go to this replay around this Drake. So this was the all-important Drake for mibr.los, right? Because Lion, they keep finding ways back in. And you look down the back of the Dragon Pit there, Ackerman trying to get that flanking angle as you called out. But the paranoia is ripped from Inspired, so the flanking value is diminished. Doppler comes around the bot side as well to get a flank onto mibr.los. But mibr.los, they pull the trigger first. They go, you can paranoia, but we'll kill you. They take them out, they get the Drake, but then, as you said, they're stuck in that pit, and mibr.los has more members. You see the wraparound coming. They're coming from every direction around this pit. Saint forced to get the stopwatch, but it's only Ackerman. There's no damage to follow up and take some out.
Feisty. That one is an unforced error. I just walked into one mindful and Berserker goes, well, thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll take that one to the bank. But Lion, they played it well. They bought themselves another 5 minutes after that Drake was failed to be capitalized on by mibr.los.
2 Mountain Dragons. Not necessarily the best thing into a Vayne ever, who doesn't really care about tank stats at all. Silverbox are a thing. Has now got 3 items. The Storm Razor in to follow up with the Essence Reaver, and of course that Hex Plate is 4.1 thousand gold up. The Vayne is a raid boss, 11, 0, and 1. At the very least, Lion are within touching distance of the goal. They've denied Soul. The scaling is good, and the Vayne phenomenal in the side lane. Always the simplest to execute in the team fights.
And here's the thing, though. This Vayne, because it was picked for top lane, will get to level 20. Yeah. That is a scary, scary thought. We do see a couple of items coming through, though. Inspired just picked up his GA. He's going to be... Oh, Weaver's Wall.
Isles tries to buffer his way through. Good buffer there with the Unbreakable Will. The body, again, I'll say it, a little more breakable. Curse gets chunked, but not taken too low. Baron still up, and mibr.los might be looking for it. The reset on Vision. Saints in danger. Hookshot wide. Now Ackerman might be a little deep. The paranoia is blocked. Ackerman flashes away, but that might mean that Inspired's gone quite deep as well. The double flick back with the seismic shove. Curse with the Vault Breaker. The cease and desist is a little deep himself. There's no damage from mibr.los, and Lion get away with it. Ackerman doesn't go over the wall. Dudu now here. The Petrifying Gaze comes on down. Gets Satchel back towards the Jace. He's trading out, but he's in a 1v4. Flashes over the wall.
What an extended fight. So many engages, disengages, and re-engages here as mibr.los make their escape out of the jungle of Lion. Doppler there critically stayed out of vision, so they weren't able to finish him off. So I really did like that heads-up play. But Lion, they have the advantage in health bars right now, and they're turning this into some mid-lane pressure. There it goes. Ziggs, the #1 destroyer of turrets in League of Legends.
He's got a Medjay. He's got a 6-page Medjay because Berserker is feeling it. Saint as well, the Hex core is fully stacked. He's at 3.5 items himself, and it just begins to feel that mibr.los, for all the early game successes, are struggling to find that killer blow, the thing to put this game to bed.
Let's be real. You say mibr.los successes, I say Zest successes. 11-0-1, 4.2k gold. But Lion is still up in the jungle, in the mid lane, and in that important APC role. Because I'm going to have to call it an APC role now, because we're in a mage meta. We have double mages in that bot side. So it's the story of, can I 1v5 here with Zest?
Yeah.
And I mean, it's looking like he can with that scoreline.
Shout out to Papa Smithy, as you'll find it's an awesome dude carry from back in 2018. And indeed, with the death cap in there as well, Berserker is certainly not tickling. And that, as Logan points out to me, is an Infinity Edge completed for Zest. 10 seconds until the Dragon.
And that is a fantastic time to pick up that IE. 10 seconds before a Drake means you are ready and raring to go. The damage is significantly increased. Lion will have to answer Zest. As ML, that mibr.los, they get that mid lane priority, and they're like, you know what? You want to go for the Drake? We're going to go for the Baron. We're going to force you to decide which objective you want to contest. There's no wards, but they don't need them because mibr.los, they're in those bushes. Lion, though, they know what's up. They have vision control around the Drake, Inspired, moving up. This will be the fight, I feel, that makes or breaks this game here. Initializers, they're contesting a little bit of poke damage. Jalea having to respect the potential from Dokla, and they've started up the Baron.
Lion got pushed by Fury at MSI. The first two games were late game team fights that decided them. Here against mibr.los, there's some similarities there. The Weaver's Wall comes down and denies Lion any ingress at all, and that's very simply done.
I'm almost confused as to why Lion stayed in the middle when they knew that the Baron had been started. They should have made a sprint to that Drake, whereas now it feels like mibr.los can actually contest this Drake take. Lion, though, they're in the bushes. They're making sure that mibr.los don't have an easy access, and they're giving it over.
They're just going to run straight down mid with the wave and say, yeah, right, you can get that Dragon. It's only third for you, and we will just shred these turrets instead. Let's get ourselves some map advantage.
I love this call from mibr.los. I said it before. This is an intelligent decision from them to be able to push through and get that tier 2 turret. They're starting to capitalize, starting to get that value from this Baron power play, already at nearly 2,000 gold. But both teams now on Soul Point, right? We were looking at a situation where Lion had nothing, but over the last 15 minutes, they've been able to take each one of these Drakes, slowing mibr.los down. However, they have that Baron, they have that vision control, and they have the willingness to fight.
Paranoia, but there's 1v3 Inspired. What are we doing? The cease and desist, and the GA is surely proc. Tries to take Zest with him, can't get it. The miasma's put down, and this poor Nocturne is sleeping with the fishes.
Yeah, the GA being down is very, very important as well. That means this Nocturne is going to be very squishy, very susceptible to dying for the next few minutes until that one comes back up. Curse on the other side has that Sterix gauge to get that massive shield, has that GA, so also has that sort of free death in the back pocket. On the other side though, Saint working towards that Rabadon's death cap as well as Berserker. There's so much AP damage coming out of Lion, and there's just next to no MR on the side of mibr.los. So it's who
flashes, looks for the kill. Saint in danger, tries to put something down. There's an Arcade Storm, but it is nothing before the might of Zest, who is 13-0-1. Unlucky only for Lion.
Zest is the difference maker here for mibr.los. Able to take out that 1v1 quickly, cleanly, clinically. Gets the ult out of Saint. Gets to stop the stopwatch out of Saint as well. Those are long cooldowns. All the defenses are down. mibr.los is sieging the base.
And he just gets to TP in and join the rest of the team. They've got the 5v4. These inhibitors for Lion. You're in danger of losing this one. Make no mistake.
Yeah, the TP being committed, as you say, it's going to be that 5v4. Saint, another 30 seconds on the timer here as they siege up. They've got 2 of the inhibitors now as well, so they will soon have super minions. What can Lion do here? They have to answer here and now.
The highs of MSI might be matched by some lows at EWC. Lion desperate to pull the trigger. A made in Brazil. Los win game 1.
Los take this in, dare I say, convincing Zesty fashion, because Zest was the name on everybody's lips here. He carried that game. Without Zest, that could have been a very, very different match. So well done to mibr.los, beating Lion here in our game 1 of our best of 3 tonight. That was spectacular.
Look, when life gives you zesty lemons, you make some lemonade. And he did so today. Gets the Vayne pick and just runs rampant.
but dare I say, they made some Lionade.
Oh, very good. Yeah. All right.
Make sure you have a sip of that one. That is what we like to call the LCS tiers, as CB.LOL take this game. And again, convincingly, they went after Dokla. Dokla had no help there in a lot of those situations because they were those 1v1s. Zest knew exactly what he was doing. He timed those exhausts spectacularly and was able to just punish, and it almost felt like Dokla didn't have an answer on that, Jay.
And look, what we saw from CB.LOL at MSI was some good early games, but that inability to get it over the line in the later stages, that lack of killer instinct to really secure the win, it's very tough in this meta. They do it here, and they do it in style with players like Zest, with players like Dudu having a great time. And that Vayne, I mean, you see why it's getting bad, don't you?
And I can imagine that Vayne will be spoken about by our analyst desk. Over to you.
Thank you guys for that wonderful breakdown. As we are getting ready to break this one down as well, the highlights really, I think this play was the big one, where Lion were kind of ahead, doing pretty well.
A lot ahead.
And then they they went a little bit too far, didn't they, Huni?
Basically, they got aced. Like these Jace just won't be on play. It's happened right away. Like as soon as I think Dokla, he was like just way too desperate. Like, oh, why are we getting aced on top side? Meanwhile, we are so ahead. So I gotta be more behind. But he was like basically more desperate for sure because the teammate were losing, and like that was like pretty sure. I mean, it was like low-key kill angle if he did decide, if he was not hesitated. I think there was a small chance. I think
it was playable. I don't know, man. There's just something about that red brush up in the top side. It's just stuck in my head to play.
In zone.
You know, first against H Elite, now here against mibr. I mean, look, I think games like this are always very difficult to watch, purely just because there's so much action, but at the same time there's so much inaction, and it does make it a little bit frustrating. And I think for Lion, typically what's a bit bizarre is normally they thrive in these kind of games, but in the actual key moments when it came to the mechanical side of things, they actually fall a little bit. And I mean, fair play to mibr, because I've been saying this for a while. Loads of people that follow the CB.LOL have been saying this for a while. When it comes to the mechanical side, if you make games messy, if you make them scrappy, they will take you the distance. And here in this game one, that's exactly what ended up happening, because Lion weren't clean enough.
I'm glad we got that. And
trying to walk through
minefield.
No, I mean, I think she was trying to, you know,
it looked close.
Like,
it looked close. Yeah,
go inside, you know.
Yeah,
between. I'm not sure it's actually possible, but
it has a wider radius than you would expect.
100%.
So yeah, mibr take game one against Lion. We knew that they're slow starters. Lion, they did lose gen.g, and now they lose game one to mibr. I do think that
I don't think they can get.
There were a couple of moments there in that game where I was just watching Lion and like, they just look a little tilted. Like they're better than this, I would say. And I don't know 100% if they're actually tilted, but they're not showing their best stuff right now. Whereas mibr, you were just saying it, you know, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. If you want to try to hands check this team, they will absolutely throw down with you. And we got to see that in the form of many things, including at one point a 13-0 Vayne.
Yeah. Sometimes there's just a really fed champion in the game. And this is one of those examples where also when you look at the other side for Lion and their composition, they just don't have the tools to really deal with a Vayne, right? There's no like strong point-and-click CC that just stops that from happening. And of course, mibr just did a fantastic job of actually playing around Zest and ensuring he had the space to continue to absolutely destroy those team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have game number 2 of Lion up against mibr. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to EWC 2026. We're here on the secondary stream and we are getting ready for game number 2 of MIBR up against Lion. And so far it has been a pretty interesting one, especially because Lion did lose that first game and MIBR did have like a 15-0 vein, which so it wasn't just a straight up loss. It was what looks like Lion having a very difficult time waking up here at this tournament so far.
Yeah. We've been joking and jesting. Slow
bit.
team. And they are kind of proving us right here. It's kind of a shame to see this performance so far, just given, again, like the MSI performance, 3-0ing G2, doing it in like convincing fashion, going into HLE, playing fast games, and like still keeping their structure. And it feels like they're lacking both of those things. They're lacking the speed and they're lacking their structure right now. I'm not sure, like obviously it's tight turnaround all the way from Daejeon over here to Paris, but they do need to get their stuff together because one game away from elimination for a team that I think frankly shocked the world literally like 5 days ago.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is like the team that like we definitely didn't see. Like it's just like as a team, as an individual, like both like not working really well, like compared to what they shown like the 5 days ago, which is like, this is too crazy. I mean, it's like so ridiculous, like because they just played it in the MSI and like we were like everyone was like so shocked like how they were managing like all the game stuff and even like managed to be able to go to 30-minute plus against a great team. Like, I mean, today they have I mean, we did say they're in favor too, because like they're not like this team was not an MSI. They didn't play against like great team. They didn't get the chance to play like in Scream. They didn't make it great. I would not say they're not gonna be the greatest like Scream partners. So probably they didn't play against HLE or like there's a T1, there's a Gen.g, like there's so many teams, but Lion God did it, right? So there has to be a gap for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, you can say what you want about coming all the way over from Daejeon, but we've got a team here that came all the way from South America as well, and maybe they didn't have to quite play as many games recently on stage, but you could argue that that's actually to the benefit of Lion, and they're really going to have to turn things around if they want to have a chance here at EWC. Otherwise, they will be eliminated and their key crushed if they do lose one more to MIBR, who are looking pretty solid after this game number 1. As it looks like we're ready to jump into draft, so I'll hand it back to our casters.
Thank you, Valdez and Desk once more, and I have to say I agree with the sentiment. Bluntly, it's not just Lion that have had to travel, it is, of course, mibr.los as well. Made in Brazil is the overall organization, and right now they've been taking that Brazilian passion and bringing it to Paris with aplomb.
And you are so right? When we talk about gaming communities, when we talk about passionate fans, to me, the #1 community that comes to mind is Brazil. France, close second, but Brazil.
I heard those Carmine Court chants earlier. I'm going to say that there's some competition. And to be fair, we are in Paris, home of so many of those French organizations. So maybe there's some good competition here, but that's the thing, right? And the thing is, Lion, how close did they go to Magic, to the summit, to the League of Legends Everest? Not to get too superlative here at MSI. They were inches away from taking out HLE, from being top 3, from all of those things.
So what I'm hearing then is mibr.los, sorry. We're talking about League of Legends. I'm like mibr.los. mibr.los, right now, they're up against Lion. So they're better.
Yes.
So technically, they're third.
Are they actually third best in the world now?
Yeah, exactly. There's questions to be answered, I think. But looking at this draft already, we see a couple of these meta bans coming through. Ori ban, good choice. Varus ban, strong choice. Nefiri Lee Sin, right? So mibr.los are targeting the jungle. Because Inspired, you got to give it to the man. He is a good jungler. So what do you do to good junglers? You ban their champ pool. You make it harder for them to have an impact on the game.
Yeah, if you can mess with the jungle matchup, it's a big thing. Oh, now there's a hobber. I love a Kiana jungle. And from the region of players like Kanavi, of course, leftists are very sad about that. But again, got people like Tien and stuff who've been popping off in this champion for a while, and it gets locked in. It's a fun matchup into the Jarvan. You can use his ult to ult yourself, which is always very entertaining.
Yeah, that supreme display of talent can be so impactful in these team fights as well. You catch them in the jungle, you can get multi-man ults quite easily because those pathways are very, very narrow. We do see that J4, as you said, for Inspired. I like the game making that can come out of this. A good Cataclysm, and it is good night. Syndra has been picked up for mibr.los as well. I got my teams mixed up a little there. The J4 is on mibr.los.
Indeed.
And the Syndra is also mibr.los, as well as that Twisted Fate. I love Twisted Fate. This tells me they're going to play through sides, and they're going to be able to respond to fights even quicker than that game 1.
And you've already locked in a Syndra, so that means Syndra's either going bot or Twisted Fate is going top. One of those two things is true. I doubt we'll see the TF bot unless I've missed something in my notes about what mibr.los have been doing back in CB LOL. And if that is the case, I do apologize. And we'll find out soon enough, eh?
Exactly.
Second phase of Banzo coming on through. Looking to get rid of some of Berserker's champions. In that last game, it was Berserker, I think, who was putting out the lion's share of the late game damage alongside Saint. So trying to attack his pool makes some sense to me.
Yeah, that's the one. I mean, Ezreal banned away already in that first round. Now that Lucian in that second round, as you say. We're taking a look at Lion's bans, though. They're trying to do some damage to the composition, to the draft, and they ban away the support, the Lulu, because they don't want a good pairing on the bot side for mibr.los. But I dare say, Zest was the reason that mibr.los put up such good form, but I don't see any topside bans coming out of Lion. So that tells me it feels like they have answers into whatever it is Zest is going to play.
Well, the assumption potentially here is they're saying, well, the TF's in. They might well be to the TF top, which can be a bit miserable for the Gnar. Gold card denies a lot of what the Mega Gnar wants to do. You can kind of win out a lot of those DPS checks. Mini Gnar's base stats are kind of sucky, right? Like, in fact, I think they might be the lowest in the game if memory serves. And if you have a champion that can trade on Mini Gnar, then Mini Gnar kind of just cries about it.
Yeah, exactly. And like Mini Gnar, I mean, yeah, it does have a little bit of range, but still doesn't enjoy that ranged matchup, right? So if I were mibr.los, I would almost potentially flex that Twisted Fate to topside to just make it that a little bit more painful for, you know, Dokla on the Gnar, because unfortunately Dokla, he was targeted quite heavily in that game 1, and mibr.los saw results. So what's to say they don't do it again here in this game too?
What's the statement that's been doing the round on the socials? Everyone's better than Dokla until it's time to be better than Dokla. Well, in game 1, Zest proved he was better than Dokla, at least in game 1. Important. It is a best of 3.
It is.
This is do or die for Lion. Again, it has been an intense couple of weeks for them, make no mistake about it, but theoretically, they're coming in with the hottest prep possible.
Yeah, against some of the best teams in the world, and you were so right? Because mibr.los, my God, I keep saying LOL.
Well, it's almost like we're casting a game of LOL, and apologies to LOS on that one. I'll cuff Logan around the head in a second.
Sounds good, I'll cop to that. But importantly, mibr.los are on match point, right? They win this, Lion is done, Lion is dusted, and that key gets crushed by mibr.los, which is ideal for them.
Look, we've already seen Garm beat MKOI, and sure, MKOI coming in as that 3rd seed from LEC from EU. Maybe not one of the favorites, but I think for my money, still an upset, and it was certainly a dramatic series. This will be on another level, though. Again, Lion were a game away, half a game away from being top 2 at MSI, from knocking Korea down to 3 seeds, NA getting 4, all of those big statements. They now potentially just get knocked out in a clean 0-3 on the day here at EWC. Last potential pick. This would make things a bit more interesting, but then we potentially having the Syndra bot and the Anivia going elsewhere.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how this one shakes out, but they were teasing us with a whole lot of support hovers there. I saw the Braum, I saw the Karma, but we take a look at these drafts, right? Lion, they've got the Jhin, they've got the Engage coming out of that Nautilus, the long range with the Jhin too. Gnar, fantastic Engage too. The Realm Warp coming out of that Rise to be able to move the team around. I quite like what I'm seeing out of Lion. It speaks to proactivity. But on the other side, mibr.los's draft, they've got the walls from Anivia to slow the fights down in that bot side as well.
Yeah, again, Anivia bot lane has not necessarily been the option we've seen once upon a time. Anivia support, On was pulling that way back out in first stand and stuff. But these days, it's been a mid-top flex on the whole around the world.
Yeah.
Here, they've put the Anivia bot, they've taken that TF top, which we were kind of wondering about, and clearly, Lion saw that as a possibility, really, because they weren't banning top, they were getting rid of Sivir and Lulu, really. And that means that we get towards these team fights, and you go between Cataclysm and Rel and the Crystallize and the Glacial Storm, your zone control is horrible. Like, you put down some horrifying AoE.
Yeah, exactly. mibr.los has brought the circles, and we were talking about a little bit earlier as well, with a team with more circles, a team with bigger circles, because this is League of Circles.
It stands the circle of death.
Yeah. I was like, where's this going? And then with death, and I'm like, I love that, exactly. And that's what mibr.los wants, right? They
the
want
Lion King. So you have lions here, right?
Yeah,
so
that'll be Lion Cubs.
Ah, well, you see, it's all coming together, guys. It's all coming together. How many references can I fit into about the next 10 seconds, eh? What do you know? It's what I do as a caster.
That's it. But we do take a look here at Inspired, the jungler of Lion. And dare I say, one of the most confident junglers in the West at the moment too. And after that game 1, these guys, they're resilient, right? They've been here before. They've lost games before. They go into their coach room and they have that debrief and they bounce back. You cannot win as much as they have won without losing a couple on the way.
And we are going to head on to the Rift here, folks, as well. We'll continue this conversation as we go. I'd like to keep talking about Inspired, because I think you're right. And again, there is a conversation being had about where is Inspired in the pantheon of Western junglers of all time? Is he the greatest of all time? For me personally, I'm a Diamond Prox enjoyer. I grew up watching Gambit. I grew up watching Moscow 5 back in the day, and Diamond Prox was my guy. That's where I stand, but I'm aware that is a certain dated nostalgia view. There's people like Jankos. Scumon's having a great show right now. Probably needs a couple more years before he's really in that one. But another one of those junglers is Inspired. He went into Worlds last year with so much hype, and it didn't really pan out. Didn't really work out. It got close, but again, close is still not over the line.
Yeah, exactly. And that conversation as well around the Hall of Legends, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Because they're going to have an announcement in the middle of August about our next Hall of Legends entrant. So far, Faker. So far, Uzi. What will be next? It could potentially be that jungler. But while we were having a bit of a yap as well, I want to call out that both supports actually went up to that top side looking to make a play. But then when the play wasn't there, they both recalled and they were able to reset into their lanes and start soaking up that XP. So, you know, it was all action as normal, but it could have been a little bit more interesting.
The mount up there as well with some Ferromancy, which I love as a name. Ferromancy Crash Down and Ferromancy mount up. It's a fun one. We love it. As Isles and Berserker trading well there onto the rail, who does get that shield again from that crash down, will be just fine. And again, the zone control there can be pretty dicey. The damage will be a little hit and miss, but the CC is very heavy. The moment the wall comes up, it sets up for Rel to come crashing on down, which sets up a Flash Frost, and, you know, all of those chains of CCs get very annoying very fast.
You're so right. Both sides actually have a significant amount of CC. Twisted Fate's gold card, the Cataclysm coming out of J4, Syndra with the stun as well, the wall, the slow from Anivia, and Rel with that crash down. The strike is the... What's the stun called again?
On which one, sorry?
Shattering Strike
On
from the
Rel.
Rel.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And then the Magna Storm. And then on the right side with Lion, okay, you've got the Deadly Flourish from that Jhin, assuming something else has hit already. Nautilus is a CC monster himself. Ryze with the stun, Kiana with the ultimate, Na with the ultimate. So
yeah,
every single one has massive CC.
I mean, I feel like I need to have a chat with the Runeterra Meteorological Service, because clearly the weather forecast in bot lane is not acceptable, right? We got storms galore. There's Glacial and Magnet and all of it. Like, that's just not a good time.
Yeah, when two storms align, I think that means it's a typhoon. And typhoons are just, you know, but I'm no weather service expert either. I am currently just a League of Legends yapper.
Fun real life fact. I once had to walk to work in a typhoon, and I held my umbrella sideways, and I got a big circle of dry as I held it literally in front of me like a shield, and the rain was blowing so sideways. I had this one dry circle, and that was it.
And you get to work, and they're like, "What happened to you?" And you're like, "You
don't ask." Yeah, it was a rough time.
Curse making a move here in the mid lane, just showing face because Inspired was there at the same time. So a good move from both of these junglers, just to be like, "Hey, sup, we're passing through. Don't make any moves." As we take a quick look at that CS, right? Zest, up a wave. Otherwise, everyone's pretty even across the board. Berserker, it's just a wave as well. We do see those TPs coming back out. Recall for Saint. Has the wave pushed in. Feisty doubtlessly going to recall. Ooh.
Yeah. That should be able to get this one away. Inspired walks up and just autos for the first strike. Well, sometimes you just get to do that.
Yeah. Probably looking in the shop already, you know, like, oh no, I'm safe, I'll start TPing. Oh.
Crash down. Saint does manage to sidestep that, but not the Shattering Strike. Feisty, I don't think, has the Scout of the Week available. I say Lion, but it's Isles is actually who I was talking about. I caught the side of his name. I was like, wait, no, that's the team. Just gets to be in the river, won't necessarily be involved there in that play in the mid lane.
That's it. But I, for one, am appreciating a slower start to this game, right? First Drake up in 40 seconds time.
Makes for a change of pace, at least.
It does, and we like pace changes, you know? It gives us an opportunity to flow a different way. Berserker there with that dancing grenade, trying to clear this wave. Doesn't want mibr.los to get that wave clear, that push. However, Isles, just standing firm, does not want to let Ackerman in. Ooh.
Scout of the Week, Force of Will, Ghost from Saint. Wow, he really wants this. Looking for the solo. Feisty, close, but no options as Saint decides to get himself canonized with a kill against Feisty.
That's it. Pops that Ghost, gets that flash out of Feisty, follows up with his own flash immediately, and is able to take out Feisty. And with that first blood, secures the bounty bonus as well. Good wall there.
Yeah, it is. And again, turn that Flash Frost into a Frostbite, and things got a little bit challenging, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, that hook from Isles missing there, as we do go to a replay back here in mid. So it was this trade, Feisty v Saint. Saint knows that he has the advantage. Feisty flashes first, Saint able to follow that one up and clean him up, but the minions were on Saint. A couple of more autos could have got it, but Lion had the advantage. They're going for the first Drake of the game, and they're getting it ASAP. They want to at least deny mibr.los from starting their own Drake stacking, or maybe even bring it online as their own win con. But Gold at 6 minutes, dead even, only 1 kill. It's a quieter affair so far.
Level 6 Skullcrow was picked up by Curse, but Inspired got his own level 6 off the Dragon kill. Saint survives the attempt on his life there by Akim when he went crashing down, and now jungle supports have joined the mid laners in, well, mid lane it turns out. Saint does manage to just walk away there from the attempt on his life.
That's it. I mean, Ackerman committed the flash and the heal with that spellbook to try and get that extra movement speed. A lot of people forget with the heal, it comes with a short boost of movement, just trying to get that shattering strike down onto Saint. But as you said, Saint has fancy feet, able to avoid it nicely.
Look, it's been a long day, and this is what's come to my head, and this is very much a tangent, so I do apologize.
Okay.
We might not actually have time for it because the game is actually occurring without us. Out comes the gold card, Dokla gets ignited, but we'll be able to walk away. Actually, with the Kiana and the Nautilus just coming down the lane, I think any extended play gets potentially a little dangerous here. Actually, they're going to stick around. Zest needs this ward down now. Flash from Inspired. There's an Audacity from Inspired, and that will be exactly what is required from Zest to get away there.
That's the one. But you were willing to go on a tangent before, and I want to... Oh, they're not going to let us because bot side, there's some poke damage. Berserker able to walk that one off.
The thing is as well, this tangent I don't think works anymore. Because it was about the flash in mid lane.
Yeah.
And every time I hear someone go flash, I really want to go, as in flash golden. That's kind of how my brain works.
You know what? I'm going to do it anyway. Flash.
See, it works. It's great fun. Exactly. You get it. You get it.
Yeah.
Apologies for all that back home. I'll try and bring the vocal range down an octave or two.
That's it.
It's also why I'm a little sad that Ming retired before I got to casting. Because then I could have made Ming the Merciless jokes with Flash, Gordon's alive. See, it works. See, they're like, all of these references would have been for a very specific audience. A lot of people go like, what is this?
How old are you guys? We're old enough.
Exactly. Like, I was, the thing is, I'm well past the age of this game out. So like, or rather, so I never really saw this live on TV. Anyway, there you go.
Yeah, but we do go back to the game because we do have a game to cast, and Inspired is
probably why. Save me from the tangent. No, you're absolutely right. Pull me out of that hole.
And this is what I like though, right? Twisted Fate gets the vision across the team of Lion, does take it up to the top side. So it's that information as well as that extra ability to get back to lane faster that proves so valuable here with that Destiny as well. Berserker and Dudu though, it's almost like the roles have been reversed. Normally top lane is the quiet lane, but right now it's the bot lane that's quiet. It's just these ADAPs playing against one another, just trading, and nothing much is coming of it.
And again, this is another draft where Zest has gone for a very aggressive 1v1 range matchup. I want to smash lane type pick. And again, you're up a bit of CS. It's not a huge amount, but it's there. And again, you are a TF. You just get more gold by cheating with the stack deck. Isles is back topside. They're trying to defend Dokla a lot more aggressively, and Zest will get a gold card. But unfortunately, it's still the Football World Cup occurring, and a red card is given to the TF.
But what I really like is that they punish that TF because he had to burn his flash when Inspired pathed around earlier. So they remembered that and they're like, you have no flash, this hook lands, you are dead. So really good job there. Unfortunately, Isles did get that gold though.
Saint does have the Ghost just out of range of the crash, and the Shattering Strike is there, but there's nothing like a Magnet Storm there, so Saint does get to back away. And look, the moves from mibr.los just haven't led to that much right now, as Lion 2 for 2 right now as far as that goes, and a big pickup on Zest does keep Dokla in a much better position. This is not the unkilled 15 kill Vayne that was running the rift just around it. Oh, Zest just turned up, and unfortunately Inspired's still here. This talent may be supremely displayed. There's a gold card waiting. Dokla trying to stack this one up. Out comes that gold card, trying to stack through a few more of those. The Audacity, and what was that about? A supreme display of talent? Easily done. Inspired gets another.
And that was really well managed, right? They were patient with it. They tried to wait out that gold card, and then ultimately, once it was used, they went in and took Zest out. It's almost like they flipped the script, right? Because this is what mibr.los was doing to Dokla in game 1, and now Lion is doing it back to them. It's almost like, how does this feel? Have a taste of your own medicine. As ag.al sends the hook, goes wide, Dudu safe on that bot side. But let's take a quick look at the vision control, because the next Drake of the game up in 20 seconds, so a fight for mid lane priority. And there's a lot of pinging happening around the Drake as we go to this replay on this topside gank. This was pretty clinical. They were waiting out the gold card, Dokla getting some chip damage, Stun comes out, then they go in. Dokla gets that aggro. He's the one who can take more damage, and it allows Inspired to get that kill on the board.
And again, with the new age of Qiyana, that Profane Hydra, guys, it's a little outdated. Go towards the Voltaic. It feels so nasty on her, especially when that ability throw out an Edge of ag.al. Get that from range, get those big chunks. You can do so much work with it. At this point, it feels like the Qiyana off to the races with that first strike as well. Once you do start snowballing on the would-be Empress of ag.al, you just keep rolling.
That's it, that's it. Gold leads across the board in favor of Lion as Inspired just secures that second Drake. Lion, this game, are on to the Drakes, like ASAP. They're not even letting them chill, as it will be a Chem Tech Soul, which means Lion will be just a little bit harder to kill. Getting that damage reduction, yep.
Ackerman from behind, well, ag.al's now in a difficult spot to have that depth charge, but unfortunately, there is a, not supreme display of talent, the other one, Unleashed Power, that comes on forward. Saint gets stunned, Cataclysm's in, Saint left a little bit Inspired, uses the Cataclysm to make sure everyone is supremely displayed in a morgue. The turnaround, though, was Berserker, and of course, Dudu managed to turn this one around a bit. Dokla gets knocked up, but not knocked down quite yet. Ackerman ends up allowing Dudu to get the double. Doodler in the form of Ruler is the way the CB-LOL fans love to call him when he's popping off, and that's 2 kills to the good.
Yeah, ultimately a 3 for 3, so it was an even trade at the end of all of that fighting. mibr.los at 4, Lion at 6 right now, and the gold lead has swung into mibr.los's favor, albeit 500 gold, and that was off the back of their initiative, but you called a really good thing there. Ackerman, with that deep flank angle from behind the red buff, left ag.al's absolutely no chance to escape.
Yeah, ag.al's tries to do the same here, but Ackerman waiting this time until ag.al's going to have to run away. Feisty could theoretically come up here, actually. The aftershock's worn off. Force of Will went towards Berserk, didn't quite land it, but the Dark Sphere does land. But look at the replay here again, and we'll see exactly the flanking cavalry charge comes on in.
Yeah, as you said, this comes around from the north side of that map. Dare I say, not even needed, but by virtue of his presence, it keeps Inspired out. But then, mibr.los look for more, and with a massive supreme display of talent coming out of Inspired there, and Berserker ran all the way from bot straight into the mid lane, pops that ultimate and is able to get a kill there for himself. Deadly Flourish obviously missing, but just well played from both teams. mibr.los to initiate and engage, Lion to follow up, get something back and punish them for their hubris here.
And it's a much more even game than the last time. Dokla nearly at the Mega here. TP's flying, Berserker looking for the angle. The Mega Gnar still not quite here. This TP could be very deep. Curse with the flag and the drag straight into hell. And mibr.los keep on fighting and rolling. Inspired is down. It's regicide. The princess is dead.
Yeah, that was such good timing from mibr.los. They took out Dokla.
And Berserker's now in danger as well. Does manage to cleanse on out the Deadly Flourish. He might be able to get a reload and look for some more. Feisty around makes this perhaps less of a possibility. You saw what they were looking for, but they'll decide to pull away. They get kills. They get some teleports rolling. They should be able to get this bot lane turret, but unfortunately for them, no Herald, no Dragon, so really it's just what we see on screen as the curtains get called. Feisty interrupts the TP behind. Wait, sorry mate, you're not going to get a chance to talk because Dokla's here. Ackerman throws down the ghost, Feisty flashes, but there's still a Gnar there waiting. The Deadly Flourish is backstep from, but Feisty unfortunately ain't feisty enough, and the action keeps happening.
This game is non-stop. We're at 16 kills in 14 minutes. It's more than a kill a minute. Cheeky little hit there from ag.al to interrupt that recall for Ackerman. But what a sequence of play. It started at 4 kills to mibr.los, 6 to Lion, and it's ended 7 and 9. So it's still only 2 kills separating both of these teams. All role quests completed for mibr.los. Almost all of them completed for Lion. ag.al still yet to close that gap. We've got the Rift Herald up in 5 seconds. The third Drake of the game in another minute. It feels like it's kind of all culminating here. We've had so much action. Items started to be completed. We've got that Rod of Ages on to Saint. We've also got that Sundered Sky on Curse, so he's got that sustainability, and Zest has picked up a Kraken Slayer. So his auto is going to do some serious work now.
And again, reminder, you still got that stack depth passive. You get those, I think it's every 4 autos. You get the additional burst of damage, which is kind of what ADTF works off. Add the Kraken Slayer passive, that's pretty spicy. Also, your wild cards, guys, you know, the picker cards, sorry. They have 100% AD scaling, 1.0. All the AP ones start the same, so you actually do quite a lot of damn damage there. It can be very scary. It's a 1,600 odd gold lead right now to mibr.los, but a lot of that, again, is coming from things like that little bit of cheating that TF does on the gold front.
Yeah, but he also secured the first turret. So they get themselves that first turret gold bounty. So that is a healthy chunk of gold into the coffers of mibr.los. We see the Rift Herald is now up. The Drake, 15 seconds away. mibr.los look to be trying to get priority here. They want to get vision control around this Drake pit because so far, Lion, they've gone for these Drakes off the rip. And Ackerman knows it. He's trying to get that vision down, but Dokla there to respond. Clears it out, shoos Ackerman away as Lion start to show up.
Saint, no teleport, does have Realm Warp. Feisty up there matching them. They managed to find a pick though. Isles, oh dear. No man is an island, but unfortunately he's very alone, and Isles finds himself amidst a few too many members of mibr.los.
Look, Isles is from Australia. He knows what it's like to be on an island. Unfortunately, the enemy forces here were circling and they were too much for him to bear. So Isles goes down, gives the numbers advantage over to mibr.los. They take the Drake and they're here to contest this Rift Herald that Inspired has started up.
Feisty is here, Curse is not, but Inspired little nerves are sitting in that pit. Out comes the Glacial Storm, the Destiny, followed by a gate, a gold card onto Dokla. In comes that Realm of... The hook is blocked by a Crystallized. Dokla goes Mega though. The supreme display of talent goes on a monstrous journey. Is that Pangea or what? It's a continent out there. Saint on the side with the Ghost rolling, throws out some overloads. The mount up there from Ackerman denies. Scattering of the weak, makes things a little bit interesting on the disengage. Ackerman over the wall. And just about a disengage here, but the Herald's still up, and it will be Lion in the river.
That's it. Lion chasing them down. mibr.los make good their escape. After that Rift Herald tussle, I'm going to call that one, it is still a 2-kill difference. Zest was the one to go down from mibr.los, and Lion, they just start this Rift Herald straight back up. They get it and secure themselves that extra jungle objective here. So, Drakes, 2 to Lion, 1 to mibr.los. Rift Herald over to Lion as well. So they could use this to crack that mid lane tier 1 if they want and really open up this rift.
Saint really was dancing on there as well. What a great showing he had at MSI, really delivering. Berserker as well in that last game on the Ziggs was trying his very best to be a game-winning threat. Couldn't quite get it over the line, and him and Dudu here are both having really strong showings, both at that 3-kill mark. Of course, the Anivia is a little annoying to farm against. Very difficult to walk up when things like the Crystallized, when things like the Glacial Storm are threatening, and that's allowed for a fairly notable CS lead for the Anivia and Dudu in general.
And let's be real, what a crazy wall that was in that fight.
Oh, yeah.
The hook was already going out and walled it, right? So mid-hook, the timing was perfection coming out of Dudu there to keep his team safe. And I love this. Yeah, blocking the creep wave with your body and wall to slow them down.
And as a result, you get to stack the wave. You delay and deny a lot of minions now from poor Berserker. Okay, hang on. Why is the wave all the way back there? I can't walk up to that.
Exactly. You're not safe. Ackerman, though, might not be safe as well.
Does get to go at full tilt, though, and as a result, Rel is swift enough to escape.
Yeah, love a good Rel here, but Saint is coming online, has that Rod of Ages halfway towards that second item here. Kraken and Rapid Fire completed for Zest. So a real threat now. 2 items for both of the bot laners for each team. Rod of Ages for that Dudu at 6 stacks, but it looks like Lion want this bot side tier 1 before they drop that Rift Herald, which is still... Oh, they've dropped it now. They want to crack open this bot side tier 2.
They might also drive it in towards that tier 1 in mid. Going to try and come through the bot here. Zest is waiting. The wall. Inspired now in danger. Gets crashed down on. The Magna Storm is there as well. And the Glacial Storm follows. The inclement weather will continue. And I don't know whether it's an umbrella. The curtain call, though, comes on down. It makes it a 1-for-1 right now. Picture in picture. They see Feisty picked up the tier 1 top side. And it makes it, again, a very even trade.
Yeah, Feisty's stayed on that top side to make sure he got that one down, but that wall from Dudu, again, blocking the actions of Lion. First it was the hook, then it was the Herald, and it just punished Inspired for it. Ultimately a 1-for-1, ultimately 1 turret for 1 turret, so it was a net neutral position, but you've got to respond in kind here, right? That Baron now up on the Rift could be the objective that either of these teams want to go for, and the 4th Drake of the game up in another minute 20.
And again, Dudu just showing his mastery on the Anivia. We've seen the really fun minion manipulations. We've seen really strong use of the wall. And if you were looking at ways to tell whether someone knows what they're doing on Anivia, good wall usage has got to be one of those marks of mastery that really showcase the good Anivias from the greats.
Ackerman over the back of the pit.
Spider's around, he's got himself the Edge of Night second, which is why he took a little while to die in that last play, and so Ackerman won't force in. Has found a few excellent flanks here on the Realm, not quite as active as on the map as he was on the Camille, but still not without his own ingress, and to be honest, he's still 100% KP, so you know.
I was literally just looking at that. I'm so glad you said that, because not only is Ackerman 100% KP, so is Curse. These two players have been involved in every single kill that mibr.los has secured for themselves. Berserker, though, 3-0-3, hasn't died. Same can be said for Dudu.
Yeah, and he's still got that egg as well. You've yet to make an omelette, and Lion, again, you need to get in that kitchen at some point. Berserker caught on the wrong side of the crystallize. Isles gets onto Dudu, the route follows, and maybe we've spoken a little too soon. Curse jumps on Inspired, prevents him from getting over. Dudu gets supremely displayed on a wall. The egg is there, it's yet to be cracked. Zest with the gold card, the resurrections, and the Magnet Storm. Saint in danger, does manage to ghost away, and somehow, someway, the Anivia survives.
Zest, gold carded.
He's got to go down the Realm Warp. They finally bring down the Syndra. You got halfway through a sentence, and suddenly the violence continues again. Flash away from the Ferromancy crash down. Redirect on the Flagon Drag. Saint keeps going. They finally kill the Anivia. Berserker with a 4th shot goes in another 1-for-1. It's 4 dead on each side.
Saint's going sicko mode. He's chasing Ackerman down. He wants everyone from mibr.los here.
We'll be able to crash down over the wall here, I think. And that will be all she wrote for now. It does mean we reset and go again, because you know what? The dragon's still up.
What is this madness? But I really hope we get a recall. There was a picture-in-picture moment where Zest gold-carded Dokla on the Gnar after he'd committed the TP. He stopped Dokla from getting into the fight, which critically gave them that numbers advantage and won it for them. He did eventually get there, though. Here it is again. We see Berserker, as you say, get caught on the wall. Great hook. Here's the TP. Watch it. It gets cancelled. Dokla never comes through because Zest has gold-carded him. A great display of talent from Inspired to sort of kick this fight off. Berserker safe at range until he isn't. Zest marches forward to finish off Isles, and Berserker has to respect it. Dokla, having walked up from the bot side, is able to pinch and maneuver mibr.los here, and there's already a few members that are low. Dokla, he does die, but it buys Saint and Berserker space and information. They know where the members of mibr.los are, and it's a 2v4. And Lion took the fight.
Incredible. Really was. In that picture-in-picture, we just saw soul points secured by Lion as well. Back to life, and what do you know? There's some action happening. Curse managing to flag and drag through some of the CC, and Inspired's gone really deep. That is not talent. That is death. The absolute opposite of it. He dies. A shot down on Saint. Oh, no. That's the mid-jungle god, and you know, Baron's up, the curtains are cool, but it might be Lion taking a bow here.
Lion, Berserker is just sitting in the back lines, plugging away. They're 3v5 right now. It's up to mibr.los to press their advantages, and it looks like they want to try and convert this into the Baron. Dokla doing his best to poke out Feisty, prevent this Baron, but I don't see what they can do. They don't have a jungler. They cannot contest with the smite here.
No, they cannot. Baron being slow, but it's being done. Feisty, Ackerman zoning off. The hook is wide. Isles doesn't find it. Dokla a long way away from the Mega Gnar. Berserk is still very scary here. The 4th shot would likely be a dead rel, but the crash down gets enough for shield. The Scout of the Week is there. It's a 3v5. How aggressive on mibr.los? Feeling very aggressive indeed. Isles goes down.
The wall comes down, trapping Isles, but they're not done yet. Lion gold-carded. Sorry, Berserk with gold-carded. That's it. He did respawn as the Baron went down. Dokla goes mega.
They might be able to get a mid-tier 1. Inspired still reset, like stopping these resets, stopping these backs, Baron empowered or not. Mid-tier 1, TP comes flying. Lion might be looking to push more, it gets very deep indeed.
Zesto's found an angle. They're going to catch Lion.
And out comes the Glacial Storm, and Dokla goes down. Lion trying to find something, anything. And all they find is another grey screen simulator. Lesate slowed down. The Crystallize is there. Doodoola indeed. He gets a nickname for Ruler. He's ruling the Rift. Berserker spreads and tries to run away, but unfortunately the power is unleashed. And Jin collapses under the weight of Syndra's raw magical might.
That is a 120 stack Syndra. That execute is online, and my goodness, mibr.los took the fight, took the Baron, and then some. They get themselves that mid tier 2 turret, and it is wide open right now. Lion don't even have the mid tier 1.
Logan, mibr.los are in prime position to knock Lion out 0 and 2. The second seed from CBLOL are turning up here in an elimination series.
That's it, but we go to this replay. Inspired over the wall into the backline, but as you said, he was too deep. Lion weren't sort of ready to back him up there. mibr.los, they handled that so well. They answered the immediate threat, collapsed, took care of it, and then backed away. And then Lion, feeling confident in a 4v5, still kept pushing the point. But we are back. The power play at 4.4k. mibr.los, they're moving forward, they're advancing, they're clearing out the vision. They do not want Lion to have an angle back into this game.
And look, normally you'd say, well, maybe Soul's a win condition. It's ChemSoul with a team that doesn't really abuse ChemSoul very well. Maybe the Rise.
Yeah, I mean, that Chemtech Soul, obviously a little bit of damage reduction. Nautilus would love that. But the way they keep trapping with these walls...
Oh, boy. Ackerman might be trading his life here and will go in with the Magnet Storm. So get some CC, Jane, and you'll take a support for mid lane trade. Doke tried to get on over. But Big Dokes looks a little bit more short in stature today. Has been struggling. It's a better game from him. But better is not winning.
That's it. A really good play there from mibr.los. Obviously, Ackerman, you know, they thought they found an angle on him, but he turns it around, gets that Magnet Storm onto 2. The wall goes down. They're able to take out the mid laner of Lion. So a really good outcome. And it feels like right now, we're at 36 kills at 27 minutes. That's about 1.3 kills a minute there. Really high kills, and you love it, right? And it feels like Lion isn't comfortable in this constant fighting, whereas mibr.los, it's like they're thriving here. They're like, we will fight you at every possible opportunity as we get to see this replay of this collapse and that wall. Doodoo's pick on this Anivia has been absolutely phenomenal. He knows what he's doing. The slows, the environmental control, and Lion just don't seem to have an answer for this right now.
Look, game 1 was about Zest. Game 2 is about Doodoo right now. What an incredible Anivia performance, and credit to Feisty as well for the comeback. The Syndra is well online. Soul available, but for Lion, I just don't know whether that's the win con.
I almost disagree. I almost think game 1 was Zest. Game 2 is every single member. Look at the kill participations. Almost every member is in every fight.
Dokla tries to get in with the Maganar, is denied. He finally gets a shove on in. That's a pickup for Zest. The supreme display of talent, but the damage! Oh, the damage! Lion, the pride, it's being routed. Saints, he's going to the grave. You might be canonized, but you'll be looking down from heaven.
Berserker, the only one left alive on Lion, and it looks like mibr.los want to end it here and now. They've got the wave. They don't have Baron-empowered minions. The Baron is up on the Rift, but they are going to... The TP is being committed. They've taken the tier 1 inhibitor turret. They will take this inhibitor as well.
Berserker survives, but he is in a 4 versus 1. The weak have been scattered. Lion have been scattered. And look, you lost. You might be made in Brazil. You could be being forged in Paris. Can you convince it? Can you confirm it? Berserker just on the wrong side of the Crystallize. One of the respawns. Nexus turret 1 falls, the other stand, and I think the game continues just about.
I think that Lion have put up the defense, that ultimate as well, coming out from ag.al there, bought them a little extra space, a little extra time. The fact that they couldn't get Berserk on the right side of that wall, it means that mibr.los, they have to respect it. They've backed away, but they are at 9k up. They're here, though, to prevent Lion from getting the Dragon Soul here.
if Lion get this could keep them in the game a little bit longer.
Yeah, the hook comes in, but it's just wide. The crystallizer's there. If they can get themselves a soul, then maybe in comes the Destiny Gate. They get the gold card onto one. The weak gum got scattered again, and it's a double for Zest. Oh no! You've gotten soul, but at what cost? Everything! Absolutely everything! Lion are massacred! Skins, rugs on the carpet!
Berserker, the only one to survive again here, but mibr.los are in commanding control, performing dominantly here as Curse looking to close out Berserker. He does not want to go down. The only member of Lion left alive in a final stand.
From a game away from top 2 at MSI to crashing out 0-3, mibr.los made in Brazil. Loss, win, 2-0. They survive. Lion die.
Lion, the third place MSI team, go completely defeated here today at EWC 2026. They did not win a single game. What a faltering here for the LCS representative. mibr.los stood tall in the face of adversity.
On the other side of this, though, for the CBLOL, who went to MSI and Furia turned up, got some late game moments where perhaps a team fight here, a team fight there, could have turned things around, could have gotten them the wins. It didn't happen. It's the second seed. It's lost under this umbrella organization here at EWC. It's a new tournament. It's a new day. It's a 2-0 win in the Elimination Series.
It's a 2-0. CBLOL, be proud of mibr.los, your second seeds, because they absolutely showed up. And in that second game, it was every single member. Ackerman involved in every single fight, almost every other member with a 90% plus KP. Credit where credit is due. That was a well-deserved win.
And that was after the early game went a little awry. They managed to put some attention towards Zest. They made some really, really clutch comebacks, though. And again, credit where it is due. They just didn't say die. And Lion felt like they ran out of options. They ran out of steam.
Yeah, absolutely. But we've got to throw to the desk. They've got some highlights to go over and give us the details of that game.
Thank you very much, guys, as it ends up being the 2-0 to mibr. Not what we were expecting coming into this one, but Lion a little bit too slow in the beginning of this EWC, and they do not get a chance to move on to the next day, whereas mibr will do exactly that. Interestingly enough, on the main stage, we also had Furia going up against DK. I do believe they did lose that one, so now potentially here for mibr, the only representative from Brazil. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how far they can go as we are taking a look at some of these highlights. Dude, I definitely felt like he was the main character on this Anivia bottom lane up against the Jhin. Just felt like Berserker was doing everything he possibly could. I think he had a pretty good game, but like couldn't really play lane, and when it came to the team fights, he just didn't have much of a team in front of him.
Yeah, I think the Lion, I mean, it's really hurt, right? I think there was a really abuse, like they were a top 3 team in the MSI, and they started off really strong off, and I feel like they said there was a little starter, but I feel like they never started. Like that was a big problem, which is like no good. And the problem is that I think that starting from the game 1, especially for this, specifically this series, like the game 1, since the Vayne was super fed, and they were, I think, the overthinking actually just top lane thinking, which is they were playing TF into Gnar, which is like that's a decent matchup, playing range champion into Gnar, and you know you're gonna have more gold no matter what, and you can actually impact the map like easier than Gnar for sure. But the thing is, like, you don't actually have to. It's not like required. It's not like a Jace into Vayne matchups that not consistently go top and trying to make the play. But even so, they actually not managed to like super win top. Like they did like try to, you know, dive TF like 2 times, and there was a gank as well. But the thing is, like, TF actually managed to come back the game, because no matter what, I guess we said, like there are a lot of mistake positioning not well, and then they just get random death, random pick, and TF was able to manage to just play side lane and play for EXP, play for the gold, and be able to actually impact the game. Like even commentator were saying, like his KP was just insane. Like, you can't imagine, like, he was really, really, really bad situation putting Evans up in the early game.
Yeah, I think there's just so much value in the Twisted Fate pick because every champion effectively bar Jin is like, if you're in range to deal damage, you're in range to get gold carded and then Anivia stunned and then Rail CC'd. So once, of course, you started to see all of these line members going one by one, it was just kind of easy pickings.
Made it look easy, at least, did MIBR at this stage up against Lion 2-0 tonight. And we do have the interview on the stage now with Kitty, and it looks like Ackerman. Let's go into that right now.
Hey everyone, back-to-back upset. By my side, Zeth. So, you guys had a crazy 2-0 stomp against Lion, and they just finished one of their best international records ever. So how did it feel going into tonight's best of 3, which is elimination as well?
First, today's game was we start with HLE, but everyone know they're so good, so we didn't think about that. And yeah, so we played with Lion, but we did bootcamp in Korea before coming EWC, and our screen result was really good. So actually we have a lot of confidence, so we didn't think we were gonna lose today. Yeah.
I mean, we could feel the confidence because you literally went 14-0 on Vayne. So, do you have anything to say to Dokla? He's going back home. You're sending NA back home.
I'm sorry to Dokla, but yeah, my Vayne is so good, I know.
And of course, we have very affectionate fans in the crowd from Brazil. Vamos, Brazil. Do you have anything to say to the fans back at home as well?
As I know, we didn't win, the CBR didn't win on the international competition. So yeah, I'm really happy we made 2 wins for CBR, and yeah, let's go, vamos.
Vamos! And of course, Lion will be getting their key crushed by MIBR, and that's going to be all for today.
Thank you so much, Kitty, for that one. That was actually Zest. My bad on that one. On the stage is, yeah.
You're forgiven.
But he obviously has shown a lot of confidence alongside of the rest of them on the side of MIBR, saying, hey, we didn't get the results we wanted leading into this, but we boot camped in Korea, as a lot of teams did, in preparation for just the next split or the next tournament that they're in. MIBR, for them, it's EWC. And I feel like it paid off. Their scrims went very well, and they look like a pretty strong team. Again, as he said on the stage,
yeah,
we played HLE. We didn't even really think about that because they're really good. Like, you know, what are we going to do?
It's like, we know where we're at.
Yeah.
We know where they're at.
One step at a time, guys, you know? Like, not going to take over the world with some good scrim results in boot camp. So, good stuff. I'm actually excited for this team, especially because they do seem to be the one leftover representative from the region.
Yeah. I think fun thing is always just confidence. And, I mean, we heard it from him. Hey, like, we have confidence because of the scrim results, because of, you know, all that practice out in Korea. So getting to actually show it against a team that obviously had very, very good showings out at MSI is a very, very good sign for them. And of course, you know, there's that level of pride when you're now the only team left representing your region at the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like everyone was kind of, yeah, I would say like most of the people actually like still like were believing the Lion side because like they showed too much in from the MSI, but the thing is like, I don't think they were actually 100% ready. They're not the same form as before they shown us. Like, as a team, again, like as a team, as an individual, I think was not really ready. Like, I think the new setup for these tournaments was, I guess, too new for them. But at the same time, I think it's a complete opposite, like what, you know, Dazet said, right? Like, they were so confident because of this based on stream result, but Lion probably were streaming a lot, like stronger team, and then probably not, you know, confident enough compared to the just what he said, because like I think he would look really, really confident, and he was like so happy to deliver the wins for mibr.los too, and I'm also really happy for him too.
Yep. So guys, we do have to talk about the story of the day, and we are going to kind of just select from what you guys can remember what you think was kind of the craziest moments, or do you feel like the coolest story that we did have today For me, I think it was actually the 15-0 Vayne.
Yeah,
I think especially, you know, because like they were the big underdogs in this.
Yeah.
And then they came in and just kind of destroyed them.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
to me, it's that.
Even though there's probably a little bit of recency bias, I agree. Like, how often do you see, especially like Vayne top, like these range tops really pop off, and you know those like when you're hitting 15 kills in a game, that's close to records.
Yeah.
Those are record games.
I mean, especially having no death, having a perfect game. I think it's incredible. Tough job, honestly, because everyone will try to kill you no matter what. Like, imagine, I think there's gonna be even 3 people try to kill you, and it's still worth it because it's about the bounty and about the like make sure we can actually stop Porte to farm. So
yeah, and there were some like really cool plays he had as well, like when Dokla tried to go in and execute him even from behind, and then he just got that one condemn to just barely get him far enough away and kill him under turret. So I feel like there were a lot of cool moments from him. I think it was Zest, right, on the top lane. So to actually outplay Dokla and to play from ahead really well, because sometimes you can be the fed guy and it's like, well, I don't really necessarily know how to close this one out and carry my team solo. But he was like, no, I got this. Get on the bus, and he did a great job. So to me, I mean, besides that, not really sure if we had any other big moments that really stand out. You know, some of the other results that we had kind of made sense. I think the GAM matchup was pretty cool to launch, you know, especially like it went down to game 3. And even though it did feel like a little bit of a 3-0, you know, it was a very exciting series. And I think they really showed off their play style as well. So that was cool to watch too.
Yeah, and also I was like really happy to see like where JDG also at. Like we couldn't really see like the pick form of the Lion, but still like JDG, I think they proved really well like through this tournament. Actually, like they look definitely still strong. Like the fundamentals still there. We get that like they're you know one of the top team in LPL. The fundamental was there, and the structure, how they want to play the game. It's like it was really clear. And really exciting for the day too.
So yeah, that's just about it. We're kind of just waiting for the key crush, right? You know, it takes a little bit of time to set it all up.
Ceremonial formalities.
Yeah. I don't know. I wish we could have seen more from Lion. Just like I felt the same from MKOI, because it feels kind of crazy to come into a tournament and it's day 1 and you're already knocked out. It's like, okay, thanks for coming anyway. See you later.
Well, at least in MKOI's case, it's a short flight.
Yeah.
At least.
Not too far away.
Definitely Lion is a bit farther.
Yeah,
right?
a little bit.
Yeah.
A lot of traveling for them last week.
Yeah. It's pretty rough. You know, I was saying before, MIBR, you know, they had some travel to do. I said they came over from Brazil, but actually they came straight from Korea.
Yeah.
I wonder how many other teams were in Korea also just boot camping if they weren't at MSI, which is where, you know, Korea had MSI. So a lot of the teams were over there. Made a lot of sense. And yeah.
I mean, it's really sad. It's actually sad because it's like so sad to watch like the top 3 team as an international. Like it's just like knock off from the day 1. I couldn't imagine it, right? Especially those against mibr.los and against like even JDG who actually not attempt MSI as well. Like it is really shocking. And I mean, hopefully they play better and come back stronger and see you later on international tournament, I guess.
I hope so, especially for MKOI. Just purely because they've shown pretty good ceilings domestically and obviously internationally. They've been a fun team to watch, right? Whether it's career picks from Morin, whether it's, you know, Super on the carries. But that was one thing today that, you know, I feel like they were definitely a little bit behind on. We didn't see any Super on like a mage that seemed to suit him. So whether or not they are comfortable in playing that style, I guess we're going to have to wait and see for them to return domestically. But there's no signs that the meta is going to be shifting drastically in the next month or so.
So while we're waiting for that key crush, we are going to take a look at some of the groups here and how they have played out. Indeed, D+Kia did take that 2-0 over Furia. We were coming over here, you know, as that game kind of looked over at the same time. You saw that G2 and ag.al won earlier, so they will be in the winners match. and I believe that is tomorrow. And of course, D+Kia do make it on, whereas Furia are knocked out. And then in Group B, we had Sentinels taking down Team Secret early on. Gen.g took down Carmine Corp, and they will be in the winners match tomorrow. Elimination, it did go to KC, who took out Team Secret. That was another very close series there, and they'll be waiting for the loser of the winners match tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Gen.g against Sentinel look pretty. Not gonna be easy for Sentinel for sure. Gen.g looking kind of, you know, they are the defending champion. Also, they are really waiting for it because I think they're really hungry because they couldn't attempt MSI.
They were angry earlier. That felt like a wrathful performance out of Gen.g. And whilst typically, I will say, obviously, Sentinels domestically tend to play up to the level of their opponents. When the level of their opponents may or may not be in heaven, I don't know if they can if they can reach that high.
Well, we'll see where Gen.g is at. Up against them.
Oh yeah.
So, BLG versus T1. That's always a very fun one.
I'm scared.
And we are going to see that
We've seen it before.
tomorrow. And Gam to take down MKoi, as we said before. Yep. That was a very exciting back and forth series. Definitely could have gone the way of MKoi, although eventually it did not. ag.al took out mibr and JDG took out Lion, and we were saying, hey, Lion slow starters, you know, they're a better team than this. They're going to come back. They're the favorites against mibr.
Yeah, they're going to come back.
0-2.
Next tournament.
Yeah, we'll see them in the future. The hope of NA.
Dead.
Not here at EWC, though. But yeah, maybe not their tournament. Not the best start for them, and not the best finish either. But hype to see mibr and to see how far they're going to go. You know, maybe JDG's a really strong team.
Yeah, I was about to say.
If mibr is actually a really strong team, maybe Lion are playing pretty well, but you know, the enemies are pretty good too.
You know, we'll do the thing we're technically not supposed to as professionals and just assume that HLE beat JDG.
We can do that.
We can do that.
I
think that's like a moderately safe assessment.
Although, I mean, you know,
it just you never know.
You know, it's
right?
just like the percentage.
Look, we learned. MSI. Form is everything.
Form is everything.
Yeah, form is everything. But look, JDG have lost to really bad teams in the LPL sometime. They should be stomping. And lost game states.
Yeah.
That they should have just closed out in like 25 minutes.
In theory.
I will not put it past them to drop a game versus a team that is popped up on confidence and is all on the same page, which is mostly what we got out of mibr today.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. Maybe they were screaming from, you know, Korea against JDG.
True. Yeah. I mean, it's true. It's
possible. We never know.
It's genuinely possible.
Maybe it's their comfort zone, you know?
Yeah.
You know, it definitely is potentially possible. I'd say probably 50-50. Either they did or they didn't. And
you know what? No. I reckon they did.
They probably did, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still waiting for that key crush. We're almost ready.
Yeah.
Though.
We're
taking a look.
We're getting it
It's
there.
like right. It's over there.
Yeah, you guys can't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Key crushes are pretty hype. You know,
They are.
Want to make sure we get it right.
How many pieces
Put the
this
thing in the
time?
right
How many
spot.
pieces this time?
And
This
the
one,
shards.
I think the last one was 3.
It was
I
like
think it was
four.
like 4 or
Was it
5.
four?
It
and
got
like,
exploded.
Yeah.
It did explode, yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna say this.
I think this one's gonna be
crush.
clean.
This hydraulic crush, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Press.
Yeah,
Press, yeah.
It looks stronger than the ones from the years prior. So I'm gonna say I think this one
Maybe go into the
explodes
gym.
too. Yeah. It's been working on it. It's its one job right here at EWC is to crush the keys. So you know.
It's getting better, you know? It's getting stronger.
It should be good at it, I would assume.
I mean,
or at least practicing.
I can't imagine how strong it will be for next year.
Yeah.
Watch out.
Maybe the keys need to work out too to get, you know, a little bit.
Is this like Dragon Ball where they like get Zenkai boosts? They just get stronger every time. Like they like
never-ending strength
It's
boost.
just a cycle
Yeah.
forever.
Yeah.
Maybe that's like CB-LOL as well. Maybe like now they're going to be the strongest region. It's just taking them a while. Like there's a lot of episodes and a bit of filler, right?
Yeah,
and eventually, like they're the strongest region. It wouldn't be the only game that they're the strongest region in. I mean, there are other games.
Yeah.
They're out there.
They're quite passionate about them.
Yeah.
It's like League of Legends. It doesn't really. It's a culture thing.
Yeah.
for
I feel like they've got a decent shot. They just need some time. some more filler episodes, maybe. Speaking of filler episodes,
I think is this one done?
Any thought? No, still going actually. Not done yet. Tomorrow, some of those matchups that we did see. Thoughts on some of those? I mean, we just off the top of my head, we had who's G2 playing against?
Oh, good question.
We just saw this, but like it's already out of.
It's been a long
T1 BLG. Yeah.
T1 BLG. I'm scared.
JDG against HLE.
I think those are best of ones.
Think so.
I think they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to say yes confidently. And guess what?
The filler episode is over, is what I'm hearing. The key crush is ready, so maybe we can hop over that and see the key get crushed.
Who's holding it?
El Capitan.
It is him.
The Triangle.
Oh, he nearly dropped it.
All right, so I think it's gonna explode again. Are you guys on the same page, or you got a different?
Careful though, like for the safety.
It's giving explosion.
Explosion vibes.
I think. Okay, you know what? It's a little offset. This is gonna be a big smash.
Like how many pieces?
I think like
already.
That one was more explosive.
Yeah, it was like 2 parts already.
But did it split?
Okay. Yo, chill.
Ackerman, please.
No,
it was already
again.
It was already exploded, and then he just went one more time. Can he just do that like that?
Where did that piece go?
Somewhere back
this time he just has only 1 piece.
Yeah, he's like, actually, I can't find like the other.
Oh, there are 2. Oh, never
it
mind.
was clean.
Oh, it's pretty clean.
Wow.
I'll say.
I saw some pieces fly.
I mean, some pieces did fly, but I feel like it's
a clean cut.
Yes, it's a very clean cut.
Ackerman's like, I don't want to hold that. I don't have the gloves on. I don't want to get cut by the.
He was like, yo.
It's like, is this a safe?
Wow.
Yo. You know what? Never mind.
Wow.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
Wow. So cute.
Well.
Goodbye, Lion.
Goodbye, Lion.
They're gone.
I wish we could say that, they tried their best. I mean, they probably tried their best.
Did. Oh, hey.
They probably tried their best, but I feel like there was more left in the tank.
Yeah.
Like we could have seen more. Maybe if they got past the slow start, we could have had, MSI Lion again. But
if they have if it was like triple elimination, maybe.
Maybe next year, 32 teams, triple elimination.
Quadruple elimination, you never know.
1 month of League of Legends.
All of the double loss teams go into their own bracket.
Yeah.
And then they play each other.
That's how it goes with triple elimination. Speaking of which, guys, we are done here. Let's eliminate this one, as it's been a long day. But thank you so much for joining us on the secondary stage for EWC 2026 League of Legends. Have a good night, and see you tomorrow.